The time traveler Derek could have soared to greatness with his extraordinary cheat ability, yet he chose to remain a humble squire. This decision inevitably set his life on a path of monumental change. At dawn, Derek stood on the second floor of the manor, gazing down at the hardworking farmers toiling in the morning light. The distant sunrise was brilliantly golden, forcing him to squint. However, this beautiful day had nothing to do with him. A sense of regret rippled through his heart as he sighed silently. Days had passed since Derek arrived in this noble-ruled world. While resources were scarce like the medieval era, the life of the nobility was still quite comfortable. As the son of a baron, he was barely considered a noble. Yet, as the second son, fate had robbed him of any significant inheritance. The manor before him had nothing to do with him either. In a bid to secure a marginally better future for his second son, Derek's father had sent him to serve as a squire for the influential Count Perez. This count was wealthy enough to support a well-armed knight regiment. Independent nobles and vassals alike vied to send their second sons to become squires here, both to build connections and to secure a future for their offspring. After completing a series of rigorous knight training, joining Count Perez's knight regiment, or seeking other opportunities with this experience would both be excellent choices. Even returning home to assist his elder brother would be no small feat after all. A knight trained by the Count could hardly be considered mediocre. Derek's predecessor naturally aimed to join the knight regiment, seeking to make a name for himself and rise among the landed gentry. For the current Derek, this seemed like a wise move as well. However, with his cheat ability, how could he settle for mediocrity? Retracting his gaze from the distance, Derek realized his real challenge was just beginning. The final lesson of knight training was to independently train a militia. As a knight, having excellent martial skills was important, but to truly establish oneself in this world, more skills were needed. Otherwise, he might end up as nothing more than a competent hired muscle. Panel. With a thought, a mysterious screen appeared before Derek. Von Derek. Class. Knight level 5. 11,100. Experience pool. 0-100. These ridiculously simple stats indicated that if this was all he could achieve, Derek might have to return home and farm. However, after a few days of experimentation, he had discovered the astonishing potential of this cheat ability. It could not only provide real-time progress feedback, but also store excess experience to aid in leveling up. The most direct effect of leveling up was an overall enhancement of personal abilities. Remarkably, this mysterious power was not limited to himself. After a quick wash and breakfast, Derek arrived at the manor's training field. This manor, belonging to Count Perez, was farmed by hundreds of serfs and constantly faced the threat of bandits, necessitating a guard force. However, the manor's standing force consisted of only 5 professional soldiers. The rest were just militia and farmers wielding pitchforks. Derek's task was to train a 10-man elite militia squad within a month. When he reached the training field, the ragtag militia barely managed to stand up straight. Despite receiving better nutrition these past few days, it was unrealistic to expect rapid physical improvement. As for their mental will, it was even more challenging to describe. Fortunately, Derek was patient. He held a short stick, tapping each militia member who stood incorrectly. Stand up straight and form a line. His training plan was straightforward. Learn to line up, distinguish directions, master the use of spears, and then repeatedly build physical strength. For this hastily assembled militia, complex training would be counterproductive. Day after day, the monotonous training continued. To an ordinary knight, this level of training was nothing special. Anyone who had undergone complete knight training could do it. However, the true value lay in the keen insight during the training process, finding the optimal training rhythm, which was a natural talent. Seizing a moment when no one was looking, Derek quietly opened the data panel. The first page was still simple, but flipping to the second page, there it was the word Army, Farmer Squad Militia Squad. Days of grueling training had finally paid off. The panel not only recognized the existence of this squad, but also displayed each militia member's avatar, name, and basic stats. The most eye-catching feature was the experience pool. Initially, the word militia was blurry, but as training progressed, it became clear. Finally, their profession was system recognized. Derek discreetly selected the most diligent militia member, and a simple panel appeared. Pitchfork. Class. Militia Level 1. 2,100. Experience pool. 1,100. This meant normal training earned 2 experience points, with 1 extra point stored in the experience pool. He tried adding the stored experience to the level, and the panel immediately updated. Pitchfork. Class. Militia Level 1. 3,100. Experience pool. 0-100. Derek carefully observed the militia member named Pitchfork, but noticed nothing unusual. It seemed that without the panel, there would be no special reaction. He calculated in his mind that if he added a large amount of experience at once, there might be changes. However, his cautious nature meant he would proceed gradually, never risking exposure of his secret. As for using the experience pool to create illusions, in this world where religion held great power, that would be playing with fire. After all, this panel, though magical, couldn't make him instantly invincible. Loki development was the wisest choice. The militia trained only in the mornings, receiving a meal of coarse wheat porridge at noon. Though bland, it was enough to fill their stomachs. Under Derek's guidance, they accumulated 10 to 20 experience points daily. Thanks to this mysterious power, training progress soared. Though gaining experience became harder as levels increased, within a month, this militia reached levels 3 to 5. Based on Derek's experience, their combat effectiveness now rivaled that of regular soldiers trained for 6 months. In fact, this militia's combat power had surpassed many village guards. They could execute orderly maneuvers, and their skills and stamina were quite solid. With 1 or 2 real battles and a few more months of training, they could even match veterans with 3 to 5 years of experience. Of course, the panel had its limitations. For instance, a level 5 militia member might excel in spear thrusts but could lose to a farmer with a pitchfork in an unknown fight. Moreover, becoming a militia didn't mean they forgot how to farm. Thus, the panel could only serve as a reference, not an absolute standard. Despite this, Derek still believed the panel was a godsend. It at least quadrupled or quintupled training efficiency. Normally, training induced fatigue, and doubling the training didn't double the results. Moreover, ordinary training couldn't reutilize excess experience. Watching this transformed militia, Derek calculated. With this cheat ability, he might indeed stir up a storm in this world. It was time to take a leap of faith. The sun had risen high in the sky, yet the training grounds were unusually silent. Derek stood in the middle, surveying the area. Not only were the manor's militiamen and stewards present, but even those who rarely showed their faces had come. Despite the crowd, Derek knew that no one truly cared about his training. This so-called militia training was merely a routine assessment. Derek was well aware that no one had ever failed such an evaluation. Even those lacking in skill could find a way to pass, perhaps by enlisting a few capable farmers. After all, the essence of this assessment was to add a touch of prestige to the noble heirs, bestowing upon them the title of knight. As the sun climbed higher, the sound of hooves drew closer. The previously relaxed stewards all stood up in unison. The newcomer was none other than Knight Chloe, the banner captain of Count Perez's Knight Squad and the chief examiner for this assessment. Though the title of banner captain might seem minor, in reality, this position held more weight than that of a commander of 500. A slight smile tugged at Derek's lips, his heart lightened. While the assessment posed no real challenge, encountering a familiar face was always a comfort. Indeed, Chloe was an old acquaintance of his father, Leandro Ferreira. At this moment, Derek's full name should be Von Derek Ferreira. Von was his given name, Derek his knightly title, and Ferreira his family name. By choosing to go by Von Derek, he signaled his lack of interest in competing for the family estate. Despite their familiarity, no hint of it showed on the surface. Chloe politely declined the steward's small talk and began the assessment with precision. From basic militia skills and physical tests to marching in formation and retreating under drum and bugle commands, nothing was overlooked. The militia's performance was surprisingly good. If Derek hadn't been known for his honesty, Chloe might have suspected they had prepared in advance. Soon, Chloe finished grading and announced, "Congratulations, Derek. Your results are excellent." Derek smiled as he dismissed the militia and approached Chloe. Finally, he relaxed, "Uncle Chloe, I didn't expect you to be the examiner. Since I had to make the trip anyway, I thought I'd come see you." Chloe explained, then asked, "Are you planning to go home after retiring from the night squad?" Unexpectedly, Derek shook his head. "No. You know my family's situation. I have too many brothers. They don't need me. I'm planning to become a wandering knight." A wandering knight, officially known as a free knight, might sound like a glamorous profession of traveling and awaiting noble employment. In reality, it was akin to being a mercenary. Both grand nobles like Count Perez and baronial families like the Ferreiras had no shortage of their own men, leaving little room for outsiders. Most wandering knights lived by leading small bands of mercenaries, completing tasks like armed escorts and bandit suppression, always on the move. Only during wartime did they have a chance to earn a fief. Chloe was somewhat surprised. He knew Derek was an outstanding young man, especially after witnessing his ability to train the militia. After a moment of thought, he suggested, "Perhaps you could help on my estate. If you ever aim for a title, I could support you with a squad of soldiers." This offer was indeed generous, especially the promise of a squad, which was costly. Derek's heart was stirred, but after glancing at his data panel, he quickly regained his composure. "Thank you for your kind offer, but I already have plans." Chloe didn't feel awkward. He simply said, "If you change your mind, you can always find me." They then exchanged the emblem symbolizing knightly identity. Although Derek already had a knightly title, surname, crest, and pennant, this emblem represented his service in the Knight Squad. In reality, he had served only as a knight apprentice, but this gesture allowed those not selected as knights to find good opportunities. If he were joining the Knight Squad, the handover ceremony wouldn't be so simple. He would have the chance to meet the Count and participate in a formal investiture. But Derek knew why he was reluctant to join the Knight Squad. The investiture required an oath of allegiance to Count Perez. Such a bond between liege and vassal was too binding, difficult to break without absolute power. It was better to remain free and explore on his own. After bidding farewell to Knight Chloe, Derek packed his belongings, said goodbye to the manor stewards and the militia he had trained. Standing in the sunlight, he said without a trace of reluctance, "Goodbye. My knight apprentice days." Derek was convinced that a perfect future awaited him. Homecoming. The first stop for Derek after his retirement was the Ferrara family castle. Although he didn't plan to develop within the family, as a member, he knew he could at least get some support, especially financial aid. Derek stood in the study, facing the current Baron of Ferrara, his father, Leandro. His father's gaze was stern and scrutinizing, as if trying to see through his son's soul. "Derek," Leandro began, his voice tinged with disapproval, "as the head of the Ferrara family, I do not agree with your choice. The family education, the training in martial arts, and the 3 years you spent as a knight apprentice under Count Perez all required significant investment. Formal knight training takes 12 years, and the costs are considerable." He paused, his tone softening slightly. "As your father, I also disapprove of your choice. The world outside is more dangerous and challenging than you imagine." Leandro looked directly into Derek's eyes. "I will ask you one last time. Are you truly ready to become a wandering knight?" Derek's gaze was resolute as he answered without hesitation, "Absolutely, I have decided." "Very well." The Baron of Ferrara stood up, took a heavy purse from a drawer, and tossed it to Derek. "This is my support for you. If you find yourself struggling, come back and work for me to repay the debt." Derek smiled. This was one of his goals for this visit. He unceremoniously opened the purse, the sight of the glittering coins making his eyes light up. After counting them carefully, there were 50 gold coins in total. Is this a lot? For an ordinary person, it was a fortune. A professional soldier's annual salary was only about 1 gold coin. But for the Ferrara family, this amount was not much. The family collected around 700 to 800 gold coins annually from head taxes, and with income from other estates and businesses, it could reach up to 2,000 coins in good years, and at least 1,000 coins in lean years. However, after deducting the costs of maintaining the guard and family expenses, there wasn't much left. 50 gold coins were quite substantial for Derek. While it couldn't buy a full knight's armor, it was enough for a set of standard half armor, or even iron-plated armor for just 1 or 2 coins. This amount could sustain a well-equipped professional soldier unit for a year. "Thank you for your generosity," Derek said sincerely. "I will make a name for myself and bring honor to the Ferrara family." "Let's hope so." The Baron's voice lacked much confidence, seemingly believing that his third son would either die out there or come back in disgrace. Derek could sense the doubt in his father's words. If he didn't have his unique advantages, he might have chosen to find a position within the family like his uncles. But now, he was confident he could make his own way. "Father," Derek added, "I need to recruit a few soldiers from our family lands." "All right," Leandro agreed. "I'll have the sheriff assist you. You can stay a while longer to train your team before you set out." Recruiting soldiers from the family lands had many benefits: reliable personnel, known backgrounds, and a larger selection pool, including trained militia. After a few meals at the castle, Derek set off eagerly. The Ferrara family's domain included 2 villages and a castle. Located in the kingdom's heartland, the castle had a significant population around it, making its political role more important than its military one. Along with 2 small estates and some businesses in nearby cities, the family's strength was considerable. Derek arrived at Maid Thatch Village, located at the northernmost part of the domain, quite a distance from Ferrara Castle. With his father's warrant in hand, he went directly to the local sheriff's office. This village of over 1,000 people was permanently garrisoned by a team of regular infantry, along with 20 rotating militia members, forming the basic security force. In fact, Derek didn't need the warrant because the sheriff was his second uncle Andrew, a middle-aged man who barely passed night training. Seeing his uncle again, Derek couldn't help but feel envious of Andrew's rare paunch in this era. Andrew walked with a slight waddle, clearly past his prime. Though Andrew wasn't an outstanding knight, as a Ferrara bloodline member with complete education, he was a valuable asset here. Andrew greeted Derek with a warm hug. "Vaughn, my dear nephew," he laughed. "I heard you completed your knight training with top marks. You should have stayed there." Derek wasn't surprised by the family's quick knowledge of his performance. As a local aristocratic family, being well-informed was normal. He didn't elaborate, simply saying, "You know the relationship between Knight Croy and father." Andrew wasn't fooled by this simple explanation. Having gone through knight training himself, he knew it wasn't hard to pass, but achieving top marks required real talent. However, wise men knew when to stop, and he didn't press further. After all, Leandro was the current Baron of Ferrara. Andrew, holding Derek's hand, kept calling him nephew, showcasing his status to those around. Though it seemed opportunistic, it was necessary given the circumstances. The family's glory had waned by his generation, and with Derek's many brothers holding key positions, Andrew had to consider his own son's future. Derek, Andrew said, I hope your choice is right. How many men do you need this time? I'll introduce you to some of the best lads. He hesitated but ultimately didn't suggest his own son accompany Derek. However, he generously added, I've prepared a gift for you. I hope you'll like it. Though he didn't give money directly, Andrew gifted a finely crafted iron sword. This is from my collection. He patted his belly regretfully, but I can't wield it anymore. How do you like it? This iron sword would take a blacksmith at least 10 days to forge, worth around 5 or 6 gold coins. Considering Derek was just the Baron's third son and chose to venture out, the gift's sentimental value was evident. If it were just for formality, a few iron spearheads would suffice. Derek took the sword, drew it single-handedly. The blade's intricate forging patterns were stunning, and its gleaming edge proved it wasn't just for show. He skillfully twirled it, demonstrating his excellent swordsmanship. Andrew's eyes lit up. This level, better than most knights in the family. Derek played with the sword a bit more, then sheathed it fluidly, showcasing his mastery. An excellent gift, he said sincerely, thank you. Shortly after a simple welcome, Derek got straight to the point. I need to recruit 10 new soldiers, a squire and a blacksmith. Andrew was a bit surprised. The first 2 requests were straightforward, but why a blacksmith? He couldn't help but remind Derek, the village blacksmiths can only fix farm tools and make simple spearheads. They can't even guarantee the quality of a basic iron sword. If you need weapon repairs, there's no need to specifically recruit a blacksmith. Derek smiled mysteriously. Uncle, don't worry. I have other plans. Andrew nodded. No problem then. There's a group of young lads who have completed a round of training as militiamen. I asked them already. Even if you need 20, we have enough. As for the blacksmith, the old blacksmith's son is about your age and should have some skills. Derek was secretly impressed by Andrew's thoroughness. He had even prepared in advance. I also need to buy a house and would like to use the training ground, Derek continued. Andrew waved his hand dismissively. Why buy a house? The training ground at the edge of the farmland has everything you need. You can stay there and save me some trouble. To him, it was a trivial matter. After all, it was all family property. Derek was pleased. Saving some money was always good. He knew he couldn't completely sever ties with his family, so he might as well take advantage of the benefits. With local help, Derek's preparations went exceptionally smoothly. Within a day, everything was arranged. Bedding, daily necessities, Andrew covered it all. He even had a few sacks of wheat delivered, saving Derek the cost of food. Other relatives also pitched in, sending various practical gifts. His third uncle sent 30 spearheads, his fourth uncle sent 3 sets of simple leather armor, and his eldest aunt sent 5 iron swords through a messenger. In no time, Derek had everything he needed without spending a penny. Looking at the 12 sturdy young men before him, he almost burst into song. Back in the day, when his father started his own troop, they had barely any weapons. Derek stopped himself, feeling it was a bit too boastful. This was the joy of nobility, something a commoner-born knight could never understand. The gifts from his relatives were worth 1 to 3 gold coins each. If he weren't the only one choosing to venture out, there might have been fewer gifts. With the basics covered, the first thing Derek had his new recruits do was build a blacksmith's forge. The blacksmith's son, Little Troll, officially joined and was listed under the Army category on the panel. Troll's profession: Army Blacksmith, Level 1, 22,100. Experience pool, 0-100. This unexpected new feature opened up more options for Derek. Compared to risking his life in battle, he thought the arms trade was more lucrative. High-value weapons and equipment, especially, had significant profit margins. A full suit of heavy armor could cost 60 to 70 gold coins. How long would it take an average person to earn that much? The other 11 recruits began their training, while Little Troll started his blacksmithing journey. The blacksmith trade could easily support a family. Little Troll was volunteering. Of course, when a baron's son takes a liking to you, you have no choice. Refuse, and your family might mysteriously perish overnight. Little Troll had been prepared to become a soldier, but upon arriving at the training ground, he found he needed to build a simple forge and platform first. Derek handed him a hammer and said kindly, Little Troll, your family has been blacksmiths for generations. If you need anything, don't hesitate to go home and get it. I'll cover the cost. Little Troll stammered, I can only make farm tools and repair damaged weapons. He was almost in tears, fearing that if he failed to make quality weapons and armor, he would be punished. Derek reassured him, I know. Start with spearheads. I'll use them for training. I won't blame you for any quality issues. Despite Derek's kindness, Little Troll was skeptical. Noble promises weren't always reliable. However, he remembered that the Ferreira family did have a reputation for keeping their word. That day, Little Troll returned home and explained the situation. His father packed up his tools and sent them over. If Derek hadn't refused, he would have come himself. Yes, he saw it as a punishment. Expecting Little Troll to do what he couldn't was clearly setting him up for failure. Derek didn't explain further. He simply assumed the authoritative stance of a baron's son, and the Troll family complied. Before leaving, Old Troll tearfully told his son, "Hang in there, boy. You're my only hope. I need you to take care of me in my old age." Little Troll was also teary-eyed, feeling uncertain about the future. Back home, Old Troll closed the door and said to his wife, "We'd better have another child quickly." It's said that the blacksmith shop was closed for several days afterward. Little Troll lit the forge and began his blacksmithing career. The next day, the recruits' training began. Thrust, withdraw, thrust, snap. The spearhead broke. The spearheads Little Troll made were subpar. Derek remained expressionless, continuing to command. "What are you looking at? Just because the spearhead broke, you think you can relax? The enemy won't wait for you on the battlefield. Continue. Thrust." Training continued. During the training period, Andrew occasionally dropped by. Seeing Derek's disciplined approach, he had no complaints. As for the results, it was too early to tell. However, he was critical of Little Troll's performance. After several attempts to advise Derek, he gave up, thinking his nephew could use some hard-earned lessons. After all, the losses wouldn't be too significant. A month passed quickly. Opening the panel, Derek saw that due to the rigorous training and his high standards, all 11 recruits had reached at least level 5 as militiamen. Little Troll had progressed more slowly, only reaching level 3. After level 3, the experience gain slowed significantly. At the current rate, it would take another month for him to level up again. Troll's profession: Army Blacksmith, level 3, 11,100. Experience pool, 0-100. Crafting weapons and equipment had daily limits, unlike training. The higher the level, the harder it got to gain experience. By level 3, Little Troll's spearheads were adequate, costing around 20 to 30 copper coins to produce and selling for 70 to 80. He could make 3 to 5 spearheads a day, yielding a profit of about 200 copper coins. Official exchange rates were 1 gold coin to 10 silver coins, and 1 silver coin to 100 copper coins. However, these rates fluctuated in the market. 1 gold coin could be exchanged for 15 to 17 silver coins, and 1 silver coin for 120 to 130 copper coins. In other words, a competent blacksmith could earn over 1.5 silver coins a day, amounting to 2 to 3 gold coins a year, 3 times a common soldier's income. With better skills, the earnings increased. However, Little Troll had signed an indentured contract, so escaping was not an option. Little Troll felt his skills improving at an astonishing rate, as if he were being guided by a higher power. Every day brought new inspiration, and he constantly refined his techniques, even feeling that he had reached his father's level. This unprecedented progress made him ponder, could it be that the old man was just holding me back? With his rapid improvement, Little Troll couldn't help but become somewhat arrogant. Fortunately, as his progress began to slow, and with Derek's intentional control, he didn't completely lose himself. A month is a short time, and the rest of the family didn't expect him to achieve much in such a brief period. Derek was already planning his next move. With the support of his data panel, his month's progress was equivalent to half a year for an average person. Staying cooped up here was clearly too dull. More importantly, without new sources of income, how could he expand quickly? Relying on Little Troll's 1 or 2 gold coins a year was far from enough. In recent days, Derek had accumulated about 20 cast iron spearheads, but that was still too few to be considered a significant stock. Previously, he had been cautious, but now it was time to convert his gold coins into strength. He calculated that he needed to leave some funds for expenses. Each new recruit's monthly salary was 80 copper coins, below the normal rate. Little Troll, as a follower, received 1 silver coin per month. The monthly payroll was less than 8 or 9 silver coins, and adding food and various losses, 1 gold coin would suffice. Leaving 10 gold coins for emergencies, he could still use at least 40 gold coins, a substantial sum. How about recruiting 20 more men? Derek proposed. Andrew, upon hearing this, thought his nephew had gone mad. With dozens of people to feed and pay, how long do you think your capital will last? He frowned. Derek, you need to train a batch of warriors first and then find ways to make money. Trust me, recruiting soldiers is easy, but you have to sustain them. Otherwise, loyalty won't last. Andrew shared his experience patiently. The Ferreira family, though strong, required extensive resources to maintain their over 100-strong official guard, 7 or 8 knights, and the ability to summon a militia of up to 500 men at a moment's notice. All of this required vast estates and industries. Without such support, bankruptcy would lead to their swift downfall. Derek understood, but remained resolute. To avoid Andrew's interference, he fabricated a well-intentioned lie. "Uncle, I've already secured a long-term escort job and will be leaving soon. I need manpower. These soldiers will train here until I return. You haven't been duped, have you?" Andrew asked incredulously. Such good fortune seemed suspicious. Derek assured him on his honor and hinted mysteriously, "It's a connection with Count Perez." Andrew, upon hearing this, immediately envisioned a promising scenario. "You've certainly got talent, making reliable friends outside," he said, his tone tinged with slight disappointment but no longer doubting. After all, his nephew didn't seem to be out of his mind. To be honest, noble rule had its pros and cons. In the Perez family's territory, without the cooperation of the sheriff, conscription was unrealistic. Frankly, if not for Andrew's influence, little Trell wouldn't have voluntarily joined. Derek quickly selected the best young men from the village, arranged their training, and assigned 2 apprentices to little Trell, explicitly instructing him to train them. In this era, technical skills were family secrets, and little Trell was naturally reluctant. But with a metaphorical knife to his throat, he had no choice. Derek knew that little Trell wouldn't be fully committed at first, but that was fine. Time would teach him what to do. The data panel could only give Derek an edge over others. Everything else had to be learned and done, with more opportunities for mistakes. After a few days of integrating everyone into the panel, Derek set off with a squad of new recruits, leaving the rest to accumulate experience steadily. Their destination was Watch City, the largest nearby city, and the second largest in the northern province. It was managed by officials appointed by the kingdom and even housed a kingdom army. Derek wasn't traveling empty-handed. He brought a cart loaded with 1,000 pounds of wheat bran. In his hometown, wheat bran was worth at most 2 copper coins per pound, with a lower purchase price. But in Watch City, it could fetch half a copper coin more per pound. A cartload was 500 copper coins, not a huge profit but a convenient side income. As for why he didn't bring more grain, it was simple. Grain was the Ferreira family's business. No one could compete with them in their territory. This 1,000 pounds had been collected sporadically by Derek. If he weren't the Ferreira baron's son, he might have ended up dead in a ditch. Derek's main goal for this trip wasn't profit, but gaining experience. He hired a driver and bought a cart, considering it a fixed asset. This makeshift caravan set off in a somewhat haphazard manner. News quickly reached Baron Ferreira, who merely glanced at it indifferently and said no more. Along the way, Derek hoped to encounter some bandits for practice. Unfortunately, his well-equipped guard deterred anyone from risking their lives for a few silver coins worth of grain. After 10 days of meandering, they finally arrived at their destination. Watch City was the first proper city Derek had seen since arriving in this world. It was a humbling experience, but true nonetheless. Even Count Perez's castle paled in comparison. The gate guards noticed the noble insignia on the caravan and symbolically collected 50 copper coins as an entry fee before letting them in. However, as soon as he stepped through the gate, Derek stepped into some unknown excrement. "Who the hell leaves their mess everywhere?" he exclaimed, disgusted. The sanitary conditions in the countryside had already bothered him, and he was strict about it on his own land. But this step shattered all his illusions. This world was entirely different. After adjusting his mindset, Derek sold the grain at a low price to the Ferreira family's shop and found a place to stay. His purposes here were twofold: to broaden his horizons and use it as a training exercise, and to find a reliable source of iron ore. Derek left the base, but training didn't stop. The new recruits continued their daily drills under the guidance of the militia, following the established plans. Although the efficiency wasn't as high as before, the progress was still considerable thanks to the data panel. However, the situation with Little Teru was less optimistic. The blacksmith apprentices managed to maintain their pace for the first few days, but their progress plummeted to less than half after Derek's departure. Fortunately, the data panel continued to accumulate overflow experience points. In just 10 days, they reached the level of regular army blacksmiths. Little Teru quickly realized that the new apprentices, like himself, were exceptionally talented. He recalled Derek's words. Genius? No, with the right materials, even a pig can become a competent blacksmith. He had once secretly mocked this statement, but now he saw his ignorance. This realization drastically changed Little Teru's attitude. Since blacksmithing was no longer an exclusive skill, he decided to follow orders diligently to avoid trouble. This change in mindset might be attributed to his youth. An older Teru might not have been so easily persuaded. If the data panel had a loyalty metric, Little Teru's loyalty would have increased by at least 50%. Derek, far away in Watchtower City, could roughly deduce what was happening through the data panel. This method of managing people seemed effective. However, manipulating a rural blacksmith's son was hardly an achievement. The next day, Derek began his tour of Watchtower City. This populous city attracted nobles from the surrounding areas, with various shops and abundant supplies. Despite holding a knight's title, Derek couldn't afford to offend anyone here. The title was merely a ticket to enter. Reputation, strength, and price were all factors Derek needed to balance. He didn't plan to purchase a large quantity of iron or at once, since Little Teru's daily consumption was only 7 or 8 pounds, and the short-term demand wasn't significant. Watchtower City, the largest city in the vicinity, had a bustling market for all kinds of goods, including iron ore. Recent peace had kept prices stable. A pound of iron ore cost about 10 copper coins, with an iron yield of roughly one-third. Thus, the cost of a pound of iron was about 30 copper coins, while the market price ranged between 40 and 50. At first glance, the profit seemed substantial. But after deducting labor, fuel, and transportation costs, the actual profit was modest. A ton of iron ore cost around 80 silver coins. If brought back for the blacksmiths to practice, it could produce over 300 pounds of iron, enough to forge 7 or 800 spearheads. This batch would be worth over 300 silver coins, taking 2 to 3 months for 3 novice blacksmiths to complete. After deducting minor labor and material costs, the net profit would be around 250 silver coins, with some left over. But Derek knew that if calculated like this, he'd be the fool. Over 3 months, this business would only be worth a few dozen gold coins, while the monthly expenses for his dozens of men, including wages and maintenance, amounted to 3 gold coins, making it a break-even operation. Of course, maintaining such a large workforce required other sources of income. Ordinary nobles wouldn't support so many people, so overall, there were still gains. For Derek, money was just a resource. Building his strength was key. With 3 squads of regular troops, even Baron Ferreira had to take him seriously. Derek soon made his move and bought a cartload of iron ore. The quantity wasn't conspicuous, so no one paid attention. In Watchtower City, he was just another insignificant figure, but Derek knew this would soon change. The convoy creaked its way back to Mado Village. Andrew remained skeptical about Derek's insistence on training blacksmiths. He lent Derek the training ground but rarely visited it himself. Keeping a proper distance might also be a way to maintain family bonds. The round trip took nearly a month. The level difference between the base and the soldiers who went out wasn't significant. The new recruits hovered between levels 3 and 5, while the veterans were around levels 5 to 7. The blacksmiths, however, made rapid progress. Tara's profession reached Army Blacksmith level 4, with an experience pool of 17,100 and an overflow of 22,100. The other 2 apprentices had reached level 2. When they met again, little Teru bowed even lower. "How many spearheads can you forge in a day now?" Derek asked. "About 10, little Teru replied. "With my recent improvements and the help of the 2 apprentices, we can forge about 10 spearheads a day. Try forging some iron swords," Derek instructed. "Use the iron ore I brought back. A good blacksmith needs practice to develop." "You're right," little Teru respectfully replied. "I've made more progress here than I did in 10 years with my father. I have some ideas about forging iron swords, but it might take a few tries." Little Teru was confident, despite the recent slowdown in his progress. He believed that with time, he could forge a decent iron sword. Derek nodded in satisfaction, knowing that little Teru's talent had nearly peaked. Daily improvements were minimal, sometimes non-existent. Without the overflow experience points from the data panel, he'd be a level 5 blacksmith at best, even with the accelerated growth. Otherwise, he'd be no different from his father, a level 4 blacksmith. But this didn't matter. An iron sword required 3 to 5 pounds of material, costing 1 or 2 silver coins, but could sell for 5 silver coins. Even forging 1 sword a day would double the profit. Of course, the blacksmith needed to be at least level 5. This seemed to be a critical threshold. Below level 5, blacksmiths remained rural craftsmen, earning 2 or 3 gold coins a year. A level 5 blacksmith, however, could generate 40 to 50 gold coins annually. This was the real profit. 50 gold coins were equivalent to the output of a small estate. If all 3 blacksmiths could forge iron swords, with a few apprentices assisting, they could earn 150 gold coins a year, enough to support 6 or 7 squads of soldiers. Realistically, after various expenses, supporting 4 to 5 squads would already be impressive. After organizing the blacksmith's work, Derek resumed his intense training. He knew that everything depended on having sufficient military strength as a backup. Without it, such a lucrative business would attract countless envious eyes. In this feudal society, having the ability to make money didn't mean unlimited expansion. Nobles controlled the basic resources, and one had to operate within the established rules. A month and a half later, after numerous failures, little Teru finally forged a decent iron sword. Compared to cheap spears, iron swords were undoubtedly more valuable. Having accumulated dozens of iron swords, the iron ore was nearly exhausted. It had been almost 3 months. Derek had spent nearly half of his gold coins. Staying any longer would inevitably attract attention. Derek realized it was time to find a place to establish himself. There's no place more suitable around here than Sentinel City. It's densely populated, directly governed by the kingdom, rich in resources, but the housing prices have skyrocketed as a result. Derek gritted his teeth and emptied all his liquid assets to buy a courtyard on the outskirts of the city, spending a total of 30 gold coins. The courtyard spans an acre and a half. Though not spacious, after some modifications, the front can be turned into a blacksmith shop, and the back can accommodate a small yard, just enough for everyone to live in. The only regret is the lack of a training ground, so they'll have to make do for now. Fortunately, He still has dozens of iron swords and hundreds of spearheads to sell, enough to keep things running. Derek knew that the most important thing right now wasn't money, but maintaining this setup and waiting for an opportunity. Although the North has been peaceful for years, tranquility has lasted too long, and turmoil could arise at any moment. After some simple renovations, Derek's blacksmith shop quietly opened for business. However, he couldn't find peace of mind. Training progress was slowing down, and merely surviving on data panels might work for now, but in real combat, they might turn into a bunch of weaklings. He decided to seek real combat opportunities to let his team experience bloodshed. After asking around in the city, Derek soon found a job escorting a caravan. In a local tavern, there was a bulletin board full of various task notices. Among them, Goat Trading Company was recruiting a team of soldiers to escort their caravan. Following the lead, Derek found Goat Trading Company and met the skinny manager, Vincent. After introducing himself, Vincent scrutinized him with a skeptical look. If it weren't for Derek's background as a knight and his family name, Vincent wouldn't have given him this chance. From Sentinel City to Count Perez's territory, it's about a month's journey. I can offer you 3 gold coins, with additional payment if it takes longer, Vincent stated his terms. Derek calculated. The annual maintenance cost for a small squad of pikemen, including equipment wear and tear, food, and wages, is 20 gold coins, plus about 10 gold coins for basic equipment. A knight's horse, weapons, and iron-plated armor cost over 20 gold coins, with an annual maintenance cost of 10 gold coins. Such a team needs at least 30 gold coins a year, not counting the initial investment. 3 gold coins? It seems like a small profit, but mercenaries don't get jobs every day. The hidden costs of casualties, medical expenses, and increased weapon wear during missions are significant. Besides, risking their lives is supposed to earn them more money. Derek didn't hesitate to refuse. Manager Vincent, although this is my first job, I'm not clueless. I'll take it for 10 gold coins, or you can find someone else. I trained with Count Perez's knights, and my men are seasoned veterans. You won't find a more professional mercenary team. Vincent hesitated. The reason he was willing to use a newcomer was Derek's background. Although he was skeptical about the elite knight, claimed true elites would have joined a knight order by now. The reputation of knights trained by Count Perez was better than other wandering knights. If you know the market, you should know 10 gold coins is impossible. I'll give you 5 gold coins, and I'm willing to give you a chance. I've dealt with the Ferreira family before. Vincent offered a compromise, which was a standard price. Derek wanted to negotiate further, but Vincent was growing impatient. 5 gold coins, and only because you're a knight. Otherwise, I'd offer no more than 4. Knights are expensive to maintain but in high demand. Seeing this, Derek wisely accepted the offer. All right, 5 gold coins it is. This is my first mission, so I'll give you a break. Next time, once you see what I'm capable of, you'll have to pay more. Vincent, relieved that the deal was finally settled, said, if you prove your worth, the price will naturally go up, and there will be more opportunities for cooperation. They immediately signed a contract and registered it with the local Chamber of Commerce. The tavern that facilitated the deal also kept a record. Any breach of contract would tarnish one's reputation locally. Back home, Derek began considering selecting a squire. For a knight, a squire's role is crucial, taking care of the horse, maintaining weapons and armor, and even assisting in donning armor and charging in battle, practically a knight's shadow. For commoners, it's also a prime opportunity for advancement, essentially a ticket to knighthood and future achievements. Derek understood that in terms of combat skills, a squire might not be weaker than a knight. For most wandering knights and even official knights, a squire is more like a tool, a high-level soldier. There's no need to teach them etiquette or military command. They just serve as servants and soldiers. For Derek, it's the same for now. With the data panel's assistance, he doesn't need to worry about talent. Loyalty is enough. Poor talent can be trained over time, but if loyalty is compromised, it benefits others. Fortunately, soldiers selected from farmers, though lacking in experience, are mostly honest and straightforward. They are accustomed to serving the Ferreira family and are easier for Derek to command. This turned out to be a fortunate dilemma. In the end, Derek chose a highly obedient soldier as his squire. Simon. Occupation. Level 8 pikeman squire. Experience pool. 0-100. Simon was one of the standout recruits from the first batch of training. An 8th level pikeman, he was physically robust, clad in simple leather armor, equipped with a short sword and a spear. In single combat, ordinary recruits couldn't withstand his thrusts. In formation, he could unleash formidable combat power. Derek personally named him Simon, rewarding his obedience, loyalty, and diligent training. Although many had better talent, Simon consistently remained in the top tier, never falling behind. Opportunity always favors the prepared. Derek prepared a set of iron-plated armor, an iron sword, and a horse for Simon. These alone were worth 4 gold coins, and his salary doubled as well. The cost was significant, and the money needed for formal knight training in the future would be even more daunting. This is why knights rarely train squires lightly. The years, or even decades of training come at an exorbitant price. Before departure, Derek personally equipped Simon with new gear in front of all the soldiers. For the young men of peasant origins, this scene was tantamount to crossing half a social class. Their eyes were filled with envy and jealousy, watching Simon's every move intently. Derek solemnly announced, "In the name of von Derek, I bestow upon you the title of Knight Squire and grant you the name Simon. May you one day earn your own noble surname." Simon awkwardly knelt on one knee, attempting to mimic the posture of a knight being knighted. He was clearly nervous, his movements stiff and awkward, yet the others didn't notice his discomfort. Instead, they were even more envious of the honor. Stammering, Simon said, "To serve you, Sir Derek, I, Simon, swear to offer my life and loyalty to you." With that, the honest country boy excitedly accepted the long sword. Derek helped him up and assisted him in attaching the sword to his waist. This small change set Simon apart from the ordinary spearmen. Derek knew that Simon's future treatment would also change accordingly. Seizing the moment, Derek turned to face the 3 rows of spearmen and passionately declared, "I hope Simon's today can be your tomorrow. Train hard, fight bravely, and I will reward you with wealth, status, and honor." "To serve Sir Derek," the soldiers shouted in unison, their morale soaring. Derek felt a secret satisfaction. Promising grand rewards was an art, and he was evidently more skilled at it than many others in this world. Afterward, Derek led his now energized soldiers to rendezvous with the Goat Trading Company. The trading company had its own guard and staff, and hiring Derek's team was a temporary measure. After all, maintaining a private army year-round was a significant expense, and the company aimed to maximize profits. Instead of scrimping on that bit of hard-earned money, it was more practical to make a few more trade runs. Derek scrutinized the company's guards and frowned. Though they looked spirited, they were not as robust as his men. What displeased him even more was their assortment of weapons. Some held swords, others carried spears, and one even had a bow, though his archery skills were unknown. The caravan was small, with 30 to 40 guards protecting over 20 wagons. Before Derek could thoroughly inspect the goods, the company's manager, Vincent, approached him. "Sir Derek," Vincent asked in surprise, "are these your family's private soldiers?" The question wasn't out of the ordinary. 3 months of training, ample food supply, and the panel's enhancement had made Derek's soldiers as strong as inflated balloons. High-level soldiers naturally couldn't be weak. Although their gear was somewhat rudimentary, even Derek himself rode a regular horse and wore mainly iron-plated leather armor. Nevertheless, they were well-equipped and sturdy, standing in stark contrast to the Goat Trading Company's guards. The smile on Vincent's face grew more genuine, clearly realizing that Derek's high price was justified. Derek didn't answer the question directly, but cleverly used the opportunity to raise his value. "Manager Vincent, I told you I was worth a higher price. Next time, the fee will go up." "No problem, no problem," Vincent repeatedly assured him. However, he was already thinking about hiring a cheaper team next time. A gold coin was still money, and a passable group of mercenaries would suffice, as the chances of trouble were low. With the company's guards and 30-odd staff and servants, they could handle ordinary bandits. Unless they were held at sword point, expecting a merchant to pay more was unrealistic. Once the caravan was ready, they soon set off. Although this was Derek's first time independently undertaking such a mission, he didn't find it unfamiliar. During his time as a knight's apprentice, he had experienced various similar tasks, from escorting caravans to armed combat, long-distance raids, and battle command. These were all necessary steps in training a complete knight, explaining why the cost of cultivating a knight was so high. Knights were never meant to be used as cannon fodder. In a knightly order, apart from the heavy cavalry purely for charging, most warriors served as junior and mid-level officers, especially noble knights, who could lead a banner or 100-man unit in wartime. In peacetime, they could handle armed conflicts between nobles and quickly form a temporary army with basic combat capabilities in critical moments. With his training in this life and memories from the previous one, Derek was at ease. He organized the march, occasionally inspecting the troops, appearing quite seasoned. The only regret was the poor equipment. Even his horse was ordinary. He recalled riding the Count's warhorse during his service. If he returned home, his family would have prepared his gear. But for now, he had to make do. Knight Squire Simon was in a worse situation, riding a nag and looking rather shabby. Derek trained Simon along the way, and didn't spare the spearmen either. From the panel, he noticed that many people's stats, which had long been stagnant, occasionally fluctuated, but more importantly, their experience pools were accumulating. For the first few days, since they were near Watchtower City, not the main target of the trading company's business, everything was calm. But once they entered Count Perez's territory, the Goat Trading Company started following their planned route. Although it was a bit roundabout, they passed through more manors and villages. Derek was familiar with these places, having served here before. Although he hadn't dealt with the Goat Trading Company before, he guessed that this caravan wasn't significant enough to attract the Count's attention. Major trading companies entering the Count's territory would be escorted by the military, and Derek's experience came from those times. As time passed, Derek and manager Vincent became more acquainted. Through their conversations, Derek learned a lot. The goat trading company mainly did business with commoners, and seemed to have some connections with someone in the Count's household. Their goods like linen, farm tools, and a few odds and ends could fetch good prices. They would then use the freed-up wagons to buy some furs and grains to sell on their return trip, making considerable profits. Of course, Vincent didn't disclose the exact figures to Derek. The journey went smoothly, and they even encountered a patrolling knightly order. Derek greeted a few familiar knight squires. Most noble knights were surprised at his choice to become a wandering knight. The atmosphere in the caravan only became tense after leaving Count Perez's territory. They were now near the mountains, where occasional barbarians crossed the range, but the biggest threat was still the roaming bandits. Manager Vincent specifically reminded Derek of this in advance. However, Derek was more familiar with the area than Vincent, having participated in anti-bandit operations here. Recalling the local terrain, Derek curiously asked, "There should only be scattered villages and mountain forts here, not belonging to any noble's domain. Why is the caravan coming here?" From the caravan's journey, it was clear that this stretch of road took up a third of their time. Yet the number of villages was less than a tenth, with an even smaller population. Derek keenly sensed something unusual and pondered the true purpose of the caravan. Clearly, this isn't ordinary business. Otherwise, it would be a loss, Derek said, turning to the steward, Vincent, with a shrewd glint in his eyes. "If we're dealing with shady business, don't blame me for asking for more money." Vincent's face changed slightly, but he hesitated only for a moment before admitting, "The furs here are of top quality, perfect for making leather armor. Thanks to my master's connections, we can trade with a few mountain outposts." Derek suddenly understood. So, the danger along this route mainly stems from that? He realized this was the real reason the caravan had hired guards. Images of mountain bandits flashed in Derek's mind, and he couldn't help but smirk. Those so-called bandits might very well be the same villagers they had just traded with, ready to turn into robbers at a moment's notice. They probably wouldn't even bother to cover their faces, just aiming to reclaim the goods they had just sold. Take the money, solve the problem, Derek muttered to himself, gripping the hilt of his sword. As someone who had seen blood before, he wasn't afraid of any bandits. But he knew that underestimating the enemy was a grave mistake. He began methodically arranging defensive measures, and the previously relaxed soldiers tensed up again. The goat caravan didn't have many long-term clients, indicating limited influence from its backers. But old connections ensured smooth transactions. With only 2 stops left before the return journey, Derek grew increasingly vigilant, sensing danger ahead. These last 2 outposts were deep in the mountains, and even the seasoned caravan members fell silent. In this tense atmosphere, the new recruits' psychological pressure grew daily. Derek knew that moderate pressure could promote growth, but excessive pressure would only lead to collapse. His men weren't battle-hardened veterans, just a bunch of green recruits. To ease the tension, Derek decided to take action. "Relax, guys," Derek shouted in a rough voice. "Don't be scared. I've killed more bandits than I can count, and I've even got a barbarian's head hanging in my living room." He began to boast, though most of it was exaggeration. His status as a knight lent him credibility. Derek vividly recounted his legendary experiences, describing the bandits as easy prey. Gradually, the men's tension eased, which was exactly what Derek wanted. He couldn't have his men trembling and clueless in the face of danger. Just as the caravan was about to pass through the last mountain pass, a loud crash echoed. A large boulder rolled down the slope, missing everyone but signaling the arrival of a chaotic band of bandits from all directions. Scattered arrows flew, barely making an impact except for one unlucky soul who got hit in the rear. But facing these armed foes, the caravan members' psychological pressure soared. Derek was prepared. He immediately commanded the caravan to close ranks, forming a circle of wagons with everyone sheltered in the center. Despite their sluggish movements, they finally completed the defensive formation under Derek's stern orders. Seeing over 100 bandits surrounding the caravan, Vincent couldn't help but regret. "I knew this trip wasn't safe. Should have hired more people." He understood that this attack might be due to them encroaching on others' interests, with the mountain folks finally losing patience. Derek, however, didn't see it as overly dangerous. He dismounted and drew his finely crafted iron sword. "Gather up, form ranks, prepare to charge," he commanded loudly. The spearmen, following their training, quickly lined up, ready to counterattack. In a mere 20 meters, the spearmen accelerated into a charge. With a thrust, the front row's spears pierced the nearest bandits. The rear row followed, creating a moving wall of spikes. Thrust, withdraw, thrust. Derek's commands rang out, and the spearmen mechanically repeated the motions. The bandits fell into disarray, some trying to flee, others attempting to charge. Their leaders shouted themselves hoarse, unable to coordinate. Watching the rabble, Derek's lips curled into a cold smile, knowing victory was within reach. The tension among the spearmen eased slightly, but their muscles remained vigilant. Derek keenly observed the situation, noticing that the bandits seemed to have reached some sort of agreement, preparing to launch an attack. Under the command of Steward Vincent, the caravan barely managed to form a circle, leaving a gap for retreat. Fall back in staggered formation. Watch your footing, Derek ordered. The spearmen retreated slowly and orderly, their previous fierce display making the bandits hesitate. Several minor leaders cursed and shoved their subordinates forward. Suddenly, a burly man charged out of the crowd, leading the assault. Derek sighed inwardly. The ferocity of the mountain folk was indeed not exaggerated. If it had been a group of ordinary farmers, they would have already been routed. However, if given a choice, he would still prefer farmers. Obedience is most important, he thought. Combat skills can be trained, but obedience is hard to instill. Seeing the bandits about to break through the defense, Derek unhesitatingly gave the order, halt, thrust. The spearmen instinctively stopped and then lunged forward. Thud, thud, thud. The bandits at the front were instantly pierced through, blood spurting out. This scene thoroughly intimidated the other bandits, and no one dared to make a rash move. Only then did Derek command the spearmen to withdraw to their makeshift camp. Steward Vincent immediately approached, eyes full of admiration. Sir Derek, your performance was truly astounding. I've seen many mercenaries, but none as elite and fierce as you. Not only are you strong in combat, but you can also counterattack while retreating on command unheard of. Derek didn't respond immediately. He inspected the spearmen who had fought. Fortunately, no one was seriously injured. One unlucky fellow had an arrow in his chest, but it had only pierced his leather armor, not even breaking the skin. The others were unharmed, thanks to their spears and the bandits' lack of skill. Derek quickly arranged the defenses, distributing weapons to everyone. He evenly positioned the caravan guards and had the workers stay at the rear, ready for any eventuality. The spearmen remained on alert, prepared for battle. Outside, the bandits fell into a dispute, clearly divided on whether to continue the attack. Ultimately, after losing over a dozen men, they decided to give it another try. Learning from their previous failure, the bandits hastily assigned tasks, preparing for a full-scale assault on the caravan's defenses. Derek saw through the bandits' intentions and smirked. These fools really think they're an elite force, he thought. Without siege equipment, they think they can easily break through the wagon defenses? Steward Vincent grew nervous again. Sir Derek, should we negotiate with them? Not yet, Derek replied without turning his head. Wait until we repel them. Otherwise, their demands will only grow. Soon, the bandits launched another attack, charging with wild cries. However, they quickly found themselves in even greater trouble. The spearmen's defense was solid, and the few bandits who managed to climb over the wagons were swiftly cut down. Steward Vincent was amazed to see these seemingly fierce bandits fall so easily. Derek, however, interrupted his reverie. If it were me, I'd use fire, then lie in wait. If they wanted to rob us, they should have attacked at dawn. A few battering rams would soon break these wagons apart. Not to mention poison or ambushes. Steward Vincent shuddered, instantly abandoning any thoughts of skimping on expenses. In the end, the bandits couldn't hold out. They had come to plunder for a better life, not to die. In the blink of an eye, most had fled. Those remaining, seeing the situation, also ran, leaving behind a few unclaimed corpses. The caravan members finally breathed a sigh of relief, some collapsing to the ground. Compared to the anticipated total annihilation, the losses were minimal. Only a few unfortunate souls were injured, and one person was killed. Some wagons and goods were damaged, but compared to being completely looted, these losses were negligible. After repelling the mountain bandits, Derek decided to set up camp on the spot. As the sun set, tents sprang up and campfires were lit. Taking advantage of this rare breathing space, he gathered his soldiers for a profound psychological briefing. The baptism of fire had made these young men grow rapidly. Derek glanced around and saw the youthful naivety fading from their eyes, replaced by an unmistakable excitement. Some were even eager to plunge back into battle. After completing the psychological counseling, Derek opened his panel to check the data. Sure enough, all the soldiers' experience points had increased, ranging from 10 to 20 points. This improvement was a result of both practical experience and mental adjustment. For spearmen above level 5, the progress was quite noticeable. Although the improvement was slight for soldiers at levels 7 and 8, this breakthrough was still significant. Derek knew well that such opportunities for massive improvement were rare and would become less effective over time. He then turned his attention to his own stats. Von Derek, Class, Knight. Level, 75,100. Experience pool, 0-100. Not bad. He had gained 3 experience points himself. His Knight Squire had also leveled up, reaching level 4. At that moment, Derek discovered an unexpected surprise. A new icon appeared at the bottom of the panel, Clearly not human. Warhorse unnamed. Quality, common, 46,100. Experience pool, 0-100. Even warhorses can join the panel? Derek was instantly thrilled. If the arms trade was lucrative, then the horse trade was a monopoly. The price range was enormous, and money alone couldn't always secure a good horse. Even his common horse was worth over 10 gold coins, while a well-trained warhorse could easily start at dozens of gold coins. Derek began to ponder what had caused the warhorse to be included in the panel. Was it the recent battle, or the horse's obedience? Based on his experience with soldiers being added to the panel, he leaned towards the latter. However, if every horse required personal training to be accepted by the panel, this feature would be quite limited. He decided to put the question aside for now. At least he could continue to cultivate a few quality warhorses. As night fell, Steward Vincent quietly visited Derek's tent. He promised a reward upon their return to the city, a token of gratitude, albeit modest. This was customary. After all, risking their lives deserved some recompense. Derek was satisfied with this gesture, as such practices fostered future cooperation. The next morning, the caravan resumed its journey. There were few bandit hideouts left, and they were nearing their return route. Steward Vincent prayed fervently, hoping for no further incidents. Despite one attack, the trip had been highly profitable, especially in the latter half. Mountain folk were typically wary of outsiders. Without the connection of the goat caravan, Derek would have had no chance of easily entering their mountain villages. He strictly ordered his soldiers to restrain their behavior and avoid conflicts. The soldiers silently guarded the caravan, watching as mountain folk came and went, trading goods. It seemed people from more than just this village had gathered, drawn by the news. Derek crossed his arms, his sharp gaze deterring any mountain folk who might harbor ill intentions. Suddenly, a commotion caught his attention. "Can you lower the price of the healing salve? We only have these rabbit pelts," a ragged mountain man pleaded. "No, these rabbit pelts are only good for making gloves. They won't fetch a good price. The high-quality salve is for my own use. I won't sell it cheaply," Steward Vincent responded coldly. Derek approached to prevent the situation from escalating. Seeing him, Vincent's confidence grew. "No one does business at a loss," he sneered. Usually restrained in Derek's presence, Vincent showed no empathy for the lowly mountain folk, loath to sell at a loss. The mountain man seemed ready to act, but seeing Derek, he shrank back, fear flashing in his eyes. He wanted to leave, but remembered his bedridden brother and held his ground. "Steward, give me the healing salve. Next time, I'll bring 10 wild boar hides," the mountain man gritted out. 10 wild boar hides were valuable enough to make several pieces of leather armor. Vincent's eyes lit up, but seeing the man's tattered clothes, he sneered. "Next time? You better not starve to death first. Get out of the way, or I'll be less polite." The mountain man's arm muscles bulged, ready to explode. At that critical moment, Derek stepped forward and placed a hand on his shoulder. "Friend, you look familiar," Derek said meaningfully. The mountain man flinched, suddenly aware of his surroundings and the power of the man before him. He tried to break free but was firmly held. His pride in his strength was useless against Derek. Derek was also surprised. This brute strength was unusual, stronger than most robust men. Such natural strength was rare among mountain folk. "I don't know you. Let me go. This is no place for outsiders to cause trouble," the mountain man yelled, drawing the attention of many. Even with the backing of the goat caravan, causing a scene here needed careful consideration. Derek ignored him and turned to his squire, Simon. "Bring my healing salve." Simon quickly returned with a small package. "Friend, I mean no harm," Derek said gently. "I'll take those 10 wild boar hides. This is my own healing salve, much better than what's on the market, especially for stab wounds." He stared deeply into the mountain man's eyes, as if seeing through him. The mountain man averted his gaze, unsure if he had been recognized. But thinking of his brother's life, he gritted his teeth and took the package. "Outsider, I'll bring you those 10 wild boar hides," the mountain man promised solemnly. "Good. I'll wait for you when the caravan returns. If I'm not here, you can give them to Steward Vincent." Derek nodded. The mountain man walked a few steps, then turned back and stubbornly asked, "Knight, tell me your name." "Von Derek. My name is Wood." "I'll bring those wild boar hides," the mountain man said before striding away. Vincent approached with a regretful expression. "Sir Derek, your healing salve might be wasted. These people don't have the virtues of knights." "No, I think he's a warrior, worth giving a chance," Derek replied calmly. "How can you tell?" Vincent asked, curious. Derek smiled without answering. He thought to himself, the few bandits who dare to charge are often the strongest fighters. If it were anyone else, they might have been overwhelmed. Such a person is a rare talent among mountain folk, worth recruiting. Besides, my things aren't so easily taken. Steward Vincent never got an answer, but from his years of business experience, he was almost certain that this investment was going down the drain. He frowned, his fingers unconsciously tapping the armrest of the carriage. Derek noticed the steward's expression, but knew he had no right to interfere with the firm's decisions. Instead, as a young knight with ample strength, he should be building good relations with the caravan. The caravan stayed in the village for 2 days, purchasing a large quantity of furs. Derek marveled at the merchant's shrewdness as he watched the piles of goods grow. The return route was slightly different, with Steward Vincent continuously purchasing various supplies along the way, nearly stacking the carriage higher than a mountain. Seeing the horses struggling, Derek felt a pang of sympathy. He thought to himself that the power of capital is ruthless in any world, with the only difference being the exploited subjects. This realization solidified his resolve to be the exploiter, not the exploited. As they neared Watchdown, a piece of good news occurred. Simon, the night squire, had his old nag included in the panel, quickly upgrading to a standard quality horse. Derek was delighted, as this could mean a profit margin of at least 3 gold coins. More importantly, he had found a stable source of warhorses. In this era of primitive combat methods, fully armored heavy cavalry were as formidable as nuclear weapons, and excellent warhorses were an indispensable part of that. Back in Watchdown, Derek handed in his mission at the tavern and left a record. This record would serve as a reference for future caravan hires. Although Steward Vincent was somewhat reluctant, he still handed over 2 gold coins as an extra reward. Upon returning to the base, Derek found that the spearman's level had barely improved, which disappointed him. However, the skills of the 3 blacksmiths had significantly advanced, with young Trull able to forge fairly high-quality iron swords independently. Derek continued to build his strength while taking on minor tasks in the surrounding area, sending spearmen out to train. Gradually, they gained a reputation as reliable and formidable warriors in Watchtown's mercenary circles. As time passed, Derek's wealth and power steadily grew. However, his anxiety also increased. Without land and population, he knew his endeavors would eventually hit a ceiling. Take Baron Ferreira's domain, for example. With only 4,000 to 5,000 people, it couldn't support unlimited soldier recruitment. The same was true for other noble territories, where recruiting soldiers indiscriminately was unthinkable. Derek was acutely aware that in this feudal society, those without land and assets were almost immobile. Even most freemen had their own land and assets and wouldn't easily turn to soldiering. Those without assets were bound as serfs to the nobility, restricted from free movement, and treated merely as production tools. The social ceiling was firmly locked. Breaking the class barriers was the only way to continue growing. Currently, the output of the 3 blacksmiths barely maintained the status quo. But if the business were to expand, it would eventually be swallowed up without the support of a powerful patron. Derek knew the nature of the nobility all too well and didn't want to take that risk. However, merely maintaining the status quo seemed insufficient. Derek calculated that a small manor in the northern province would cost about 5,000 gold coins. At his current rate of accumulation, it would take 50 years to save that amount. For people of this era, leaving such an inheritance for future generations and the family was already quite good. Even the well-managed Perez family had only accumulated 2 small manors over the years. But Derek wasn't satisfied. He knew that having crossed over and possessing a golden finger, merely living an average life would be a waste. Besides, there was no guarantee he would live to see 50 years. This world offered no sense of security unless he could control his own destiny. Small-scale wars might bring opportunities, but Derek didn't want to take that risk. He understood the kingdom's political system well, a typical dual monarchy. Feudal lords and the king coexisted, with nobles under the king's name having obligations but relative freedom. Nobles infeoffed by other great lords, although they might continue to serve the kingdom, had almost no political freedom. The stance of a feudal lord was their stance. Unless the lord rebelled, they couldn't refuse any request. More importantly, most of the kingdom's political resources were still in the king's hands. Even the descendants of noble families would be subject to the feudal lord's descendants. Therefore, breaking class barriers and gaining real power was difficult through reliance on great lords. Derek believed the best approach was to go to the capital and strive to control the kingdom's core resources. But as a rural noble, the Ferreira family didn't have enough political capital to make him a kingdom official. Such political resources were only available to great nobles and the royal family. Thus, Derek found himself in a deadlock. Unless a large-scale war occurred, gaining titles through military exploits to enter the king's radar and gradually seizing power and resources seemed impossible. Derek was waiting for the war with the northern barbarians. These barbarians, rising in the north, had occupied much land during the kingdom's divided period. As the kingdom regained its strength, a reconquest war was inevitable. This was common knowledge among the wise, but when it would happen was uncertain. Maybe tomorrow, maybe in 10 or 20 years. Derek once thought he could wait patiently, but now he realized he had lost his patience. This impatience stemmed from the intentional or unintentional prying eyes around him. A military business with an annual output exceeding 100 gold coins naturally attracted many covetous eyes. Currently, Derek's knight title, family background, and personal strength could deter these greedy glances. But he knew that once the scale expanded, it would attract even more greed. The first to make a move might even be his patron, Baron Ferreira. Yes, in the face of family interests, what did father-son relationships matter? Derek realized he had underestimated the value of a competent blacksmith. In this era, smelting and forging techniques were extremely precious. Most blacksmiths relied on intuition and experience to craft weapons, making skilled blacksmiths rare and highly profitable. Even the transmission of skills was cautious and guarded. Only a few forces mastering advanced technology could monopolize the industry. The panel's existence was practically a cheat code, turning what would otherwise be a matter of luck into a certainty. Given enough time, every blacksmith could become proficient. This was an enviable power. Realizing this, Derek even hesitated to continue upgrading. Despite this, Derek's heart burned with a fiery ambition. He longed to find a place away from prying eyes to fully exploit the panel's capabilities. He was convinced that with just one opportunity, he could quickly ascend the stage of history. And he already had a target in mind. After 4 months, the goat caravan invited Derek to escort them again, and he readily agreed. Vincent, the steward, offered an extra gold coin as commission, which was a generous gesture. Derek was even allowed to carry some personal goods, which secretly delighted him. The journey was smooth, with familiar paths easing their travel. The once rampant bandits seemed to have vanished, perhaps dissolved after their previous defeat. This remote mountain area, difficult for even noble powers to control, could scarcely support a large population. It wasn't until they reached the final mountain village that Derek grew tense. As usual, the caravan would stay here for 2 days. He hoped his judgment was correct. Vincent, recalling the last time, joked, "Don't get your hopes up. I doubt that villager will show up." Despite profiting from the villagers, his disdain for the poor and combative locals was evident. Derek remained silent. Even if the deal fell through, it would just mean more trouble. But he trusted his instincts. On the first day, no one appeared. By the end of the second day, there was still no sign. Derek frowned, unable to hide his disappointment. Vincent shook his head privately, thinking that young people need to learn hard lessons. Wisely, he refrained from lecturing Derek, letting him experience the harsh realities of life. Derek stood outside the camp, watching the villagers come and go. As the caravan prepared to depart, the crowd seemed to grow, with many arriving from other villages. Had he misjudged? Derek wavered, but unlike the nobles, he didn't look down on the villagers. He believed that the person he was waiting for had a certain heroic spirit. Heroic might be a neutral term, implying possible misdeeds, but such people rarely broke their word. Just as Derek sighed and was about to turn away, a shout came from behind. "Fong, I'm here." He turned quickly to see several figures running towards him, carrying something. A smile spread across Derek's face, not for the 10 wild boar hides, but for the fact that the person had kept their promise. In no time, the villager Wood was standing before Derek. Derek noticed Wood taking a half-step back, with others standing behind him. A familiar face emerged. It was the man who had been severely injured last time. Surprisingly, he had survived. Thud. Several bundles of wild boar hides were thrown to the ground. Wood straightened up and, in a loud voice, said, "Fong, this is what I owe you. I would never break my word." Derek didn't even glance at the valuable hides. Instead, he praised loudly, "You kept your promise. You're a true man." Opposite him, the villager Lloyd had been observing Derek. He was curious about the man who had trusted him with medicine, especially since Derek seemed uninterested in the hides. This was unlike any noble knight he had ever known. Originally here to fulfill a promise, Lloyd suddenly had an idea. "Fong, thank you for your trust. Dare to follow me for a drink?" The invitation was sudden. Wood exclaimed, "Big brother." He was wary of outsiders, but had a good impression of Derek and feared his brother might be planning something bad. Derek paused, realizing this could be a rare opportunity. Sometimes gaining trust was simple, other times it was as hard as climbing a mountain. Refusing might mean missing out on a great chance. The man didn't seem foolish and likely wouldn't do anything reckless. Most importantly, Derek touched his sword at his waist, smiling confidently. "Why not? But give me a moment." Derek called over Simon, his squire, who had been watching the group approach. "Sir, what are your orders?" Simon asked, eyeing Lloyd with a strong, intimidating presence. He had grown noticeably stronger in the past 4 months. "Get someone to take these hides and bring my goods," Derek instructed. He didn't stop Simon's hostility, as it was a way to show strength. Seeing Derek's men, everyone became more cautious, remembering unpleasant past encounters. Ignoring this, Derek turned and smiled. "Mind if I bring a companion?" Lloyd nodded, thinking if this man dared to follow, he was worth befriending. Soon, Simon had people take the hides and brought Derek's personal goods before Vincent could react. Simon carried a wooden box over. Despite the curious looks, Derek urged, "Let's go." Lloyd silently nodded to his men and led the way. The caravan was camped outside the village gates on a flat area. Lloyd's village was not close, and they wouldn't return overnight. They found a spot nearby to set up camp. 3 simple leather tents surrounded a campfire that was already burning. Seeing Lloyd return, 5 or 6 more people emerged. Derek observed silently, noting that the small group now had 10 members. In the mountains, this was not insignificant. Villages could range from 100 people to just one family. Survival was hard, and few stayed unless they had no choice. Lloyd gathering 10 strong men showed considerable capability, and this likely wasn't his entire group. There was no need to bring everyone when not working. The new arrivals didn't recognize Derek but looked at him suspiciously, seeing him as easy prey. Lloyd remained silent, as if planning to deceive Derek. For lawless villagers, killing him for revenge wasn't out of the question. Simon rested a hand on his sword, ready to strike on command. Derek, however, laughed and sat on a tree stump, unconcerned. Leader, no need for this act. Sit and let's talk. Derek's demeanor was as if he were at home. Lloyd waved off his agitated men and sat opposite Derek. Aren't you afraid? Afraid? Why should I be afraid? Derek countered with a hearty laugh, his eyes locking onto Lloyd with a hint of disdain. I see potential in you, but it's a pity your vision is confined by these mountains. The world is much larger than the petty foes you've encountered. If you have any other intentions, I can carve a bloody path with my sword. Lloyd remained silent, but a local couldn't hold back any longer and jumped out. Glaring at Derek, he snarled, outsider, don't be so arrogant. Do you believe I won't kill you right now? Derek was unfazed, but Simon acted swiftly. He threw the chest heavily onto the ground and drew his sword with lightning speed. In the next instant, the blade flashed and its tip pierced the front of the man's animal skin shoe, embedding an inch into the ground. The locals gasped in astonishment at the sheer power, speed, and precision. They had seen warriors who could wrestle tigers and outrun deer, but such exquisite swordsmanship was unheard of. Derek remained seated, as steady as a mountain. Matching Simon's display, he spoke slowly. Don't mistake me for one of those useless nobles. The world is full of heroes and legends. Why else would Louis be crowned king? Why does the name Perez command respect in the northern provinces? Sure, there are worthless nobles, but there are also true heroes. I, Von Derek, am not among the incompetent ones you've seen. His tone softened to sincerity. I came here to make friends, so let's avoid any more tests like this. Lloyd's face darkened, feeling uneasy about this public demonstration of power. Yet, as Derek said, he was no fool. The latent contempt he held evaporated. In this world, some feared power, others worshipped wealth, and many dreaded death, but everyone respected strength. At this moment, Derek was the embodiment of strength. Unconsciously, Lloyd lowered his head, not realizing his own demeanor had softened. He forced a smile. I apologize. Outsiders have always been hostile towards us, so I'm truly sorry. I'm Lloyd and I'd like to be your friend. Seeing this, Derek eased up and signaled to Simon. Open my gift and show it to Chief Lloyd. Simon first approached the man who had challenged them. The man was too stunned to move, and Simon arrogantly withdrew his sword before turning to the chest. He expertly pried open the lid, unveiling layers of wood shavings and oiled paper to reveal the items inside. With Derek's approval, he took them out one by one for display. A deep black longsword glinted in the firelight. Simon gently pushed aside the scabbard, revealing intricate patterns on the blade. A fine sword. For the mountain folk, any weapon was precious, let alone a beautifully crafted longsword. This was Derek's handiwork, showcasing the advanced skills of his craftsmen and meticulous polishing. The craftsmanship, quality, and packaging could easily fetch 10 silver coins each. Although Lloyd was well-traveled, his experience was limited. When Simon laid out 5 swords, his breath became heavy, eyes glued to the blades. Despite knowing Derek had ulterior motives, he couldn't resist the temptation. After a long pause, he managed to suppress his urge to seize them and asked with difficulty, Knight Derek, what is your intention? Derek chuckled in wordly carrot and stick. Even the bravest must bow. He replied casually, just making friends. I pride myself on being generous to my friends. Lloyd couldn't help but nod. Such generosity was indeed moving. He quickly offered, yes, friends? From now on, you are my friend. If you ever face trouble, just mention my name. It carries weight in these mountains. He intended to boast further but wisely held back, considering Derek's strength. Derek didn't rush to reveal his purpose. With this gesture of goodwill, their subsequent conversation became much smoother. They roasted rabbits over the fire, and the locals brought out their treasured wine. During the feast, Lloyd probed a bit, thinking Derek was interested in the fur trade, but was politely declined. After a hearty meal, while others were still chatting, Derek invited Lloyd for a walk. Lloyd understood the hint and followed. As they distanced themselves from the camp, Lloyd's expression grew serious, anticipating Derek's request and unsure if he could meet it. Lloyd, how's your business of robbing travelers? Derek asked directly. Lloyd, prepared for his identity to be exposed, answered calmly, barely enough to survive. This isn't a major trade route, so we only target small merchants. Supplies are expensive in the mountains, so we scrape by. Derek chuckled. I believe you. Supplies are expensive, and survival is tough. But surely, there are more than just small merchants passing through here. He was well versed in the ways of nobles and kingdom officials. All trade caravans operated through connections. Without background support, progress was impossible. Nobles and officials only needed to set up tolls to extort the traders. According to kingdom law, the tax was 1/10, but in reality, every checkpoint demanded a fee, and costs doubled with each stop. Thus, profits were scarce. To counter this, merchants would traverse hidden paths, making these routes their trade secrets. The mountains weren't devoid of rich targets, they just couldn't handle them. With a few words, Derek plunged Lloyd into silence. He continued, here's a suggestion. Why not aim higher? These trade caravans won't venture deep into the wilderness to find you. If you offer goods at lower prices, many merchants will be willing. I can provide weapons and even proper soldier training. What do you think? Lloyd looked up in shock, blurting out, you want to recruit me? No, it's just mutual aid between friends, Derek smiled. If you're willing to raid for people, I'd be happy to pay. You buy weapons, I make a profit. The training is a testament to our friendship. Although we've just met, I believe mutual interest will strengthen our bond. Don't you agree? Lloyd's heart ignited with ambition. As a recluse, he had never been content with the ordinary life of a hunter, nor had he ever had the chance to leave these mountains. Derek's proposal was like a bolt of lightning, illuminating his deepest desiree become a mountain chieftain. The idea was irresistible, as if he saw a path to power and freedom. This is a win-win, Lloyd silently repeated to himself, convincing himself to accept this tempting offer. Finally, he nodded solemnly, determination gleaming in his eyes. Their conversation was destined to remain a secret. Derek, well-versed in the ways of the nobility, would not directly involve himself in Lloyd's business to avoid tarnishing his own reputation. As for outsiders' speculations, he was indifferent what noble didn't have a few shady dealings. As long as it wasn't out in the open, it was fine. In fact, many notorious bandits and robbers had noble patrons supporting them from the shadows. As they were about to return to the camp, Derek made a small request, his voice low. I need a small piece of land, just a hilltop. It should be convenient for transporting a small amount of goods. Do you have any recommendations? Lloyd frowned and thought for a moment. The arable land in the mountains is all taken, and clearing new land is too costly. Derek quickly waved his hand. No, I just need a place to stay, not to farm. Lloyd breathed a sigh of relief. That makes it easier. I'll find a place for you. Thus, under the witness of friendship, the two reached an agreement. They agreed on a meeting place and approximate time, and then went their separate ways. When Derek returned to the caravan, Steward Vincent was anxiously waiting for him. Seeing Derek return, Vincent immediately approached, his expression complex. Sir Derek, I heard you went to see that mountain man again? Derek replied calmly, that's right. But don't worry, I'll let you handle all these furs. I won't break the rules. Vincent's expression relaxed slightly, but he still had a hint of concern. He sincerely reminded, doing business isn't as easy as you think. Meddling in the local trade can bring a lot of trouble. If you have any doubts, you can ask your father. The old Baron Ferreira would surely give you some advice. Derek nodded gratefully. I appreciate your reminder. Rest assured, I won't recklessly interfere with things I shouldn't. I'm well aware of the noble's rules. Despite being from a minor noble family in the countryside, Derek's lineage was pure, and he couldn't possibly be ignorant of these rules. Seeing this, Vincent said no more. After all, it wasn't wise to speak too deeply with someone you're not close to. After this conversation, their relationship seemed to cool down slightly. On the way back, they tried to act as if nothing had happened, but a subtle rift had already formed. Perhaps only with the passage of time and Derek's actions proving he wasn't a rule-breaking adventurer could this invisible crack be mended. Upon returning to Watchtower City, Derek immediately began preparing for departure. He meticulously checked his accounts and purchased food, weapons, refined iron, and various supplies, filling 2 carts. Then, he quietly left the city. Derek's every move was watched by Steward Vincent. Still planning to do business with the mountain men? Vincent sighed, thinking Derek was blinded by profit. Going is easy, but what about coming back? The mountain goods trade in the city is fixed in quantity. Once others notice, your next trip will surely face some accidents. Just one mishap could ruin you. As a vested interest holder, Vincent could easily cut off Derek's business with a single letter. But considering their relationship, and more importantly, there was no need to play the villain. 2 carts of goods aren't much. If he hits a wall, I might even buy them back at a low price, Vincent thought. That's human nature. What's the benefit of reporting him now? It would only turn a well-established relationship into enmity, and having a strong enemy isn't wise. If Derek escapes, he'd be a future threat. As an experienced old hand, Vincent wasn't that foolish. He instructed his men to keep a close watch on Derek's movements and then put the matter aside for now. Derek rode swiftly without stopping, heading straight into the mountains. In just 5 days, he reached the agreed location. Sure enough, a mountain man was waiting there. The man emerged from the bushes, respectfully asking, "Are you Sir Derek?" Derek rode forward, looking down at the man from his horse. The face was somewhat familiar. It was someone he had seen that night. "Did Lloyd send you?" "Yes, sir." The mountain man nodded and bowed. Having witnessed Derek's prowess, he dared not stand upright. "Please wait here for a day. I'll go inform Brother Lloyd, and he'll come to see you soon." Derek set up camp on the spot. This was only the outskirts of the mountains, not a place to stay long. The next day, Lloyd appeared from the forest with about 20 men. Some of the bandits had new swords at their waists, looking quite imposing. The two embraced warmly. Lloyd excitedly said, "I found a place for you, absolutely hidden and safe. Thank you. Once I'm settled, I'll treat you to a good drink." Derek was prepared for a tough journey, but Lloyd led him through a winding path, finally following a small mountain stream for half a day. Suddenly, the stream merged into a main flow, a decent-sized river. Lloyd's men pushed out a few rafts by the shore. "See that? Just follow this river downstream. It's easy going with the current, but coming out will be a bit troublesome." Derek didn't mind. Going in with the current, coming out against it, there will surely be trouble, he thought. But since he wasn't planning to transport goods out of the mountains, having a river was easier than trekking through the mountains. The group traveled downstream for a whole day. The supplies were on the rafts while the people trudged along the shore, where there was almost no path and few signs of human presence. Suddenly, the view opened up. Without Lloyd saying a word, Derek's sixth sense told him they had arrived. The river made a bend here, and the terrain left a large open area due to the mountain's shape. With the river in front and the mountain behind, if not for the scattered rocks, it would have been an excellent place for farming. But precisely because of this, it became an ideal hiding spot. "Thank you very much, my friend." Derek hugged Lloyd tightly. The latter sighed in relief. "As long as you're satisfied." He didn't plan to ask Derek about his purpose. Friends also needed some secrets. The next day, Derek began the construction work. The soldiers temporarily took on the roles of builders, swinging axes and hammers, their busy figures scattered throughout the camp. Although soldiers in this world also had to do some odd jobs, such large-scale construction was a bit of an adjustment for some. However, under Derek's command, no one voiced any objections. Starting from scratch made Derek realize that their previous preparations were far from sufficient. They lacked almost everything: wood, tools, food. Fortunately, Lloyd and his men came to help, barely sustaining the construction efforts. First, they built several sturdy wooden cabins, made of thick logs, strong enough to withstand the elements. Next, they surrounded the camp with a ring of sharp wooden stakes, forming a simple yet effective defense against potential wild animals. Lloyd even set up some basic traps around the perimeter, adding an extra layer of protection. Derek's primary concern was the blacksmith shop, a core resource in his hands. The workers carefully transported the heavy anvils and forging tools, preparing for the imminent weapon production. The wide riverbend area provided ample space, and Derek already had a plan in mind. Once the initial construction was complete, there would be a spacious training ground capable of accommodating hundreds of people at once. The only regret was that the terrain wasn't suitable for warhorses to gallop. Even with horseshoes, the warhorses were prone to injuries here. Nonetheless, Derek was not discouraged. With the help of the panel system, he believed he could always find ways to improve. With the preliminary settlement established, Derek's next plan was to continuously bring in resources. Unlike places like Watchtower City, this was a remote wilderness, where rules were the weakest. Although there was still a ceiling for development here, for Derek, this limit was already high enough. When the first fire was lit in the blacksmith's shop, Derek felt his ambitions burning as well. He gazed at the roaring flames, his eyes gleaming with determination. Before parting, Derek and Lloyd held a simple farewell gathering. Lloyd took the weapons he had borrowed from Derek and prepared to embark on a new journey. The hard work during this period was not without rewards. After receiving Derek's training during their free time, the bandits who temporarily joined the panel had all leveled up 1 or 2 grades in their professions. More importantly, they had also received Derek's professional military tactics guidance. With personnel, weapons, and morale, Lloyd's team was beginning to take shape. Next, they aimed to expand and grow stronger. A caravan from the Night Owl Trading Company cautiously navigated the mountain paths. They weren't supported by local nobles, so to avoid high taxes, they had to bypass checkpoints. Only when absolutely necessary would they reluctantly pay the toll. This caravan carried high-quality armor and weapons from the kingdom's central region, intending to trade them for warhorses, leather armor, and even refined iron ore. Over 100 experienced members trudged along the rugged mountain roads, many of whom had some combat skills. They were so familiar with this route that even when encountering ordinary bandits, they would choose to avoid them. As night fell, the caravan set up camp in a relatively flat area. However, they were unaware of the danger creeping closer. Lloyd and his men silently approached the camp. Each bandit was fully armed, moving with such agility that even Lloyd was surprised. In just a month of training, these once lazy bandits had become so formidable. Lloyd couldn't help but be wary. If those nobles who mastered training techniques really put in their full effort, the cards in their hands might far exceed his expectations. This was also why he was so willing to accept some of Derek's advice. Tonight, they would fight their first battle. In the distance, a flicker of firelight signaled from wood, indicating no sentries had been spotted. Lloyd sighed at the caravan's carelessness. They hadn't even set up basic guards. But it made sense this route had never had any incidents, so who would worry about a small band of bandits? Keep it quiet, rush in, kill a few, and then leave, Lloyd ordered in a low voice. In an instant, flames roared, and dozens of bandits stormed the camp like wolves, launching a sudden massacre. By the time the caravan reacted, several goods were already burning, a few people were dead, and many more were injured. The caravan spent the entire night in terror. At dawn, the bandits released one of the captured caravan members. Where did these bandits come from? Did they leave a message? The caravan leader asked, suppressing his anger. The released member, trembling, relayed the bandits' message. They call themselves the Mountain Wolves. They said that anyone passing through here must first buy a mountain wolf flag. With the flag, nearby bandits won't attack. Otherwise, he trailed off, but the previous night's carnage spoke volumes. The caravan leader gritted his teeth. If this were their own territory, he would make those bandits pay dearly. But unfortunately, it wasn't. How much? He asked reluctantly. 2 silver coins per wagon. Though the price was frustrating, it was still lower than the taxes at the checkpoints. After weighing the options, the caravan leader finally agreed to the terms. Meanwhile, Lloyd continued to expand his influence. He attacked caravans, established rules, and forcibly recruited nearby bandit groups. He even began selling flags at fixed locations, taking the opportunity to peddle some goods. Need fur? Weapons? War horses? The quality and price of his goods always found buyers. Despite the apparent success, Lloyd knew that his growth had a ceiling. The number of caravans was limited. However, for him and Derek, the current scale was already sufficient. As resources dwindled, Derek returned to Watchtower City with Simon. His blacksmith shop continued to generate steady profits, even though only one blacksmith was running it now. This lower profile was less conspicuous. Additionally, the shop also refined iron ore, saving on transportation costs. After purchasing a new batch of supplies, Derek swiftly returned. Steward Vincent had just received the news, and before he could see Derek, he had vanished again. However, no extra mountain goods appeared on the market, leaving Vincent somewhat disappointed. After several trips back and forth, Derek managed to sell some weapons through the passing caravans. These caravans had local partners, so there was no suspicion. Plus, buying weapons on the spot was cheaper than long-distance transport. Of course, Derek had to give up some profit, but for him, liquidity was crucial. However, as business expanded, manpower became an issue again. Even after buying a dozen or so captives from bandits, they could only be used for basic labor. These untrained slaves needed time to prove their loyalty. Facing the dilemma, Derek decided to seek help from his family background. While he couldn't expect significant assistance, some connections could be useful. He picked up a pen and began writing to his uncle. Dear uncle, your nephew's business is thriving, and I urgently need more hands. I heard that brother Adrian has completed his night training. I hope to invite him to help. Derek rambled on in the letter, but his core message was clear. There's money and opportunity here, come quickly. He knew that Adrian's night training was only organized by the Ferrara family, lacking prestige and quality. Within the family, Adrian wasn't the top choice for the barony. Rather than facing uncertain prospects within the family, it was better to follow him and venture out. Derek believed that this proposal would be an irresistible opportunity for Adrian. Throughout the entire conversation, Derek didn't waste a single word. However, Uncle Andrew, being a shrewd man, could undoubtedly discern the deeper meaning between the lines. Derek's intentions were clear. He needed manpower. To this end, Derek dispatched his night squire, Simon, along with a few soldiers, back to their hometown. They didn't return empty-handed. They carried the soldiers' wages, gifts for Uncle Andrew, and a substantial relocation fund. The purpose of this fund was self-evident to recruit new manpower. As the de facto manager of Haystack Village, Andrew had the ability to conduct some covert operations, which were hard to prevent. For the sake of his son's future, he would undoubtedly be willing to take some risks. Even if his elder brother found out, the most he would face would be a few scoldings. After all, A younger brother helping his nephew at the expense of their own family wouldn't warrant severe punishment. Derek had arranged everything meticulously. Simon set off on his journey home with excitement. Following Lord Derek for nearly a year had completely changed the fate of this farm boy. He had transformed from an ordinary youth into a strong knight squire, and more importantly, his horizons had greatly expanded. In Simon's eyes, Lord Derek's talents far surpassed those of the other members of the Ferrara family, and he deserved to inherit the Baron title. Upon returning to Haystack Village, Simon first distributed the letters and wages brought by the soldiers. This money was enough to provide their families with a comfortable life, perhaps even allowing them to expand their households. For farmers, having one less mouth to feed while increasing their income was undoubtedly a great boon. Simon's arrival naturally caught Andrew's attention. As the sheriff, he had the responsibility to question all newcomers, especially a few fully armed soldiers. However, when he arrived at the scene, he realized it was a misunderstanding. Simon? Aren't you the boy who left with my nephew? Andrew immediately recognized Simon, but the young man before him was unrecognizable. Clad in leather armor embedded with iron plates, a black long sword hanging from his waist, and a burly physique exuding a fierce aura. If they hadn't known each other, Andrew might have mistaken him for a wandering knight. Most striking was the robust warhorse beside Simon, a true warhorse, not just a makeshift mount. Andrew recalled that his nephew had left riding a simple pack horse and couldn't help but feel surprised. This equipment alone was worth at least 20 gold coins. Could his nephew have truly made such strides in such a short time? The speed of his progress was astonishing. Despite his doubts, Andrew realized that the current Simon was no longer a farm boy he could scold at will. Fortunately, Simon, aware of Andrew's close relationship with Lord Derek, stepped forward and saluted, saying, "Sheriff Andrew, I have a letter from Lord Derek for you, as well as letters for Baron Ferrara and others, along with some gifts." Derek not only wrote to Andrew, but also sought to win over others. Of course, those letters were merely polite greetings, accompanied by small gifts. Andrew was now convinced that his nephew had indeed made something of himself. As a second son in a noble family, finding a path was no easy task, just as it had been for Andrew himself. Seeing the crowd around, Andrew pulled Simon to his home to inquire about Derek's recent activities. Simon vaguely mentioned that he was involved in some business, without going into detail. Andrew speculated, nowadays, significant business ventures aren't something just anyone can undertake. Could it be that he had the backing of influential figures from Count Perez's side? Considering his nephew's outstanding achievements and sudden departure from the Night Squad, could he have become an agent for some prominent figure? Back at home, Andrew eagerly tore open the letter. As a seasoned man, he immediately saw through the underlying message in Derek's words. So, should he accept his nephew's invitation? The answer was affirmative. Andrew quickly made up his mind. He knew that Adrian, within the Ferrara family, could at most achieve the position of a banner captain, and even that was unlikely. With the competition from his elder brother's son and other relatives, the pressure was immense. In another generation, they might be relegated to farming. Without a noble title and fief, it was impossible to maintain the family's honor for long. And such honors weren't something the collateral branches could enjoy forever. Rather than facing decline in the next generation, it was better to venture out with Derek. Simon timely presented the gifts, a standard wooden box neatly containing 10 long swords. The value of these swords was on par with the fine steel sword he had previously given. Derek's generosity was evident, even though the actual cost might only be around 1 gold coin. Whether Andrew used or sold these gifts, they were easy to handle. This further solidified Andrew's resolve. "Simon, come with me to Ferrara Castle to deliver the gifts and letters to the Baron," Andrew decisively said. The two rode swiftly, and Simon was granted an audience with Baron Ferrara. However, he kept his lips sealed and revealed no additional information. The Baron didn't press further, understanding that it was his own son who had made a name for himself, which was ultimately a good thing. He also noticed Andrew's subtle intentions, but chose not to pursue them. With such a large family estate, maintaining a semblance of fairness was necessary, but some favoritism was inevitable. Derek, being the most outstanding son at the moment, naturally received more attention. Little did Baron Ferrara expect that Andrew's actions would be so swift and decisive. Adrian was currently just one of the Ferrara family's cavalry, without any official position or title. The so-called knight training was merely basic education. After receiving the Baron's consent, Andrew immediately took Adrian away. Adrian couldn't help but feel a bit discontented. After all, he had to leave behind the family's equipment, warhorse, and weapons. Though he had the opportunity to venture out, it was hard to accept such a change so quickly. Seeing this, Andrew harshly scolded him, forcing him to face reality. "Go to your cousin. Do you think he would treat you unfairly? Serve him well, just as I have served my brother. Derek is your liege lord," Andrew said sternly. "Don't come back disgraced. The family estate will go to your brother. If you return, you'll just be a farmer." Andrew's firm attitude likely stemmed from a lifetime of frustration and accumulated resentment. He no longer had opportunities, but his son still did. While arranging for his nephew to recruit manpower, he also imparted some life lessons to Adrian. Before Baron Ferrara could react, Andrew urged Simon to leave quickly with the newly recruited men. 50-strong young men almost emptied Haystack Village. This might even affect the next year's farming, but Andrew couldn't care less. He had staked everything on this gamble. When Derek saw Adrian arriving with a group of farmers, his surprise was unmistakable. His gaze swept over the weary newcomers as he mentally calculated the potential of this unexpected human resource. Though some might dismiss them as mere two-legged beasts, Derek saw each person as valuable manpower. "Welcome, Adrian," Derek said, stepping forward and extending his hand. Blood ties, while not guaranteeing absolute loyalty in these times, were bonds that couldn't be ignored. This cousin had a reputation for reliability and no unsavory rumors. As the son of a village constable, Adrian had received basic education and even knew some noble etiquette. His hardworking nature, lack of excessive ambition, and their blood relation made him an ideal assistant. Derek thought to himself, confident he could manage someone like Adrian. He immediately arranged for Adrian to be equipped with a new warhorse and a set of fresh gear. When he opened his panel, Adrian's portrait had already appeared. Judging by the obedience metrics, Adrian was more compliant than the other farmers, clearly ready for his new role. "The conditions here are tough, but we have the basics," Derek said, glancing around the modest camp. "My business needs manpower, and you've arrived at just the right time." In the days that followed, Derek busied himself with organizing the new arrivals. He had the farmers trained in batches and then assigned them to the army or the blacksmith's workshop based on their personalities and obedience. With the previous 3 squads, they now had a total of 5. 3 squads of spearmen, 1 of swordsmen, and 1 of sword and shield soldiers. Each type had its specific use and tactical value. The blacksmith's workshop expanded to 20 people, much to Derek's delight. Once these novices developed their skills, annual revenue could easily reach over 1,000 gold coins. However, this growth brought new challenges in iron ore supply and product sales. Derek selected 5 soldiers to become new knight squires. Including grooms, lower-level managers, and slaves, the camp's population exceeded 100, surpassing that of a small manor and producing more than a typical fiefdom. Adrian quickly adapted to the new environment. Although life here was somewhat monotonous, Derek's pay was generous, and progress was always visible. As the commander of Derek's cavalry, Adrian's status had significantly improved. He firmly believed that Derek's future was far brighter than that of their other family members. As the operation grew, daily weapon production increased, and so did the consumption of raw materials. They needed 300 to 500 pounds of iron ore daily, a quantity difficult to meet through scattered purchases. The nearby small mines had limited output, and large-scale procurement would draw attention. With current production capacity, Derek's men could arm a 1,000-strong force in a month, enough to affect market prices, which had already started to drop slightly in Watchtower City. Just as Derek was troubled by this, Adrian came up with a suggestion. "We might struggle to break into Watchtower City's weapon market, but there's one thing no noble would refuse," Adrian said, pointing to the warhorses moving around. "High-quality warhorses, regardless of their origin, are always welcome. We can use them as a stepping stone to open new business channels." Adrian explained the advantages of the northern provinces as a horse-breeding region and the price differences between various qualities of horses. From the cheapest nags to excellent warhorses capable of carrying heavy armor, the price range was vast. He also mentioned that selling to central or even southern regions could double the prices. "With these fine horses as our foothold, we might crack open some tough deals," Adrian suggested. After all, nobles and royal officials are human too, with their own needs for mutual favors and exchanges. Though Derek was familiar with the world's rules, his thinking was still influenced by his past life. In contrast, Adrian, steeped in noble politics from a young age, had a deeper understanding of power dynamics and the exchange of interests. "We could start by doing business with our family. With these warhorses, Uncle will surely agree," Adrian proposed. However, Derek quickly dismissed this idea, having a better trading partner in mind. He calculated that it would take about 9 months to train a low-quality nag into a fine warhorse. While labor and feed costs were minimal, a nag worth 3 gold coins could sell for over 17 gold coins after training, yielding considerable profit. More importantly, this could be exchanged for scarce resources. Derek realized he had been treating warhorses as an ordinary business, not fully leveraging the panel system's advantages. He immediately revised his plan, instructing his men to purchase a batch of riding horses and select a few slaves as grooms. "Once these riding horses are trained into fine warhorses, we'll be ready to set off," Derek said, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. That time wasn't far off. Having carefully chosen the day, Derek set out with all his knights and squires. They rode 5 high-quality warhorses, their hooves echoing in the dawn. Derek knew that it would take at least another year to train these horses from good to excellent, but he couldn't wait any longer. War horses of good quality were already the standard on the market. Even the king's personal knights rode nothing better. Derek's own mount was the best he had, and its stats were displayed. Warhorse unnamed, quality, good, 45100, experience pool, 0-100. This horse, though only of mid-level good quality, surpassed 80 of the horses available. Derek draped a layer of leather armor over it, its brown fur gleaming in the sunlight, muscles rippling with strength. Such a horse was the dream of most knights, while an excellent horse remained an unattainable fantasy for many. The others rode horses that had just reached the good quality level. Though slightly inferior, they were still enough to make ordinary cavalrymen envious. The group galloped forward, the wind in their faces, quickly covering vast distances. After a night's rest, they arrived at their destination the next day, the core of Count Perez's domain. This area was one of the few densely populated and farmed regions in the north, where Knight Croy's fief was located. The Croy family's knightly estate was a legacy from their ancestors, one of the earliest knightly domains in the north. Spanning 2,000 acres, it supported 70 to 80 families who farmed for the Croy family. As a minor knightly fiefdom, Croy had the rights to raise an army, set up tolls, and collect taxes, privileges that merchant-owned estates could not match. However, due to its proximity to the Count's castle, Knight Croy rarely exercised these rights. Raising soldiers seemed unnecessary, and setting up tolls was self-destructive, given that most businesses near the Count involved his family. Nonetheless, through farming and other ventures, Croy still earned 200 to 300 gold coins annually. Combined with his salary and other income, his standard of living surpassed 99% of the population. It's worth mentioning that Knight Croy's name included Perez. Due to the close distance, he often returned to his family's estate on his days off. Derek timed his visit perfectly. It had been 10 months since he left the knightly order. When Knight Croy first heard of Derek's visit, he thought Derek was seeking connections. Young men often returned home seeking help after hitting obstacles, and the Count happened to be looking to expand his knightly order an opportunity. However, before Derek entered, the butler discreetly informed Knight Croy of what he had seen. Derek had brought 7 cavalrymen and a dozen warhorses, all well-equipped and looking very dignified. Dignified was a basic compliment for nobles, but not one everyone received. Knight Croy reconsidered his assumptions. When he saw Derek approaching confidently, his suspicions grew stronger. "Uncle Croy, I'm here to ask a favor," Derek joked upon meeting. The two families had been close for generations, and Baron Ferreira and Knight Croy had even fought together. Such a familiar address was fitting. Croy smiled indulgently. "Anything I can do, just ask." "But, young Derek, you've become much more cheerful since you went out into the world." He recalled the old, serious Derek and marveled at how much the environment could change a young person. Derek's eyes twinkled at the compliment. He knew that adding a personal touch to connections made them more pleasant. Not everyone could keep things strictly professional. One weak link could become an obstacle. Derek, smiling, led Croy outside. Rows of brown warhorses were neatly lined up in front of the door. Even the slightly inferior ones were hard to distinguish from excellent quality. The other 7 or 8 were clearly superior. "Fine horses," Knight Croy praised, though he didn't show much surprise. These horses were good, but not astonishing. As a knight leader, he was used to seeing both men and horses frequently. However, Derek owning so many horses was impressive. "Young Derek, are you here to show off? Would you like me to take you back to the Knight Order to brush up on your horse grooming skills?" Croy joked. Derek quickly walked to the horses. "Uncle Croy, you asked what I've been up to. This is it. I brought you a gift. How do you like it?" This time, Croy was genuinely surprised. He followed Derek down the steps and inspected the horse's teeth, hooves, legs, and coat. It was indeed a fine horse, well-trained and battle-ready. "A gift for me? Then I'll gladly accept," Croy said. "Take it. This one is a gift, but the other 4 are for sale at their original price." Derek indicated the other horses. Though Croy didn't lack horses, they were scarce on the market, and even Count Perez was looking for good ones. Such resources were always in demand. "How much?" Croy asked. "For these 4, 20 gold coins each. How about it?" Derek offered. "Not expensive," Croy judged. The price was fair, considering the scarcity of such resources. Croy decided immediately. "I'll buy them all. If you have more, come to me. 80 gold coins, buy 4, get 1 free. If you need more, I'll bring another batch next month." Derek tossed the reins to Simon. "This is quite generous. I'm not sure I can accept such a big gift." Croy hesitated. 16 gold coins below market price was a significant discount, and he worried about the favor it implied. "Tell me what you need, and I'll see if I can help," Croy asked directly. This was the personal touch. Even when giving gifts, connections mattered. The discerning would refuse, while the unscrupulous would take everything. The 2 men re-entered the room, a clandestine atmosphere hanging in the air. Uncle Keloya's gaze swept around, ensuring no one was eavesdropping. Then, Derek got straight to the point. My warhorses. They're not from the northern lands. He paused for a moment, took a deep breath and continued. In addition to that, I deal in weapons, armor, and people. Kilauea furrowed his brow, pondering as he asked, warhorses from the south are more expensive, and the west is too far. Are these from even farther north? The price is cheap, but... His voice lowered, carrying a hint of warning. Sending weapons and armor to that city if those in the capital find out, they'll skin you alive. The monastery will be up in arms too. It's risky. Kilauea stroked his chin, lost in thought. After a moment, a gleam appeared in his eyes. Hatred aside, business is business. Many in the north trade with the barbarians. If you can bring back warhorses, plenty will welcome you. But transporting weapons and armor is a taboo. Without a significant figure backing you, it's dangerous. Derek interrupted him calmly. I also sell weapons and armor. All I need is people, grain, and ore. That shouldn't be too hard, right? Kilauea narrowed his eyes and pressed. I understand the source of the warhorses, but where do the weapons and armor come from? The south. Some unexpected sources, Derek replied vaguely. Our trade routes overlap in places, so? Kilauea didn't probe further, just nodded. That won't be a problem then. There are already many doing weapons business in the north. One more won't hurt. From now on, I'll get my weapons from you. As long as the price is no higher than the market rate. Derek thanked him again, silently planning his next steps. That night, the two drank heartily at Kilauea's estate. During the feast, Kilauea shared many valuable pieces of information. As one of the prominent nobles in the north, Count Perez not only held a title, but was also a senior official in the kingdom, well informed. He mentioned that some major nobles were stockpiling war materials, and even Count Perez was slowly expanding his knightly retinue, indicating potential changes. The next day, after leaving a contact point, Derek departed. He hurried to Watchtower City and placed orders for iron ore and pig iron from several trading houses. The city's blacksmith shop had become a base of operations, with genuine business being scarce. It primarily handled forging, resource transportation, and maintained a small team of soldiers to take on minor mercenary jobs, expanding their network and reputation. Derek frequently visited the place, sometimes leaving Simon there, other times overseeing it himself to handle non-urgent matters. Inspired by Adrian, he grew bolder, even visiting the goat trading house to arrange for a batch of goods to be procured on his behalf. 10 days later, Derek returned to the mountain base, finding several unfamiliar slaves. He immediately asked the guard, Little Teru, has Lloyd been here? Little Teru respectfully replied, yes, he encountered a bunch of fat sheep trying to sneak through, and caught them. These slaves are the haul. How many people? Derek scanned the area, noticing new faces among the blacksmiths. 22. Some escaped, otherwise, there would be at least 50 slaves. Derek pondered. A slave caravan? It's a pity some got away. Little Teru seized the chance to add. Lloyd's men said these slaves cost 5 gold coins each. They're trained slaves, not fresh ones. In the south, they go for over 10 gold coins each. After a moment's thought, Derek decided, 3 gold coins each. Tell Lloyd's men if they don't agree, take them all back. If they do, give them some compensation, lower the weapon prices a bit, or throw in some extras. Use your judgment. Derek then began selecting new faces. He focused on previous slaves, including caravan captives, mountain folk, and some unfortunate souls caught by Lloyd. Among the roughly 30 slaves, 5 or 6 had shown some loyalty over time. As he toured the camp with his guards, Derek occasionally picked a slave to question, pick up a weapon and fight for me, earn your freedom through valor, or labor here until death. Faced with this choice, everyone chose to take the chance. Derek decided to keep these slaves close for now, training and fighting to tame their rebellious spirit, and gradually building loyalty through habit before assigning other duties. This way, he could monitor them while considering others' thoughts, preventing dissent. Several new faces appeared on his panel, becoming clearer. Derek seized the moment to proclaim, everyone, listen up, work hard and stay loyal, and I'll give you a chance for freedom, even success and wealth. Otherwise, you'll die here. His words echoed through the camp, igniting hope in every slave's heart. Lloyd accepted the price of 3 gold coins for the slave without showing any other intentions. Meanwhile, after being away from home for nearly 10 months, Derek finally broke through a significant barrier. He successfully advanced to Elite Knight Level 1, resetting his experience pool to 0-100. This meant his body was stronger, his combat skills were more refined, and even his mind was sharper. This comprehensive improvement allowed him to handle any soldier or servant in the camp with ease. However, reaching this level meant that his talent was nearly maxed out, and further training yielded minimal results. He could only rely on the slow accumulation of experience to gradually become stronger. In contrast, blacksmiths like Little Truro faced even greater challenges in leveling up. He had long reached his talent limit and had gradually become an 8th level blacksmith through continuous effort. At this level, he could start forging some high-quality iron, including various types of steel. Little Truro used a technique called thousand hammers, which involved forging iron through 10, 100, and 1,000 strikes. He suddenly had an epiphany and mastered the method of creating 10-strike refined iron, obtaining superior materials. Following Derek's rules, Little Truro selflessly taught other blacksmiths this technique. This not only increased the production of 10-strike refined iron, but also caused a significant boost in the other blacksmiths' experience points. Clearly, advanced techniques accelerated growth. With better materials, they began attempting to forge iron armor, starting with half-body armor. A meticulously crafted piece of half-body armor was as valuable as a warhorse. Although the current production was low and the technique had flaws, it at least solved the issue of availability. For Derek, this was more economical than purchasing externally and freed him from dependency on others. When he donned the self-made half-body armor, he felt an overwhelming sense of security. With the stamina of an elite knight, he felt he could wear it all day and still fight 3 to 5 battles. As Derek's development progressed steadily, the goat caravan re-entered the mountains. Steward Vincent was surprised by Derek's large orders for grain and iron blocks, but didn't question it. The two reached a new trade agreement, with Derek ordering horses, grain, and iron blocks, while promoting high-quality weapons and half-body armor from the south to Vincent. Shortly after, a messenger from Knight Cloa arrived, and Derek successfully sold 10 warhorses and a batch of weapons. After changing his strategy, Derek's business saw a boom, but production capacity became a new bottleneck. The population issue also became more pressing, leading him to consider finding a larger territory. As the new year approached, Derek had been away from home for nearly a year. He contemplated returning home to claim his inheritance, but quickly dismissed the idea. He believed he would eventually achieve greater success than the Ferreira family and saw no need to sacrifice the rare bond of family for it. To Derek, family ties were far more precious than land and wealth. Derek packed his belongings, focusing mainly on gifts, and set off on the journey home with a group of soldiers and cavalry. Adrian volunteered to stay behind and oversee the camp. Derek tried to persuade him otherwise, but eventually relented, understanding that Adrian's decision was to secure his own foundation. Throughout the journey, Derek's mind was filled with thoughts. This homecoming was not just about reunion, but also about repaying those who had once extended a helping hand. He envisioned the faces of his uncles and aunts, and the cousins who had received basic education. If he could recruit a few young men, like Adrian had, it would be ideal. After all, it was better for his relatives to follow him than to serve the great lords. Due to the several carts of gifts they were carrying, the procession moved slowly, and it took them over 10 days to reach their family estate. By then, there were only 2 weeks left until the new year. At Ferrara Castle, the lady of the house had already started to worry about Derek. The children of the family were gradually returning. His second brother, Sergei, who served in the Iron Lion Legion, his eldest brother, Marco, who helped manage the family affairs, and his fourth brother, Sheriff, who was a squire under a certain viscount. Only his married elder sister and his younger sister, who had joined a convent, would not be coming back. This year had been prosperous for the Ferrara family. The 2 estates had a bountiful harvest, and taxes were collected smoothly. The flourishing state of the family business put Baron Ferrara in a good mood, though Derek was the one thing that troubled him. Not only had Derek gone off on his own adventures, but last time he had even taken a bunch of farmers with him, which led to a severe scolding for his second brother, Andrew. Despite his stern words, Baron Ferrara was still concerned about his wandering son. When the old steward brought news of Derek's return, the Baron restrained himself from getting up immediately. He grumbled, but in his heart, he was eager to see his son. With the old steward's persuasion, Baron Ferrara finally made his way to the castle's training ground. When he arrived, he found he was the last one there. His sons and wife were already present, and Sheriff was excitedly circling a black warhorse. The gifts Derek brought back astonished everyone. A complete set of knight's equipment was laid out before them. From helmet to iron boots, knight's sword, spearhead and hand shield, even an iron mask and chainmail for the horse. Although it wasn't a full heavy armor, this set of lower-grade knight's gear was enough to make most knights envious. While Baron Ferrara continued to grumble outwardly, he couldn't hide the surprise and pride in his eyes. He knew that this equipment was not only valuable, but also a rare find. Derek had clearly put a lot of effort into obtaining these gifts. Seeing the gifts and the elite soldiers that Derek had brought back, a sense of pride welled up in Baron Ferrara's heart. Although he didn't yet know what Derek had been up to, it was clear that his once rebellious son had made a name for himself. Derek admitted to himself that he was showing off. Standing in the center of the Ferrara family's grand hall, his finely crafted armor gleamed coldly under the candlelight. He thought, if you don't flaunt your success back home, what's the point of all the hard work? Was it all just to smile secretly under the covers? As expected, the effect was just as he had hoped. Everyone was stunned. His brother's eyes widened, and even Baron Ferrara showed a hint of surprise. Derek's gaze landed on the family's prized black heavy armor, a symbol of the Ferreira family's glory passed down through generations. It covered the entire body, with only narrow slits for vision, impervious to any attack. The first Baron Ferreira had earned his title through sheer determination wearing this armor. Generations of effort had led to their current status. Unfortunately, few could now wear that heavy armor. Even the current Baron Ferreira no longer wore it into battle. Yet no one doubted that, if needed, a Ferreira knight would don it again. In contrast, the impact Derek brought was more immediate and vivid. Second brother Sergei's eyes were fixed on Derek's gear, silently comparing. As a low-ranking officer in the kingdom's army, he had never seen such luxurious equipment. Eldest brother Marco, though not skilled in combat, could also recognize its value. Youngest brother Sheriff could barely contain his eagerness to try it on. Even Baron Ferreira was momentarily lost in thought. This kind of equipment was beyond mere monetary value. Every year, only a limited number of premium knight sets were available, and even at inflated prices, they were hard to come by. It took connections, influence, and luck to secure one. Such gear could easily earn a knight's loyalty. Baron Ferreira realized Derek had grown quickly and was now worthy of an equal conversation. As the family leader, he knew he couldn't be driven solely by familial affection. If Derek had the ambition, it meant he had truly matured. "I am very pleased with your gift, Derek," Baron Ferreira said, his eyes gleaming with meaning. "I think we should find an opportunity to talk." This was the first time Baron Ferreira had shown such an attitude towards one of his sons, signaling that Derek was now his equal. In the following days, Derek enjoyed the long-lost family affection. He visited several uncles, presenting each with carefully selected gifts. He also made sure to reconnect with every family member, hinting at a possible return to compete for the baronial inheritance. During this time, Derek heard for the third time that war was imminent. His second brother informed him that the Iron Lions Regiment had intensified their training, considering delaying some soldiers' retirements and increasing new recruitments. The standing force of 3,000 could expand to 5,000 within a year. Finally, the Baron himself confirmed Derek's suspicions. "If you have the means, the family needs to procure some arms," the Baron said in a private conversation, expressing his expectations of war. "The kingdom has been recovering quickly these past few years and might soon launch a revenge war against the barbarians. Our northern province is on the front line and will inevitably join the northern battles. Many are preparing, and the family has decided to expand our private forces. Derek, if you stay, you might have an opportunity soon." The Baron's words carried weight. A distinguished performance in the revenge war could earn the Ferreira family a few fiefs. Whether through reallocation or securing small fiefs for his sons, it was possible. Though the estate would go to the eldest, it didn't mean the Baron lacked affection for his other sons. Derek remained calm, not regretting his decision. War is certainly coming. Recently, weapon prices have rebounded, and many are stockpiling arms and food. If war breaks out, I will choose to participate. As a weapons supplier, Derek had keenly sensed market anomalies. The price rebound was a clear sign of unusual circumstances. In this family discussion, the Baron and Derek were the main speakers, with the eldest and second brothers occasionally chiming in, while the youngest listened in silence. Noble family discussions often contained information beyond the imagination of common folk. The Ferreira family might be a minor player in the kingdom but held significant power in the northern province. In the Watchtower region, they were the local stronghold. If war broke out, they would at least field a 100-man regular army and 200 to 300-man militia units. If the Baron led personally, he might even become a commander of 1,000. Even Count Perez would need to ally with such local forces. Despite the looming war, the Baron was well prepared. No one was particularly panicked. Compared to ordinary people, they had more time to prepare. Derek didn't reveal all his cards, but shared some less sensitive information. Baron Ferreira was once again surprised, not expecting Derek to build such an organization in just a year. Though not officially recognized by the kingdom, it had the potential to rise given the right opportunity. And now was precisely such a moment. "Derek, if you need anything, the family can advance it to you," Baron Ferreira finally conceded. "But you need to provide adequate returns." This was both an emotional consideration and a matter of interest. Baron Ferreira had accumulated resources over the years, but struggled to realize their value. His political and social connections were limited. Since the conventional route was blocked, Derek's alternative path became a viable option for liquidation. Population and land. "I need both." Derek seized the opportunity to state his demands. "The family's estates will be yours," Baron Ferreira responded. "But you will need to pay taxes from now on." The Ferreira family's two estates were small, with only a couple of hundred people and over 1,000 acres of land. Such estates were private, but lacked political rights. Cultivating land required investment, and population was a cost. Free citizens cultivating land on the Baron's territory paid taxes, but incurred no cost to the Baron. Serfs owed labor, boosting the local economy. If the Ferreira family clung to their land, they might only have two estates and a few hundred people today, unable to support the entire family. Estates could be freely traded as long as taxes were paid, serving as concentrated assets. In the kingdom's administrative lands, many merchants and nobles owned such estates, indirectly aiding the kingdom in expanding land and increasing tax revenue. Population equaled power. Derek knew this well, his eyes gleaming with ambition. 2 miniature estates were priced at 10,000 gold coins. This price was well below their actual value because the serfs within the estates were not included in the valuation. The Baron's generous gesture towards Derek sparked a hint of jealousy in his other brothers. They silently wondered if this was just an excuse and if the inheritance was still undecided. The Baron, keenly aware of their thoughts, immediately interrupted their fantasies. He turned to Derek and asked sternly, "I want to know what kind of return you can give to the family." Without hesitation, Derek replied, "War horses, weapons, armor. I can provide them at the lowest prices and with the highest priority. Moreover, once I acquire my own fief, these estates will be returned to the family." The Baron frowned slightly, clearly not satisfied. Seeing this, Derek quickly added, "If that's not enough, I can have my eldest brother train soldiers with me. I guarantee we can produce an elite force." "Seems like you have great confidence in your training." The Baron raised an eyebrow, "But your soldiers are indeed commendable." He nodded in agreement with Derek's proposal, using the opportunity to clarify that this was a special transaction. Although his words couldn't completely dispel the doubts of the others, they did help to stabilize the situation somewhat. Next, the Baron turned his attention to his other sons. He told Sergei, "You need to put in more effort. I'll pull some strings to get you promoted as soon as possible." Clearly, the Baron intended to use his resources to give his second son a boost, as lower-ranking officers in warfare were often cannon fodder. Derek timely interjected, "I can offer some help. I'm sure the Iron Lion Legion won't refuse a batch of cheap weapons." The Baron then addressed his fourth son, "Sheriff, complete your night training quickly, then go find your third brother." Finally, he spoke to his eldest son, Marco, "Prepare yourself well. Even if you can't fight on the front lines, you need to stabilize the family foundation. Go train with your third brother." Over generations, the Ferreira family had begun transitioning from pure military nobility. Therefore, the eldest son, Marco, resembled a kingdom noble more. Facing the upcoming war, the Ferreira family quickly adjusted their strategy. This was only a glimpse. The Baron would intensify the adjustments, drafting soldiers, tightening training, and preparing various contingency plans. Although they couldn't get first-hand information from the kingdom, they had to make preparations in advance. After the new year, Derek swiftly took over the family estates. His first action was to conscript soldiers, followed by extensive construction to expand the estates. He established various facilities and even fenced off a piece of land for horse breeding after getting approval. Derek abandoned the profit-maximizing mode of serf management, openly recruiting freemen to expand the population. Meanwhile, he pulled some people back to build a new base, stockpiling resources, population, and equipment. Derek was almost constantly busy, managing affairs while training soldiers. Fortunately, the knights he had trained served well, taking over soldier training and handling external matters. With the Ferreira Baron's support, Derek had access to more resources. 2 months passed quickly, and Derek suddenly received news from Lloyd. A large slave-catching team was about to pass through the northern region. The team needed to use a mountain trail, sending scouts ahead, providing Derek an opportunity. He immediately gathered nearly all his soldiers and rushed to the mountain base, where Lloyd was already waiting. "My friend, please brief me on the situation," Derek asked straightforwardly. Lloyd explained in detail, "This slave-catching team has passed through here 5 times already, each time larger than the last. Though not explicitly stated, our brothers heard the accent of the Holy Cross Kingdom. I've collected tolls, but this route is the safest, so they've been using it. They informed us in advance this time as well." Derek pondered and asked, 5 times in less than a year indicates substantial business. Is there any chance we can buy them off with more money?" Lloyd shook his head. "No, I've heard it's goods for an important figure. The slave-catching team seems to be from the buyer's side, very cautious." "An important figure?" Derek sneered. Being connected to the Holy Cross Kingdom, they seem to have forgotten the split war. The shame of the barbarians hasn't been washed away, and the divided lands haven't been reclaimed. This business is shady. Although slave trading is legal, this batch is likely problematic. Sending them to the Holy Cross Kingdom can't be for anything good." Derek briefly reviewed history. During the split war, the Holy United Kingdom fractured into 3 parts, leading to the division of the southern mainland hegemon and mutual conflicts, significantly weakening their strength. At that time, northern barbarians invaded, seizing vast lands, which remain under their control today. The Holy Cross Kingdom borders the northern provinces, and despite having a common enemy in the barbarians, the post-war enmity made them eager to destroy each other. Compared to wars with barbarians, the internal conflicts were more frequent. Only in recent years had it calmed down, emboldening some to trade humans with the Holy Cross Kingdom. After analyzing the situation, Derek decisively concluded. We'll take this piece of fat. Lloyd felt a bit regretful. Although their close relationship and today's achievements were inseparable from Derek's support, breaking the rules and seizing this opportunity would certainly tarnish his reputation. Without a good reputation, business would suffer, and being resented by powerful figures could spell trouble. Derek, should we negotiate with them again? We might be able to buy them off, Lloyd suggested. Derek stared at Lloyd, making him uncomfortable and fidget. Then he said, I won't act here. He pointed to a spot on the map, already within the Holy Cross Kingdom's territory. From this mountain trail, they can only enter here. I'll act here. Why is this mountain trail so popular? Derek explained. It avoids checkpoints and connects the two countries, making it easy to cross borders. Do you think everyone is doing legitimate business? Smuggling is the most profitable. The Holy Cross Kingdom's church has the greatest power, corrupt and conservative. Many goods from the Lock Kingdom are in high demand there. The church leaders aren't short of money. Lloyd breathed a sigh of relief and felt embarrassed, quickly saying, I'll bring people to help you. No need. I can handle it myself. Derek refused decisively. Lloyd could know but not participate. That would be a risk. Lloyd thought Derek had other plans and quickly explained, It's not that I don't trust you. It's just that, as you know, reputation is crucial for me. Derek reassured Lloyd, I understand. We're friends, and I won't let friends lose benefits to do my work. After Lloyd left, Derek began his formal preparations. His eyes gleamed with determination as he made the final arrangements for the upcoming action. Sir, how did you know they'd pass through here? Simon asked in a low voice from their hiding spot, puzzled. It had been 5 days since they infiltrated the Holy Cross Kingdom, and they still hadn't seen any sign of their target. Derek, however, remained confident and patient. He countered, back home, they're like rats. Anyone can deal with them, but here, they can move openly. If you were in their shoes, would you stay hidden in the wild? Simon suddenly understood. No, I'd head to the city to rest. He quickly grasped Derek's strategy. So, this is the nearest route. Derek nodded, convinced that no matter how cautious the slavers were, they couldn't stay on high alert forever. Once in their own territory, they would inevitably let their guard down, and that was his opportunity. He was 90% sure these ruthless, but poorly trained slavers would fall into his carefully laid trap. Sure enough, patience paid off. Derek finally spotted their prey. He recalled all the scouts and led his men to hide behind an inconspicuous mound. Beyond that was open ground with no cover, making it unlikely to arouse suspicion. Derek knew he had only one chance, and it was a classic case of a well-prepared few against a careless many. His only advantage was the element of surprise. With elite forces against a disorganized mob, the slaver convoy was sizable, with many slaves bound hand and foot trudging along. However, the number of slavers was far fewer than Derek had anticipated. According to his scouts, there were about 200 to 300 slaves, but no more than 50 slavers. This was unexpected but understandable. With support back in the Rock Kingdom, the slavers faced little armed resistance, making this more of an escort mission. Having passed the most dangerous part of the journey, they were even less vigilant now in their own territory. Derek had braced for the worst, but the prey turned out to be even more foolish than expected. The warhorses were exceptionally quiet, meeting all the standards of trained steeds. Derek led his horse, counting silently, and slowly ascended the mound. As he crested the highest point, he saw the long convoy winding around the base. This was the only path, likely because the leeward side of the mound was suitable for setting up camp. Derek quickly mounted his horse, followed by his equally agile riders. They tightened their reins and raised their long wooden lances. Charge! Derek commanded in a low voice. With no scouts to warn them, the slavers were doomed. The sound of hoofbeats went from silent to thunderous in an instant, like a war drum's rapid, intense beat. Before most could react, Derek's 12 riders were upon them. Though many of these cavalrymen had only trained for a year, they performed like seasoned veterans. It was also Derek's first time leading a charge. When his lance struck its target, he felt immense resistance, nearly throwing him backward. He even saw his lance shatter under the force. Fortunately, countless training sessions had ingrained the right reflexes. He instinctively released his grip, each motion executed flawlessly. Under his control, the warhorse deftly navigated obstacles. Derek quickly grabbed his knight's sword from a side hook. Though it had lost some sharpness, it gained weight and impact. With the horse slightly slowing, Derek swung his sword left and right, cutting down several foes. He heard someone shouting, trying to organize a defense, but the following cavalry easily shattered all resistance. They felt almost no opposition until the horses finally came to a halt. Derek squeezed his legs, guiding his horse in a smooth arc, turning around. Only then did he notice, out of the corner of his eye, that none of his riders were missing, each stained with blood. Behind the mound, the spearmen had emerged, dealing a heavier blow to the slavers. The slaves, hands and feet bound, were in chaos, some lying on the ground, others trying to flee, colliding with each other. The slaver force was now half its original size. The battle is decided, Derek thought with pleasure, recalling the thrill of the charge. As the cavalry circled back, picking up speed, they flanked the spearmen. Even if the slavers managed a rudimentary defense, it was easily crushed. With heavy casualties, the remaining outlaws were near madness. "We are from Ha," a leader-like figure tried to shout a name, but Derek cut him off by hurling his knight's sword. The heavy blade struck like a brick, silencing him. Seeing the few remaining slavers, Derek's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. "Leave no one alive," he ordered. The spearmen advanced, rigidly following orders. In no time, everyone was dead. Derek had the loot collected and everything burned. The bodies were dragged away by horses and discarded. After a quick cleanup, only bloodstains remained. "Retreat," Derek commanded. Though the place was remote and desolate, the slavers had backers. If they didn't return soon, someone would come looking. But with so many wild animals around, it was uncertain how much of the bodies would remain. Given the current state, the perpetrators might never be found. Derek led his men, driving the slaves while unbinding their feet, leaving only their hands tied. "We are the army of the Rock Kingdom, here to rescue you," he told them. "This is the territory of those Holy Cross bastards. You don't want to experience what happens if you try to escape and get caught. So follow me home, and wait for further arrangements." Perhaps the word home struck a chord with the slaves. The journey was smooth, with no one attempting to flee. Derek brought them to a mountain base, where the first round of selection took place. The most obedient were incorporated into the army, preparing for the upcoming war. The truly stubborn ones were put to hard labor, as Derek was no saint. After all, being taken to the Holy Cross Kingdom by those bastards wouldn't be any better, Derek thought, feeling no guilt. The total count was 268, Derek calculated in his mind. This number was slightly less than the expected 300, likely due to casualties along the way. Nevertheless, over 200 able-bodied men were enough to form 200-man squads. Normally, Derek wouldn't maintain such a large number of soldiers. It was too costly. But with the looming threat of war, every investment now promised substantial returns in the future. So, he resumed his position at the mountain base and intensified the training regimen. The training ground was filled with the sounds of sweat and heavy breathing. Derek's eyes scanned each soldier, ensuring no one slacked off. Fortunately, supplies were ample. Otherwise, the rigorous training would have been too exhausting. Beyond physical training, Derek also focused on training his knight squires. He personally taught them basic military knowledge, covering everything from formations and commands to tactics. He even shared insights on maintaining morale, inspiring troops, and handling various emergencies. Derek regularly organized mock battles, pitting teams against each other to simulate real combat scenarios. In these exercises, squires like Simon, although still officially titled as knight squires, saw their roles evolve. Simon's profile now read, Knight level 9, 85,100 XP, 0-100. Other squires, while not excelling in all areas, met the standards in combat skills and basic military knowledge. With these capable subordinates, Derek could delegate responsibilities, managing production and training in multiple locations remotely. As time passed, Derek frequently traveled with a few squires, providing them valuable field experience. One day, Derek left the mountain base once again under the watchful eyes of his men. This time, he left Simon in charge. Before departing, Derek whispered to him, "Be cautious. Some of these slaves are still rebellious. Loosen the reins a bit, give them a chance." Simon frowned. "These fools wouldn't dare act rashly, would they? They know our strength, and their treatment isn't bad. Plus, they have a chance to earn their freedom." Derek replied thoughtfully, "Remember, always prepare for the worst. If they're dissatisfied even with such favorable conditions, it suggests they might cause trouble. Power can make some lose their sanity. Don't judge everyone by ordinary standards. Plan for defeat first, then prepare." With those words, Derek left, leaving Simon deep in thought. Although Simon took Derek's warning seriously, he found it hard to believe anyone would be so ungrateful. However, as the base's defenses relaxed, some did harbor ill intentions. "We want to go home. How are these people different from slavers? It's just a new form of enslavement." Someone began spreading rumors among the slaves, seeking allies. Over time, it became clear who was discontent and who was wavering. Targeted persuasion swayed many. "Their strength is formidable, but remember what happened to the slavers," one agitator said loudly. "They're just a few days ahead in training. We're not far behind now." Although training had improved their skills slightly, the gap between them and the new recruits with profile boost widened. This disparity fueled some to rebel, fearing they would be abandoned as expendable pawns. After days of secret meetings, they finally set a time for their uprising. "If we revolt first, others will join us. They'll realize the truth," a ringleader confidently declared. They underestimated human nature. Derek's fair treatment and strong forces dissuaded many from joining a suicidal revolt. Some chose to inform Simon, hoping to gain favor. When Simon heard the informant's report, he was stunned. Once again, the master was right, he muttered, fully grasping Derek's wisdom. Angry but determined, Simon knew that without Derek's warning, they might have suffered greatly. He reassured the informant, promising him the position of a tin-man leader. Though the others might dislike the informant, such individuals often gained favor with superiors. Just as the conspirators stepped outside, torches lit up around them. They were horrified to find themselves surrounded by fully armed soldiers. "Kill them," Simon ordered coldly, giving them no chance to argue. He also woke everyone up to witness the bloody lesson on the consequences of betrayal. Back at the estate, Derek noticed several new names on his profile. He instantly understood what had happened, but quickly put the matter aside. The two estates transferred to him by the family had been transformed, one into a large military camp and the other into a blacksmith's workshop. Besides the original population, artisans and officers' families were also settled there. For instance, Little Troll's father had become part of the estate community. This arrangement not only reassured his subordinates, but also gave Derek peace of mind. Despite having the profile system, Derek knew it wasn't foolproof. Unexpected events and shifts in loyalty could cause names to disappear from the profile. Even with swift reactions, losses were inevitable. But now, such risks were halved. Meanwhile, Derek's profile system had expanded to a third page. The first page detailed personal information, the second covered the military, and the third page was for the estate or civil affairs. Though the categories differed, the functionality remained the same method of organization. Upon closer examination, Derek found that even farmers were included, indicating a more solid foundation. With the same land, my estate's yield can increase by 30-50. Small gains add up, he calculated. Currently, Derek prioritized two areas, the military and armaments. With the entire northern province preparing for war, regulations were more lenient. Otherwise, such extensive preparations by the Ferrara family would have attracted attention, possibly prompting a visit from the royal army. Although nobles had the right to form armies, the kingdom was vigilant. Building an army within reasonable bounds was acceptable. Sudden militarization raised suspicions. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Derek invested heavily in training blacksmiths. He needed them to reach levels 4 or 5, capable of forging simple weapons and assisting master smiths. In the shadow of war, these seemingly minor preparations could be crucial for future victories. "Sir, this is our newly upgraded knight equipment," Little Telu announced excitedly to Derek, his cheeks flushed with enthusiasm. He pointed to a set of armor shimmering with a metallic sheen, far more refined than that of Baron Ferreira. Derek scrutinized the standard knight armor. The craftsmanship had clearly improved, and the number of hands involved had increased, evident from the results. Although it wasn't the heavy full-body plate armor, nearly everything from the warhorse to the knight was encased in sturdy steel. The joints were cleverly covered with leather, ensuring both protection and flexibility. The warhorse was also equipped with chainmail, enough to fend off ordinary swords. Derek calculated silently. The entire set of equipment likely cost over 20 gold coins and required a master craftsman leading 7 or 8 blacksmiths half a month to forge a single set. Currently, they could only muster 2 teams, so production was still lagging behind demand. "Suit me up," Derek ordered. With the assistance of his attendants, he donned the armor piece by piece. Despite his current physique, he could feel the weight of the armor. As he moved, the chainmail at the joints made a crisp sound, yet it wasn't chaotic. Derek tested the armor's mobility and drew his knight sword to practice a few swings. While some complex maneuvers were difficult to perform, the armor's defensive capabilities made knights more fearsome on the battlefield. Elite knights could wear it all day, and aside from heavy blunt weapons, ordinary light weapons would struggle to cause significant damage. After assessing it, Derek deemed the equipment to be excellent value for money. In comparison, a single piece of heavy plate armor might cost over 20 gold coins, and a full set could exceed 40 gold coins. Moreover, few could afford it, and it wasn't currently needed. After removing the armor, Derek expressed his satisfaction with Little Telu's work and assigned a new task. "We need to design a set of heavy infantry equipment with this weight in mind." The so-called heavy infantry would be a combination of leather and iron armor, already an unprecedentedly high standard for this era. Derek planned to form an elite spearhead unit to play a crucial role on the battlefield. Having given the new orders, Derek also instructed to stockpile some weapons and acquire more resources through external trade. He then turned to inspect the warhorses. Among the horses gathered from various sources, most were of inferior quality, with only a few being decent riding horses. High-quality warhorses were rare, but the northern region still had many discarded inferior horses. This top-secret task was managed by his most loyal confidants, and Derek personally checked the records daily to ensure everything was in order. He chose northern horses as the main breed due to their endurance, load capacity, and decent speed and sprinting abilities. Even inferior northern horses retained these excellent traits. Currently, Derek had over 100 horses, with around 10 being traded monthly as high-quality war horses, while some were kept for breeding better stock. This number was the limit of their capacity. Any more would be difficult to manage and risk exposing their plans. Derek roughly calculated the costs. A good horse required 3 silver coins of feed monthly, amounting to at least 2 gold coins annually. The selling price of an inferior horse ranged from 3 to 5 gold coins, offering slim profits and high risks. Of course, by cutting down on feed and using more hay, costs could be reduced by about a third. For the northern people, there was still some profit, but for Derek, safety was the primary concern. This made Derek even more eager to secure a piece of land entirely under his control, preferably in the kingdom's weakest area. The barbarian territory perfectly met this requirement. Derek resolved to teach the barbarians a harsh lesson. Finally, Derek arrived at another estate, now completely transformed into a training ground. Baron Ferreira had kept his promise, sending half of his family's troops, including most of the cavalry and knights. Led by his elder brother Marco, they trained tirelessly under Derek's knights and attendants. In addition to the regular troops, a batch of militia was added each week. Those who performed well were incorporated into the army, while those who didn't were sent back to farming. Within a few months, the Baron had assembled a force of over 300 soldiers. Even without Derek's help, they could train a formidable unit. This military preparation wasn't unique. Nobles across the north were intensively training their troops, and even some middle-class families and merchant sons had joined. The shadow of war seemed to be quietly looming, and every northerner was preparing for the worst. Derek watched from the sidelines for a while, checking the roster. Most of the family troops appeared on the list, clearly acknowledging his leadership. Several knights had reached levels 5 or 6, a decent improvement. The family's long-trained soldiers were at similar levels, and even some new recruits had quickly reached levels 3 or 4. This was with Derek intentionally slowing the progress. Otherwise, it would have been faster. Because of this, Derek discovered a small secret about the roster. Accumulated experience points would diminish upon leveling up. He once thought of exploiting this by saving up 100 points and using them later at higher levels, but that hope was dashed. His elder brother Marco was also training diligently, and Derek noticed his progress was surprisingly good. After enhancing his brother's abilities, Derek approached him after training. "Derek, how long have you been here?" Marco asked, taking the handkerchief from an attendant to wipe the sweat off his face. Here, he couldn't afford the luxury of noble etiquette, keeping things simple. "I just got here," Derek replied. "You seem to have made great progress, brother. Father will be astonished." "It's your training that's impressive," Marco admitted. "Honestly, where did you find these men? They seem better than our family knights." Derek chuckled inwardly. These were nearly elite-level warriors, far beyond what a rural noble could maintain. But he simply said, "It's not about skill, just more rigorous training. Look at my attendants. They train even harder than you. Stick with it for a few years, and you'll be just as good." Marco found this reasonable. He had observed the intense training regimen of Derek's men. They moved on from the topic, and Marco suddenly shared important news. "I hear the king has issued a mobilization order. After the spring planting, the south and central regions have started forming legions, preparing to march north. After the spring plowing, the kingdom began assembling its army, cleverly avoiding the prime farming season." Derek understood the importance of food for the nation and was also aware of the enemy's slow progress in forming their legions. He calculated that by the time the northern barbarians were ready, it would almost be the autumn harvest in the northern lands. This timing gave the kingdom's army a perfect opportunity. Derek's eyes gleamed with the light of a strategist as he foresaw the kingdom's forces launching a fierce offensive and then solidifying their positions before winter snow set in. He mused that the barbarians would never be able to launch a counterattack in the harsh winter. Clearly, the kingdom's great nobles were far from being out-of-touch fools. Even Derek himself had never considered the possibility of failure. In fact, from the time of the Holy United Kingdom to the current tripartite division, the nobles had always held the barbarians in contempt, generally believing that the barbarians had only succeeded due to the kingdom's fragmentation. Now that the three kingdoms had stabilized and a new balance had formed, all eyes turned to the barbarians occupying vast tracts of the old kingdom's land. For the nobles, land was the foundation of their power. The information that Derek's elder brother, Mark, had revealed was likely spreading through the noble circles. The south and central regions were mobilizing, and the northern provinces would surely follow suit. As the frontier bordering the barbarians, the north was destined to play a crucial role in this battle. Those nobles who had lost their family estates finally saw a chance for revenge. Derek could almost see the grand scene unfolding and felt his blood boil. Train. Intensify the training. He no longer worried about drawing attention, as any significant action in the current situation wouldn't arouse suspicion. In the market, the prices of weapons and equipment began to soar. News of the northern campaign against the barbarians spread, and everyone from noble scions to merchant families, even ordinary city residents, started preparing for the impending war. Despite Derek's foresight in stockpiling supplies, he quickly encountered problems. Little True came to him, complaining about the rapid consumption of iron ore. With the expansion of the blacksmithing team, consumption had increased more than tenfold. The use of refined steel was even more staggering. A full set of knight's armor, weighing dozens of pounds, might require nearly 1,000 pounds of ore. Derek's reserves, combined with the Ferreira family's stockpiles, were far from sufficient. Even if weapons could be traded for some ore, the market supply was still tight. Gold coins alone couldn't buy enough raw materials. The Ferreira family lacked expertise in smelting and didn't own any mines. Even leveraging family connections couldn't secure enough raw materials. The root of the problem lay with the families controlling the ore sources, who intentionally tightened supply, hoping to profit handsomely. Simon, in a fit of rage, suggested outright robbery. Despite learning some etiquette, the man from the lower class couldn't suppress his nature in critical moments. Though tempted, Derek quickly dismissed this dangerous idea. The northern region was heavily fortified, with troops everywhere, and the kingdom's control was stronger than ever. Who would dare act recklessly? Derek decided to personally visit all the families that might provide ore. He swiftly activated his network, seeking connections. The northern province's circle was small, and multiple contacts could eventually find a breakthrough. Soon, Derek found some introducers and began a series of visits. Although these families controlling the mines were courteous, the actual quotas they offered were pitifully small. One family offered a cartload per month, another 3 to 5 carts in a single batch, essentially polite refusals. After making the rounds, the problem remained unsolved. The apparent quantities were significant, but they were far from meeting the consumption needs. Derek's bargaining chips were also weak. These families were self-sufficient in weapons and equipment, and those controlling mines never lacked blacksmiths. As for warhorses, Derek had too few to exchange for resources. With all reserves set to run out in a month, Derek grew increasingly anxious. Just as he was about to take desperate measures, a breakthrough appeared. Baron Ferreira proposed a new approach. Try the smaller mine owners. Though their output was low, they were willing to sell. Thus, Derek began a new round of visits. These small mines might be depleted in a year or two, and their quality varied. But Derek couldn't afford to be picky. Even if the monthly output was just 1 or 2 carts, he accepted them all. During this process, he even discovered a new mine. The Garcia family, a baronial family, had recently been elevated to viscount status due to the current baron's service to the kingdom. Although the title was not inheritable, it still highlighted the family's status. Originally on par with the Ferreira family, the Garcia family had recently discovered a significant mine on their estate, instantly making them a hot commodity. However, due to the recent discovery, the Garcia family lacked the technical foundation and skilled blacksmiths. The hastily recruited, second-rate blacksmiths couldn't bring in much profit. As a skill that required long-term accumulation, it was difficult to achieve results without the efforts of at least 2 generations. Seeing an opportunity, Derek immediately visited, hoping to secure a new source of ore. However, after sending his calling card, he waited 3 days before receiving an invitation. As a newly risen family, the Garcia residence was just an estate, lacking a proper castle. Despite being well-armed with tall wooden walls, it still appeared somewhat shabby. Adrian was highly dissatisfied, feeling that such a family dared to slight their master. Derek calmed everyone, reminding them that they were now seeking help and had to endure any slight. However, upon meeting their host, Derek couldn't help but feel anger. Harvey Garcia? He learned that this wasn't even the person in charge. It was one thing for the Viscount to be absent, but such important negotiations should have been handled by the heir, not a second son. Even more infuriating was Harvey Garcia's arrogant attitude, with his nose practically pointed to the sky. The name of the Ferreira family seemed unfamiliar to Javier Garcia. He spoke with a touch of arrogance not typical of the northern regions, his eyes reflecting disdain for rural nobility. Sorry, I just returned from the capital and am not well-versed in rural affairs, Javier said with feigned politeness. I heard you're here to purchase iron ore? Derek forced a smile, hiding his discomfort. Yes, I heard your family discovered a new mine. I'm hoping to secure a portion of the output. Javier remained indifferent. Matters like this should be discussed with Baron Ferreira himself. Besides, I'm afraid we don't have much to spare for you. He shrugged, thinking himself humorous. You know, iron ore is scarce these days. We need to reserve some for when certain friends visit. We must be prepared to help them. Suddenly, Javier's tone shifted. By the way, is your family buying iron ore for personal use? You must have surplus blacksmiths. If you're willing to offer them to my friends, they might reward you with a knight's fief once they achieve some victories. You understand what I'm saying, Sir Derek? Derek instantly grasped Javier's intentions. Not only was he eyeing their iron ore, but he also aimed to absorb the entire Ferreira family. Derek smirked inwardly. Even Count Perez wasn't keen on aligning with the Garcia family. Why would they? Sorry, Master Javier, Derek retorted coldly. You've been away from the north too long and forgotten our valor. Your friends might come and pick up scraps, but they aren't qualified to show off in front of me. Remember, in front of me. Javier hadn't expected Derek to be so assertive. Furious, he shouted. Aldo, teach this disrespectful countryman a lesson. Several warriors stepped forward to block Derek. However, Adrian, who had been quietly following, suddenly burst forth like a raging bear, knocking the warriors aside. Derek walked away without looking back, grabbing a fallen warrior's long sword as he went. Good quality, Derek remarked, examining it briefly before thrusting it backward. The blade flashed through the air, embedding itself deeply into the wall in front of Javier. Leaving behind a group of stunned warriors and a pale-faced Javier, Derek strode away. Aldo struggled to pull the sword from the wall, finally succeeding after much effort. Staring at the deep groove, he mused, are all northern nobles this formidable? After leaving the Garcia family, Derek immediately rode off. This encounter gave him a deeper understanding of the era. In the coming days, he continued to visit other nobles, facing various forms of disdain and indifference. But he remained clear-headed, knowing that appearances were meaningless. Strength was what truly mattered. Upon returning to his estate, Derek resolved the iron or shortage and dedicated himself to rigorous training. He vowed never to be looked down upon again. As the northern province buzzed with activity, a group of barbarians from the far northern wilderness intruded into the buffer zone. These barbarians were tall, rugged, with nearly brown skin and pale green eyes. Contrary to expectations, they were well equipped, each armed with weapons, and some even armored and mounted. The barbarian leader rode forward, sneering at the north. Foolish Lokians, did you think we are still the same as 30 years ago? Arrogance and prejudice have always loomed over humanity. Derek encountered the haughty Harvey Garcia, a symbol of the arrogance and prejudice of the capital's nobility towards the rural aristocracy. However, Derek himself was not immune to such errors. In the Kingdom of Locke, the common belief was that the barbarians were backward, ignorant, and foolish. The barbarians' victory in the Split War 30 years ago was attributed to mere luck. Subsequent civil wars among the three kingdoms further distracted the Kingdom of Locke, leaving the barbarian issue unresolved. Yet, 30 years quietly passed. The barbarians not only seized land, but also took a significant number of people. During this period, they established a rudimentary semi-feudal system, acquired some technological and military knowledge, and even assimilated some descendants of the Kingdom of Locke. The remote northern regions and the intervening buffer zones, combined with deep-rooted prejudices, allowed people to overlook the changes among the barbarians. The lands the barbarians voluntarily retreated from years ago turned into excellent barriers. Although some nobles traded with the barbarians, they still clung to their impression of barbarian ignorance. Derek was no exception, let alone the other northern nobles. In this atmosphere of underestimation, the barbarian army suddenly appeared, catching the northern nobles off guard. Not only the Kingdom of Locke, but even the neighboring kingdom of the Holy Cross faced barbarian invasions. 30 years ago, their victory might have been attributed to luck. But now, the barbarians openly declared their presence on the southern continent stage. The nobles and officials of the northern province were unprepared. In just a few days, the barbarians swiftly captured 4 or 5 cities, even beheading an earl. More nobles and royal troops suffered heavy losses, and the nightmare of 30 years ago seemed to be repeating. By the time the shocking news reached Derek, it was already the 10th day of the barbarian invasion. The information, overcoming numerous obstacles, finally spread. The northern nobles then realized that this was no rumor but a bloody reality. Many were caught off guard. The war came so suddenly. According to the kingdom's original plan, there should have been 6 months to gather and train the army. But now, only 2 months had passed, and most farmers had taken up arms for less than a month, rendering their combat effectiveness questionable. Worse still, these scattered farmers were of little use, and large amounts of stored supplies fell into the barbarians' hands. Facing this massive upheaval, the Ferreira family convened an emergency meeting. The barbarian vanguard had reached Ironwall City. If Ironwall fell, the entire northern province would be lost, and Watchtower City would be the next target. Baron Ferreira, a war veteran, had a clear understanding of the military situation. He meticulously studied the map of the northern province. The province could be divided into 2 distinct areas, the northern part, facing the barbarians and the Kingdom of the Holy Cross, with Ironwall City as the boundary, and the southern part, near the kingdom's heartland, with Watchtower City as the boundary. The Ferreira family was on the Watchtower City side, relatively safe. However, Earl Perez's territory was in the middle, likely already attacked by small groups of barbarians. Baron Ferreira anxiously pointed at the map, realizing that if the front line faltered, their family would be the first to suffer. He said gravely, the governor's orders should arrive soon. According to kingdom practice, a temporary army will likely be formed nearby to support the front line. Ironwall City must not fall, or the entire north will be lost. Derek, having adjusted his mindset on the way, asked a crucial question. What is the situation in Ironwall City? Can it hold? Baron Ferreira rubbed his temples and replied wearily, unclear. The current governor is a court noble with no military accomplishments. The Iron Lion Legion stationed in Ironwall has only 3,000 men, though recently expanded, the actual number is uncertain. With the city guards and noble private armies, if commanded well, it should hold. His distrust of the governor was evident. Derek realized the situation was more severe than expected, but also saw an opportunity. He decisively suggested, we must prepare for both outcomes. Some people should immediately retreat to the mountains. Father, you should stay with the family. With the castle here, we can hold out for a while. My brother and I will prepare to go to war. We cannot sit idly by. Derek understood the principle of mutual dependency. If the organized army of the northern province was annihilated, the nobles fighting alone would surely face doom. Regardless of whether Ironwall could hold, they had to rise and fight. His older brother, Marco, agreed, Father, Derek is right. Our second brother is still serving in Ironwall. We can't abandon him. Let our youngest brother leave first. It's the safest plan. From a rational and practical standpoint, even in the worst-case scenario, the Ferreira family would not be wiped out. The honor of the northern nobles also forbade them from retreating. The tragic fates of the displaced nobles from 30 years ago were still fresh in their minds. Many families had lost their heritage and ancestral glory. At that moment, the knight commander burst into the meeting room with the governor's orders. Baron Ferreira took the orders and carefully read the general notice. By the order of the governor of the northern province of the kingdom, a temporary army is to be formed. Earl Perez is appointed as the commander of the second temporary army. Assemble within 3 days of receiving this order and march within 10 days to aid Ironwall City. All battle merits will be recorded and rewarded with titles and lands after the war without hesitation. Clearly, the governor had not given up on resistance and was quite clear-headed. As the highest official of the northern province, he had the authority to issue such orders on behalf of the king. The king would surely honor the rewards after the war, or the kingdom's credibility would collapse. Baron Ferreira finally made up his mind. We'll follow Derek's plan. Leave some soldiers here and Marco, you take the rest. He began organizing the family's forces, putting the majority under Marco's command, with Derek acting independently. I'll expedite the recruitment and training of soldiers to hold the line if needed. Finally, Baron Ferreira told Derek, Derek, take care of your brother. This was no longer a noble's order, but a father's request. Derek solemnly promised, I will. He would not stand idly by within his capabilities. Everyone, get ready to move out. Derek's voice rang through the camp like a clarion call heralding the imminent battle. He turned to his adjutant, Adrian, and said, take my orders and have Simon lead his men out. The camp immediately buzzed with activity. Soldiers meticulously prepared provisions, weapons, and horses. Derek stood at the center, issuing commands that flowed seamlessly down the ranks. Time was of the essence. According to the governor's orders, Count Pereira had only 10 days to organize his troops. Even with the fastest horses, it would take a day to travel from Count Pereira's domain to their current location. Derek understood the value of time, but remained unflustered. His soldiers were better trained than most. He commanded a large number of seasoned veterans, many of whom were at least at level 7 or 8, while new recruits were generally above level 5. What made his troops even more enviable were the elite knights, knight squires, and elite infantry. The earliest group of his soldiers had almost all advanced to elite status. The greatest strength of Derek's army was its strict discipline and minimal disparity in skill levels. Derek had borne immense pressure for years to maintain and even expand his forces, and now, finally, they would be put to use. In contrast, the Ferreira family had dispatched only 5 knights and 300 soldiers, along with some hastily conscripted farmers. Derek, on the other hand, had mustered 20 cavalrymen and 200 infantry, leaving another 100 or so stationed elsewhere to train new recruits and guard the stronghold. Derek's forces set out from the Ferreira family's domain and rendezvoused with Simon and his slave soldiers outside Count Perez's territory. Once everyone had assembled, they marched under Derek's triangular banner into Count Perez's domain. Within a few days, Count Perez had returned to his fief and raised the banner of the 2nd Legion of the Northern Province. By the time Derek arrived at the camp, it was already teeming with thousands of soldiers, a sight both grand and imposing. A knight responsible for receiving the enlisted nobles noticed the knight's emblem on Derek's chest and smiled approvingly. Sir Knight, please state your family name and the number of soldiers for the record. Then wait for the Count's orders. Derek had deliberately worn the Perez Knight Order emblem in a prominent position to signify his identity. In this army, most had a knightly background, implying camaraderie and preferential treatment, especially when compared to others. Von Derek, knighted, Derek declared, standing tall and speaking loudly. A total of 200 elite infantry, 1 retired knight from the Perez Knight Order, 2 Derek family knights, 20 knight squires, and 50 militia for logistics. He knew the rules of such temporary legions and dared not withhold any details. The recording knight meticulously inspected Derek's troops. Apart from the militia, all were well armed, with even a unit of heavily armored infantry. Each soldier appeared robust and fierce, with excellent equipment, a clear sign of an elite force. This was Derek's intention. He had ordered everyone to wear full gear in advance. Sir Knight, it seems you understand the rules here, the recording knight remarked approvingly, though he soon appeared puzzled. But forgive me, I've never heard of the Derek family. Noticing the emblem on the other's chest, Derek quickly amended, Sir, I come from the Ferreira family but have since established a branch family. I retired from our knight order a year and a half ago. The recording knight smiled, not minding the attempt to forge a connection. He had heard of the Ferreira family's reputation but hadn't expected a branch member to field such elite troops. He meticulously documented everything, adding a note, elite troops, well-equipped, well-trained. This would be presented to Count Perez, and adding such a remark was a responsibility he was willing to take, given Derek's impressive display. The recording knight opened the ledger, allowing Derek to see his evaluation. I'm Caesar Ulfing, he said with a smile. We'll likely cross paths again. I'll find you a good spot in the camp. Derek felt a warmth at Caesar's kindness. He leaned in and whispered, Thank you, Sir Caesar. My family deals in warhorses and armor. If you ever need anything, feel free to reach out. Derek's offer wasn't just a gesture of goodwill. He understood the dynamics at play. The recording knight, despite his seemingly low rank, held significant influence as Count Perez's first line of intelligence. Establishing a good relationship was essential. Caesar was surprised by Derek's offer. Such businesses were not common. Realizing he had been away from the fief for too long to know the local nobles well, he replied, I'll remember that, Sir Derek. I'm sure I'll need your help at some point. Consequently, Caesar arranged an even better spot for Derek in the camp. After making his rounds, Derek found his elder brother Marco, whose camp was noticeably inferior. Clearly, this was the result of preferential treatment. Marco, seeing Derek's superior location, remarked enviously, It pays to be from the Perez Knight Order. This place is nothing like ours. Derek merely smiled, keeping the intricacies to himself. In the following days, the legion's numbers swelled. As the deadline approached, Count Perez finally announced a simple review the next day, and the march the day after. That night, the Count reviewed the registry. Why is this registry a well-kept secret among military nobility? It might seem simple, but it's the primary source of information for the legion commander. Which family has elite troops? Which knights are capable? All reflected here. With thousands of troops, the commander can inspect each one personally and must rely on this limited information to appoint officers. This is the opportunity. Without a recommendation, there is no chance. As Count Perez flipped through the pages, he suddenly called out, Caesar, come here. What's the story with this Von Derek? The North had many nobles, and Count Perez couldn't know them all, but he was familiar with the powerful ones. Fielding such elite troops was rare and mostly limited to a few families. The detailed note suggested exceptional quality. Unfortunately, the name Derek did not ring any bells. Count Perez didn't mind if subordinates used their connections or even took bribes, but this seemed too much. He trusted Caesar's judgment, but needed an explanation. Caesar, recalling the impressive young knight, smiled and explained, My lord, you can see for yourself tomorrow. My description is accurate, perhaps even understated. Sir Derek's troops are exceptionally elite, and he is from the Perez Knight Order, originally from the Ferreira family. Caesar's brief introduction gave Count Perez a preliminary understanding. Trusting Caesar's judgment, he said, Arrange for this lad to be near the front tomorrow. I'll take a look myself. The Count agreed, adding with a laugh, If it's true, this young man has quite the ambition. The next day, the 2nd Legion of the Northern Province held a parade. The square was packed with people, merchants, and young nobles eagerly awaiting the arrival of the Count. Although the 2nd Legion was a temporary unit, the current complex situation made its disbandment unlikely in the short term. For lower-tier nobles and merchant sons without connections, securing any position in the military, even temporarily, was a rare opportunity. However, the sons of a few military noble families could already sense the tension in the air. They knew that the competition had begun the moment they set foot in the camp. Families like the Ferrara barony, though only numbering 7 or 8, controlled between 1/5 to 3/4 of the legion's power. The remaining positions were left for other nobles and the middle class. As for knightly nobles and ordinary baronial families, they often knew little about the military's intricate workings. When Derek was assigned a prominent position, he was secretly delighted, realizing his plans were beginning to bear fruit. In the center were Count Pereira's private troops. To the left were military nobles led by the Ferrara family, and Derek's unit was on the right, followed by a few more military noble units. The rest had to stand further back. Derek knew he couldn't bask in the glory of the Ferrara family that was reserved for his elder brother, Marco. But he wasn't worried. He believed his meticulous planning would ensure he wouldn't lose to his brother. Sure enough, when Count Pereira appeared, he gave an inspiring speech to boost morale and promise promotions after the war. Then he began inspecting the troops. Though it was a cursory inspection, the Count's sharp eyes gave him a general impression of each unit's quality. The military nobles of the north were indeed formidable. Take the Ferrara family, for instance. Though their regular forces numbered only a few hundred, they had a large number of well-trained militia. When summoned, they could quickly form a competent army, and in a dire situation, they could muster over 1,000 men. The soldiers Marco brought had undergone 2 months of intensive training, making them noticeably superior to their peers. Count Pereira took note. As the Count passed his private troops, he deliberately slowed down. Although he was well acquainted with this unit, he needed to appear thorough since this was the core of his control over the legion. Next was Derek's unit. The Count immediately noticed a stark difference. This unit not only looked more elite than his own private troops, but was also superbly equipped. Assembling such a force was no small feat in contrast. The merchant's sons and some lesser noble private troops struggled even to form proper lines. Count Pereira couldn't help but believe the records, even thinking they might have been modest. He turned to his aides. Was Derek from my knight order? Implying how such a talent could have been let go. His aides quickly summarized Derek's background, having thoroughly investigated him. What a pity, the Count sighed inwardly. He would try to recruit Derek again if given the chance. But for now, having such a strong soldier under his command was certainly advantageous. Moreover, Derek's connection to the Pereira Knight Order was a valuable bond. The Count approached Derek and suddenly spoke. Knight Derek, I hear you completed your knight training with top marks. Could you demonstrate for us? Derek was initially stunned, but then overjoyed. Count Pereira calling him out was clearly an opportunity. He sensed the underlying message. A good performance could secure him a promising position. Yes, at your service, Commander, Derek responded, stepping out of the line and saluting with his fist to his chest. How to showcase his skills. Derek quickly came up with an idea. Armor up, he commanded. The knights were already fully armored for the inspection. Unlike others, Derek's elite knights were physical powerhouses, capable of wearing medium armor all day. In his experience, elite soldiers were 1 in 100, or even 1 in 1,000. In the entire northern province, a knight of level 5 or 6 was considered good, 7 or 8 was excellent, and elite knights were as rare as titled knights. Yet his unit was full of them. To the astonishment of the onlookers, the knights swiftly mounted their horses. Many had thought they were just for show, assuming their long-standing posture would have tired them out. But their movements showed no sign of fatigue. Count Pereira had only intended for Derek to demonstrate a bit, not expecting him to summon his knights. Seeing his guards tense up, the Count waved them off. Stand down. Knight Derek is from our knight order. There's no need to worry. This statement touched many, showing the Count's knack for winning hearts. Derek also mounted his horse, riding lightly to the front of his knights. The brown warhorse, with its strong muscles, showcased its power. It was an exceptional steed. Charge, Derek commanded. The knights transitioned from stillness to motion, displaying the horse's explosiveness and the knight's control. Lance throw. With Derek's short lance hitting the ground, a flurry of lances landed precisely within half a meter. Even after 3 rounds, the horses galloped back and forth without a single miss. As the stunned crowd regained their composure, the knights quickly reformed their ranks. Spears up. Advance. They then demonstrated various formations, skirmishing, and pursuit maneuvers at an incredibly high level, akin to the peak of military performance. Some previously confident individuals were now disheartened. Is this what true military nobles are like? How can we compete? Count Pereira was equally impressed. He knew his knights couldn't match this level. Each of these knights could be considered titled knights. How did you train them? Can any of you do this? He asked his own knights. They awkwardly shook their heads. While a few might reach this level, leading their subordinates to such heights was another matter. When Derek's unit returned and dismounted, they all looked at ease. Incredible. Simply incredible. I felt like I was watching the King's Guard. The Count praised, then suddenly asked, Is Knight Derek married? Derek was taken aback, thinking, I thought you were here to praise me, not play matchmaker. Count Pereira, realizing his slip, quickly changed the topic. With skills like that, you deserve to be a centurion. The praise enough to be a centurion echoed through the camp, sparking murmurs among the soldiers. Though the title of centurion might seem modest, it was actually a mid to high-ranking officer position. In this hastily assembled 2nd Legion of the Northern Province, there were only 10 centurion positions available. Count Perez stood on the review stand, his gaze sweeping over the assembled troops. He calculated silently. Besides his own officers, a few barons who fought personally would inevitably take some positions. Coupled with the officers from nearby cities, these slots were nearly filled. As for the remaining positions, Nobles like Marco, who earned their military accolades, typically oscillated between centurions and commanders of 500. The Count's recent promise essentially guaranteed Derek a centurion's position, which was quite exceptional. A flicker of unease crossed the Count's mind. This decision might bring some trouble, but the benefits for Derek clearly outweighed the potential issues. Reflecting on the earlier scene, Count Perez realized that he might have spoken out of excitement. Derek's knights had performed beyond his expectations. The inspection concluded, and Count Perez hurried away to begin the final reorganization. He gathered a few trusted aides for a last round of discussions. Truth be told, even the Count was wavering. Isn't it too much to give a centurion's position to an honorary knight? One aide questioned softly. Even a commander of 500 might raise eyebrows. Another chimed in the army, nobles enjoy privileges. But for an honorary knight, the most he should get is a decurion. Given the temporary nature of this legion, even making Derek a centurion is already generous. The discussion dragged on, with opinions sharply divided. Some advocated for a commander of 500, while others believed that offering a centurion's position could boost morale. Amidst the heated debate, Caesar suddenly spoke up, "Count, don't forget that Knight Derek came from our knightly order. Plus, the Second Legion is only temporarily assembled." Count Perez's eyes lit up, instantly grasping Caesar's implication. The Second Legion of the Northern Province was a temporary formation by the governor, and its future was uncertain. Likely, it would be restructured for the ongoing war against the barbarians, resulting in a complete reorganization. After a moment of contemplation, the Count made his decision. He swiftly signed the appointment document and told Caesar, "Tell that lad to do his best and not disgrace me. I'm giving him a centurion's title, with soldiers and farmers to fill up to 1,000 men. The rest, he has to figure out himself." Caesar took the orders and quickly found Derek. Handing over the appointment letter, he congratulated him while briefly explaining the debate at the Count's place. "You're lucky you're from our knightly order. Otherwise, the opposition would have been greater, and this opportunity wouldn't have fallen to you. Do well, and after repelling the barbarians, the war will surely continue. The Second Legion will become a permanent fixture, and a commander of 500 is a certainty for you, possibly even retaining your current rank." Listening to Caesar, a warm feeling surged in Derek's heart. He realized that Caesar had indeed spoken on his behalf. This favor was significant. Without another word, he headed to the stables and brought out one of the 3 high-quality warhorses he had. "Brother Caesar, I won't say much. Thank you for your help. I don't have much to show my gratitude, so I'm giving you this warhorse," Derek said with genuine sincerity. Caesar stared at the northern warhorse in front of him, momentarily speechless. This was a rare resource, nearly impossible to purchase on the market. Even serving under Count Perez, saving several years' salary wouldn't be enough to buy it, not to mention the lack of connections. Derek's gesture was akin to gifting a luxury car worth millions. Caesar's expression froze, his eyes filled with incredulous amazement. Derek was acutely aware that he had nothing to offer compared to the sons of noble families. The only thing he could do was to carefully craft a positive persona, someone who repays kindness and is generous. He thought to himself, "Who cares about my background? Who wouldn't like a generous friend? If they like me, they'll help me out, and I'll repay them in the future." At that moment, Caesar was over the moon, feeling as if he had boarded a plane soaring into the sky. He had initially wanted to repay Derek's kindness, but he never expected the return to come so quickly and so overwhelmingly. Despite his modest refusals, Derek was even more insistent, practically implying, "If you don't accept this, you're looking down on me." In such an atmosphere, how could Caesar refuse? He left Derek's camp in a daze, leading his warhorse, and only came back to his senses upon returning to his own camp. Derek, Caesar muttered to himself, "What a generous guy. It seems I've made the right friend." Understanding the principle of reciprocating kindness, he decided to do something in return. That afternoon, Derek saw a batch of high-quality recruits reporting for duty. As the registration officer, Caesar knew the composition of the Second Legion like the back of his hand. These new recruits, from knightly or merchant families, had clean backgrounds and looked spirited, far from being a ragtag bunch. They were somewhat educated, ensuring obedience, making them the finest soldiers and junior officers. Caesar even took special care to separate Marco from Derek. After all, Marco was the eldest son of the Ferreras, while Derek was on his own, and who knows what could go wrong. As Derek's friend, he felt it was his duty to lend a hand. With Caesar's assistance, the Second Legion quickly completed its reorganization. According to protocol, Count Perez sent a herald. Derek's triangular flag flew high, marking him as the commander of this 1,000-man unit. Derek wasted no time in making significant changes. He retained a 100-man squad and reorganized the rest with the new recruits. Knights and soldiers from merchant families who brought their own men were given the positions of squad leaders, or even banner captains. But Derek was cautious, placing his trusted men as sergeants under each squad leader and reliable squad leaders under each banner captain. This way, he could quickly gain control of the 1,000-man unit. With his data panel, Derek believed he could soon further grasp the army. After all, as a commander with absolute power, it wouldn't be difficult to remove a few disobedient soldiers. That night, Derek hosted a small dinner. Besides his original subordinates, there were now many new junior officers. For instance, Adrian, who now led a 100-man squad as Derek's banner officer. This was a classic case of one person rising to power and everyone benefits. If it were up to him, he might never have such an opportunity in a lifetime. This further solidified Adrian's resolve to follow Derek. Although one meal wasn't enough to win everyone's loyalty, it did help them get to know each other better. Derek met his new subordinates one by one and candidly told them, "The army is not child's play. Some of you may have studied military knowledge, but that's far from enough. Marching, deploying troops, commanding soldiers, even logistics management, all have their intricacies. I come from a military noble family and have served in the Perez Knight Order for many years. I believe I have more experience than most of you. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Don't wait until you're on the battlefield to panic, and then blame me for not giving you a heads up." Derek's words not only established his legitimacy, but also hinted at his strength and background. Some might have resented his appointment as a commander, but they had no grounds to express it. Caesar's arrangement saved him a lot of trouble. These were indeed excellent recruits. Derek felt that gifting the warhorse was well worth it. The next day, the 2nd Legion began to move out in batches. Although 10,000 men might not sound like much, it was a substantial force for that era. Not everyone had the qualifications or ability to command such a large army. Even marching wasn't just a matter of moving forward en masse. The formation, batches, and sequence all needed careful planning. As a newcomer, Derek wasn't given any special tasks. He just had to march steadily. Count Perez's direct troops took on the vanguard duties, and some regular army officers with kingdom positions were assigned various tasks. Meanwhile, the temporarily drafted troops were still in training. No wonder others looked down on these temporary units. The difference was indeed significant. However, the commanders at the 1,000-man level were experienced officers, so there were no major issues. After 5 days of slow marching, it had been 15 days since the siege of Ironwall. That day, the sound of galloping hooves suddenly filled the air, causing some commotion in the 2nd Legion. Derek rode to a high point to observe, and saw that Count Perez remained unmoved. When the cavalry passed the 10,000-man unit, he recognized the familiar emblem. It was the Perez Knight Order. The familiar eagle-head banner was something Derek used to see every day. He had wondered why he hadn't seen the Perez Knight Order earlier, but now he understood. From its size, the Knight Order had doubled, and the formation was neat, clearly not a temporary assembly of soldiers. Derek quickly grasped the reasoning behind it. Every year, there were quite a few retired knights and knight attendants like him. Count Perez couldn't afford to keep them all. But over time, even if the count had to spend money, he would help surrounding nobles and merchants train knights. This wasn't merely an act of kindness. When manpower was needed, a summons could quickly gather many former knights and attendants back into the Perez Knight Order. These men brought their own horses and weapons, had completed knight training, and had survived on their own for years, making them formidable fighters. When combined, they formed a powerful knight order. With the arrival of the Perez Knight Order, the 2nd Legion of the Northern Province, which had just completed its initial integration, immediately picked up the pace. During these days, the 1,000-man commanders weren't idle. They had already gained preliminary control of their units. The new recruits and farmers were gradually adapting to the army's rhythm. The sudden increase in speed didn't cause chaos. Instead, it appeared orderly. With a few more battles, the 2nd Legion of the Northern Province could truly become a formidable force. Derek couldn't help but admire the seasoned general. All of this was part of Count Perez's meticulous planning. On the surface, it seemed like there were no major moves, but through a series of small adjustments, the army had been fully integrated. Of course, this was also thanks to Count Perez having a competent officer corps. If a court noble were in command, they might not even recognize all the men. That evening, Derek stepped into the main tent of the Pereira Knights, greeted by familiar faces. In the center of the tent hung a large map of the northern provinces, with every mountain and village clearly marked. His eyes met those of Knight Chloe, and they exchanged a nod of mutual understanding, with a hint of surprise in Chloe's eyes. Count Perez's voice broke the silence. "Everyone, Ironwall City lies ahead. According to our scouts, the barbarian army has breached the walls." This statement hit like a hammer, instantly heightening the tension in the room. "What's the situation in Ironwall now?" someone asked anxiously. The fate of Ironwall City was crucial to the 2nd Legion's survival. Count Perez provided a reassuring answer. "Our governor has held Ironwall City, and it is secure for the time being." The group breathed a collective sigh of relief, but the Count's next words tensed them up again. "2 missions," Count Perez said, scanning the room with a serious expression. First, drive out the barbarians. Second, avenge Count Chris Jeffries. He paused briefly before adding, the Jeffries family has offered a barony to whoever accomplishes this revenge. The leaders present began to breathe heavily, their eyes gleaming with ambition. There were only about 20 baronies in the northern provinces, and this opportunity could mean establishing a family's legacy. Count Perez, satisfied with the rising morale, continued, this task will not be easy. The one who killed Count Jeffries is the leader of the barbarian army. If anyone can complete this revenge, even His Majesty the King will likely reward them personally. Seizing the moment of fervor, Count Perez started assigning tasks. The knights will follow me to engage the main barbarian force. The 1st to the 10th centuries will clear their designated areas. I want to see the barbarians pushed north of Ironwall City within 10 days, or your positions are at risk. Report twice daily and be ready to regroup at any time. Derek immediately accepted his orders. His 10th century was relatively small and responsible for a modest area, including one town and several villages, with a few knight estates scattered in between. After the meeting, Knight Chloe caught up with Derek. You've been appointed as a centurion? His tone was filled with surprise and admiration. Derek responded humbly, Uncle Chloe, I just got lucky and seized the opportunity. Chloe patted his shoulder and said earnestly, well done. If you need help, just ask. Take this chance to earn more merits and secure your position. But remember to stay safe. After a brief exchange, they parted ways. Derek returned to the camp and immediately sent Simon to lead a cavalry unit for reconnaissance. As a complete military unit, the century needed to operate independently, which posed a significant challenge for its commander. Derek led his team swiftly to their designated area. The situation was better than expected, with only small groups of barbarians roaming around. The only town had been attacked but remained secure. Surrounding villages had resisted bravely, limiting the barbarians' damage. He chose to set up camp outside the town, declining the local garrison officer's invitation. Derek knew that hiding within the walls would only incur Count Perez's displeasure. Simon soon returned with the latest intelligence. Centurion, there are 4 or 5 groups of barbarians in the area, totaling no more than 200 men. They've attacked a few villages and are now roaming around. Derek quickly assessed the situation. The barbarians' goal is merely looting and harassment. Once they know we're here, they'll likely retreat. He decisively ordered, prepare the cavalry. We'll move out immediately. Adrian, you lead 100 elite troops to follow quickly. Even if his assessment was wrong, the flexible cavalry could handle it. Derek believed this decision would give him an advantage in pursuing the barbarians. Derek's judgment was not mistaken. The barbarians crossing the Ironwall City were driven by more than just military considerations. Despite a series of military and political reforms over the past 30 years, some deeply ingrained traditions remained hard to eliminate. The chieftain system based on small tribes and the conscription system were 2 such examples. A significant portion of the invading barbarian army was composed of warriors provided by various tribes. The barbarian commanders had to consider the demands of these tribal chieftains. As a result, allowing small parties to raid beyond Ironwall City became a means to win their support. This strategy also served to delay reinforcements from the Kingdom of Locke. However, the barbarians underestimated the difficulty of the siege. In recent years, Ironwall City's construction had focused primarily on defending against the St. Cross Kingdom, making its fortifications more military-oriented rather than commercial. This design inadvertently saved the northern province. Half a month passed with the barbarians making no progress in their assault on Ironwall City. Meanwhile, the small raiding parties acted with unusual caution. When they detected Derek's main forces approaching, they immediately began to regroup and prepare for withdrawal. They knew that only by amassing sufficient strength could they hope to confront the Kingdom of Locke's main army. This half-month was enough for the barbarians to realize the combat prowess of the Kingdom of Locke. The nobles of the northern province had not grown weak during peacetime. On the contrary, they were fiercer than wolves. Several small barbarian units quickly converged and retreated according to plan. Although they carried some loot, they were not worried about being overtaken by the Kingdom of Locke's army. They knew that large forces moved slowly, and they had equipped themselves with plenty of mules and horses precisely for this reason. As for small pursuit parties, the barbarians were unafraid. They considered themselves lions, even if Locke soldiers were wolves. When Derek's forces closed to within a few miles of the barbarians, they encountered a barbarian scout. Simon led a few cavalrymen in pursuit. Both sides engaged in a cat-and-mouse chase. Derek, observing from a high vantage point, had his first close look at the barbarian soldiers, gleaning many insights. The distant placement of barbarian scouts indicated a well-organized military structure, far from a disorganized mob. Moreover, these scouts were skilled riders, and the barbarians themselves were physically larger than the Locke soldiers. Derek felt a weight of concern. What he had initially thought would be an easy side quest opponent turned out to be a formidable boss battle, a realization that was far from pleasant. Despite their strength, the barbarian scouts were no match for elite knights. Before long, Simon knocked one of the scouts off his horse. Derek immediately ordered, "Keep them at bay. Take turns resting. I want to blind all their scouts and make them helpless." While the cavalry was fast, the elite infantry in the rear needed time to catch up. Including rest periods, they needed to stall the enemy for at least a day. Achieving this with just over 20 riders was no easy task. The barbarians could quickly widen the distance by simply pressing forward. Derek had an idea and split the knights into two groups, taking turns harassing the barbarian convoy. They would sometimes make aggressive moves as if to charge, then retreat when the barbarian cavalry pursued, only to provoke again when the barbarians tried to move on. After several rounds, the barbarians began to lose their patience. A burly barbarian roared, "Let me lead a group to teach them a lesson. Give me all the cavalry, and I'll take down these pesky lock soldiers." As a lower-ranking chieftain, his combat prowess was formidable. Several barbarian cavalry units gathered, totaling around 52 riders, almost double the number of Locke pursuers. The barbarians had witnessed the strength of Locke's cavalry over the past few days and believed they were not superior, perhaps even slightly inferior in individual combat. After some consideration, the other minor leaders agreed to put their cavalry under his command. When Simon led another harassment raid, the barbarian cavalry swarmed out. This time, they were not content with merely driving away the annoying Locke riders. Even as Simon retreated, the barbarian cavalry pursued relentlessly, determined to crush Simon's unit in one swift stroke. Seeing Simon return in disarray, Derek immediately mounted his horse. "Brothers, our chance for glory has come," he shouted. "It's better they come out rather than hide. We can strike a decisive blow with our elite unit, crippling their cavalry. Otherwise, battling the main barbarian force would cause significant losses, whether during a charge or a retreat. It's better to deal with them now and minimize infantry casualties. We've trained for this momento. Teach the barbarians a lesson. Now's our chance. All knights mount up." Unexpectedly, all the knights remained exceptionally calm. Derek shouted, "Flank them! Flank them!" Simon understood and led the cavalry in a wide arc, finally returning to Derek's rear. Derek had already taken a high ground position, and with Simon's guidance, the barbarian cavalry's formation tilted slightly, exposing a vulnerable section to Derek's view. The barbarians might have thought that a mere 10 riders wouldn't dare countercharge, but they quickly learned the prowess of Locke's cavalry. Northern warhorses accelerated, their heavy hooves thundering, chainmail clinking. In just a few seconds, the cavalry went from a standstill to full speed. The barbarian cavalry noticed the audacious enemy too late, their formation descending into chaos. Though their quality was decent, managing to turn around despite not being familiar with each other, Derek's reaction was faster. He led his cavalry to pierce the only gap, slicing through the barbarian ranks from a slanted rear position. Fully armored cavalry charges were devastatingly powerful, quickly completing a pass-through. The barbarians suffered unexpected heavy losses, with over a dozen riders falling in a short time. Despite the disarray, such a casualty rate was alarming. The barbarians realized this cavalry unit was different from the previous harassers. Even the horses were armored. Derek and Simon had prepared well, splitting the cavalry into two groups, a lightly equipped one for harassment and a fully armed one resting. Their foresight paid off enormously now, and combined with the elite cavalry's superior combat skills, they shattered the barbarians' morale with a single blow. Meanwhile, Simon circled back for another charge. The barbarians, still recovering from the initial chaos, found themselves further disoriented. Some were still facing Derek, ready to fight, only to be struck again by Simon's unit. Derek and Simon regrouped, with most of their 20 riders unscathed. "Charge!" Derek ordered. The barbarians managed a feeble countercharge before completely breaking apart. When the remaining dozen or so riders fled back to their convoy, the barbarian soldiers could hardly believe their eyes. "Did you walk into an ambush?" was the only explanation they could conceive. But the embarrassed barbarian cavalry had to admit the truth. The remaining minor leaders immediately realized they were in deep trouble. From the performance of the Locke cavalry and their bold harassment tactics, this was no ordinary army. Should they abandon their supplies and flee, or stay and wait for reinforcements? The barbarians fell into confusion. As night fell, they had to make a decision: to set up camp. Derek left a few riders to monitor the barbarian camp and instructed them to ignore small groups of barbarian cavalry seeking reinforcements. He ordered his men to clean up the battlefield, select a dozen uninjured warhorses, and use the rest for food. The soldiers began cutting off the enemy's heads to claim their merits and threw the remaining corpses into hastily dug pits for burial. Although Derek had little regard for the barbarians' weapons and leather armor, he also ordered them to be collected for future sale. Subsequently, Derek awaited the arrival of the elite infantry unit, a 100-strong team of seasoned veterans. They did not disappoint, arriving before midnight. Despite being elite, they still needed rest. After setting up a simple camp and eating, everyone wrapped themselves in their sleeping bags and rested on the spot, conserving energy for the next day's battle. At dawn, the barbarians finally reached a reluctant compromise in their arguments. They neither dared to hold their ground for reinforcements nor were willing to retreat entirely. Some had already quietly left, while those who remained hoped to loot more valuables. Derek scoffed at this indecision, which played right into his hands. Indecision leads to chaos, Derek advised his subordinates. Either form a solid defense to increase our casualties or retreat decisively to escape. Their hesitation only leads to failure. Compared to the barbarians' anxiety, Derek's troops were high-spirited and eager for action. To boost morale, Derek announced that half of the spoils from this battle would be theirs to keep. This promise immediately ignited the soldiers' enthusiasm, their eyes gleaming with greed. As the elite infantry launched their attack, the cavalry maneuvered around the battlefield, waiting for the right moment to strike. Although the barbarians were prepared, internal conflict erupted at this critical moment. Some advocated for a swift retreat, others insisted on staying to fight, and some were paralyzed with indecision until the enemy was upon them. Derek's elite infantry pushed forward over the hastily erected barbarian barricades. They maintained a disciplined formation, their strength and order far surpassing that of the ordinary barbarians. By the time the barbarians realized the unique threat posed by this enemy force, their formation was already crumbling. Sensing the wavering morale of the barbarians, Derek decisively ordered a cavalry charge. The thunderous sound of hooves shattered the barbarians' will to resist. As the knights called for surrender, some barbarians dropped their weapons and knelt in submission. Half an hour later, the battle was over. Derek's troops began cleaning the battlefield and tallying casualties. They had lost 2 cavalrymen and over a dozen elite infantrymen, with twice that number wounded. Despite achieving a decisive victory, the losses could have been greater had the barbarians been more tenacious. Derek rated his performance as satisfactory. He had collected 70 to 80 barbarian heads, with a comparable number of prisoners. Although he was unsure of the results from other units, he believed his team was among the top performers. A messenger had already been dispatched with the victory report, and Derek was ready to continue the advance. In the main camp of the 2nd Legion of the Northern Province, Count Pereira was planning the next steps. He drew 3 horizontal lines on the map, the last one reaching Ironwall City. Pereira set a 10-day deadline, hoping to concentrate forces to attack the main barbarian army and ideally lure them into a decisive battle. At this moment, a messenger hurried in. Report. The 10,000-man unit has completed its mission, with over 80 heads taken and over 90 prisoners captured. How long has the 10th Battalion been on the move? Count Perez asked those around him, eyes gleaming with anticipation. It's the 2nd day now, the adjutant replied respectfully. Count Perez frowned slightly. Too fast? Or are the barbarians just that weak? Though he spoke skeptically, his heart was racing with excitement. The count stood up, pacing back and forth in the tent before suddenly stopping and turning to the messenger. Tell Knight Derek he gets the first merit, he said, tapping a spot on the map with his finger. Have him send the heads and prisoners here, and this area is his to handle too. Once the messenger had left, Count Perez's gaze returned to the map. If the other battalions are progressing this well, we might have something to work with, he muttered, a glimmer of ambition in his eyes. Meanwhile, Derek had received the new orders. The heads were already on their way. He knew it was impossible to keep all the spoils for himself. However, as long as he sent the heads and prisoners, he could keep the rest an unspoken agreement. There was even a chance he could get a share of the rewards later, or have them counted as military achievements. Despite the initial success, Derek knew these victories were far from enough. After a single day of rest, he left some of his wounded behind and moved on. The new area of operations was larger and closer to the main barbarian forces, making it significantly more dangerous. Simon once again led the cavalry scouts. Were it not for Derek's extravagance, such a task would never be assigned to elite knights. However, Simon's report was grim. At least half of the villages had been overrun, and even towns had been looted. Currently, a force of several hundred barbarians was stationed in Three Rivers town. The news was a cold splash of water, bringing Derek back to reality. His previous thoughts now seemed like mere fantasies. Although compassion has no place in war, risking everything on this hard target seemed foolish. He doubted that taking down these barbarians would earn his battered troops much reward. Let's take out the smaller groups around us first. Derek decided decisively, choosing to set up camp right next to the main barbarian force. The barbarians attempted an attack while the 10th Battalion was still settling in, but Derek's well-prepared troops repelled them, leaving dozens of barbarian bodies behind. Derek then adopted a more aggressive strategy. Cavalry squads made constant forays, and elite infantry units rotated to support them. Smaller groups of barbarians, numbering in the dozens, stood no chance against these tactics. The barbarians organized a cavalry charge to break the stalemate. Derek met them with tightly formed infantry, forcing them to retreat. Both sides suffered losses, but also gained a better understanding of each other's strength. In Three Rivers town, The barbarian leader Donik stood on a low wooden palisade, watching the rock soldiers outside with a serious expression. Some were standing guard, while others were training. Had it not been for their previous encounters, he would have charged out by now. As a small tribe leader, even though the barbarian king had given him a baronial title, they still lived by tribal customs. The high chief's orders were to delay the rock forces, but Donik knew his reluctance to leave town was more due to fear. Living in tribal units did indeed enhance warrior cohesion. However, as a leader, he couldn't afford to lose too many men, or his entire tribe might be swallowed by others. The barbarian kingdom system still retained a primitive tribal structure, unlike the Rock Kingdom, which had a noble senate to ensure succession rights. While the barbarians huddled in the town, Derek seized the opportunity to act. He led his men in sweeping the surrounding smaller barbarian groups and pushed towards Ironwall City. From here, it would take no more than 3 days to reach Ironwall City, where the main barbarian army was not far off. There were more barbarians up north, and more towns and villages had been overrun. Although they hadn't achieved significant victories, the frequent raids by the Rock Kingdom's army forced the main barbarian camp to take notice. Eventually, the pressure fell on the lower-ranking barbarian leaders. Donik tried several attacks, but couldn't deal with Derek's smaller force. As time passed, other battalions also advanced nearby. 1 or 2 battalions launched fierce attacks, reclaiming lost ground at great cost. Others began to mimic Derek's tactics, constantly harassing the enemy. It was clear that the number of active barbarian troops had significantly decreased, even affecting their offensive against Ironwall City. Derek managed to collect over 100 more heads in scattered engagements. At this moment, a new army arrived. Ali Palmer, Centurion of the 8th Battalion, 1st Temporary Corps of the Northern Province, introduced the Baron standing before Derek, who looked more like a merchant than a soldier. Derek quickly assessed the situation and responded politely, "Baron, I'm von Derek, Centurion of the 10th Battalion, 2nd Temporary Corps of the Northern Province." After a brief introduction, Baron Palmer presented orders from Count Perez. "Our task is to take this town and then push forward. What's the objective? How far do we need to advance?" Derek asked. Palmer smiled wryly. "As far as we can, ideally up to Ironwall City." He clearly understood the danger of this mission. "Knight Derek, we must look out for each other this time. We can't afford to fail here." Derek saw potential in the situation. The first step was to eliminate the immediate threat. His observations over the past few days gave him insight into the town's situation. There are only about 500 barbarians in the town, and their morale is low after several defeats. "A strong assault should take it," Derek said confidently. Palmer's face lit up. "Then let's attack from 2 directions and take it quickly, shall we?" Derek realized Palmer lacked basic military knowledge. Surround 3 sides and leave 1 open. Never corner a desperate enemy. If the barbarians had no hope of escape, they'd fight to the death, causing heavy losses even in victory. Derek subtly reminded Baron Palmer, "Have you served in the military before?" Palmer, though inexperienced, was not foolish. He quickly grasped Derek's point and admitted, "No, this is my family's first time in a war." Not entirely sure where he went wrong, Palmer recognized that professionals should handle professional matters. He candidly suggested, "Knight Derek, why don't you command this time? I've heard of your service with the Knights of Pereira. Let me witness the prowess of the Northern Knights, shall we?" Command is a sensitive topic. Even between close brothers, it is often avoided, let alone between acquaintances. Standing before Baron Palmer, Derek realized he had overlooked a crucial fact. In an era where knowledge is extremely valuable, military knowledge is no exception. Baron Palmer's eyes reflected a mix of eagerness and hesitation. As a newly risen noble, he was acutely aware of his shortcomings in military matters. Without generations of blood-earned military knowledge, rising on the battlefield seemed nearly impossible. Despite his best efforts to recruit knights, he could barely maintain the army's operations. Advanced tactics remained a mystery to him. Facing the impending battle, Baron Palmer felt no confidence. He did not dare to arrogantly assume that war was merely a numbers game, nor did he consider himself a military genius. On the contrary, he was keenly aware that he might just be a fool. This self-awareness led him to place his trust in Derek upon learning of his background. "Thank you for giving me this opportunity," Derek said simply, without overstepping or showing any hint of mockery. Inwardly, he appreciated Palmer's honesty. A teammate who recognizes his own limitations is undoubtedly worthy of respect. Derek quickly took command of the 1st Legion's 8th Battalion. Apart from Baron Palmer's personal guard, the rest of the troops fell under his control. His approach was straightforward. He dispatched his knight retainers, each leading a squad of infantry to take temporary command. Baron Palmer stood aside, watching these knight retainers organize the troops with enviable efficiency. These young men were clearly far superior to the knights he had recruited. Is this the power of military nobility? He wondered, unaware that his perception was already skewed. As the command transfer proceeded, Baron Palmer's last doubts dissipated. He looked forward to learning something from the upcoming battle. At dawn the next day, as sunlight began to chase away the night, Derek commenced the task assignments. Adrian took part of the soldiers away from the main force, while the remaining troops were divided into 4 groups, mixing elite and regular soldiers. As the highest commander of this battle, Derek aimed to minimize his own casualties as much as possible. Baron Palmer observed silently, hoping to learn something. He saw messengers running back and forth, and the army swiftly moving according to orders, marveling at Derek's control. Commanding 1,000 troops is no easy task, especially on the battlefield. Derek kept several hundred-man units as reserves, while dispatching 500-man units each to 3 other directions. Only the northern side was left unattended, which puzzled Baron Palmer. 500 or so barbarians can't hold this small town, Derek said calmly. The only difference is how much we need to sacrifice. He employed no tricks, ordering a direct assault. Using lives to build momentum and buy time, they attacked from 3 sides, with overseer squads wielding long swords standing at the rear. The soldiers faced a grim choice: die outside the walls or on top of them. The frontline troops appeared somewhat disorganized, but basic order was maintained. Derek unceremoniously used the 8th Battalion as cannon fodder. The officers beside Baron Palmer wanted to voice their objections, but he stopped them. Since they were here to learn, they had to pay the price. The first wave is just to probe the defensive focus. Derek's tone was harsher than the previous day. The next assault will be carried out by elite infantry. His meaning was clear. The 8th Battalion was cannon fodder and would be used as such. Though his words were harsh, Derek also emphasized that his own men would fight just as hard, and their casualties would not be few. How long will it take to break through? Baron Palmer asked, his voice tinged with unease. Derek's eyes were sharp as he surveyed the battlefield. Depends on the barbarians' will to fight. If it's weak, we'll break through by nightfall. If strong, by tomorrow. So soon? Baron Palmer found it hard to believe. Derek offered no further explanation. In truth, if they disregarded casualties, it could be even faster. War, though complex in theory, boiled down to simple factors: fighting spirit, numbers, training, and morale, all influencing victory or defeat. The barbarians' numbers doomed them to a short resistance. Derek chose a vantage point, offering a clear view of the battlefield. Cannon fodder was not without value. After sacrificing dozens of lives, they successfully gauged the enemy's strengths and weaknesses. Fairly standard, Derek remarked. The barbarian commander has some skill, but not much. They've evenly distributed their forces, even assigning some to the north gate. If it were me, I'd be more flexible, not this rigid. Given the enemy's deployment, applying pressure became simpler. Derek ordered an increased offensive on the eastern side, deploying an elite 100-man unit. This unit, composed of Derek's old subordinates and soldiers from the 10th Battalion, was indeed elite compared to the Allied forces. Baron Palmer watched with wide eyes, eager to see if these so-called elites lived up to their reputation. They did not disappoint. With just one charge, they scaled the narrow wooden walls. The barbarian commander was alarmed, personally taking the field to direct the defense. Derek then ordered intensified pressure on the other 2 flanks. The barbarians' battle rhythm became noticeably chaotic. All day, Derek relentlessly directed the assault. Wave after wave of attacks crashed like tides, giving the barbarians no respite. By nightfall, their casualties were staggering. The battle will likely end today, Derek suddenly said. Baron Palmer was puzzled. From his perspective, the barbarians' fighting spirit remained strong, and heavy casualties seemed not to have shaken them. However, Derek's gaze was fixed on the north gate. There were faint signs of movement, indicating an attempt to retreat. No divine foresight was needed. Their intent to flee was unmistakable. Nightfall provided the perfect opportunity. The barbarians wanted to leave, but Derek pretended not to notice. He went about his usual routine of withdrawing troops, arranging meals, and allowing the soldiers to rest, keeping everything as normal as possible. The movements of a large force are hard to conceal, and any slip-up could trigger a chain reaction, so he maintained the usual order. As expected, the barbarians in the city closely watched every move outside the walls. After a day of intense fighting, the barbarians had suffered over 200 casualties. Even though the enemy's losses were nearly double, this toll was still unacceptable to the barbarians. They realized that the Locke people seemed willing to sacrifice lives to defeat them. The barbarians didn't understand whether the Locke officers cared about their lower-ranking soldiers, but they knew how precious their own lives were. As night fell, the light from the torches barely illuminated small areas. A group of well-dressed barbarian leaders huddled in the shadows, discussing their strategy. Suddenly, a rope hanging from the wooden wall began to sway, and a barbarian soldier climbed up. The surrounding leaders immediately gathered around him. "How is it?" they asked urgently. "The Locke people outside are completely inactive," the scout replied decisively. All eyes focused on the central leader. The situation was clear. No one wanted to die here. Compared to the hardships of the lower-ranking barbarians, these leaders had much better lives. Moreover, they had looted a considerable amount, and few were willing to risk their lives further. In the dim firelight, the leader's expression flickered. He sensed his subordinates' thoughts and didn't want to clash with the lock people to the end either. Leave quietly, he finally ordered. Take the money and abandon all large items. The barbarian leader had some common sense, knowing that this was a retreat, not a victorious return. Making noise or carrying too much baggage would be a death sentence. Thus, the remaining few hundred barbarians quickly packed their loot and quietly exited through the deserted northern gate. They had scouted this route several times during the day and confirmed there were no ambushes. These lock people don't want to fight us to the death either. Otherwise, they wouldn't leave us an escape route. The leader thought he had figured out the lock people's intentions. After all, 500 or 600 barbarian warriors defending a city could easily inflict double or even triple the casualties. Rather than mutual destruction, it was better for both sides to retreat. The credit for reclaiming lost territory would be the same anyway. The barbarians' retreat went exceptionally smoothly. It wasn't until the next day that the townspeople realized the barbarians were gone and sent someone to contact Derek and the others. After careful reconnaissance, Derek and Baron Palmer entered the town. Amazing, Baron Palmer exclaimed in realization. You deliberately left one side unguarded to force the barbarians to escape from there? What if they didn't run? Derek, in a good mood, explained simply, war isn't static. It depends on your objectives and the cost you can bear. In this case, there were only 2.5 possible outcomes. 2.5? Baron Palmer asked, eager to learn. Please explain. First, if the barbarians held their ground, we would fight to the death. Leaving one side unguarded might lower the morale of the lower-ranking barbarians and reduce our casualties a bit. Second, if the barbarians fled, I had already stationed people far ahead. If they fled at night, they would have encountered them by now. If they broke during the battle, my men would be returning and run into them. What Derek didn't mention was that with pursuers behind them, the barbarians would suffer even more. Theoretically, it sounded simple, but its actual application depended on the specific situation. This was his first time using this strategy seriously, and it seemed to be working well. These tactics were the legacy of his previous life. The Ferrara family's traditions leaned more towards the military systems and unspoken rules of this world. But to Baron Palmer, it seemed almost magical. Sir Derek, you're truly remarkable, he praised sincerely. I believe you'll be famous across many lands soon. Derek smiled, neither modest nor arrogant. Now, they should be encountering them. Meanwhile, Adrian and his group had been lying in wait in the wilderness all night. They slept in crude sleeping bags and ate dry rations and cold water. Even by military standards, their conditions were poor. Centurion, the infantry squad leader beside him, spat out some crumbs. Do you think the barbarians will really flee? This ration's taste and quality are awful. Whether they will or not, we follow orders, Adrian replied. Other matters aren't for us to consider. He had some doubts himself. According to Derek's instructions, they were bound to encounter the barbarians today. The only difference was the time. If they met in the morning, the barbarians would be at their strongest. If later, it would be easier. Overall, it wouldn't be too difficult. With a well-thought-out plan and the barbarians burdened with loot or fleeing in panic, they wouldn't be much of a threat. Just then, a soldier covered in leaves came running over. Centurion, they're here. The barbarians are here. The soldiers, who had been moving leisurely, immediately dropped their extra gear and grabbed their weapons. Adrian stood up, eyes gleaming. It seems they've been running all night without rest, Adrian thought with relief. He had traveled most of the day to get here yesterday. The barbarians couldn't be faster than him, so they must have been on the move all night. A group burdened with loot and exhausted from running all night would have little fighting strength. Sure enough, the barbarians' formation was a mess. Scattered along the way, some fell behind, and over time, the fastest could be 10 miles ahead of the slowest. Any remaining vigilance had long dissipated. Who would have thought the lock people would come this far to ambush them? Leader, Baron, the leading barbarian leaders, dragging their loot with a few horses, said, we've been running all night. Let's find a place to rest up ahead. Ordinary barbarians didn't have much loot and weren't allowed to bring pack animals, so they weren't as fast or burdened as the leaders. Unfair? Those rules were for the common barbarians. The leaders who made the rules wouldn't restrict themselves. Although they couldn't make a lot of noise, a few horses were manageable, and losing all their loot would be painful. After running all night, both people and horses were exhausted. The leader stopped to catch his breath. With the horses carrying the loot, he had been on foot and was thoroughly worn out. Looking at the distance, the lock people should have just realized they had fled. Even if they were cavalry, it would take 2 hours to catch up. So, they decided to rest for a while and gather the tribe. If the lock cavalry came, they would be ready to fight back. The leader found a spot to sit down and was about to ask for food when he heard his subordinates' terrified voices. The lock people are here. The rockmen are here? The barbarian chief jolted awake. a surge of energy coursing through his body as he sprang to his feet. Glancing around, he saw a few of his tribesmen dragging their weary steps toward him, showing no signs of alarm. Just as he was about to scold them for reporting false alarms, they suddenly turned and ran, their speed a stark contrast to their earlier exhaustion. Damn it! The chief cursed internally, realizing something was very wrong. Before he could react, his subordinates grabbed him and started running for their lives. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw rows of fully armed rock soldiers advancing, their distinctive triangular banners confirming their identity. Regret filled the chief's heart as they fled, mourning the hard-earned spoils of war. But survival was paramount. He pushed his subordinates aside, trying to pick up speed, forgetting that his legs were already weakened from the long journey. He didn't get far before a rock infantryman caught up and kicked him to the ground. Nearby, shouts in the local dialect rang out, "Surrender, and you won't be killed." It was traitors captured by the rockmen. Adrian easily took dozens of prisoners, killing those who resisted on the spot. Compared to frontal assaults, these capture operations were simpler and safer. As the day went on, more and more barbarians fell into Adrian's hands. By noon, he had captured about 150 prisoners. The rest either got lost or escaped by sheer luck. When Simon's cavalry arrived, the scene before him left him astonished. "Adrian, you caught all these?" Simon's eyes gleamed with envy, knowing that this achievement would earn him a great reward from Lord Derek. Adrian calmly replied, "It was all thanks to the centurion's arrangements." He knew this was an easy yet substantial task. To avoid unnecessary jealousy, Adrian suggested, "Simon, take your men and search the surrounding area. You might catch some stragglers." Simon's eyes lit up at the suggestion, and he immediately thanked Adrian before leading his team on a new round of searches. Meanwhile, in the distant town, Derek remained composed, a demeanor that made the anxious Baron Palmer envious. "Derek, you're a natural-born general," he sincerely praised. Derek chuckled, though he was not without his own anxieties. Whenever he worried, he opened the data panel to check, and as long as everyone's names were still listed, he knew all was well. Soon, the good news arrived. Had Simon not been delayed by capturing more prisoners, the message would have come even sooner. Derek immediately issued orders, "Baron Palmer, take a small contingent and guard the prisoners until the Count arrives. I need to increase our marching speed." According to the Count's instructions, the 2,000-man squads were merely bait. Thus, they needed to act recklessly to play their part convincingly. When it came time to divide the spoils, Baron Palmer declined Derek's generosity, explaining, "My family doesn't lack money. What we need are military achievements and land grants to truly join the ranks of nobility." His bold words made Derek ponder, and he silently accepted the spoils. After a brief rest, Derek led the 2,000-man squads deep into the heart of the barbarian army, closing in on Ironwall City. Meanwhile, Count Pereira had just learned of Derek's advance and leisurely ordered the 2nd Legion to assemble slowly. "This kid understands my intentions and has guts. If he survives this, he'll at least earn a baron's title." Count Pereira expressed his admiration bluntly. After all, the same orders were given to more than just the 10,000-man squad, but only Derek had grasped the deeper meaning and acted on it. Derek's sudden appearance caught the barbarians off guard. He first captured several small groups, killing over 100, drawing the enemy's attention. Then he used the prisoners to capture an entire town. Though this move was extremely risky, with the potential for total annihilation, Derek pressed on fearlessly. Initially, Derek's actions did not attract the attention of the barbarian high command. It was only when he began fortifying the town's defenses with the prisoners and leading cavalry to defeat several small barbarian units and supply convoys that the barbarian headquarters had to take him seriously. Derek's presence was like a thorn in their side, forcing the barbarians to adjust their strategy. Troops moving in the area now had to be in units of at least 100, and even supply convoys could no longer travel alone. This significantly increased the army's burden, especially as they ventured deeper into rock territory. The strain on their forces was palpable, and morale was affected. The barbarian commander, upon learning the news, studied the map carefully and quickly pinpointed the town Derek had occupied. Right in the middle, with flanking options on both sides. "Ignoring it would be a huge mistake," he sneered. "The Rock Kingdom has some competent leaders, but they underestimate us. Do they really think we can't see through such a simple ploy? Do they think we can't remove this thorn?" After inquiring about the positions of the 1st and 2nd Legions, the commander jabbed his finger at Derek's location and ordered, "Send head wolf Enrique to deal with these pesky rockmen and bring the troops back. The main rock force is on its way." Realizing that Ironwall City was impregnable, the barbarians had already slowed their offensive. Their goal was clear: severely damage the rock reinforcements and crush the northern province's resistance, severing its connection with the Rock Kingdom. By doing this, the barbarians hoped to gain recognition from the southern 3 kingdoms and officially establish their own nation. The barbarian commander gave a single order, and the scattered troops around quickly reorganized. The previously hesitant barbarian soldiers swiftly gathered under a wolf banner, forming an enormous army, almost one-third of the total invading force. This massive army surrounded the small town completely. The alpha wolf, Enrique, did not rush to attack but patiently waited for all his units to be in place. His intention was clear: total annihilation. Derek stood on the city wall, beside Baron Palmer, who had just rushed into the town the day before. To secure his future, Baron Palmer was clearly willing to risk everything. Derek gladly accepted the addition of the 100 men, thinking that an extra bit of strength at a crucial moment is always beneficial. However, when Baron Palmer saw the overwhelming number of barbarians outside the town, his legs began to tremble. Regretting his decision, he turned to Derek and said, "Knight Derek, if we make it out alive, I must introduce you to my daughter." Derek looked at Baron Palmer in surprise, seeing his serious expression, realizing he wasn't joking. Derek thought to himself that his potential was indeed promising, and it was only natural to attract attention. He calmly replied, "Baron, let's survive this first." As the number of barbarians continued to grow, Derek couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. However, his choice of this town as a stronghold was well thought out. Besides its strategic location, the town had rare stone walls. Though simple, they were sturdy. Derek believed that with his 2,000 men and this wall, he could make the barbarians pay dearly. While Derek and Baron Palmer were conversing, the barbarians began their assault. The simple city wall had no watchtowers, and the parapet was very low, but it was better than nothing. Derek was prepared, leading a team of swordsmen and shield bearers to defend the wall. The barbarians clearly lacked siege experience, swarming chaotically. Derek observed for a moment, and then adjusted the defensive deployment, delegating command to the junior officers. Baron Palmer noticed Derek deliberately weakening the wall's defense and couldn't help but feel puzzled. Derek patiently explained, "I've placed reserve troops on the inside, ready to support at any time. Defense isn't just about piling up people, too crowded, and we can't fight effectively. Most importantly, I'm intentionally showing weakness to the enemy." Derek further elaborated on his tactical intent, to lure the barbarians into increasing their forces while lowering their guard. Especially on the southern wall, he deliberately weakened the defense. Meanwhile, the situation inside the town was also tense. Many prisoners and conscripted townsfolk were working tirelessly. When materials were insufficient, they dismantled houses. When manpower was lacking, they forcibly conscripted. In such a critical moment, Derek wouldn't talk about human rights. The sword was the only truth. Enrique stood at the south gate, watching his soldiers' disorganized assault, feeling a headache. He decided that once they returned, he would train them properly on how to siege. In fact, the barbarian leadership had already realized the importance of developing siege capabilities. However, the recently reformed barbarian kingdom had no time to form a regular army. These soldiers, from various tribes, knew little more than wielding their blades. Enrique observed for a while, discovering that the Lokians' combat effectiveness was indeed formidable, and the attacking barbarians suffered heavy losses. This was in line with the Lokians' usual performance, but Enrique remained confident, thinking, "At most 3 days, and we can break through the gate with sheer numbers." He then sent his guards to guide the frontline siege. Although they still lacked technique, the command became much smoother, continuously pressuring the wall like waves. Enrique thought, perhaps it wouldn't even take 3 days to capture this small town. On the first day, the barbarians lost 400 to 500 men but identified the weakest defense at the south gate. On the second day, Enrique adjusted the main attack direction, and barbarian soldiers climbed the wall several times, only to be fiercely repelled by the Lokians. On the third day, Enrique sent his elite guard unit, intending to break through in one fell swoop, but they still failed. By the fourth day, Enrique even personally executed a few deserters, but the wall stood firm. The Lokians always seemed on the brink of collapse, but managed to hold on each time. Enrique began to realize this might be a Lokian trap, but under pressure from the main camp, he could only respond, soon. Meanwhile, inside the town, Derek was overseeing a mysterious project. When Baron Palmer saw large piles of firewood and flammable materials being gathered, he seemed to understand Derek's intention. But what impressed him more was Derek's command on the spot. Over the past few days, the Lokians' actual losses were much lower than they appeared. Derek cleverly utilized the conscripted militia, training them while mixing them with regular troops to defend the town. On the surface, it seemed like they lost over 1,000 men, but in reality, only about a third were lost. These hastily conscripted militiamen had, in just 10 days, developed basic military discipline. Though their combat effectiveness was still questionable, they could at least wield weapons. Thus, when the barbarians thought the Lokians were at their breaking point, the actual situation was far better than they imagined. Derek's strategy was gradually revealing its power. On the sixth day, Enrique, the head wolf, felt an overwhelming pressure. From the main camp to the tribal leaders, and even the rank-and-file soldiers, voices of doubt were rising. The prolonged siege of Ironwall City was understandable, but the failure to capture this small town was not. Enrique keenly sensed the demoralization among his troops. This hastily assembled army was on the verge of collapse. We can't wait any longer. Enrique thought to himself, this is a test. Excellence is out of reach, but at least I need to pass. He made a cold, resolute decision. If 1,000 soldiers weren't enough, then 2,000. If 2,000 weren't sufficient, then 3,000. Even if it meant the complete annihilation of his forces, he had to accomplish the mission. The barbarians launched their most savage attack, showing no regard for human life. When a small squad hesitated, Enrique unflinchingly ordered their execution. His personal guards dragged the wailing soldiers to the front lines and beheaded them in public. The ringleader of the descent, a minor chieftain, panicked and struggled, shouting, I am the young chief of the Bomier tribe. Who dares kill me? My father will not spare you. Enrique, you're issuing rogue orders. Enrique's face grew even darker, but his guards ignored the chieftain's protests and continued to carry out the orders. When the noble bloodline's head rolled, all the barbarians fell silent. Seeing the walls about to be breached, no one dared to defy orders. Inside the city, Derek and Baron Palmer quietly withdrew from the walls, replacing the regular troops with militia. The barbarians mistakenly believed that the rock's resistance was weakening, boosting their morale. A barbarian minor chieftain was the first to scale the wall, cutting a path through. More barbarians followed, swarming up. Watching from a distance, Enrique finally breathed a sigh of relief. Despite the heavy casualties, victory seemed within reach. He issued his final order. Get ready, this time we don't stop until it's over. This ruthless command quickly spread across the battlefield, and the soldiers surged forward, eager not to miss the chance for plunder. The walls were soon overtaken, and the gates flung open. Kill. Take everything. The barbarians rushed in. Even though the vanguard noticed the presence of a trap, the rear forces' push left them no choice but to move forward. The crude trap city, though not heavily fortified, required no further battle. In just a quarter of an hour, 3,000 to 4,000 barbarians packed the small space, some even beginning to climb. Enrique couldn't see inside the city, but from experience, he judged that the situation was under control. He started thinking about how to redeem himself, hoping to achieve great merit in the upcoming battles to offset today's losses. At this moment, Derek coldly issued an order. Set it on fire. Oil-soaked torches rained down. The crowded barbarians suddenly noticed the flammable materials and firewood piled around them. Someone shouted in terror, stop pushing. It's a trap. But no one listened, some even using the firewood as ladders. They could see the rock soldiers up close now, even clearly seeing the pity on their faces. Pity? Boom. Flames roared to life, the oil-drenched firewood igniting into a massive blaze. Within seconds, the entire trap city turned into a sea of fire. Rock soldiers quickly retreated to avoid friendly fire. The trap city was soon cleared. As the smell of burning oil wafted over, Derek donned his helmet and lowered his visor. Baron Palmer's face turned pale, as if he could hear the distant wails. Sir Derek, isn't it enough? Palmer trembled. These results are enough to earn you a baron's title, maybe even land. Derek mounted his horse and ordered the eastern gate opened. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. How can we miss it? All the knights were thrilled, eager to make their mark. As the cavalry charged out, the infantry followed closely. This well-preserved force was finally put to use. Derek's heart surged. Today, I will create a legend, leaving an indelible mark in the history of the Rock Kingdom. Let the world hear the name Von Derek. I'm coming. Derek roared as he charged. The eastern barbarians hadn't even reacted before the Rock army scattered them. Initially, they thought it was an easy victory, but soon they were terrified by the overwhelming number of Rock soldiers. Where did this army come from? They cried in fear. Kill. The Rock soldiers easily broke through the barbarian lines. By the time Derek circled to the southern gate, Enrique had already seen the towering flames. The barbarians, having never encountered such a scenario, were utterly bewildered. The few survivors fled in terror, some engulfed in flames, collapsing as they ran. Enrique instantly understood. It's over. Including the losses from the previous days, this temporary army had lost 80% of its strength. The remaining forces were incapable of fighting. With nearly a third of the southern forces gone, this campaign was a complete failure. All previous gains were nullified, and many people would want his head. So, he was finished too. When Derek's army charged forward, the barbarian soldiers' defenses completely collapsed. The lone wolf, Enrique, lost control of his men and was swept away with the fleeing troops. The Lock soldiers pursued relentlessly. Ironwall City was within reach. After a day's flight, the first wave of routed soldiers arrived at the southern gate. As dusk fell, Derek seized the opportunity, striking the barbarian camp before they could react. Despite a brief rest, the Lock soldiers were exhausted. However, the barbarians fared no better. A day of standoffs and probing attacks had drained their strength. Worse, they were caught off guard. Morning reports claimed the Lochlite cavalry were surrounded. Though Enrique had lost men, he had seemingly trapped the enemy. The barbarians believed they could break the enemy's camp by day's end. The main Lock reinforcements were still 2 or 3 days away, posing no immediate threat. Who could have predicted the sudden assault? This unexpected blow was the final straw. Both sides were weary, but Derek's well-trained elite troops demonstrated superior willpower and discipline. Advance! Advance! The officers shouted hoarsely, waving their command flags. On the chaotic battlefield, soldiers' vision was limited and fear magnified. At this moment, the importance of junior officers surged. Their daily training and systematic discipline made their resolve unyielding. Surrounded, they remained unfazed, focused solely on their orders, leaving the rest to Derek. Lock soldiers pierced through the barbarians' flimsy defenses like arrows. From above, squads of Lock soldiers advanced in streamlined formations. When facing resistance, the flag bearers or centurions would swiftly take command, breaking enemy lines. This tactical proficiency, honed over time, accumulated into an unstoppable momentum. Cavalry roamed freely, setting the camp ablaze. The fire intensified the chaos. The routed barbarians, too tired to flee further, and the southern camp soldiers wished for more legs to escape. The barbarian commander sensed something amiss, but it was too late. The rout was so swift that his messengers had not returned before the routed soldiers were at the gates. Derek consolidated his forces, following the routed soldiers unhurriedly. Though weary, they maintained an offensive posture. Deception in warfare is crucial. Relaxing now would give the enemy a chance to regroup. Night deepened, and the uncertain barbarian commander dared not act rashly. He ordered the routed soldiers to enter from the back of the camp. From the watchtower, he could see scattered torches but couldn't gauge the enemy's strength. Noting the enemy's orderly formation, he realized they were elite troops. After careful consideration, the commander waved his hand. Shoot! Force them to reroute or kill them. Caution was paramount. Allowing the routed soldiers in could let the enemy infiltrate. Better to make an example by killing some routed soldiers than risk an attack. Arrows rained down. Despite curses and cries, the routed soldiers had to comply. A cruel but rational choice. Derek noticed Simon's eagerness, seemingly tireless. Simon, dare to circle the barbarian camp and show them our might? Of course, Simon replied, lowering his visor and leading a team with a roar. They charged towards the camp, appearing ready for a full assault. Though unlikely, Simon's bravado made the barbarians wary. Simon tore down a triangular flag, waving it high. He galloped, veering near the camp. His target was the demoralized, unarmed routed soldiers' perfect prey. Within arrow range, Simon led his cavalry in a ruthless charge, cutting down the fleeing soldiers. The barbarians, momentarily stunned, forgot to shoot. Fire! Kill them! The barbarian commander's roar snapped his men back. Leaning forward, gripping the railing, his face pale in the firelight. It was unbearable, sheer humiliation. The awakened archers released a sparse volley. A few arrows struck Simon but bounced off his armor, with only a few sticking at the joints. Seeing the timing right, Simon laughed loudly, reining in his horse. Barbarians, it's dark now. Wait for me to deal with you tomorrow. Returning, Simon found the troops exhausted but exhilarated. Such triumph was the pinnacle of life. Derek took a deep breath, knowing his long-awaited opportunity had arrived. Heroes are forged in times of crisis. This was his moment. To gain fame, why wait? Now was the time. Move. Derek hoisted a barbarian's head on his spear, leading his troops around Ironwall City. Raising the triangular flag, the 10,000-man unit of the 2nd Legion of the Northern Province is here. Fear not. Tomorrow we shall crush the barbarian camp. Their shouts caused a stir on the city walls. The governor of the Northern Province stood atop, gazing at the burning barbarian camp, now in ruins. Other camps had locked their gates, with subordinates recounting Simon's valor. Are there such knights in the Northern Province? The governor pondered. He had heard of the Northern Knights' renown, but thought it relative, given the capital's knights were lackluster. When Count Jeffreys was beheaded by barbarians, no Northern Knight stepped up. He realized he had underestimated them. Such valorous knights truly upheld the Northern Knights' honor. Thinking about the recent days of anxiety and even dissatisfaction with Count Perez's delay, all those feelings vanished. Derek stood at the base of the city walls, his tall figure illuminated by torchlight. The governor leaned out and asked in surprise, "Is Count Pereira here?" "The Legion commander is still 3 days' journey away," Derek replied truthfully. The governor's expression changed. "Then who is in command here? How many men have you brought?" "It is I who command," Derek stated clearly. 800 from the 10,000 of the 2nd Legion, and 1,000 from the 8,000 of the 1st Legion, only 1,800 men? The governor's voice wavered in disbelief as he looked around. "Are you playing a trick on me?" Are northern knights really this formidable? Derek responded calmly, these barbarians are no match for us. After a 100-mile march today, we are a bit tired. Let us rest for a day, and then we will crush the barbarian camp. This statement shocked the governor even more. He had never experienced a war of this scale, having served in several central provinces. Derek's performance silently impressed him. If given more troops, today might have seen the complete defeat of the barbarians. May I ask your full name? The governor inquired softly. Von Derek. The governor committed the name to memory and then courteously said, Sir Derek, it is not convenient to enter the city today. Once the barbarians retreat, I will host a banquet in your honor. Derek nodded and took his leave. He did not know that his second brother, Sergei, had already recognized his voice from the city wall and was so shocked that he dropped his weapon. The governor then inquired about Derek's family background. A genealogy expert explained, Derek is a direct descendant of a branch of the Ferreira family. His full name should be von Ferreira Derek. The Ferreira family is an old military aristocracy from the north, with distinguished achievements in both the expansion wars and the civil wars. Sergei, when called before the governor, answered a few questions in a daze and received the governor's praise. Indeed, a tiger father has no dog sons. He had only one thought in his mind. His younger brother was destined for greatness. This idea quickly spread through the army. Derek's feats defeating a larger force with a smaller one, trampling the enemy camp, and demonstrating valor on the battlefield were legendary. In this highly anticipated war, Derek's performance was undoubtedly the most dazzling. When Baron Palmer saw Derek, he was so excited he could barely speak coherently. I have 3 daughters. You can choose any one of them, and I'll send her to you immediately. If she's married, I'll have her divorce. Or I can send all 3, along with 3 estates as dowry. Derek listened silently, but was thinking about that one married daughter. Other officers quickly came forward to pledge their loyalty. Even those who joined later were in awe of Derek. In an army, strength is paramount. A powerful superior means victories and safety. Even the subordinates of Baron Palmer wanted to curry favor for future benefits. Despite his current prestige, Derek remained cautious, leading his troops 10 miles back to set up camp. He knew that being careless now could lead to a disastrous defeat. His caution proved wise. Although the barbarian commander was wary, he still sent scouts. Soon, reports came back that the southern camp's attackers were only a small force of lock soldiers, and even the lone wolf Enrique's defeat was caused by this small contingent. The barbarian commander was furious, his eyes dark with anger. He considered a counterattack, but realized that Derek had already camped far away and had prepared defenses. The opportunity was lost. Damn it! All our plans ruined by this lock force, he roared. Find out who commands this unit. Some barbarian leaders, unwilling to accept defeat, requested to attack. Chief, let me take men and kill him. Give me a day, and I'll bring back the lock leader's head. Fools, the barbarian commander scolded. Do you think the enemy is as stupid as you? If they delay for 2 days, the main lock army will arrive, and then it will be us who can't escape. No matter how unwilling they were to accept it, the reality was clear. With over a third of their forces lost and morale severely damaged, the army no longer had the confidence to face the lock forces in battle. We retreat, the barbarian commander ordered. The lock plan has already been disrupted by us. Let those fanatics deal with them. We barbarians need to survive. The barbarian commander knew that tactical failures were only superficial wounds, but strategic failures were fatal. The lock plan had long been known to the barbarians, which led to this lightning attack. But now, regardless of victory or defeat, they had to withdraw. The next day, just as Derek had predicted, the barbarians pretended to attack the city in the morning. Some restless individuals within Ironwall City were frightened by this move. Subsequently, the barbarian army abandoned a large amount of supplies and retreated swiftly like lightning. Derek led a squad of elite cavalry to trail them from a distance, monitoring their movements. The barbarians attempted to retaliate, but Derek handled the situation with ease. He would retreat immediately upon encountering large forces and launch fierce charges against smaller units. This relentless tactic frustrated the barbarian commander immensely. He had to admit that this defeat was no fluke. Battlefield command skills couldn't be compensated for by luck. Derek maintained a perfect distance, neither too far nor too close, putting the barbarians in a dilemma. They couldn't counterattack during their retreat. The barbarian commander sighed. This man must be our greatest foe in the south. Could it be that the luck of the lock people hasn't run out? Meanwhile, Derek was also deep in thought. Observing along the way, he noticed that the barbarians had plundered a substantial amount of wealth and population but didn't engage in mass slaughter. This indicated a clear-headed decision-making body behind the barbarians, not just a simple raid. He even suspected that there might be more to the seemingly coincidental lightning raid. Derek hoped that the upper nobility would see through the barbarians' schemes. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire. At the 2nd Legion's camp, Count Pereira was deeply worried about how to thwart the barbarians' trickery. He hoped Derek could pin down the barbarians and draw part of their forces. Whether to seize the chance for an encirclement or to await the barbarian army's reinforcement, both could alleviate Ironwall City's crisis. Years of military experience had led Pereira to make a wise decision, which was also why the First Legion was willing to cooperate with him. Prestige is accumulated over time and proves invaluable in critical moments. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside the tent. The usually meticulous Count frowned and stood up, about to inquire, when Caesar stumbled in, his face filled with disbelief. "Count!" Caesar, disregarding decorum, exclaimed, "A great victory! Sir Derek dealt a massive blow to the barbarians yesterday, killing over 10,000. The barbarian army is now in retreat." Count Pereira was too shocked to speak. The crisis of Ironwall City, and even the threat to the entire northern province, had vanished just like that? He paced back and forth, unable to calm down. Caesar reminded him, "Count, we need to set off quickly." However, Count Pereira had a different plan. "No rush, no rush. Caesar, you have a good relationship with Derek, don't you?" "Yes, we both come from the knightly order and get along well." "Good. You should set off to the Ferrara family right away and tell them I have a granddaughter of suitable age. I think highly of Derek and am willing to marry her off to him, along with a knight's fief as dowry. What do you think?" Caesar was initially stunned, then he understood. "Brilliant. Count, that's a wise move." Count Pereira kicked Caesar's behind. "What are you standing there for? If this marriage goes through, you'll be half a matchmaker, much better than others who try to curry favor." Caesar scrambled out of the camp and sped away. Count Pereira wasted no time either, leading the knightly order at a gallop, reaching Ironwall City within a day. Seeing the devastated southern camp and the piles of enemy heads, Count Pereira was finally convinced it wasn't a rumor. Learning that Derek was still monitoring the barbarians' retreat, he was full of praise. A true hero indeed. In front of the governor, the old count spared no words in extolling Derek. "Governor Geoffrey, we should jointly commend the hero of this battle. Especially Sir Derek, he deserves to be made a viscount and granted 2 baronies at the very least." Though the governor acknowledged Derek's significant contributions, he was puzzled by the old count's enthusiasm. He knew Derek had merely completed knight training and had no allegiance. The old count's eagerness suggested ulterior motives. "The count is right. Sir Derek indeed deserves the highest honor," the governor agreed. "But there's no rush for commendations. We can wait until he returns." "Why wait? The situation is settled, and giving him a surprise would show our appreciation for his service," the old count urged, calculating that exerting effort before finalizing the marriage would appear more selfless. The governor, seeing no other choice, agreed to draft a brief commendation letter, with details to be discussed later. As Derek watched the barbarians leave the borders, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Standing on the city wall, he observed the dust clouds gradually dissipate in the distance, and the northern sky regained its usual clarity. Soon, the dispossessed nobles began to return, bringing with them hastily assembled armies to reclaim their lost lands. The sound of their horses' hooves echoed across the ground, and their banners fluttered vigorously in the wind. Derek watched these troops, silently calculating the impending changes. Titles would be stripped, lands confiscated, punishments would be meted out, but the specifics would depend on the circumstances. The border defenses would undoubtedly become more stringent. Derek saw several thousand-man units from the Second Legion already taking over the defenses, their armor gleaming in the sunlight, displaying a heightened sense of vigilance. When Derek returned to Ironwall City with his military orders, he was greeted with an unprecedented welcome. The city gates were wide open, and cheers rang out continuously. 2,000-man units were even allowed to enter the city directly to partake in a grand feast. Derek felt the intense gazes of everyone upon him, knowing that, in a way, he had saved this city. However, memories from his past life constantly reminded him. The more glorious the moment, the more humble one must remain. He struggled to contain his pride and responded cautiously to every congratulation. He understood that today's praises could become seeds of envy in the future. Derek began to adjust his approach, acting with high profile but maintaining a low profile personally. This balance earned him more acclaim, especially when he was received by the governor. The governor's mansion was resplendent, exuding an aura of power. Derek walked into the hall with great care, showing an expression of humble reverence in front of the governor. Governor Geoffrey warmly said, "Knight Derek, I have already sent a report of your merits to the capital by fast courier. Your commendation will arrive soon. Now, let me host a banquet to honor the hero of the North." Derek quickly responded modestly, "I dare not take all the credit. This victory was not mine alone. It was achieved with the help of my comrades in the 1st and 2nd Legions, the steadfast Iron Lion Legion, the city guards, and the support of the northern nobles. It is a collective achievement, not mine to claim alone." These words brought smiles to the faces of the nobles present. Governor Geoffrey gave Derek a deep look, shook his hand and said, Well said. I have long heard of the valor of the Northern Knights, and today I have finally witnessed it. At the banquet, glasses clinked, and the atmosphere was filled with music and dance. Governor Geoffrey raised his glass and proclaimed, "To everyone, thanks to the efforts of the Northern Lords and the assistance of Knight Derek, we have repelled the barbarians." Cheers. Amidst the celebration, Derek gained a deeper understanding of politics. He realized that while military achievements, fame, and merits were important, truly grasping power required learning much more. After the banquet, Derek finally met his second brother, Sergei, who had been appointed as a centurion. The brothers conversed eagerly, with Sergei praising Derek's accomplishments. However, Derek still had concerns. "I feel this war isn't over yet. The barbarians' behavior was very strange. There might be more trouble ahead. Sergei, please stay vigilant." As the brothers discussed potential future events, shocking news arrived. Following it, two orders from the capital arrived in quick succession, plunging the northern region back into uncertainty. The kingdom of St. Cross suffered a devastating blow when the barbarian army swiftly captured the province of St. Michael, seizing vast lands with a population of over 1 million. This unexpected victory allowed the barbarians to regain lost ground in their conflict with the three southern kingdoms. Despite some losses on the front lines against the Kingdom of Rock, the triumph over the Kingdom of St. Cross was undeniably overwhelming. The news of the fall sparked mixed reactions within the Kingdom of Rock. On the surface, as a rival nation, they should have celebrated the defeat of the Kingdom of St. Cross. However, from the perspective of the collective interests of the three southern kingdoms, this was far from good news. After all, the three kingdoms shared common origins, and their current conflict was essentially a civil war. The barbarians, on the other hand, were the true external threat. 30 years had brought significant changes, and the rise of the northern barbarians was an undeniable fact. In just 2 short wars, tens of thousands of lives were lost, and the barbarians proved their strength through blood and victory. The nobles and officials of the northern provinces were still reeling from the shock when 2 orders were issued from the capital. The first order generously rewarded all meritorious soldiers. Among them, Derek received particularly lavish honors: a hereditary barony, a court viscount title, and the newly established position of commander of the St. Michael Legion. Although this 5,000-strong legion was essentially carved out of the Second Legion, its name carried significant implications. Even more notable was that Derek's fiefdom was located in the Kingdom of St. Cross, with an area even larger than the Ferreira family's lands. Not only Derek but many nobles and deserving ministers also received fiefs in the St. Michael province. If marked on a map, nearly half of the province's land had been promised by the king. The second order followed closely, to recognize the barbarian kingdom and establish formal diplomatic relations. In exchange, the barbarians would fully transfer the St. Michael province to the Kingdom of Rock. This move perfectly explained the earlier rewards. Evidently, the barbarian envoys had been waiting in the capital for some time. The king's envoy and the Senate's representative hurriedly arrived to conduct a brief investiture ceremony for Derek. The envoy, representing the king, completed the ceremony, sparing Derek the tedious journey to the capital for an audience. The Senate presented the already prepared noble insignia and coat of arms, featuring the twin-headed dragon design registered when Derek received his knighthood. Now, Derek could formally use the noble square flag instead of the swallowtail. Derek's new titles were Court Viscount Derek and Baron of Augusta. Henceforth, he would be known as von Ferreira Augusta Derek. His descendants would inherit the Augusta surname, and his fiefdom was situated in the Augusta region of the St. Michael province. However, the situation was volatile. A counterattack from the Kingdom of St. Cross could come at any moment, making it difficult to secure this hard-won territory. The envoy brought a message of urgency from the king. Viscount Derek must set out as soon as possible, with the king expecting good news. That evening, the governor convened a meeting of all nobles and officials. In the conference hall, many eyes were cast toward Derek, filled with sympathy. Although the fate of the St. Michael province was uncertain, a prolonged war seemed inevitable. The governor cleared his throat and surveyed the room. Some were visibly angry, while others remained expressionless. He slowly began. "The situation in the St. Michael province is indeed unexpected, and we are well aware of the barbarians' intentions. But this is a rare opportunity. If not for their surprise attack, the St. Michael province would never have fallen so easily." Facing the silent nobles, the governor continued, "Rest assured, for the next 3 years, the St. Michael province will have no governor and no taxes. The kingdom will fully support with food, supplies, and even population." Count Pereira beckoned Derek to his side and whispered, "I will join the campaign once more. The first and second legions will be consolidated into one, along with your St. Michael Legion and various private armies, totaling around 20,000 to 30,000 men. We will face the first wave of counterattacks from the Kingdom of St. Cross, while reinforcements from the kingdom will take at least 3 to 5 months to arrive. What are your thoughts, Derek?" After a moment of contemplation, Derek replied, We need to assess the situation in the St. Michael province first, but we must also guard against the barbarians. Count Pereira nodded in agreement. Indeed, we must prevent a sudden attack from the barbarians, but we also need to quickly take control of the St. Michael province and prepare. Derek added, if the barbarians do not cooperate, we must show them our strength. They aim to see us weaken each other to gain space for their development. Given this, they will not dare to easily turn against us. Count Pereira's eyes lit up, and he smiled. Then I will quickly hand over the troops to you. You should set off ahead of us and gauge the barbarians' strength. Derek accepted the mission, fully aware of the dangers and difficulties it entailed. He knew that, in the eyes of the high-ranking officials, he was merely a pawn with some value. Being dispatched to the Saint Michel province meant he would be on the front lines against the Holy Cross Kingdom's counterattack. Success would bring jubilation, and failure would be inconsequential. It was better than sending a worthless nobody. Derek knew all of this but was willing to be that pawn. The arrogance and disdain of those officials gave him an opportunity. On the surface, titles like Baron and Viscount seemed most precious, but what Derek truly cared about was the position of commander of the Saint Michel Legion. It might be a pity position for cannon fodder, but it was exactly what he desired: righteousness and legitimacy. The Saint Michel Legion was nominally free to operate throughout the province, guarding any location. Far from the enemy, no one could interfere. As for the so-called limits, they were nothing but a joke. One day, you'll regret this, Derek vowed to himself. He quickly took command of the new Saint Michel Legion, with soldiers carefully selected from the 2nd Legion. On this point, Count Pereira was indeed generous, not filling the ranks with militia. Although some personal interests were inevitably inserted, it was much better than the ideal state. Once in power, Derek immediately installed his confidants. Judging loyalty was simple. Those on the roster might not be 100 loyal, but those not on it were certainly not loyal enough. While others were still preparing, Derek had already completed initial integration and set off with his army. At this moment, a messenger from the Ferreira family finally arrived. A group of cousins came to join him, bringing news from Baron Ferreira, Count Pereira's granddaughter. Derek suddenly understood why Count Pereira had been so generous. He thought for only a moment before agreeing. In this era, love was non-existent. As for those emaciated peasant girls, he had no interest at all. Tell father I agree, but the wedding needs to be postponed until the Saint Michel province is stabilized, Derek replied to Baron Ferreira. Before leaving, he personally visited Count Pereira, subtly expressing his intentions. He also took a batch of military supplies and provisions. This marriage deal was indeed profitable. Meanwhile, the barbarians in the Saint Michel province were stirring. This southern raid wasn't difficult. The challenge was holding the gains. Given the current strength of the 3 southern kingdoms, the barbarian kingdom would surely be crushed. Once the military machine was activated, it wouldn't easily stop. But the barbarians couldn't continue to hide and develop. With their population and strength growing, they needed more trade and external resources. Small-scale smuggling could no longer satisfy a nation's needs. The best way to gain recognition was to show strength. From the start, the Holy Cross Kingdom was the main target. Due to smuggling, the kingdom's corrupt church and nobles were the best business partners. But establishing diplomatic relations, that rigid and sanctimonious kingdom would never easily agree. What they didn't expect was that the Lock Kingdom would turn the tables. The plan had to be hastily revised. The original plan was for the barbarians to withstand the first wave of attacks from the Holy Cross Kingdom while transporting a large population and resources back home. In winter, they would hand over the Saint Michel province to the Lock Kingdom, letting the 2 mobilized nations tear each other apart. This gap would allow the barbarian kingdom to significantly increase its strength and confidence. But with the plan changed, adjustments had to be made. The plundered population and resources were only a tenth of what was expected, and the military losses were significant. Moreover, the cautious Lock Kingdom entering the Holy Cross Kingdom might lead to a one-sided situation. These concerns troubled the barbarian think tank. But they couldn't delay further. Otherwise, if both kingdoms attacked, the losses would be even greater. The frontline commanders aware of the plan grumbled about the Lock Kingdom's unreliable alliance while hastily transporting the population. However, they underestimated Derek's speed. At the border of the Holy Cross Kingdom, the new Saint Michel Legion intercepted a barbarian detachment. What are you doing? The barbarian officer was nervous, having never heard of the Saint Michel Legion, but clearly outnumbered. Simon took out the document exchanged between the 2 countries, almost shoving it in the officer's face. Half a month ago, the Saint Michel province was handed over to our Lock Kingdom. Now that the 2 countries have established diplomatic relations, are you trying to break the alliance? The barbarian officer hadn't expected this situation. He turned pale and replied, I'm just following orders. If there's a dispute, take it up with our commander. Huh? Simon waved his hand. Take them. He wasn't afraid of the barbarians, considering them nothing more than fleeing dogs. The barbarian officer hadn't anticipated a fight. Though accompanied by his men, they were easily captured by the well-prepared Saint Michel Legion soldiers. Even the bodyguards who resisted were killed on the spot. You're breaking the alliance between our two countries, the barbarian officer said, both shocked and angry. I'm cleaning up a slave trading gang. The evidence is all here. What else can you say? Legally, this was true, but how could it be said so bluntly? The incident quickly escalated, halting the barbarian army busy transporting supplies. Nearby barbarian troops swiftly approached, but the Saint Michel Legion stood firm, raising the double-head dragon flag and even arresting people in front of a 1,000-man unit. By the time the barbarian commander arrived, the situation was like a powder keg ready to explode. Derek finally appeared, meeting with the barbarian commander Wilson. Viscount Derek, are you trying to provoke a conflict between our two countries? Wilson started with a show of force. But Derek was no pushover. He retorted firmly, then let's go to war. At worst, I'll lose my title. Wilson's momentum was instantly suppressed. He certainly didn't dare to start a war now. It would make all their efforts in vain. This is your fault. Release my men first. No, you violated the alliance. According to the newly signed treaty, you have no right to touch anything in the Saint Michel province. You must wait for our army's formal handover before you can withdraw. Now, I've caught some of your scoundrels. You should thank me. Or, was this officially sanctioned by your barbarian kingdom? Wilson certainly couldn't admit that. The treaty was just toilet paper, but that was for the strong side. Conveniently, the barbarian kingdom needed help, and Derek had the psychological upper hand, not fearing the barbarians at all. The two men negotiated for 3 consecutive days. Derek was unyielding, and Wilson stormed out several times in anger. However, Derek maintained his stance. War? Facing such a tenacious opponent, Wilson felt helpless. By now, the barbarians had learned about Viscount Derek's background. This ruthless figure, who personally killed tens of thousands of barbarians in the First War, was both feared and hated by them. They had always despised braggarts, but a butcher with blood on his hands commanded their fear. Wilson was convinced that Derek was not bluffing. Worse still, if war broke out, the alliance between the two countries would collapse, and he doubted his ability to subdue this infuriating opponent. Derek's military record was too impressive. No general dared to claim superiority over him. Meanwhile, the St. Mila Legion was not idle. Over the past few days, they had cracked down on several barbarian incidents, with brawls occurring frequently. As the army's discontent threatened to spiral out of control, Wilson finally conceded. I concede, Wilson said heavily. Release my men. That's non-negotiable, or I'll go to war with you. Despite his concession, he couldn't tolerate his subordinates being detained, as it would utterly destroy his reputation. Derek understood that pushing too hard might lead to reckless consequences. Agreed, he nodded. But you have to do something for me. Upon hearing Derek's request, Wilson's heart sank further. He hadn't expected such manipulation. The man before him was a devil. Realizing the potential risks, Wilson reluctantly agreed. Then, a massive population migration began. The barbarians gathered the serfs from St. Mila province, claiming they were being transported back to their homeland. However, they simply took a detour, heading in the opposite direction for several days. At this point, the St. Mila Legion arrived and confronted the barbarians. After difficult negotiations, both sides agreed to settle the abducted serfs locally, with the barbarians beginning to hand over the defense line. Coincidentally, the settlement area was in the Augusta territory. Returning to his domain, Viscount Derek found himself with tens of thousands of mouths to feed. He had to show benevolence, offering aid to these people and issuing a reclamation order, allowing serfs to cultivate land around designated villages and gain their freedom. As for the food shortage, the nobles of the Lock Kingdom had promised to provide grain aid for several years, so he wasn't worried. While the St. Mila Legion recruited new soldiers in the surrounding areas and took over defense duties, Derek summoned some manpower from within the country and began large-scale construction in his territory. He planned new towns, built military camps, trained blacksmiths and other skilled workers, and formed a private army from the freed serfs. However, the liberation of the serfs did not create the expected sensation. The serfs reacted indifferently, seemingly unaware of what it meant. Derek realized that the descriptions in books might have been overly idealistic. Nonetheless, he believed that over time, as the serfs realized their lives were no longer at the mercy of others, could own private property, and even determine their own fates, they would gradually come to support their great lord. For now, sufficient food supplies were key to boosting morale. Derek worked tirelessly, seizing important resources while his northern province colleagues hesitated. Mines, estates, and official positions in township appointed them all, even forging deeds for unclaimed properties. His actions followed the principle of, take it while you can. In this manner, he quickly became a thorn in the side of St. Mila province. Of course, Derek also understood the necessity of protecting the interests of local merchants, missionaries, and nobles in St. Mila province. That was the basic rule of the era. But shouldn't new protectors collect some protection fees? By the time the first troops from the northern province arrived in St. Mila province half a month later, Derek had already secured his territory. These nobles understood the unspoken rules, but hadn't anticipated Derek's swift actions. His rapid reorganization of the army and expulsion of the barbarians caught everyone off guard. According to the original plan, Derek should still be entangled with the barbarians or just finishing up. Others would then move in, avoiding early troubles and providing support to Derek after organizing their troops. They had hoped to reap the benefits together. Unfortunately, when they learned that Derek had already dealt with the barbarians, it was too late. Count Pereira was the first to arrive, employing similar tactics to Derek, albeit with even more varied methods. Other nobles were not far behind, rushing to claim land. After all, Derek alone couldn't consume such a large cake. The local figures in St. Mila province should have been grateful to Derek, as many later arrivals were more blatant in their plundering. Those who had been taken advantage of by Derek early on felt fortunate, as Derek's thoroughness left less for the latecomers, who were now envious. Thus, chaos persisted for half a month, with St. Mila province remaining in turmoil. Some unfortunate nobles found their territories depopulated, only to learn it was the work of the barbarians. As for Derek, even if some knew of his profiteering, no one dared confront him directly. With the rapid expansion of the St. Mila Legion and his private army, no one in the province could restrain him. Unbeknownst to many, this former knight had accomplished the feat of swallowing an elephant, becoming a local overlord. However, for Derek, the turmoil in St. Mila province was no longer his primary concern. Despite his rapid expansion of power, everything hinged on withstanding the counterattack from the Holy Cross Kingdom. Otherwise, not only would his gains vanish, but the ensuing backlash might force him into exile. Upon learning of the Lock Kingdom's invasion, the typically sluggish bureaucracy of the Holy Cross Kingdom became uncharacteristically efficient. They were confident in dealing with the barbarian raids, but if their old rival, the Lock Kingdom, gained a foothold, driving them out would be exceedingly difficult. Derek had to drop everything and personally oversee the front lines. From the first day he entered St. Mila province, he never underestimated the potential counterattack from the Holy Cross Kingdom. Thus, the newly established castle under his feet was constantly being fortified. Large quantities of supplies were prioritized for this location, as Derek prepared for a prolonged battle. This was different from fighting the barbarians, where risks were necessary. His goal was clear: hold on to his current gains and slowly consolidate. After a year, the victor would be uncertain. Until then, he had to be prepared for bloodshed and sacrifice. With a steely resolve, Derek knew he could ignore enemies from other directions, but anyone attempting to break through here would find it impossible. The castle beneath his feet was named White Birch Fort. It was a military fortress built by the Kingdom of the Holy Cross, designed purely for military purposes with no superfluous facilities. Towering turrets, sturdy ramparts, and defensive parapets all underscored its martial essence. Derek stood on the ramparts, his gaze sweeping across every corner of the fortress as he speculated on its original purpose. He believed the castle was initially constructed to fend off threats from the Kingdom of Locke. Even if the province of St. Michael fell, retreating troops could regroup here, blocking the enemy's advance and launching counterattacks when necessary. Strategically, White Birch Fort had direct access to any town in the province of St. Michael, underscoring its strategic importance. However, fate had other plans, and this weapon of war had now fallen into the hands of the Locke. Derek realized it could also become a nightmare for the Kingdom of the Holy Cross. He wasted no time, repairing the fortress and training soldiers. Using a magical panel system, he managed to train a group of qualified soldiers in just over a month. As the weather cooled, scouts from the Kingdom of the Holy Cross began to appear en masse around White Birch Fort. Derek promptly ordered his troops to consolidate and had no intention of engaging in field battles. He knew this would be a protracted war where any flashy strategies would be meaningless. For other Locke nobles, failure might still offer a way out, but Derek had no such options. He understood that he needed to gain as much as possible during times of prosperity to secure his position. Losing his territory would bring endless trouble, but abandoning this golden opportunity was out of the question. In Derek's eyes, the odds were in his favor. Since conflict was inevitable, why not strike when the cost was lowest? Therefore, no matter how many troops the Kingdom of the Holy Cross sent, he was determined to hold his ground. As long as White Birch Fort stood, the enemy couldn't inflict large-scale damage. Sending small units past the fortress would be suicidal, and if they sent a large army, Derek would gladly cut off their retreat by annihilating the remaining forces. Derek's strategy was to be a thorn in their side, using the cruel grind of war to crush the Kingdom of the Holy Cross's army. He knew many would die for his ambitions, and this was just the beginning. His goal was to minimize casualties and ensure the dead were given a dignified burial. Standing on the tower, Derek saw dust rising on the horizon. Large numbers of troops from the Kingdom of the Holy Cross had arrived. Triangular banners fluttered in the wind, heralding the arrival of knights. Behind them, ragged serf soldiers trudged along, their steps heavy. Derek remained vigilant. Although the serf soldiers of the Kingdom of the Holy Cross were known for their poor combat skills, they were equally famous for their sheer numbers. These were not the high-quality serfs smuggled from the Kingdom of Locke, but randomly conscripted freemen or royal slaves, contemptuously referred to as serf soldiers and driven like cattle. Sometimes, these numb serf soldiers were even more troublesome than elite troops. Derek soon witnessed the brutality of the Kingdom of the Holy Cross's army firsthand. As soon as the enemy set foot, they ignored the need to build a camp despite it being past noon, driving the serf soldiers to launch an attack on the fortress. There were barely any ladders. They simply drove the serfs to storm White Birch Fort's walls. How ruthless! Simon, standing beside Derek, couldn't help but be shocked by the cruelty of the Holy Cross nobles, even though he himself was known for his ruthlessness. That's wealth going to waste. Derek also felt it was a pity. In his eyes, these serf soldiers, seen as cheap cannon fodder by the Kingdom of the Holy Cross, were like walking gold coins. Unfortunately, he had no choice but to destroy these gold coins himself. That slight pity was far from enough to sway Derek's resolve. He watched coldly as his soldiers, under the officer's command, began the brutal slaughter. The nobles of the Kingdom of the Holy Cross might be decadent, but they were not fools. Driving the serf soldiers to attack wasn't a meaningless outburst. It was a way to probe White Birch Fort's defenses. If Derek showed any weakness, they would focus their attacks there. However, to their disappointment, no matter which direction they tried, White Birch Fort revealed no vulnerabilities. Soon, the main forces of the Kingdom of the Holy Cross arrived and began setting up camp. A group of cavalry surrounded a few individuals who were surveying the front lines. For commanders in the age of cold weapons, merely listening to reports from subordinates was far from sufficient. Only by personally scouting and assessing the terrain and environment could they make relatively accurate judgments. Even so, oversights often occurred, and seizing such opportunities could result in legendary victories. Seeing this, Simon became eager. "Sir, should I take a team in charge? Our cavalry has expanded, and with this close distance, we could try." "If you want to die, go ahead," Derek snapped, annoyed. "Fool, look carefully. There's an infantry phalanx on the other side that hasn't moved, ready to counter any sneak attacks. Those Holy Cross guys are much more cautious than the savages." Simon, hearing this, immediately shrank back, not daring to breathe loudly. Meanwhile, the commanders from the Kingdom of the Holy Cross were also discussing Derek. Unlike the purely military organization of the Kingdom of Locke, the Holy Cross army included missionaries. Though they generally didn't interfere in warfare, they were very active in collecting wealth. The commander of this Holy Cross army was Count Conrad, known as the Sword of God. An experienced general, his greatest fame came from quelling a serf uprising, slaughtering tens of thousands in one go, and making a name for himself. To the upper echelons of the Kingdom of the Holy Cross, killing countless lower-class livestock was negligible. Instead, for maintaining the church's rule, he was awarded the title Sword of God and became a count with substantial church support. However, this didn't mean Connor's military prowess could be dismissed. In terms of warfare, Count Connor was quite capable. At least, many nobles who suppressed the rebellion alongside him were killed by the commoners. At this moment, Count Connor watched the serf soldiers attack, his expression growing serious. "Have we identified the commander here? It should be Von Derek. His fief is just behind White Birch Fort." 3 months ago, if anyone mentioned the name Von Derek, none of the nobles in the Kingdom of the Holy Cross would have recognized it. But now, almost everyone knew it. Seems the rumors are true. This Viscount Derek is not just lucky. Not everyone can set up such meticulous defenses, Count Connor genuinely praised. The basics reveal true skill. Nowadays, few knights in the kingdom have this level of fundamental training. A sense of foreboding rose within him. The upcoming battle would not be easy. Count Connor's premonitions quickly came true. Starting the next day, the Holy Cross Kingdom's army launched probing attacks, and blood flowed like a tide. Corpses piled up beneath Birch Castle, and the air was thick with the stench of decay. Every day, the corpse collectors, fighting the urge to retch, mechanically went about their grim task. Count Connor personally led his troops close to the castle multiple times, attempting to lure the defenders into a sortie. However, Derek, like a seasoned hunting dog, remained unfazed. No matter how the situation changed, he held his ground. Derek knew well that as long as he persisted, victory would eventually be his. Why take unnecessary risks? As the ancient saying goes, the best warriors achieve their goals without seeking glory. Outsiders only saw the glory of the underdog victory, unaware of the lurking dangers. A slight misstep could cause the situation to spiral out of control. If given a choice, Derek would rather have overwhelming numbers on his side. But he was far from inactive. Using the Holy Cross Kingdom's friendly performance as an opportunity, he turned Birch Castle into a living military academy. How should we set up defenses? How do we boost morale? If you were the attacker, what would you do? Derek constantly posed these questions to his officers. It was both a teaching moment and a process of self-improvement. War is never isolated, Derek said, standing atop the battlements and pointing to Count Connor's distant banner. We must understand the purpose of war. Strategic victory always outweighs tactical success. Look at Count Connor over there, Derek continued. Do you know why he repeatedly risks coming to the front lines? I bet even if we came out and killed a bunch of Holy Cross Kingdom officers, he'd still be grinning. Why? From a tactical standpoint, you might achieve your goal of hitting the enemy. But if we suffer heavy losses and lose Birch Castle and the territory behind it, or even the entire province of Saint Michel, do you think we've won or lost? Simon, Derek suddenly called out, if you were Count Connor, would you risk being the bait? Simon, having learned a lot over this period, thought for a moment and confidently replied, I get it. Next time, I can be the bait to lure the defending troops. Hearing this, Derek turned and kicked Simon hard in the rear. Just because that fool Connor does it, you think you should too, he scolded. Find someone with a similar build, put them in your armor, and carry your banner. That way, you achieve the goal without taking the risk. Simon and the other officers were stunned. You can do that? Simon stammered. But isn't that against the knight's honor? What's more important, honor or life? Derek retorted. No one will praise your honor if you're lying in a grave. Standing over your enemy's grave, no one will call you dishonorable. Derek's words hit like a sledgehammer, smashing the feudal knights' heads. It's conceivable that in the days and even years to come, they would continually ponder this question. Perhaps future generations would either praise or criticize Derek. But did it matter? Not at all. Derek looked toward Count Connor in the distance, thinking he must be cursing him at this moment. But what difference did it make? On the contrary, Connor would probably give anything for Derek to step out of Birch Castle. At this moment, Count Connor was indeed furious. As a man who had clawed his way up from the lower nobility, he prided himself on his experience. He had encountered many young men, some who achieved fame early and others who were arrogant. But this Derek fellow was utterly unyielding. No matter how Connor tried to tempt him, Derek remained as steady as a rock. Connor even suspected that even if he placed a room full of naked beauties before Derek, the man would remain unmoved. Damn it, where did this monster come from? Count Connor was disheartened. He had no choice but to continue personally acting as bait. Meanwhile, he tried to negotiate with Derek, but any envoy he sent was shot down before getting close. The assaults never ceased, but Birch Castle's defenses seemed only to grow more impregnable. Connor had to keep urging reinforcements from the rear. With just a month left before the long winter set in, if he failed to reclaim Saint Michel province this year, next year's chances would be even slimmer. In the short time since the siege began, he had already lost over 10,000 men. Even with continuous reinforcements, Connor was feeling the pressure. He couldn't imagine the heavy toll of another month of assault. Connor had considered attacking from another direction, but the cunning Earl Pereira left no openings for the enemy. The war raged on, and the ground beneath Birch Castle was soaked in blood, turning a deep, dark hue. The walls, though damaged in many places, were constantly repaired by the defenders. The serf soldiers from the Holy Cross Kingdom attacked like crazed beasts, wave after wave. The intensity of the conflict increased daily, with 1,000 to 2,000 men dying each day. Exhaustion and disgust permeated the atmosphere. Derek exerted all his effort to maintain the morale of his troops, even personally quelling several mutinous outbreaks. In such an environment, everyone's nerves were stretched to the breaking point, ready to snap at any moment. As the cold winds began to rise, both sides realized that a truce was imminent. The good news was that reinforcements from the Kingdom of Locke had begun to arrive in Saint Michel province. These were nobles from the Central Kingdom, initially preparing to respond to a call to crusade against the barbarians, but they had diverted to Saint Michel province in search of opportunity. With the situation stabilizing in the rear, Earl Pereira also remained active. He began directing small units to probe beyond Saint Michel province's defenses. Though these actions couldn't achieve significant results, they exerted tremendous psychological pressure on the enemy, as if to say, our reinforcements have arrived. Your chances are gone. Count Connor ignored this, his resolve as steadfast as ever, forged in blood. He even intensified his assaults, deploying not just serf soldiers, but also noble private armies. This strategy inflicted heavier casualties on Birch Castle, but it was still far from breaking Derek's will. When the winter solstice arrived, the Holy Cross Kingdom's army launched a frenzied attack for 3 consecutive days, leaving another 5,000 to 6,000 corpses behind. With nothing to show for it, the camps that had been entrenched for a month and a half finally showed signs of movement. The Holy Cross Kingdom bastards are finally retreating. Even Simon, a war enthusiast, felt utterly exhausted. The retreating Holy Cross troops were in disarray, with sporadic mutinies breaking out. Having lost 20,000 to 30,000 men, internal issues were inevitable, and Count Connor likely found it increasingly difficult to maintain control. Derek speculated that Connor would face disgrace upon his return. Such heavy losses demanded accountability, and Connor would likely be stripped of his position. Should we take this chance? Simon suggested, to launch a night raid before dawn? We might be able to wipe them out completely. These knights had indeed grown significantly, and a year's time was enough to transform them entirely. Faced with this tempting proposal, Derek fell into deep thought. He paced back and forth in the command tent, his mind racing as he weighed various possibilities. If we launch a surprise attack under the cover of night, Derek mused to himself, tapping his chin with his finger, we could annihilate these 20,000 men and maybe even capture an earl. His eyes sparkled with excitement. The ransom alone would be worth a barony, not to mention the king's rewards. Next year's pressure would be much less. The surrounding knights listened to Derek's analysis, their breathing unconsciously growing heavier. The benefits were indeed enticing, but the risks were equally great. Derek continued to ponder, his expression gradually growing grim. But if this is a trap, everything will be ruined. His voice was low. Birch Castle will certainly fall, and the St. Miller province will be lost. If we're lucky, we might escape with our lives, but we'll soon be outcasts. He stopped pacing and looked around at the knights. But if we do nothing, we all have titles. Some of us even have lands. We've already taken control of part of St. Miller province's assets. Given time, we can convert that into strength. Derek's tone became calm. Next year, the Holy Cross Kingdom might send more troops, but our pressure will actually be lighter. Even if we do nothing for the rest of our lives, it would be enough to pass on our family names. The knights, having listened, also calmed down. The rewards were significant, but the risks were even greater. They were no longer the desperate young men who needed to gamble with their lives. Simon nodded in agreement. I understand, Viscount. We'll just watch them retreat. Once we've gathered enough strength, we'll deal with them next year. Derek smiled. Exactly. But that doesn't mean we'll do nothing. Simon, take a squadron of cavalry to escort Earl Connor as he leaves. Monitor them and gather intelligence. Simon accepted the order and set off with a squadron of cavalry. Along the way, they saw the large amount of supplies and scattered peasant soldiers left behind by the retreating Holy Cross Kingdom troops. This further convinced Simon that the enemy was indeed struggling. Seeing these walking achievements, Simon's desire for adventure was reignited. However, his long-standing admiration for Derek made him think that the Viscount's judgment might be correct. He could only proceed with some regret. Unbeknownst to Simon, some of those seemingly disbanded peasant soldiers had rosy complexions, unlike true peasants. Whenever the cavalry passed, these peasants would quickly rise and slip into nearby woods. Hidden in the woods were large numbers of private troops from the Holy Cross Kingdom. Sir, a squadron of Lot cavalry just passed by, about 100 men, a scout reported hastily. The commander whispered excitedly, good. It seems the Earl's plan worked. These must be Locke scouts. Stay hidden and don't get discovered. The message spread quickly. If someone could look from above, they would see thousands of troops cleverly concealed by the terrain, forming a massive encirclement. Earl Connor had not been idle for the past month. After his setback at Birch Castle, he realized how troublesome the enemy was. So, while staging a show under the castle, he secretly scouted the terrain and meticulously set up this trap. Now, the retreating troops in front of Simon were just bait. Connor didn't mind sacrificing these men to seize a chance for a counterattack. The Holy Cross Kingdom's resolve was far greater than the Locke people imagined. Simon was unaware of this. He just grew more puzzled as he pursued. Although the world's military theories were still primitive, the knowledge Derek had imparted to them was quite advanced. Now, these latent theories were being awakened by the scenes before him. Simon carefully examined the traces left by the Holy Cross Kingdom's army. Despite Earl Connor's cunning, it was impossible to perfectly conceal all details. After circling the camp, Simon quickly noticed something amiss. The stoves, Simon muttered, frowning. The number of stoves doesn't add up. This was a detail overlooked by all the current generals. Standing on the hillside, Simon squinted his eyes to observe the distant camp of the kingdom of the Holy Cross's army. He noticed that despite the enemy seeming to retreat, the number of stoves hadn't significantly decreased. This observation reminded him of the Viscount's teaching. Changes in the number of stoves often indicate shifts in troop deployment. Simon's heart began to race. If most of the enemy troops were hidden and they continued to pursue, wouldn't they be walking right into the kingdom of the Holy Cross's trap? Cold sweat trickled down his back. But soon, he calmed himself. Since he had seen through the enemy's plot, there was nothing to fear. He decided to counter the deception with strategy. Early the next morning, Simon led his men to cut branches while ensuring their warhorses were well fed. He smirked to himself. Connor, you old fox, watch how I outsmart you this time. Shortly after, the ambushed troops of the kingdom of the Holy Cross saw dust rising in the distance, as if an army of thousands was approaching. The panicked soldiers immediately reported to Count Connor. Although furious at his subordinates' negligence, the Count did not doubt the report's validity. He ordered the encirclement to tighten, determined to make the lock people pay this time. Simon led his cavalry, making noise to alert fishermen, causing the enemy's net to begin closing in. He knew that his small squad would be doomed if they encountered the main force of the enemy, so they quickly disposed of the branches and quietly moved to another area. When the kingdom of the Holy Cross's troops arrived, they found nothing. When Count Connor received this news, a familiar feeling arose in his heart. He was convinced this was the work of Derek, and he was determined to capture this brilliant opponent. However, over the next week, Simon's small cavalry unit, like phantoms, appeared and disappeared, exhausting the kingdom of the Holy Cross's army. 7 days later, Count Connor's confidence was completely shattered. At this moment, Simon looked up at the leaden clouds in the sky and smiled victoriously. The heavy snow of the north was imminent, and the kingdom of the Holy Cross's army could no longer retreat in time. As Simon quietly led his cavalry away, Count Connor finally realized the truth. They had been toyed with by just a few dozen men for a whole week. This realization filled him with both humiliation and a new respect for Viscount Derek. He decided to return and gather all information on this young commander, even considering using a barony to entice him. Meanwhile, Birch Castle was in a state of celebration. Derek was busy deploying border outposts and strengthening connections with the rear. Count Pereira personally led the Knight Corps to greet the triumphant return of Simon. In front of everyone, Simon detailed the entire process. Everyone was stunned, and Count Pereira even asked Derek which noble family Simon belonged to. Derek answered calmly, "He is my knight squire, born a free man." This answer elicited mixed reactions. Some looked down on it, while others admired it even more. But Simon stood tall, facing all the gazes with his achievements and honor. Watching this scene, Derek silently vowed, "This is the province of St. Milos, our territory. No matter what challenges lie ahead, we will face them bravely." The nobles looked down on Simon, who was of common birth, but Cedric was a bona fide northern noble. He earned his title through military achievements, a difficult but highly respected path. Cedric's rise drew envy and jealousy, but more people admired him. Some young knights from noble families even saw him as a role model for success. Baron Augustus' fief was enough to ensure his family's long-term legacy. Especially after successfully repelling the first counterattack from the Holy Cross Kingdom, this possibility greatly increased. Even if the St. Milieu province were to fall back into the hands of the Holy Cross Kingdom, the Augusta name would not easily die out. For most nobles in this world, this is their ultimate goal. Cedric had another layer of prestige, became the son-in-law of the Pereira family. Coupled with the goodwill of the new Count Jeffreys, the entire circle of northern nobles welcomed him. These layers of prestige shaped Cedric's public image, and the northern nobles were keen to associate with him and show him respect. Caravans bearing Cedric's banner traveled freely between the northern province and St. Milieu province, even paying less toll. His businesses could operate openly in any city within these two provinces without fearing local harassment. In these regions, with nearly 2 million people, Cedric's name commanded respect. This was exactly what he sought: a fresh start, a broader market, and richer resources to rapidly expand his influence. When Count Pereira saw Cedric, he even stood up and warmly took Cedric's arm, saying, "Cedric, come and show everyone the spirit of our new generation of northern knights." The old count's words were not spoken lightly. As Cedric's fame spread, the title Northern Knight would become one of his hallmarks. This was a good thing for Cedric. Although the north was often looked down upon by the central and southern nobles, one fact was undeniable: northern knights always received their share of the kingdom's benefits. Why? Those so-called ancient nobles and noble bloodlines had their moments of being sidelined, but the northern knights remained steadfast. The reason was simple: strength. With the formidable reputation earned during the Civil War 30 years ago, no one dared to underestimate the northern knights. Carrying this title brought many benefits, with the only potential loss being some face. For Cedric, while reputation was often important, sometimes it was insignificant. Thus, he gladly accepted the title and boldly declared, "Count, the crown of the Northern Knights will not slip from my generation's hands." These words were not baseless. In recent years, with the rise of southern nobles, some had begun spreading rumors of the Northern Knights' decline, attempting to undermine the northern nobles' power and push them out of the core circle of interests. Such claims frustrated the northern nobles, but they couldn't resolve the issue through force alone. Cedric's arrival perfectly met the needs of the northern nobles. The old count eagerly pushed him to the forefront, both to fulfill his own and the northern nobles' needs, and to support his own people. Cedric unhesitatingly accepted this role. He wasn't afraid of the potential troubles the title might bring. Instead, he welcomed the challenges. However, Cedric was well aware that the current generation of northern knights was indeed in a bit of a decline. If the new southern nobles dared to act arrogantly, they should be harshly taught a lesson. Maintaining a reputation for martial prowess while trying to reason with people was a near impossible balance. If he were to attend a royal court meeting, he would be tempted to draw his sword and cut down a few, ensuring no one questioned the bravery of the Northern Knights again. Of course, these thoughts remained private. He still needed more support from the Northern nobles. Nonetheless, he secretly planned, believing the younger generation held promise. He now had the authority to rally the younger Northern nobles. This was not just due to his reputation but also because of the political resources he controlled. Take, for instance, the seemingly insignificant title of commander of the St. Milieu Legion. He directly controlled several positions and could nominally influence the appointment of sheriffs throughout the St. Milieu province. As a local power, his influence was significant. This was his political resource. While some great nobles might not value it, for most mytholo-level noble offspring, even direct heirs, these were coveted resources. With these, Cedric could exert influence and achieve many things. Sure enough, as soon as Count Pereira sat down with Cedric, several familiar nobles approached, discreetly trying to place their second sons and the like under Cedric's command. In the northern province, this privilege was traditionally reserved for Count Pereira and Count Jeffreys. They monopolized most of the noble offspring's knight education, which became their political capital. In times of crisis, why did the old count need to step in? Why did the First Temporary Legion obey his orders? It was all about prestige. Most northern knights came from the systems of the two counts, and in critical moments, even if a leader was parachuted in, people had to respect them. The previous Count Jeffreys had bad luck and was killed by barbarians, so the First Legion commander naturally lacked prestige, leaving everything to the old count. Beneath the surface, there were deep operational rules. The old count's prestige wasn't built on a few victories. These details were the foundation of the Pereira family. The leader of the northern province could only come from the two count families. Now that the Jeffreys family had suffered a severe blow, the leadership naturally fell to Count Pereira. At this moment, the old count was pleased to see Cedric exert his influence. He even personally offered some guidance, and seeing Cedric immediately understand, he felt gratified. Such a talented young man might indeed become the new ruler of the St. Milieu province. Naturally, the Pereira family's interests in the St. Milieu province would also be protected. This might happen 10 or 20 years later. By then, Cedric would be in his prime, while the old count might be too old to move. This is the essence of nobility. Blood ties maintain the family's glory. Just like the Jeffreys family, even though the current count was beheaded and lost land and cities, it was only a minor setback. Those new nobles who rise temporarily often fall just as quickly. True nobles, despite ups and downs, remain standing. The old count, with his rich experience and long-term vision, knew that sacrificing some interests now was all for the future. One granddaughter could not bind a noble like Cedric, but it was enough to serve as a link. When interests and emotions intertwined, the relationship would be rock solid. Of course, without the new opportunities in the St. Milieu province, if Cedric wanted to develop in the northern province, he would immediately face the old count's suppression. This was also the nature of nobility. At that time, blood ties would become a weapon. The conditions at Birchwood Castle were modest, but the atmosphere was filled with laughter and joy. Derek chose to host a bonfire party, a unique tradition of the northern nobility, with the firelight reflecting on everyone's faces. Knight Caesar approached quietly, somewhat uneasy, and requested, "Viscount Derek, I have a son who is about to begin knight training. I hope you can take him under your wing." In a short period, the gap between their statuses had widened significantly. Although Caesar had many opportunities serving the count, he found it hard to bridge the class divide. He knew that their past friendship was not enough to erase the current disparity. Derek, though ambitious, despised petty displays of superiority. He understood the art of dealing with people, recognizing that with someone like Caesar, a loyal confidant of the old count and a former ally, he could neither put on airs nor ignore the noble hierarchy. Derek downed a mug of ale, feigning a bit of drunkenness, and warmly grasped Caesar's hand. "Caesar, my friend, it's a small matter. Leave your son to me, and I promise to return him to you as a fine young man." This gesture perfectly overlooked their social standings and focused solely on their friendship. The rough and unpretentious atmosphere of the bonfire party made it easy to forge close bonds. Caesar's expression softened instantly. Even though he knew Derek's actions were intentional, he couldn't help but be moved. A small act of kindness from someone in power often elicits a strong emotional response. Caesar felt fortunate that Derek, despite being a viscount, maintained his genuine nature. The two drank heartily, reminiscing like old friends. Derek, with his eyes slightly bleary from the drink, continued to share a toast with another noble. This scene would undoubtedly make Caesar more inclined towards Derek in the future, and all Derek had to offer was a bit of goodwill. As the party ended, Count Pereira hurriedly departed, overwhelmed with the affairs of the St. Miller province. Derek saw off the supporting nobles, cherishing the camaraderie forged during wartime. He then began to sort through the backlog of tasks. Under the threat of war, many matters had to be dealt with hastily, but now he had a moment to catch his breath. The next day, a sudden snowfall blanketed the land. 20 days after the winter solstice, the first snow had finally arrived. Derek led his cavalry to inspect the border outposts, ensuring everything was secure before returning to his domain. Thanks to the goodwill of the barbarians, the population of the Augusta territory had surged. Fortunately, continuous construction during the war had prevented the tragedy of people freezing to death in the snow. This barony was actually a patchwork of several directly governed territories of the Holy Cross Kingdom, intended for Derek to guard the front line. What was once a town with 4 villages had now transformed into a city with 8 towns and numerous villages. The population boom brought prosperity but also many challenges, such as land scarcity and resource shortages. Fortunately, Derek had been proactive, securing ample resources from the St. Miller province, ensuring temporary stability. Braving the snow, Derek arrived at the construction site of the central city of his territory. The large population had formed a relatively complete settlement. The new city, built around the original town, was about 1/5 complete. Despite the pre-planning, the city inevitably appeared chaotic and dirty. Adrian had been waiting for a long time. Seeing Derek arrive, he quickly approached from a roadside pavilion and took the reins. Derek dismounted, and Adrian carefully brushed the snow off his cloak. "Your lordship," Adrian reported, "according to your plan, we have settled everyone before the snowfall. The next step is to build the inner city at the center, following castle specifications. We will gradually improve the entire city, creating a new capital for Augusta." Building a new city from scratch and making it the new center of the St. Miller province was undoubtedly a monumental task. If successful, the Augusta family would leave an indelible mark on the province. Derek removed his gloves, handing them to a servant behind him, and entered the pavilion. The surroundings were wrapped in burlap, with a fire crackling in the middle. "Everyone, come closer. It's too cold." Derek gestured for everyone to sit in a circle. Those present were old friends who had followed him from the northern province, creating a relaxed and natural atmosphere. "This winter is crucial," Derek began. "We have 2 major tasks. First, we need to establish the unique characteristics of our new city, showcasing Augusta's will and asserting our authority in the St. Miller province. Second, we need to reorganize our military and form an elite knight order, incorporating some noble youths." As the wind and snow raged outside, Derek continued to outline his vision. "Our forging techniques are unmatched in the north. We can invite Master Trull and his team to come and produce high-quality, affordable weapons and armor to attract numerous trade caravans." Adrian chimed in. "While weapons and armor can indeed become a pillar industry, it's not enough. We can start by recruiting various craftsmen. Although Augusta has limited resources per capita, we can find alternative paths." Derek then listed several high-value industries, emphasizing the hidden advantages brought by technological advancements. He added, "Our stables must be strictly controlled to establish a superior cavalry. The knight apprentices sent by various families should not be overlooked, as they will later serve as officers and local officials in the northern province and the St. Miller province. This is a prime opportunity to exert influence." Derek understood that his subordinates might not yet realize this. After all, due to their backgrounds, even with memories of a past life, he initially did not see it. It wasn't until he observed Count Pereira that he had an epiphany. As the snowstorm began to subside, Derek mounted his horse and started patrolling his territory. The horse's hooves made a faint sound against the snow, and the fluffy snow crunched underfoot. He looked with satisfaction at Adrian's outstanding work, the wooden stakes scattered throughout the city, sketching the outline of a future bustling metropolis. Riding around the city, Derek pondered personnel arrangements. "I need a tax officer. Perhaps my uncle would be suitable," he said to Adrian. Adrian hesitated, fully aware of the potential personality clashes between his father and Derek. Noticing Adrian's hesitation, Derek raised an eyebrow. "What, you think your father can't handle it? Don't underestimate him." Derek knew well his uncle's capabilities, but he needed someone familiar with the situation, and more importantly, he needed to place his kin in various key positions. Understanding Derek's intentions, Adrian responded, "I'll send a message to my father. He will gladly accept." After inspecting the city, Derek turned his attention to several important towns. The last 2 stops were particularly crucial, the stables and the barracks. At the stables, hundreds of people were busy. Large numbers of northern horses were being bred, with dedicated personnel for their care and training. Derek called over Philip, the steward of the stables, who bore Derek's noble mark as a slave. "Viscount, the war horses you requested are ready. In another 6 months, they will be in use. At least 300 high-quality war horses and over 1,000 of good quality," Philip reported. Derek nodded, calculating the deterrent power of this small, but heavily armored cavalry unit. He noticed several tall crosses in the distance, shadows swaying in the wind. "I heard there's been some trouble lately?" Yes, a few disobedient ones tried to escape, so I hanged them, Philip replied calmly, as if dealing with livestock. Any idea who was behind it? No, they were cautious, using only a small amount of money to bribe the traitors. Derek was not surprised. He knew well the proficiency of other nobles in scheming. Although the Augusta territory appeared prosperous on the surface, it was rife with hidden plots and intrigues. We need more manpower, Derek instructed. Our greatest advantage as northerners is our cavalry. I need more horsemen. Leaving the stables, Derek arrived at the barracks. This was the base for Augusta's private army, with many young men recruited from serfs undergoing training. Derek granted their families certain land rights and offered them a chance to rise above their station. Little True and his blacksmiths were also hard at work here. War had not extinguished the forge's fires. Instead, it made them burn even hotter. Derek planned to carefully select a group of loyal and reliable blacksmiths for further training in the future. Seeing Derek's arrival, Little True respectfully bowed and reported, "Viscount, the armor you requested is ready. As for the crossbows you mentioned, we are still researching them, and progress has been slow." Derek nodded, his gaze falling on a set of heavy armor being carried out. The eyes of the attendants following him sparkled with amazement, as if they were seeing the invincible future of the battlefield. This is an awe-inspiring suit of full-body armor, far superior to anything in the Ferrara family's collection. The blacksmiths meticulously forged interlocking iron plates that seamlessly cover every joint, leaving no part unprotected. The armor envelopes the wearer from head to toe, offering unmatched protection. The craftsmanship is evident in every detail, giving the armor a unique blend of beauty and strength. For a knight, such a formidable piece of equipment is more alluring than any fair maiden. Derek was no exception. He eagerly commanded his squire, "Suit me up." As a level 3 elite knight, Derek's physique was already impressive to ordinary people, but even he felt the heavy burden as the squires dressed him in the armor. Each step he took was accompanied by the clanking sound of metal, which made him feel secure. Although elite knights are trained to fight in heavy armor, the weight is still a significant challenge. As Derek silently assessed the situation, he thought that while assembling a squad of elite knights might be difficult for others, it was only a matter of time for him. He removed the armor and immediately ordered, "I need more suits of armor, at least 100, including horse armor." Little Teru couldn't help but show a bitter smile upon hearing this, indicating he had other tasks at hand. Derek noticed and reassured him, "I'll arrange for another group to assist you. From now on, heavy armor and confidential weapons will be made here, while simpler weapons can be moved to Augusta City." He intended to divide the blacksmiths into two groups. The ordinary ones could earn money outside, while the truly secretive work would be kept hidden, as this was the foundation of their strength. Relieved by the prospect of more help and the division of tasks, Little Teru promised, "I will fulfill your request as soon as possible." Derek stayed in the military camp for a few days, familiarizing himself with the personnel and reinforcing his presence among the soldiers. He discreetly sent a trusted few to work on the soldiers' morale, drawing from the practices of certain special organizations. Though the effects were yet to be seen, the number of troops remained stable. However, Derek soon found he couldn't stay any longer. Last year, he had been able to return home for the holidays, but this year he had to spend it in the Augusta territory. Before the festivities, he needed to visit the provincial capital of St. Michael Province, as the troops from the royal capital had finally arrived. This army had initially planned to enter the barbarian kingdom from the northern province, aiming to launch an offensive before the snow fell. But the sudden actions of the barbarians disrupted this plan. The nobles from the royal capital, who had hoped to achieve glory, now found themselves relegated to a support role. Most of the credit had already been claimed by the northern nobles, leaving the capital's nobles dissatisfied. Derek, without needing a reminder, sensed a storm brewing. An urgent letter from the old count prompted Derek to set off immediately. Destination: Pran City. After the war, Pran City had revived with an influx of lock people, bringing more population and resources. For the common folk, the change of rulers meant little more than new masters, and taxes even seemed to have decreased. Of course, those willing to pay could find new patrons, but many faced ruin and death. Yet, in the context of war between two nations, the victors often showed no mercy. Derek had no time to worry about this. He himself had acquired quite a few blood-stained coins. In this era, moral purists were destined to struggle. Thus, Derek arrived in Pran City with a calm mind. Anticipating potential trouble, Derek brought ample manpower. Though not all could enter the city, the accompanying squires and guards were enough to assert his status. The squires on their high horses, the fluttering noble flags, and the conspicuous double-head dragon emblem all silently proclaimed his rank. Both the original inhabitants of St. Michael Province and the new settlers from the northern province knew the importance of recognizing local power. As the commander of the St. Michael Legion and a lord with extensive lands and people, Viscount Derek was a figure no one dared to overlook. The city guards, spotting the flags from afar, quickly cleared a path for Derek's party. Curious commoners watched from a distance as the procession passed. Over time, Viscount Derek's name had become legendary, with tales of his rise from humble beginnings spreading widely. Enjoying the privileged passage, Derek swiftly passed through the city gates. However, Pran City's first impression did not differ much from other cities in this world. Narrow, crowded streets and dirty cobblestones, especially near the gates. Derek sighed, shaking his head. Despite having seen such scenes countless times, he couldn't help but recall the cleanliness of his previous life. Just as the group left the gate and was about to turn a corner, chaos erupted. A large group of soldiers suddenly appeared, with 7 or 8 archers even stationed on rooftops. Derek's instinct screamed danger as he quickly dismounted, narrowly dodging the whistling arrows that flew overhead. These were no ordinary archers. Such precise shots required extensive training. For a moment, Derek thought Pran City had fallen, but his rational mind quickly dismissed this absurd notion. Using his peripheral vision, he noticed the attackers wore plain clothes and moved chaotically, resembling commoners more than trained soldiers. Their coordination was also lacking. If Derek were in command, he would have had the archers strike first, followed by the rest. They must be from the Holy Cross, Derek instinctively concluded. Only they had both the motive and capability. Pran City had been under Holy Cross Kingdom's rule for 30 years, and with many nobles from the United Kingdom having ties to Northern Province aristocracy, it wasn't surprising they could hide some forces. After a brief moment of chaos, Derek quickly regained his composure. He pushed aside the squire blocking his way and grabbed the knight's sword hanging from his horse. "If you want to kill me, you should send more people. Do you underestimate Northern Knights?" he sneered. Indeed, the attackers seemed numerous but were actually just 30 or 40 men, gathered from who knows where. Against an ordinary noble, a surprise attack might suffice. But Derek's squires and guards were elite, far surpassing these ragtag assailants in skill. Though clad in basic half armor and leather, they were formidable. Derek led the charge, seizing the chance to showcase his valor. This tactic, which he had learned in his past life, was called traveling off-beat. By choosing seemingly dangerous moments, he often caught his opponents off guard. The assassin initially didn't realize he had become the prey. When they saw Derek charging forward, the lead assassin even flashed a cruel smile. In his view, too many nobles had already fallen to their assassinations. Though the method lacked honor, it was undeniably effective. For the head assassin, directly eliminating the enemy was paramount. Honor was a trivial concern. However, his smugness was quickly shattered by Derek's lethal skills. The meticulously selected swordsman couldn't withstand even a single move from Derek. More shockingly, Derek's followers crushed the assassin's underlings like raging bulls. The rooftop archers, who had just set down their bows to join the fray, witnessed their front line being decimated. The head assassin tried to turn the tide, but was swiftly subdued by a few knights who matched his skill. The difference between half armor and no armor was stark. Though prepared for sacrifice, the head assassin still felt regret for failing his mission. In the next moment, a deerskin boot pressed down on his head. Derek looked down at him, coldly saying, "Here's a tip. Hide the poison in your collar next time, and you can end it quickly." The head assassin retorted defiantly, "If you're going to kill me, just do it. Don't expect to get any information from me." Derek's rage flared. This was the closest he had ever come to death. If not for the clumsy execution, a stray arrow could have ended his life. He kicked the assassin's face hard, sending a few bloody teeth flying. "Take the survivors with us," Derek ordered. When someone asked if they should interrogate the captives, Derek, now calmer, had already made up his mind. What's the point? Every suspect is guilty. He quickly pieced together the situation. His arrival time was predictable, but such information couldn't have come from the desperate Holy Cross followers. It had to be someone among the northern nobles, or those from the capital who leaked the information. Whether intentional or not, his anger needed an outlet. This could even be an excellent opportunity to show those who dared to challenge him that their necks were no match for his sword. The city guards had witnessed the entire assassination attempt on Derek. Some rushed to help, while others hurried to report the news. At that moment, nobles from the capital and the old count were gathered, awaiting Derek's arrival. The province of St. Mihiel was a big prize, difficult to divide without Derek. When the news of Derek's ambush arrived, reactions varied. The nobles from the capital mostly smiled, while the northern nobles were furious and worried. The old count remained calm, even taking the time to gauge the enigmatic smile on Marquis Hussein's face. "Send my personal guard immediately," the old count ordered calmly. Marquis Hussein also pretended to offer help, but the old count declined. "No need. Derek won't fall easily." He knew Derek's formidable subordinates and remained unfazed. Marquis Hussein said no more, but most of the nobles behind him wore disdainful expressions. In their eyes, few could survive a well-planned assassination. Nobles despised assassination precisely because it threatened their lives, especially in the capital, where the danger was far greater than in the north. To them, even the strongest knight could be taken down by a few assassins, let alone a grand scheme by the Holy Cross Kingdom. However, just as they were about to mock, another soldier brought new news. Viscount Derek had annihilated the assassins and was on his way. The hall fell silent. An officer from the capital blurted out, "How is that possible? Did he know about the assassination in advance? If he wasn't prepared, how could he have dealt with the assassins so quickly?" His words angered the northern soldiers present. One low-ranking soldier couldn't help but retort, "Viscount Derek only had a dozen followers, but they are northern knights. They took down the assassins in just a few breaths." Earl Pereira suddenly laughed, looking at the nobles from the capital who had been gloating. "Our northern knights are quite capable. Of course, it's understandable that the knights from the capital can't imagine it." These words made most of the capital's noble officers turn red. Marquis Hussein wore a fake smile, belatedly scolding his outspoken subordinate, and then apologized to Earl Pereira. "My apologies, Your Excellency. My men are inexperienced and haven't seen real knights in action. If they haven't seen it, they can come with me to witness it," Earl Pereira said, full of pride. Marquis Hussein appeared soft, never confrontational, but Earl Pereira knew he was a viper. Anyone who could rise from the capital's mire was no simple character. While they seemed harmonious, they were actually in fierce competition. Whoever prevailed would gain a larger share of the upcoming division of interests. Soon, a few knights from the Augusta family arrived with captured assassins. Earl Pereira anxiously asked, "Where is your Viscount?" The knight replied, "Your Excellency, the Viscount will be here shortly." Meanwhile, Derek was on his way, growing angrier. It was one thing to lack power before, but now, on his own turf, they dared to act so brazenly? He had a few suspects in mind. He suddenly stopped, vowing to himself, "Damn it, better to be a brute than suffer losses. Our northern knights have a reputation anyway." Immediately, Derek sent his few followers out in different directions. He himself lagged behind, planning to face those detestable faces later. The followers chosen to accompany Derek were not selected for their strength alone. Their background and loyalty were his primary concerns. Some even had ties to the Ferreira family, having risen in status through Derek. Their lives and fortunes were tied to him. Regardless of personal feelings, this was enough to make them hate the assassins to the core. With Derek's command, the knights dispersed swiftly. Their primary task was to seek help. Conveniently, his personal guard was stationed at the military camp outside the city, and there were local allies close to the Augusta family. The cavalry split into two groups, one storming into Plan City with a list obtained from allied nobles. Derek quickly gathered information about the owners of the houses near the assassination site. As expected, they all turned out to be former properties of merchants from the Holy Cross Kingdom. He sneered. It was unlikely that the enemy would slip up in such a place. According to the list, smash every shop related to the Holy Cross Kingdom. Any business that has dealt with them, smash it all, Derek ordered decisively. With the help of local informants, many hidden pieces of information were easily uncovered. Derek's swift actions caught everyone off guard. Soldiers at the city gate, who had witnessed the Viscount's assassination, were too stunned to react and dared not stop the private soldiers of the Augusta family, mistakenly thinking these knights were there to protect the Viscount. However, with a wave of Derek's hand, the fierce knights charged into the bustling streets of Pran City. Guided by the locals, they quickly identified their targets. "What are you doing? This is an OS family shop, don't you know?" A shop manager stepped forward, relying on the noble name behind him, trying to stop the unfamiliar knights. He was met with a brutal blow from a sword hilt. "What do you think you're doing? Smash it!" The knights roared. The poor manager was knocked to the ground, his face trampled by iron boots. The other shop clerks, trembling with fear, almost volunteered to help with the destruction. "Smash it. If it doesn't break, hack it with your swords," Derek commanded coldly. The knights came and went like the wind, leaving chaos in their wake after just a few minutes. Scenes like this played out repeatedly across the city. Count Pereira quickly received the news. Such a significant event couldn't be hidden. Northern nobles whose shops had been smashed flocked to the Count, angrily protesting. "Your Excellency, Viscount Derek is out of control. He's gone mad. We can't be blamed for the assassination just because we have business ties with the Holy Cross Kingdom," one noble said passionately. "We tolerated the shop smashing this time, but what's next? Will he come for our homes?" Count Pereira was deeply troubled. He hadn't expected Derek to act so impulsively, but since Derek was his chosen grandson-in-law, he had to defend him. "Enough. This matter involves all of you. Don't expect me to show leniency. Go back and see if anyone let something slip. If you find the leak, I'll personally apologize with Derek. Otherwise, you'll just have to endure this." With a mix of scolding and appeasement, the Count managed to calm the nobles. He then noticed Marquis Hussein watching the spectacle with amusement, which only fueled his anger. Derek must be severely disciplined, he thought to himself. However, If Marquis Hussein knew what was happening at that moment, he wouldn't be smiling. The knights following Derek were battle-hardened veterans with a lingering scent of blood and short tempers. With Simon stirring things up, they naturally took on tougher tasks. Smashing shops was lenient compared to their next target, who they considered the true culprit. Simon ordered the cavalry to fully arm themselves and storm the royal army's camp. The camp, caught off guard, was easily overrun. Capture 100 men, Simon commanded coldly. An officer tried to intervene. This is the 1st Northern Legion. Who are you? Simon dismissed the so-called 1st Northern Legion as opportunists. The officer was knocked down by the cavalry, who trampled him without mercy. Listen up, we are knights of the Augusta family. The Viscount is furious, and you better behave, or we'll show no mercy, Simon warned loudly. Surprisingly, the nearby soldiers of the 1st Northern Legion were intimidated and didn't dare to act, watching helplessly as their comrades, including some junior officers, were captured. Simon didn't expect it to go so smoothly. Thanks to Marquis Hussein's incompetence, he hadn't managed to unify the noble private armies and conscripted peasants into a cohesive unit over the past 2 months. With the senior officers absent, Simon easily subdued them. Despite the reasons, such behavior was undeniably cowardly. Lack of battlefield experience was no excuse. The knights' disdain was evident. What a bunch of cowards, they sneered as they left. Derek finally received the gift he wanted. Let's go meet the big shots from the capital, he said with a cold smile. By this time, Count Pereira had been waiting for a while. Some northern nobles were whispering among themselves, mostly criticizing Derek's excessive actions. The nobles from the capital pointed fingers, feeling ashamed by the northern nobles' infighting. Marquis Hussein, smiling broadly, saw the situation as beneficial to him. He was contemplating how to use the conflict to win over some northern nobles when he heard a commotion outside. Viscount Derek is here. As the announcement came, Count Pereira hurried out, worried about Derek's condition. But as soon as he stepped out, he saw Derek commanding his men to hang the assassins and a line of soldiers in royal uniforms pressed to the ground. Marquis, Commander, the kneeling soldiers cried out when they saw Marquis Hussein. Only then did everyone realize that the captured men were from the 1st Northern Legion, with some familiar faces among them. Count Pereira sensed trouble and urgently asked, Derek, what are you doing? Derek turned and grinned. I'm doing what our predecessors did. What did they do? This referred to the Northern Knights of 30 years ago. During the War of Division, some fleeing nobles were hanged by the fierce Northern Knights. This was one reason why Northern Knights were so unpopular. Marquis Hussein could no longer remain silent. He stepped past Count Pereira, trying to intervene. These are not the times of the War of Division. Killing my soldiers is treason. Even in this moment, he didn't miss the chance to set a verbal trap, seemingly willing to sacrifice some soldiers to charge Derek with treason. Marquis Hussein's eyes flashed with a hint of anticipation, as if thinking, if only it were true. Derek read the intention in Marquis Hussein's eyes. A mocking smile played at the corner of his lips. He thought to himself that the Marquis must have spent too long in court politics, forgetting that this wasn't the royal capital. Thinking he could topple a powerful noble by merely accusing him of treason? How naive. Derek understood his current status well. Ever since the king decentralized his power and Augusta repelled the Holy Cross Kingdom's attack, Derek, as a viscount, had risen to the ranks of influential nobility. If he truly were to defect, even the king of the Holy Cross Kingdom would hesitate to accept him. After all, Derek's defection would destabilize not only the Saint Mille province but also potentially lead to the fall of the northern provinces. Seeing Marquis Hussein's face change drastically, Derek sneered coldly and turned to the knight beside him, ordering, execute the assassin on the spot. No need for evidence. Whoever I say is trying to harm me is the culprit. The knights of House Augusta didn't hesitate. They drew their whips and began punishing the soldiers of the 1st Northern Legion who were kneeling on the ground. The sharp crack of whips echoed through the hall, silencing the previously restless nobles. Derek wasn't done yet. He coldly announced, the recent heavy snow has made the road slippery. 100 soldiers of the 1st Northern Legion have unfortunately fallen to their deaths. Over the next week, whether soldier or marquis, if anyone dares to leave the camp, don't blame the slippery roads for their demise. The knights understood their master's intent and brutally smashed the heads of the unfortunate soldiers against the ground. Soon, the floor was littered with the bodies of those who had fallen to their deaths. Marquis Hussein's smile froze completely. He had never encountered such a situation before. His usual court tactics were utterly useless here. Worse still, even the king might choose to believe that these men had indeed fallen to their deaths rather than being killed by Viscount Derek. Silence fell over the scene, broken only by the sound of whips. The northern nobles who had been pleading their case to Count Pereira shrank back, fearful of drawing Derek's attention. At this moment, they would rather see a few more of their shops destroyed than provoke the Viscount's wrath. Derek stepped over the bodies, his boots soaked with blood and brain matter. He casually wiped them on the carpet, then flashed a perfect smile as if nothing had happened. Count Pereira, Marquis Hussein. Apologies for keeping you waiting. Marquis Hussein forced a smile, realizing that the political landscape in the north was vastly different from that of the capital. He quickly adjusted his mindset, deciding not to make any rash moves until he understood the dynamics here better. He even stepped aside to show his goodwill. Derek saw through Hussein's thoughts and actually hoped the Marquis would be smart. After all, the main enemies of the Saint Mil province were the Holy Cross Kingdom and the barbarians. Internal conflict was not the primary issue. As the three leaders took their seats, the entire hall fell into a tense silence. The nobles and officers from both regions, who had been on the brink of conflict, were now too afraid to make a sound, fearing that any noise might draw the attention of the powerful figures. Among the three, Count Pereira undoubtedly held the highest status. As a feudal lord with real power, his influence far surpassed that of a mere court marquis. However, everyone was well aware that one of Marquis Hussein's tasks on this trip was to curb Count Pereira's power. From the perspective of the capital, even if Derek were to grow stronger, it would only mean another count in the St. Miller province. But if Count Pereira continued to expand, the consequences would be dire. He could either establish a separate county or even declare himself a duke. In such a case, the king's efforts would be in vain. As for the legalities, as long as the Pereira family had enough strength, finding a reason to inherit a duke's title would not be difficult. However, the king's interests did not always align with those of Marquis Hussein. As soon as the three met, they tacitly divided their spheres of influence. This process went more smoothly than Derek had anticipated, and the boundaries drawn exceeded his expectations. Initially, he thought Marquis Hussein had made a significant concession, but when he saw the blank areas on the map, he realized, sometimes, enemies can become friends. In this game of dividing the spoils, there were far more stakeholders than just the three present. Count Pereira represented the northern nobles, and the territory he marked out was substantial, but it had to be shared with dozens of northern noble families. During wartime, everyone contributed, and excluding people during the division of spoils would undoubtedly cause unrest. Even as the representative of the northern nobles, Count Pereira's decision-making power was quite limited. He could decide who got a bit more or a bit less, or even exclude one or two families, but he could not go against the collective will of the northern nobles. His status and power came not only from his own fief, but also from the support of the northern nobility. This was both his strength and his constraint. Marquis Hussein represented the interests of the central capital's nobility. Since they had intervened in this matter, they would certainly not leave empty-handed. Moreover, they would not be stingy with subsequent support in terms of resources and manpower. As for the king's interests, apart from the nobles' fiefs, everything else belonged to the kingdom, taking the lion's share. Derek's position was the simplest. He represented his own interests, as well as those of some northern noble offspring, and the new nobles who had emerged from this war. So, who was left out? The answer was the southern nobles, who traditionally held low political status in the kingdom. Despite their significant growth and strength over the past decade, their lack of notable achievements meant their political status remained low. Their participation in the northern expedition was undoubtedly driven by their own calculations. Perhaps the king was pleased to see the southern nobles rise, as it could balance the old noble forces. But Marquis Hussein had a different stance. Although he had been dependent on the king in the past, his ultimate goal was to gain some autonomy. Now, with the central nobles backing him, his stance naturally leaned towards one side. Count Pereira, being shrewd and quick-witted, reacted even faster than Derek. In fact, the split within the kingdom's reinforcements played right into his hands. Marquis Hussein was proactively dividing forces, and Count Pereira was even willing to support this. The previous conflicts were real, but so were the current shared interests. Viscount Derek, let's take a step back. We can't push too hard, Count Pereira said, slightly narrowing the scope they had marked out. Initially, everyone had made exaggerated claims to allow room for negotiation. Now, with the blank areas included, there was a moderately sized piece of land, though it wasn't particularly lucrative. Even if the southern nobles were politically weak, they had brought substantial resources and troops this time. They couldn't be pushed too far. This arrangement was just right, giving them some frustration but not to the point of open rebellion. After all, they were used to being disadvantaged, so one more time wouldn't hurt. Derek agreed with the seasoned suggestion, recognizing it as a valuable lesson. As a reward for Marquis Hussein's willingness to align with him, Derek's share wouldn't be further divided, though it was indeed less than he had imagined. Everyone was satisfied. The joy wasn't diminished. It was simply shared among three people instead of one. And then, they continued to maintain their adversarial stance. Marquis Hussein left with his soldiers' bodies, undoubtedly planning to propagate the threat of the Northern Knights and use the opportunity to reorganize his forces and win support. Derek would also adopt a stern stance, possibly leading to minor skirmishes. At least to outsiders, the two sides appeared irreconcilable. This way, the king would be reassured, the capital's nobles would be reassured, and even the southern nobles would have their attention diverted. There would be no visible cracks, as the mutual understanding was seamless. The bloodshed was real, the conflicts were real, and even the animosity and hatred among the lower nobility were real. Watching Marquis Hussein and the 1st Northern Expedition Corps leave, both Derek and Count Pereira breathed a sigh of relief. Compared to outsiders, they were more comfortable fostering a sense of camaraderie. Even if they knew it was a union of interests, a veneer of familial ties made many things easier to discuss. Tiona will be coming to St. Miller City soon. You'll have a chance to meet her, the old count said, relaxing in his chair, his entire demeanor radiating ease. In fact, Derek had already met the count's daughter and knew her to some extent. It wasn't uncommon for high-ranking nobles to meet before marriage. It wasn't as though they were complete strangers. While unions of interest were common, a bit of familial affection could prevent potential problems. Thus, Derek was quite pleased, showing a fitting smile. I look forward to meeting Miss Tiona. The old count continued. I'm planning to set up some estates in St. Miller Province, including a manor and an entire village as her dowry. This was a grand gesture. None of his other granddaughters had received such a lavish dowry. However, the Pereira family had just gained significantly in St. Miller Province, thanks in part to Derek's efforts, so there were multiple considerations at play. The conversation turned to light-hearted family matters, creating a very relaxed atmosphere. However, Derek knew Count Pereira wouldn't bring up trivial matters without reason. The main topic was yet to come. Sure enough, after a period of silence, the old count casually asked, I heard you have an exceptional blacksmith under your command? Here it comes, Derek thought. With his military trade growing, it was bound to attract attention. But now, he had the means to protect himself. This was why he had kept a low profile and maintained a certain scale all along. Facing the count's inquiry, Derek proactively replied, Yes, I was lucky to find a blacksmithing genius. If the count wants to purchase weapons and equipment, I can offer them at cost price. Of course, cost price was just a figure of speech, but there would definitely be discounts. The old count stared at Derek for a while before finally exhaling. All right, I'll start with an order of 100 full sets of heavy armor. Derek couldn't help but internally exclaim, What is the old count planning? Could it be he really intends to rebel? There were some questions Derek didn't voice. Inwardly, he weighed his options. If the old earl truly rebelled, where would he stand? Nonetheless, business continued as usual. Besides the heavy armor, a significant batch of weapons was being traded at a deal clearly worth thousands of gold coins. Derek surveyed Plant City, satisfied that most of his mission was already accomplished. Next, he inspected several properties and then met with various northern nobles. The entire northern noble circle, including minor nobles with knightly titles, amounted to only 40 or 50 families. This small circle made networking surprisingly easy. Unlike his last visit, Derek appeared this time with a new identity, receiving a very different treatment. As he prepared to leave, he found himself with an entourage of 50 to 60 attendants. These young men were sent by various families, undoubtedly a political investment by the northern nobility in the Augusta family. Despite the approaching year-end, driven by immense profits, the heirs or second sons of these minor nobles were dispatched to Derek's side. Derek recalled the situation of the Ferreira family. The eldest son inherited the family business, the second son served in the local kingdom's army, the third son worked for a local noble, and the youngest was trained by allied families. If not for Derek's rise, this would have been the Ferreira family's political path. Now, these northern noble scions held similar hopes. Whether by entering the kingdom's officer system through Derek or directly following him, they could benefit their families. Derek gladly accepted these young men, strengthening his ties with the northern nobility and boosting his own power. He glanced at his knight panel, noticing a standout among the new additions. Virat Chrono. Occupation, Knight level 6. Experience pool, 45,100, 20100. This outstanding knight from a baronial family, the future Baron Chrono, was the highest ranking among those who followed Derek. Derek had to admit that Virat, already a level 6 knight at his age, was a remarkable talent of the younger generation, far surpassing Derek's own early achievements. Without the panel's support, Virat would have been the ideal new generation northern knight. Derek was surprised by Virat's choice, but quickly understood his motives after a brief interaction. Virat represented the hot-blooded young knights, completely captivated by Derek's achievements and reputation. He followed the new northern knight's glory, hoping to serve a true northern knight, even to the extent of disregarding political considerations. Derek appreciated such young men, finding them easier to deal with than deceitful politicians. He also needed such figures to showcase his influence. Indeed, Virat's presence significantly boosted Derek's reputation. Most of these knight attendants were highly motivated, seeing this as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Upon returning to his territory, Derek first arranged accommodations for these knight attendants. He knew that some of them couldn't strictly be called knight attendants, like Virat, who had already completed knight training and were stronger than ordinary knights. However, with many elite knights present, they could continue their training. Derek mused that the overall knight standards seemed to have declined, likely due to the lack of large-scale wars in recent years. 30 years ago, during the Civil War, elite knights in heavy armor were common, but now they were rare. However, with rising tensions, a new batch of elite knights would likely emerge soon. Derek resolved to make his knight order renowned from the start. Enthusiasts like Virat would need to become elite knights before graduating. Ordinary knight attendants would need to reach at least level 5 or 6 to earn the honorary knight title. As for those with ulterior motives, if they couldn't even appear on the panel, their fate would depend on their talent. In fact, Derek clearly remembered those who didn't appear on the panel. He meticulously noted their names in a small notebook, along with their families, marking them for special attention. This became a quick way to distinguish friends from foes. Of course, in a way, these people succeeded because they stood out among the knight attendants and caught Derek's attention. Derek's gaze moved from the uneasy individuals to his fervent followers. If he was to exert influence, he would do so forcefully. Nothing fostered camaraderie more than the military. Martial prowess was Derek's constant focus. Even now, he trained daily, honing his skills. With the panel's support, despite reaching his talent's limit, he still saw gradual progress. Derek decided to train with the knight attendants. He believed that through daily interactions, he could eventually win over these young men completely. At that moment, when he chose Virat as his sparring partner, the latter's face lit up with excitement. Virat was a fervent believer in the Northern Knights' ideals, valuing strength, ruthlessness, and honor. To him, Derek embodied these values. Being chosen as a sparring partner thrilled him to the point of trembling. How strong are Northern Knights really? Will I lose in a single move? Do I have a chance to defeat Viscount Derek? Virat's mind was filled with thoughts, both eager and anxious, fearing to disappoint yet excited about the challenge. Noticing his state, Derek frowned and reminded him, Virat, a knight's hand should never fail to grip his sword. Get your act together, or you'll never become a Northern Knight. These words jolted Virat awake. He took a deep breath, his eyes filled with determination, and said, I understand. I will become a Northern Knight like you. Come on. Show me how wide the gap is between us. The training swords glimmered coldly under the sunlight, their edges blunt, yet still solid iron. The air was thick with tension. No one mentioned protective gear. A hit would undoubtedly cause pain, and in severe cases, might even be life-threatening. The swordsmanship of the Northern Knights focused on practicality, eschewing flashy moves. From their apprenticeship, they honed basic techniques like slashing, thrusting, and parrying. The core of their training was knowing when to attack, retreat, cut, or block. Day after day, they trained until their muscles reacted instinctively, then they faced real battles. Those who survived and those who were wounded built a strong foundation. The rest was a relentless pursuit of strength, speed, reflexes, and willpower. Valu raised his sword, assuming a standard knight's salute. However, before he could complete the gesture, Derek's sword tip viciously struck his wrist. The sudden pain almost made Valu drop his sword. Confused, he looked at Derek, not understanding why he was attacked. Derek, usually gentle, now roared like an enraged bull. Has your brain been squeezed by those southern wenches? Did your grandfather ever salute on the battlefield? Have you ever heard of a Northern Knight bowing and waiting for a return salute? His voice echoed across the training ground, stunning everyone with his sudden fury. Derek continued to bellow. Listen up. We are Northern Knights. We are dragons. We don't need anyone's recognition. Our swords are our validation. Only Southern weaklings bind knights with such rules. Next time you face such a fool, aim for his forehead and split it open to see if it's full of crap. The squires were dumbfounded. Was this the demeanor of the new generation of Northern Knights? Although knightly education in the North had not slackened in recent years, the lack of war had allowed some outdated customs to creep in among the nobility, affecting even the Northern Knights. Valu's expression grew complex, a mix of defiance and confusion. But Derek didn't care about his thoughts. To him, nothing couldn't be solved with a good beating, and if one wasn't enough, then another. Humans naturally respect strength, and powerful force is the best persuasion. The strong are always right. Now, grip your sword tightly. I'll give you another chance, Derek said coldly. Valu clenched his knight's sword and charged with a roar. Derek countered from below, and with a loud clang, Valu, who should have had the upper hand, staggered back. Are you a wench? Where's your strength? I can't feel your power. Derek roared again. Valu was shocked. As a level 6 knight, his talent was considered outstanding among his peers, his overall abilities top-notch. Yet against Derek, he seemed utterly powerless. Derek showed no mercy, advancing quickly and using his superior skills to humiliate Valu repeatedly. Reacting like a girl, I have to hold back or I might knock you out. Same force, and you still can't handle it. Your swordsmanship is lacking. Where's your footwork? Are you just a wooden stake? Your legs, are they crippled? Kick me. Valoo endured countless heavy blows, with Derek showing no restraint. All that remained in Valoo's mind was pain, leaving no room for other thoughts. Finally, Derek kicked him to the ground and casually tossed his training sword to a nearby squire. Pathetic, utterly pathetic. Are all the young northern knights this useless now? Derek's words sparked defiance among the young knights. Valoo struggled to his feet, his face full of unwillingness. Although Derek's reputation preceded him and it was expected he could teach Valoo a lesson, it didn't mean the young northern knights were all worthless. In fact, in exchanges with knights from other regions, northern knights often had the upper hand. What? Not satisfied? Derek's gaze swept over the discontented young men. If you have the guts, speak up. No courage to resist? Then don't call yourself a northern knight. Worried about my title as a viscount? Worried about reputation? That's not the northern way. Viscount, I'm not satisfied. Valoo was the first to speak, followed by a chorus of agreement from the other squires. Good, finally showing some northern knight spirit. Derek smirked. Spineless weaklings are no fun. Now it's interesting. Valoo, I know you're called a knight prodigy. Look around at these knights. Each one is of common birth. None have had full knight training. Now, pick one and show me if the title knight prodigy is deserved. Valoo scanned the area, noticing the burly, intimidating figures of the knights. Although a knight's skill couldn't be judged by size alone, surely he could defeat these common-born knights if not Derek? Feeling a bit defiant, Valoo chose the most robust-looking knight. Heh, bold choice. Bear Knight has the greatest strength, Derek chuckled. The knights gathered around excitedly. Although many had earned honorary knight titles, they were still considered common knights, and their next generation would need to fight for their place. Seeing noble squires humbled was a delight. As for camaraderie, a few days of interaction wasn't enough to build that. The chosen Bear Knight was both pleased and slightly angry. Kid, you chose me out of everyone, thinking I'm easy to bully? Listen up, the Augusta family has no prodigies, only fools. Today, I'll teach you that lesson. This time, Valoo didn't hold back, attacking directly. Despite his injuries, his basics were solid, his moves steady, and his force and speed undiminished. Among his fellow squires, few could block such an attack. But the Bear Knight was even more direct, using brute force to knock Valoo's sword away and then slashing at his waist. Valoo staggered in pain, his training sword already at his neck. Truly a noble brat. The Bear Knight smugly sheathed his training sword, showing off to his comrades. The noble squires were stunned. It wasn't surprising that Valoo lost, given his opponent was a knight under Viscount Derek, but to lose so decisively was shocking. Continue. Pick another one, Derek said with a sadistic gleam. Valoo went on to challenge almost every knight present. By the end, he was in so much pain he could barely hold his sword, but his stubbornness was impressive. Not everyone could keep challenging after repeated defeats. What shocked the new squires even more was the skill of Derek's knights. Almost all were experts, many at the rank of title knight, easily defeating the young squires. For a moment, everyone felt dazed, as if in a dream. When did the knightly world become so competitive? Or were they just too weak? Derek didn't ease up on the intensity of the training for the newcomers. The most direct way to integrate into the knight order was to prove one's worth with fists. Every newcomer endured the same rigorous trials as Valoo, with sweat and pain becoming their daily companions. In the training grounds, the newcomers panted heavily, their bodies aching all over. Derek's voice boomed like thunder. Don't worry about having no one to look after you. Worry about not being able to stick it out. This statement highlighted the core principle of the knight order: willpower surpasses talent. When the grueling training sessions ended, everyone's limits were laid bare. Derek observed keenly. In his eyes, the ability to persist was more important than innate talent. However, this was merely the beginning. The new knight apprentices quickly understood why geniuses rarely emerged from the Augusta family. Everyone trained relentlessly. Derek's criteria for selecting knights were simple: loyalty and willpower. As long as one could endure the training, even a hard-working fool would suffice. Train until you drop became the motto of the knight order. This high-intensity training was not just for newcomers. Even the fully fledged knights and Derek himself were not exempt. They ate, lived, and suffered together, with Derek incorporating his past life management experience to forge team cohesion. As night fell, Derek brought medicinal wine to the dormitory where the new squires slept. The room reeked of sweat and exhaustion. On the simple wooden beds, coarse linen blankets rubbed against sore bodies. The greasy smell of dinner still lingered in the air, starkly contrasting with the harsh training. Many noble-born trainees began to regret their choices, some even contemplating escape. Valoo lay on his bed, his entire body aching as he questioned his life decisions. The dream of becoming a northern knight now boiled down to a painful reality. The room was filled with murmurs of discontent. Someone whispered, Is Viscount Derek torturing us on purpose? Valou remained wary and silent, well aware of the intrigues among the nobility. Just as the discussion heated up, a shout of "The Viscount is here" instantly silenced the room. Everyone held their breath, bracing for Derek's wrath. Contrary to expectations, Derek entered with a smile. He understood the art of management and knew that a gentle approach was needed at this moment. Derek casually walked through the crowd, saying, "It's all right, keep talking. Back in my days with the Night Order, I also liked to gripe about Count Pereira." He continued, "Being strict during training is for your own safety. The more sweat on the training ground, the less blood on the battlefield. I hope that by being strict now, everyone can survive the battlefield later. But once training is over, we're friends. Comrades no need to be so serious." Although his words might not convince everyone, they at least eased the tension. Derek walked over to Valou's bed and pressed him down. "Lie still. You've had a tough day. If we don't take care of this now, you won't be able to get up tomorrow." Valou tried to tough it out, but Derek slapped his shoulder, causing him to yelp in pain. Derek laughed. "I thought you were a tough guy who didn't feel pain. But one slap and you can't take it?" "Then," Derek said seriously, "don't take my harsh words to heart. You have good talent, but you lack practice. However, your will is strong, and I have high hopes for you. Now lie still and don't move." Derek personally applied medicinal wine to Valou, massaging his sore muscles. This unexpected kindness moved Valou to tears, dispelling all his resentment. He silently vowed to follow Viscount Derek for life. Seeing this, the other squires also felt a warm surge in their hearts. Derek continued to massage those who had performed well, while also organizing knights to teach them how to care for their bodies post-training. This camaraderie turned the initial resentment into motivation. The next day, despite their soreness, the squires enthusiastically threw themselves into a new day of training. Derek checked his panel and saw that even the most initially rebellious squires had appeared on it. Derek smiled, thinking, enemies can become friends. When they return home from night training, can't they influence their families in turn? If you scheme against me, I can scheme against you too. Let's see whether your temptations or my emotional bonds are stronger. With the help of the panel, the night squires visibly bulked up. Their muscles became more defined, and their physiques noticeably stronger. This physical transformation was a direct result of their rapidly increasing strength. Derek, though not particular about the taste of the food, ensured that the meals were substantial. The rich diet supported the squires through their intense training. In reality, the small offerings they paid hardly covered the costs of their training. The remarkable training results fueled everyone's enthusiasm, especially for a knight fanatic like Verret, who wished he could train 24 hours a day. However, Derek's training regimen was not solely about physical conditioning. A week later, everyone received a warhorse and began outdoor riding training. Although horseback riding was a necessary skill for northern nobles, and the squires were already quite adept, Derek demanded much more. He roared, "Get moving. Have you not eaten? My dog runs faster on a horse than you do. Verret, wipe that grin off your face and show me some tricks." Verret, who had thought his riding skills were decent, almost fell off his horse at Derek's shout. Confused, he asked, "Viscount, didn't you say tricks were for southern ladies?" "Bullshit," Derek bellowed. "You're still playing around like a lady. When I tell you to do tricks, you do tricks." After riding practice, they moved on to weighted cross-country runs, followed by night operations. Their free time was filled with basic military tactics lessons, leaving no room for idleness. A month later, everyone felt completely transformed. According to tradition, Derek gave them a week off. Some went home to visit family, while others chose to explore. The top-performing squires were temporarily allowed to join the Viscount's guard, experiencing the duties of sentry and learning how to fend off assassins. Derek, meanwhile, relaxed comfortably in his manor, enjoying the service of his servants. He lay on a soft bear fur rug, with his feet on a long wool mat, and the warmth of a burning fireplace nearby. A cup of hot milk was at his side, and he sank into a specially made chair, a stark contrast to the harsh conditions of the military camp. Several knights and officials, including his uncle Andrew, gathered there to report recent events. Derek listened to the reports while pondering how to gain further insights into his territory. "Miss Tiona has arrived in the St. Millet province. When will you invite her for a meeting?" an official asked. Derek replied, "It's too cold right now. I'll choose a good day to visit the Count. I heard the Southern Legion is arriving soon. They seem to have caught wind of something," another knight reported. Derek mused, "It's not surprising. The South has developed well in recent years, and surely has networks everywhere. Trouble is on the horizon." For minor matters, Derek could make immediate decisions. Others required further confirmation. The night squires standing nearby could overhear these not so secret discussions, which Derek allowed intentionally. As the Southern Legion approached, the atmosphere in the St. Millet province grew tense. Finally, a spell of good weather arrived before the new year, and Derek decided to visit his fiancée. Although they had met at the Pereira Knight's order, Derek was just an unremarkable squire then, and she likely had no memory of him. Derek knew little about this noble lady. Just as Derek was preparing to leave, an unexpected guest arrived. Brother-in-law. A young man called out enthusiastically. Derek paused for a moment before recognizing him. David Palmer, the eldest son of Baron Palmer. This newly established Baron family had risen from merchants to landholding nobility. David approached Derek mysteriously and whispered, "Brother-in-law, father thought you might be in a hurry, so he sent my second and third sisters ahead. My eldest sister is still on her way." Derek was taken aback, not expecting such an arrangement from Baron Palmer. When the Baron had mentioned it before, Derek had taken it as a joke. Now it was clear that Baron Palmer was serious and had made a significant commitment. Though they wouldn't become viscountesses, having them as companions seemed acceptable. It wasn't uncommon for nobles of this era to have lovers. Derek, having been in this world for 2 years, had yet to indulge in such pleasures, always preoccupied with survival. Faced with this unexpected proposition, Derek was momentarily at a loss for words. Refusing outright seemed impolite, as this wasn't exactly a dignified matter. David, however, appeared unfazed by the awkwardness. As a newly wealthy merchant turnable, he didn't need to maintain the same decorum as traditional nobility. Sacrificing dignity now was a small price to pay for ensuring future generations could fully integrate into the noble class. After a moment of hesitation, Derek couldn't bring himself to refuse. His gaze involuntarily fell on the eldest Palmer sister that David had mentioned, her enchanting figure flashing through his mind. But he quickly dismissed the thought, reminding himself to stay respectful as he was about to meet his fiancée. Just as Derek was wavering, Adrian stepped forward, skillfully defusing the awkward situation. "Sir David, if the Palmer family's young lady has nowhere to go for the time being, our Viscount can temporarily accommodate her. However, please refrain from making misleading remarks. The Viscount is on his way to meet his fiancée. Miss Pereira, you understand?" Derek silently praised his cousin's cleverness. His words were tactful, maintaining decorum while preserving Derek's reputation. Derek decided then and there to give Adrian a raise next month. David immediately realized his faux pas and hastily apologized. Addressing Derek as "Your Lordship," he then handed over a prepared gift list as an apology, speaking respectfully, "Your Lordship, my father asked me to convey that the Palmer family owes its current standing to your support. We will follow your lead and present you with no less than this amount every year." Adrian took a quick glance at the list and handed it to Derek. Derek was taken aback. The value of the tribute exceeded 1,000 gold coins, equivalent to half the annual income of a traditional baronial family like the Ferreras. He pondered whether to commend their wealth or their sincerity. However, turning down money that came to his doorstep made no sense. Derek was more concerned about whether he would receive this tribute next year. As someone with a decent moral compass, he understood the implicit rules of taking money to get things done. Besides, as fellow beneficiaries of the war, they had shared interests. Derek smiled and accepted the list. "I hope to see you personally delivering this next year, David." David heaved a sigh of relief and agreed with a smile. The two then discussed the current situation of the Palmer family. Derek learned that since joining the ranks of the landed nobility, the Palmer family's circumstances had greatly improved. Although not warmly received by other nobles, they enjoyed numerous unseen benefits. The newly acquired fief had also cleared many obstacles for their business. However, their rise in status brought new worries. They feared falling back into obscurity while craving more respect. As for the 3 Palmer sisters, Derek suppressed his curiosity. He reminded himself that he was about to meet his fiancée, and there was no need to rush. If he couldn't exercise this bit of self-control, he wasn't fit to be a noble. After 2 days at the castle, David took his leave. Derek then resumed his delayed journey. This trip was unprecedented in scale, with not only guards and knights, but also half the troops from the St. Michael Legion, and a significant portion of the Augusta family's private army, which had been trained for 6 months. The grand procession of 5,000 to 6,000 people set off towards Pran City. However, the urgency of the southern nobles far exceeded Derek's expectations. Despite the 2nd Northern Expedition Legion still en route, a contingent of southern knights had already reached Pran City. By the time Derek arrived, they had been there for several days. Worse still, bad news had been confirmed, and the southern nobles were in an uproar. After waiting 10 years for this opportunity, they were first toyed with by the barbarians and then betrayed by their allies. Such a miserable experience understandably made them anxious. Moreover, with their growing economic strength, the southern nobles had not slackened in their military investments. Supported by substantial funds, they had trained a formidable group of knights. The equipment of these southern knights even surpassed that of the knights from the north and the capital. In recent days, knights representing different regions had clashed over a dozen times. Surprisingly, the knights from the capital, representing central nobles, performed the worst, getting beaten no matter who they faced. The matches between Northern and Southern Knights ended in a draw, shocking the Northern Knights and earning the Southern Knights newfound respect. The older generation of Northern Knights, including the old Count, realized that the new generation of Northern Knights had indeed declined. This stark reality directly boosted the Southern Knights' morale. In the absence of large-scale military engagements, whichever side's knights dominated in duels would naturally gain more influence. If they couldn't quickly curb the Southern Knights' momentum, the previously agreed-upon division of power among the three houses might be overturned. After all, it made no sense for the strong to remain subdued while the weak shouted loudly. In this tense atmosphere, messengers urging Derek arrived in waves, up to 10 times a day. The Viscount, who had planned to leisurely meet his fiancée, reverted to his irritable dragon roar state. A bunch of useless fools. Derek cursed. Getting beaten by a bunch of Southern Knights has delayed so many important matters. I can't meet my fiancée. I can't go home. I can't see the sisters. No, scratch that. I can't see the Viscount's most concerned subjects. How much has this delayed? This time, even the noble attendants, including Verret, dared not point out the small slip in the Viscount's words. The fact that the new generation of Northern Knights had tied with the Southern Knights was embarrassing enough. Military prowess had always been the Northern Knights' greatest asset. Once this golden reputation was tarnished, the ensuing chain reaction could be disastrous. Their already limited political resources might dwindle further. This concerned the overall interests of the Northern nobility, and no one dared to take it lightly. The only good news was that Viscount Derek had yet to make his move. 2 months of intense training had not only transformed everyone, but also instilled a blind trust in Derek. Grumbling, the Viscount finally left the main force behind and rode ahead with his attendants. However, upon reaching the outskirts of Pran City, they were informed that the old Count had taken the northern nobles to the military camp outside the city, where the night duels had been taking place. Derek had to take a detour to the military camp. From a distance, he saw a cluster of knights' triangular flags and nobles' square flags fluttering in the wind. It seemed a duel had just ended, with a group of people cheering in celebration. As Derek approached, he heard someone loudly proclaim, "Tell your boy Derek to come quickly. Once I defeat him, let's see what excuse you have left. Northern Knights have fallen. It's time for us Southern Knights to take over." Who is that fool spouting nonsense? Don't they know the Northern Knights are in the middle of training? Derek rode into the center of the field, his cold gaze sweeping over the rowdy knights. His eyes were like daggers, instantly silencing the chaotic scene. Who's the idiot who doesn't know how slippery the roads are up north? Derek sneered. A chuckle rippled through the northern and capital nobles around him. They all knew the joke's origin. Someone once cracked their skull slipping on the icy roads up north. The Southern Knights, especially the one who had been mocking moments ago, clearly didn't get it. His face turned red with anger as he glared at Derek. "Boy, come here and taste my iron fist if you dare. Your mouth is only good for pleasing barmaids," the knight taunted, unaware of Derek's identity. At that moment, a group of Augusta family knights rode in, quickly taking a corner of the field. The surrounding nobles instinctively made room for them, their eyes filled with respect. As the Southern Knight's words hung in the air, everyone's gaze shifted as if looking at a dead man walking. Verret and his followers clenched their fists, itching to tear the man apart. These young men had transformed into fierce warriors in just 2 months. A cold smile tugged at Derek's lips. This was a perfect opportunity to establish dominance. Defeating this arrogant Southern Knight would bring immense benefits. Casually, he unfastened his cloak and tossed it to his squire. "Knight, I hope your iron fist can impress me," Derek said icily. "Otherwise, prepare to suffer." Before he finished speaking, Derek nudged his horse with his foot. The well-trained warhorse understood instantly, charging towards the opponent like an arrow. The Southern Knight, still waiting for the customary pre-duel formalities, was caught off guard and only managed to raise his sword in defense. "Coward!" he roared, his blade aimed at Derek's throat, clearly intent on killing. Derek didn't flinch. He reached out and grabbed the sword blade, causing everyone to gasp. No gauntlet, however sturdy, should be able to catch a sharp blade barehanded. But in the next moment, they watched in astonishment as Derek effortlessly seized the sword and yanked the knight off his horse. In a flash, Derek had tied the knight's legs with a rope and spurred his horse into a gallop, dragging the unfortunate knight across the ground. "Coward! Shameless! You've dishonored the knight's code. Let him go. We concede this match." The Southern Knights were furious, ready to rescue their comrade. But the Augusta Knights had anticipated this, drawing their swords and holding them back. After circling the field, Derek tossed the rope to his squire. "Still alive. Hang him up and see if the Southern wimps can save him," he said coldly. Turning to the herald, he ordered, "Sound the drums. Simon should be here by now. Surround the camp." As the war drums sounded, a troop of heavily armed soldiers quickly encircled everyone. Derek then leisurely walked up to the wooden platform beside the training ground, roughly yanking off his gauntlet and throwing it at a northern knight's face. A bunch of useless fools, can't even handle a bunch of wimps. Does the old count have to don his armor and fight? He berated, kicking any northern knight he passed. If you can't fight, use your brains. Who are we? Where are we? This is our territory. Next time, if you can't win, call in the army and kill them all. Blame it on bandits. Got it? Derek's voice was so loud that even the nobles on both sides of the platform could hear it clearly. The capital nobles shivered, recalling a terrifying past, while the southern nobles exchanged uneasy glances, unsure whether Derek was serious. Seeing the tense atmosphere, the old count quickly intervened. Viscount Derek, mind your words. Derek immediately changed his demeanor, smiling obsequiously. About to marry your granddaughter, I'll give you some face. Please, take a seat. I'll handle this. By then, Virat had found a pole and hung the unfortunate southern knight up. The knight was barely conscious, unable to even call for help. Seeing the situation escalate, two southern earls stepped forward. Leading them was Earl Robert Lovett, who suppressed his anger and addressed Derek. Viscount Derek, please release my knight. I won't hold you accountable for the sneak attack. Derek burst into laughter. Seems this earl hasn't grasped the reality. Virat, drop that piece of junk and come here. Virat, who had been enjoying himself, immediately ran over upon hearing the call. Derek sneered and ordered, take your men and give those southern wimps a good beating. One by one. Adrian, you take a few official knights and back them up. Let's see if these southern knights are as weak as they seem. After giving his orders, Derek turned to Earl Lovett. Earl, if your knights can win 3 matches against my official knights, I'll hand over your man. If not, he stays hanging. Earl Lovett was caught in a dilemma. Refusing would be a loss of face. Accepting, he feared Derek's knights might be too formidable. But looking at the young knights and squires, he decided to take the chance. After all, their age suggested they weren't disguised elite warriors. When Valu received his mission, he couldn't hide his excitement. The past 2 months at the training camp had been nothing short of grueling, aptly described by the word merciless. Apart from their fellow knight squires, every knight in the camp could easily overpower this group of young squires. Despite being of similar age, the gap in strength was astonishing. During this time, everyone felt they were progressing rapidly, but the lack of suitable opponents prevented them from truly experiencing the thrill of domination. Now, a ready group of targets stood before them. The southern knights had already heard about Derek's wager, and whether to defend their honor or save their comrades, they couldn't back down. This time, the northern knights were here to snatch food from the tiger's mouth, fully prepared for any challenge. The nobles on the wooden platform watched the duel intently. When it was Valu's turn to fight, the northern nobles showed signs of concern. Although Valu was skilled and ranked among the top knights, the knight who had just been defeated was even stronger. In contrast, the southern and capital nobles had a different view. Valu was young, so what if he was stronger than his peers? Could the southern knights in their prime not handle a younger version of Valu? The old count quietly approached Derek and, seeing no one was paying attention, asked in a low voice, Derek, how confident are you? Absolutely confident. Derek replied firmly. You're not lying to me? Don't worry. My titled knights are leading the charge. There's no way we'll lose. They're all top-tier, 3rd or 4th level elite knights. Even among titled knights, they're impressive. Plus, they've just come back from war and haven't slackened their training for a single day. If these elite knights can't beat the opposition, we might as well give up. Derek was brimming with confidence, even secretly contemplating that if they really lost, he wouldn't hesitate to flip the table. No matter how strong a titled knight was, how many cavalry charges could they withstand? As the two spoke, Valu had already taken down a southern knight. Excitedly, he paraded around the field with his opponent's helmet, prompting Derek to curse, show off. Why waste energy on this? The southern knights' camp was in turmoil. They hadn't underestimated Valu because of his age. They had sent out a skilled fighter, yet he was defeated. Valu then went on to defeat 5 southern knights in a row before retreating, out of breath. The spectators buzzed with conversation, their noble etiquette forgotten. So this is Valu, the rising star of the northern knights? The southern knights had gathered intelligence on Valu, but hadn't expected him to be so formidable. Clearly, there had been a serious miscalculation. After Valu stepped down, the southern knights thought they could finally relax. However, the performance of the knight squires utterly humiliated them. A series of formal knights took turns challenging, with a success rate of only 10%, and none managed a winning streak. Count Lovett could hardly contain himself, almost falling off the platform. Nearby nobles could hear him muttering, "How is this possible? How?" After 10 years of hard work, he believed they had caught up with the northern knights. The southern knights had performed admirably, holding their own against anyone. He had even fantasized about the rise of the southern faction today, But that dream was now shattered. Derek not only gave him a harsh reality check, but also humiliated him further, mercilessly telling him, "You're still far from it." Unable to accept the crushing disparity, Count Lovett growled, "Send in the titled knights." He hadn't come to the north to provoke them relying solely on ordinary knights. The titled knights, collected and nurtured by southern nobles over the years, were their greatest asset. The royal court had always been the stage for these titled knights, and it remained so. Defeating 3 northern knights would secure victory. Even if it didn't look good, it was better than losing both face and the match. The titled knights, however, were reluctant to step in. The count's interests didn't necessarily align with theirs, and at least the honor of a knight made it difficult for them to stoop so low. But under the relentless pressure from the high-ranking noble, honor gave way. As a knight with an elaborate crest on his chest stepped forward, the crowd's spirits lifted. A formidable opponent had arrived. Titled knights were the pinnacle of knightly honor, earned through countless duels. There might be impostors among knights, but there was no question about the legitimacy of titled knights. To Derek, titled knights were essentially 9th or 10th level formal knights, if not elite knights. Each was a heavily armored warrior capable of charging into battle. Derek quickly instructed, "Let everyone get a taste of it. Free sparring partners like this don't come around often." Having their own people as sparring partners didn't compare to the current atmosphere. The psychological pressure was entirely different. Derek wanted the squires to experience real pressure as soon as possible. So, the titled knight, suppressing his anger, had to deal with a series of challenges from the squires. It was humiliating. A titled knight, reduced to bullying squires if word got out, his reputation would be ruined. Initially, he tried to use heavy-handed tactics to scare off the squires, but soon realized it only fueled their fighting spirit, making them charge in with renewed vigor. Even Valu, after a brief rest, joined in for a few rounds. "This is it, the true spirit of northern knights," the old count suddenly remarked. Over the years, he had felt that the northern knights lacked some vigor, but now he sensed it in these squires. No wonder the number of titled knights had dwindled. Northern knights needed this fearless, forward-driving spirit. "Shameless, are you trying to wear us down?" Count Lovett couldn't help but question. "How can we fight like this? If you have the guts, let your men wear us down too. It looks like you have more knights." Derek retorted without hesitation. Fortunately, the challenges had ended. The titled knights who had taken turns fighting hadn't expended much energy. At this moment, the currently dueling titled knight seemed to be discussing something with Simon. Both sides sent out 3 people, forming a convex triangle formation. Was this going to be a melee? This raised the stakes significantly and made it much more dangerous. Perhaps they were tired of the repeated challenges and wanted to settle it in one decisive battle. Derek's lips curled into a smile. He knew all too well that the Northern Knights excelled in battlefield formations. While martial skills could be honed through rigorous training and superior physical attributes provided an edge, effective coordination in battle required extensive combat experience. Even in a 3-on-3 skirmish, the importance of teamwork couldn't be overlooked. Derek understood that drills could achieve 99 proficiency, but that crucial final one could only be gained through the baptism of blood and sweat. He surmised that the Southern Knights might have a 20-30 chance in unknown duels, given the unpredictability of solo combat. However, in a 3-on-3 scenario, their odds dropped to less than 10. Unfortunately, the Southern Knights seemed unaware of this. Even the usually cautious old Count Pereira sensed victory was within grasp. The pressure weighed heavily on Count Lovett as he watched the rapid progress of the Southern Knights, something he hadn't anticipated. In just a decade, they had caught up. Although they still had shortcomings in warfare, the northern territories faced ongoing conflicts, and it was only a matter of time before the Southern Knights closed the gap. This relentless pressure was inescapable. On the field, both sides' knights had removed the tips from their lances and donned heavy armor, clearly ready for a serious match. Don't be fooled into thinking that removing the lance tips made it safe. The sheer impact of a charging warhorse could break bones. Falling from a galloping horse could easily mean death. In this tense atmosphere, even the titled knights showed signs of nervousness, their movements somewhat stiff. Only the knights of the Augusta family remained composed, making final adjustments while their horses trotted in small steps. Despite the heavy armor concealing their forms, their demeanor revealed a stark contrast with their opponents. One side was filled with tension, while the other treated it like routine. The warhorses, sensing the gravity of the situation and guided by their riders, grew slightly tense as well. This moderate tension could unleash their greater potential. Both sides' knights lowered their visors and formed ranks. The Southern Knights noticed something unusual. The Augusta Knights rode almost shoulder to shoulder, their warhorses extremely close. Typically, cavalry charged with some space between them to maneuver and avoid accidents. But the Augusta Knights ignored these norms entirely. Derek felt a sense of pride. This was the result of long-term training and combat, a testament to their real skill. Such precision was not for the unpracticed. The advantage was clear. In close-quarter coordination, they could dominate. When both sides charged, the interwoven lances created a different impact and density of attack, leaving no room for the opponent to exploit. With a dull thud, knights were thrown from their horses, crashing heavily to the ground. The Augusta knights quickly circled back, while the southern knights, despite their individual skills, were scattered and soon another fell. The last southern knight, clinging to his honor, made a desperate charge but was also unseated. The result was clear and decisive. The southern knights were thoroughly defeated. Count Lovett, though reluctant, had to accept reality. A bitter expression crossed his face. Who would have thought his long-held ambitions would be so brutally crushed? I concede, Count Lovett admitted straightforwardly. The southern knights are no match for the northern knights. Please, Viscount Derek, return my knights. We will accept the previous territorial division and send a token of apology later. Count Lovett's candid admission showed his wisdom. This defeat was a setback, but losing the people's support would be a true disaster. Leading the southern nobles to prominence in just 10 years, Count Lovett was clearly not a stubborn man. Besides, this encounter wasn't without its gains. The southern knights had made a name for themselves and would not be easily underestimated in the future. Derek couldn't push further. He even felt a twinge of regret that his opponents were always so shrewd and not easy targets. Smiling, he said, "It's all a misunderstanding, Count Lovett. As for the apology, let me send someone to collect it." Little fox, shameless. Count Lovett cursed silently. To Derek, Count Lovett was the same. This was the true face of a capable noble. The previously agreed-upon boundaries were no longer mentioned. The southern nobles had earned respect but also hostility. Weak opponents wouldn't attract attention. At this moment, the northern nobles wouldn't weaken the capital's nobles to strengthen the southern ones. Instead, they would seize any chance to suppress them. After the clash of blades, the upper nobility returned to their facade of civility. Count Pereira and Marquis Hussein co-host a banquet to welcome the southern nobles and express gratitude for their camaraderie. On the surface, there was no discord. At the banquet, Derek finally met his primary target for this trip, Miss Tiona, who was elegantly dressed. A group of knights discreetly created a space for the two to converse. Tiona was indeed beautiful, outstanding even by the standards of this era. However, Derek, having seen the various beauty techniques of his previous life, was not easily swayed by appearances. "Viscount Derek, is this our first formal meeting?" Tiona asked. "No, Miss Tiona. I've seen you before in the Knight Order. I've heard your story and, to be honest, I'm quite curious," Derek replied. "And," Tiona suddenly changed the subject, "how do you feel about the Palmer sisters?" The unexpected question caught Derek off guard. It seemed there were no secrets after all. "Honestly, I haven't met them yet," Derek answered, calculating his next move. Losing this marriage wouldn't be a disaster, but the old count had been quite good to him. "Actually," Tiona continued, "I understand the intricacies of noble affairs better than you think. I'm even glad you came to see me directly. Viscount Derek, I hope we can have a wonderful marriage. A lady of the Perez family will be your greatest ally. All I ask for is a bit of respect." Derek finally understood the true meaning of respect. Affairs among the nobility were sometimes so faithful that they seemed like a matter of faith, but more often, they were so debauched that even minstrels struggled to spin tales about them. He admitted that he was a hypocrite, could tolerate playing with other men's wives, but couldn't stand the thought of his own wife being played with by others. So, Derek made his stance clear immediately. "I can give you respect, but perhaps not in the way you imagine." Miss Tiona wasn't surprised by his words. Such thoughts were not uncommon among the nobility. Although she was willing to accept Derek's infidelities, she couldn't help but feel a bit resentful. Her words carried a deeper meaning, but for now, before having their first child, she had no other thoughts. It was a noble wife's duty and responsibility, and any deviation from it would mean losing even her family's support. Upon hearing Derek's declaration, Tiona didn't feel anger. Instead, she smiled brightly. "If you can bring me more respect, everything I have will be yours. Want me to settle down? No problem, as long as the Viscountess becomes a countess, enjoying more power and prestige, which would satisfy a noblewoman's needs." Derek confidently responded, "No problem, and even before my title advances, you will experience the honor of being the matriarch of the Augusta family." Although the Augusta family was currently just an empty shell, its potential was undeniable. Being a countess might not necessarily be more glamorous than being a viscountess. Tiona's request was reasonable. Political marriages were destined to be relatively equal, and it was impossible to demand everything from one side. Their first official meeting ended with a consensus. If the premarital interactions went smoothly, the next step would be the formal wedding. As Derek watched Tiona's departing figure, he fell into deep thought. The power of old noble families was indeed formidable. What happened before he arrived wasn't a tightly kept secret, but it wasn't public either. Yet, when he reached Pran City, even Tiona knew about it. Clearly, The Perez family had spies in Augusta territory. However, Derek didn't dwell on it. Such things were normal, just as he was doing the same. Rejoining the banquet, Derek acted as if nothing had happened. Miss Tiona had come specifically to meet him, but he had more social obligations to attend to. Count Perez wouldn't mention this matter either. It was a conversation between youngsters, and even if it fell through, he had other granddaughters. The alliance between the two families wouldn't change because of this. It was an absolute union of interests, where individual wills and even who married whom were unimportant. In the following days, Derek met with Miss Tiona multiple times, and they got along reasonably well. However, this marriage felt more like a business deal, with feelings to be developed after the wedding. Another important task was supervising the handover of the southern nobility. With this, the entire Saint Michel province fell into the hands of the Locke Kingdom. The counterattack by the Holy Cross Kingdom the following year would be significantly weakened. But Derek couldn't let his guard down. He always remembered that the Saint Michel province wasn't conquered directly by the Locke Kingdom. The barbarian kingdom had gone to great lengths to incite war between the two countries. Was it really just for a few years of peace? Both Count Perez and others were now on alert, so Derek temporarily set aside his doubts. As heavy snow fell again, the new year finally arrived. This was Derek's second new year in this world. Compared to the last one spent with the Ferreira family, this one would be spent alone in the Augusta territory. A solitary figure symbolizing the thin presence of the Augusta name. Knights and squires briefly returned home, and the army gradually went on leave. With the arrival of heavy snow, almost all human activities came to a halt. Derek returned to the Augusta estate, preparing to spend his first lonely winter in the manor outside the city. Of course, he also met the three sisters of the Palmer family. This winter didn't seem so cold after all. Unlike the slightly heroic Miss Tiona, the Palmer sisters were more seductive, exuding a more feminine charm. After a wild yet lonely new year, as the snow began to subside, farmers who had rested for nearly a month started to stir. Production gradually resumed. In another month, the spring plowing would begin. During this lull, guests from the northern province arrived. Third brother, Sheriff, rode the brown warhorse Derek had given him, clad in iron-plated armor. Though his face was reddened by the cold, his expression was one of excitement. Some less successful Ferreira family members came with Sheriff to seek refuge with Derek. Nobles always had a bunch of miscellaneous relatives. Derek might not be familiar with many of them, but they ultimately formed a pool of potential talent. He wouldn't harshly reject or coldly treat those who came seeking refuge. Instead, he would offer some preferential treatment. Those with abilities would be given positions, those willing to learn could start learning, and those who were neither capable nor willing to learn could taste Sir Simon's whip. Derek, who had earned his title through military service, wouldn't be endlessly lenient. However, Sheriff received different treatment. After all, he was a younger brother, and inheriting this body's memories, Derek couldn't say he had no feelings at all. Moreover, Sheriff wasn't a wastrel. Having completed his knight training, he wouldn't be a burden. As Derek's influence gradually shifted to this side, Sheriff couldn't sit still at home and came straight over. He yearned for achievements, hoping to follow in his third brother's footsteps. Derek, who had just experienced loneliness, was naturally pleased with Sheriff's arrival. He immediately assigned Sheriff a task. Sheriff, there is something only you can do, in your capacity as my brother. What is it? Do I need to go into battle? No, just contact someone, but it needs to be done secretly and is equally dangerous. If you complete the task, I will grant you a knight's fief, Derek said solemnly. This wasn't about favoring his brother. On the contrary, it was very dangerous. He had considered sending others, but there was only enough time for a round trip. Others couldn't represent him in making promises, but Sheriff's identity was very suitable. Although it wasn't a battle, the opportunity to earn a knight's fief was rare. Sheriff gladly accepted the mission, and Derek immediately briefed him on the task specifics and provided some contingency plans. Sheriff, when you need to make a decision, be decisive. I'll take responsibility for all consequences. Remember, be decisive. I understand. Be decisive. Even a wrong decision is better than no decision at all. The more decisive you are, the more trust you will earn from others in such an environment. Sheriff embarked on his return journey to the northern lands, where the biting cold and swirling snowflakes greeted him. He had barely arrived at Birch Castle and had not even a day's rest before setting off again. This wasn't due to Derek's harsh demands, but rather the pressing circumstances. Once winter ended, the Holy Cross Kingdom was sure to strike back, and the situation would likely become even more dire. The internal political strife within the Kingdom of Locke had reached a boiling point, as evidenced by the attitudes of the various nobles. At the root of it all was the unequal distribution of power. Sheriff knew well that once the opportunity arose, the southern nobles and the royal court faction would seize the chance to weaken them. The province of St. Millet, due to special reasons, had no governor or unified commander this year, making it destined for hardship. Under such circumstances, Derek dared not place his hopes on others. Though he wasn't one to swear undying loyalty to the king, his own territory was situated right on the front lines. With the Holy Cross Kingdom advancing westward, Birch Castle was undoubtedly one of the best routes. Some might say that the Holy Cross Kingdom had suffered enough at Birch Castle and would seek another path. However, war is unpredictable, and no one can foresee what surprising moves allies might make. Moreover, someone might want to use the name of Birch Castle to prove something like the Sword of God. Count Connor? Sheriff led a team of attendants, braving the light snow as they set off eastward. Despite the frequent skirmishes between the Holy Cross Kingdom and the Kingdom of Locke, the private dealings between the nobles of the two countries never ceased. This was the absurd reality of the times. War was war, business was business, and personal relations continued regardless. Some captured nobles even dined with their victors, not as prisoners, but as honored guests. For the nobility, war was just a family game, where winning or losing might only cost a cup of wine. The constant interplay of noble conflicts and decadent romance played out endlessly on this land. Sheriff's group drew little attention. In fact, except during the fiercest battles, the business dealings between the nobles of the two countries never stopped. However, traveling in this season made the journey particularly arduous. It took Sheriff half a month to reach his destination. His visit was to someone whose territory and family power were not located on the western frontier of the Holy Cross Kingdom, but who had been stranded there due to the war. The defeat had dealt him a significant blow, and his political enemies seized the opportunity to attack him fiercely. Count Connor, the Sword of God, had been in a tough spot lately, but thinking he would be completely ousted after just one defeat was wishful thinking. Even with a few more losses, the king would only consider sending him into retirement. Connor was in a foul mood, having to account for the losses to the nobility. The king's latest order had stripped him of his legion commander title, demoting him but keeping him in service. In the next counterattack, he would not be able to participate as the chief commander. Father, perhaps this is a good thing. The Locke people are too difficult to deal with. I doubt a counterattack would succeed. His eldest son consoled him. What do you know? Connor scoffed. If I were in command, I would have allied with the barbarians to launch a joint attack. They didn't gain much this time, and if they remain passive, they'll be too vulnerable. A two-pronged assault could greatly increase the chances of recapturing St. Millet province. Connor had already devised a plan. If the barbarians had reaped substantial benefits this time, they might choose to quietly develop for a few years. But having suffered losses without even capturing the population, they had essentially labored in vain. Although they had managed to hold back both countries, they lost the momentum for development and would naturally become restless. If the Holy Cross Kingdom offered significant rewards, they might be persuaded. Besides, after a winter of preparation, the king and the church were well prepared and wouldn't let the Locke people succeed easily. Connor analyzed this for his eldest son, sharing his insights. In reality, many saw the upcoming counterattack as a prime opportunity to earn merit. Will the new legion commander overlook the barbarians? Do you still have a chance? His son asked. Forget it, Connor shook his head. As long as the new commander isn't an idiot, he won't ignore this point. If the candidate has already been chosen, the envoy has probably already reached the barbarian territory. Connor believed that not only had he thought of this, but the envoy from the Kingdom of Locke had likely also arrived in the barbarian lands. As for the barbarians' choice, it depended on their king's vision and the envoy's abilities. However, judging by the barbarians' previous decisions, they were unlikely to make a wrong choice. That was why Connor felt frustrated, having missed a golden opportunity to redeem himself. As the father and son conversed by the fire, a servant suddenly entered. Count, there is a visitor. Connor, taken aback, lifted the blanket from his knees. Anyone who could get a message to him was certainly no ordinary person. His current state was hardly suitable for receiving guests. The visitor claims to be Sheriff Ferreira from the Kingdom of Locke. The name was unfamiliar, but Connor remembered the Ferreira family name from the recent war. A relative of the Northern Knight Derek, Connor accurately guessed the visitor's identity. Interesting, it seems our Northern Knight is not only an excellent general but also a politician. Let's see how skilled he is. Connor's interest was piqued. Derek sending someone to visit him at this time clearly had a purpose. It remained to be seen how adept his political skills were. Connor was not averse to making deals and maintaining private contacts between their families. After all, if he were ever captured by the other side on the battlefield, revealing his name might at least earn him some preferential treatment. Let him in. I want to see what this Northern Knight is up to. Connor slumped back into his chair and covered himself with the blanket again. If it were a domestic noble, he would maintain his dignity, especially at this time, leaving no room for speculation. But in front of a guest from the Kingdom of Locke, being more natural and private might actually facilitate their exchange. Besides, there was no dignity to uphold. Having just been soundly defeated, putting on airs would only invite contempt. Before long, the travel-weary sheriff entered. A brash young man, Connor thought to himself. If it were him, he would have tidied up his appearance before visiting. But brashness wasn't necessarily a flaw. Stubbornness could be an excellent quality. Today would either go very smoothly or not at all. Count Connor raised his hand, pointing to the seat in front of him. His voice sounded slightly weary. Sit down. Ever since I returned from Viscount Derek's, I haven't been feeling well, so I won't get up. Sheriff carefully took a seat. This was the first time he had been so close to a count. He discreetly observed the luxurious surroundings, feeling a bit pressured. But remembering that his third brother had once caused this count significant losses, his tension eased somewhat. Following Derek's instructions, Sheriff got straight to the point. Viscount Derek is my brother. He sent me to discuss some matters with you, Count. A hint of sarcasm flashed in Count Connor's eyes. Oh? I'm curious to hear what Viscount Derek, my defeated adversary, has to say. Sheriff, not catching the mockery in the Count's tone, stated his purpose directly. We hope you can influence the march route of the Holy Cross Kingdom's army to bypass Birchfort. The bluntness of the statement left Count Connor momentarily speechless. His eldest son stepped forward, his tone disdainful. Dream on. We are well prepared this time. An army of 100,000 will march to Birchfort and let Derek wait for his doom. Sheriff replied with calm defiance. Then you'd better prepare to lose another 50,000 lives at Birchfort. The eldest son sneered. The commander isn't my father this time. Let them die if they must. Sheriff hit the mark. Then we will surrender. I wonder if the new commander will be rewarded by your king for that. This statement clearly struck a nerve. More than seeing Derek suffer, they didn't want to see a successor rise because of it. Count Connor waved his hand to stop his son's argument and looked directly at Sheriff. I understand your intentions. I can agree, but under certain conditions, please go ahead. Sheriff held his breath. I want a barony with a population of over 10,000 and an annual tax revenue of at least 1,000 gold coins. Can the Viscount deliver that? Sheriff was taken aback. Derek had analyzed many possibilities before he came, but he hadn't anticipated such a demand. This territory could create a new noble family, far exceeding his expectations. Sheriff knew his brother had such a territory, but giving it away was obviously inappropriate. However, if he refused, would there be any room left for negotiation? Recalling Derek's advice to be decisive, Sheriff gritted his teeth. All right, I agree. In the name of the Augusta family, he added, this promise will be fulfilled within 10 years. Count Connor clapped in admiration. Impressive, Viscount Derek has quite the ambition. In his view, this condition must have been pre-authorized by Derek. Making such a heavy commitment clearly wasn't something an ordinary Viscount could bear. To fulfill this promise, Derek would need to at least become an earl. Count Connor wasn't worried about them breaking their promise. In fact, he didn't want the kingdom to reclaim the St. Michael province. He had his own ambitions. From a minor knight to a count, how could he not have grander aspirations? Sheriff, you have courage. Go back and tell Viscount Derek that we can engage in deeper cooperation. I look forward to his good news. Count Connor seized the opportunity to lay out a few more conditions regarding trade and warhorses. Sheriff didn't know whether to feel happy or worried. He had no idea he had made such a significant promise on behalf of his brother. Derek, at this moment, was unaware of his brother's bold move. He hadn't expected Count Connor to demand a territory, but if he had been there, he would have agreed. To him, crisis and opportunity coexisted. The St. Michael province seemed fraught with danger on the surface, but its location was excellent. To the north lay vast wilderness, once the land of the Holy United Kingdom, now occupied by barbarians. The Lock Kingdom had always wanted to reclaim this land. Although they got tricked this time, seizing the St. Michael province would partially achieve that goal. The barbarians' territory remained, but Derek saw an opportunity. The barbarian kingdom wasn't recognized by the three kingdoms. It appeared strong but was actually weak. Its tribal structure led to poor mobilization, and the king's orders often couldn't reach the entire territory. Derek unfolded a simple map, marked with geographical information brought back by scouts. My scouts tell me that following the wilderness leads to a vast territory worthy of a duke. There are few barbarian tribes in this area. Controlling these key locations will allow us to dominate the entire wilderness. This land can accommodate 1 million people. Derek knew that with his current status, internal consolidation within the kingdom was impossible. Attacking the Holy Cross Kingdom to the east would be suicidal. Years of stalemate between the Lock Kingdom and the Holy Cross Kingdom proved that. If not for the unexpected threat from the barbarians, the St. Michael province wouldn't have fallen. Therefore, heading north became the only option. It was land outside the legal bounds of the Lock Kingdom. According to the Frontier Expansion Act, whoever could occupy it would own it. Although past expansion wars were launched by the kingdom and individuals couldn't complete them alone, Derek saw an opportunity. If he could leverage the war to deplete the Holy Cross Kingdom and Lock Kingdom's forces in the north, he could buy at least a year and a half. That time would be enough to achieve many things. Everyone thought Viscount Derek's next step was to become an earl, creating a knightly legend like the Sword of God. But Derek's ambitions were far greater. If he was going to do something, he wanted to do it to the fullest. The temptation of carving out his own territory was too great. Everything depended on whether the Holy Cross Kingdom would cooperate. If the upcoming war drained his own forces, the plan would have to be shelved. Derek silently screamed in his heart, "I want to be a duke." But he could only bury this ambition deep inside. He longed for the day he could openly declare it. At this moment, he was leading his knights in practicing various strategies and tactics in preparation for the impending war. Meanwhile, the quiet winter did not slow down the nobility. As the footsteps of war drew closer, their interactions became even more frequent. Count Lovett seized this opportunity to host a banquet and invited Marquis Hussein. Despite Hussein having recently conspired with the northern nobles to undermine Lovett, it didn't stop them from sitting together, toasting, and enjoying the dance of beautiful performers. When Lovett and Hussein moved to a corner, several core nobles immediately gathered around, forming a loose circle. Observant guests tactfully stepped aside, giving the important figures space for private conversation. Half jokingly, half complaining, Lovett said, "Marquis, your scheme was indeed brilliant, but it really put us in a tough spot this time." The surrounding nobles from the capital smiled knowingly, clearly not ashamed of the situation. Hussein sipped his wine with composure and responded calmly, "Everything is for the king." Lovett seized the moment to ask, "Then, would you be willing to do more for the king?" Hussein had already guessed the purpose of the banquet, but he still came. As long as there was profit to be made, anything could be discussed. Facing numerous core nobles from the capital, he couldn't outright refuse, so he stiffly replied, "Of course, for the king." Seeing his goal achieved, Lovett stood up and invited Hussein to chat privately by the window. They moved to the garden's edge, away from the noisy banquet, with only a few lanterns illuminating the night. Lovett spoke frankly, "Marquis, to be honest, we cannot be satisfied with the current outcome. The southern nobles have been biding their time for 10 years, and won't easily give up this opportunity. They were the ones who pushed for reclaiming the lands lost to the barbarian kingdom, paying a great price. Even now, part of the grain in the St. Milo's province is supplied by them." Hussein remained silent, waiting for Lovett to present a concrete offer. Lovett, seeing this, revealed his trump card, "Marquis, over half of the grain in the St. Milo's province is supplied by the southern and central regions. We just need to control it slightly, delaying for a few days at the critical moment." Hussein immediately interrupted, "Impossible. That goes against the king's interests." Lovett urgently replied, "But it aligns with your interests. We only need to act at the right moment, like when the Holy Cross and Derek are both weakened. If the timing isn't right, you can refuse. Once Viscount Derek loses his territory, we can jointly push to grant you the Augusta lands." The temptation was indeed great, and Hussein fell into deep thought. After a moment, he cautiously answered, "The king's is the king's, not mine. I haven't heard a word of this conversation today, but the king's will is above all." Lovett understood and emphasized, "Yes, the king's will is above all. Viscount Derek is defiant and not a loyal subject of the king." Lovett was secretly pleased, knowing his plan was set. He wasn't worried about backfiring since his territory was positioned behind the front lines, allowing him to retreat safely if the worst came to pass. The banquet concluded successfully, with Hussein deftly handling inquiries from other nobles. Lovett returned home to find his brother Tamir had unexpectedly arrived. In the study, Baron Tamir, freshly groomed, had been waiting for a long time. Though both brothers bore the Lovett name, Tamir was merely a court baron with little influence in the south. He had arrived in the north earlier than Lovett, learning about the northern nobles and Hussein's division agreement, and had hurried to the Holy Cross Kingdom, now finally returning. Seeing his brother's weary face, Lovett couldn't help but feel a bit concerned. But the news Tamir brought made everything worthwhile. "Brother, I've made contact with the main general of the Holy Cross Kingdom after this spring's plowing, Grand Duke Sebastian Bruno Fernandez," Tamir reported. Lovett was surprised by Bruno's favor towards his brother but soon smiled. It didn't matter if Fernandez had the strength, as long as he agreed to their terms. Ideally, he would take down Derek and the northern barbarians, leaving Lovett to pick up the pieces. Tamir continued, "I promised to provide the location of the grain depots." Grand Duke Fernandez agreed to launch an attack from the northern Knights' lands, especially targeting Viscount Derek's territory. This was exactly what Lovett wanted. Weakening the northern Knights through the Holy Cross people was worth it. As for the grain depots, Hussein also controlled part of the grain supply, so sacrificing some was no big deal. "You mentioned allies. Did Marquis Hussein agree?" He clearly said to pretend he hadn't heard anything today. Tamir asked worriedly. Lovett smiled smugly. "There's nothing that can't be sold. Nothing is beyond selling." Marquis Hussein knew this well. He quietly arrived in the Augusta territory, not to betray Count Lovett, but because his plan promised greater rewards. At this moment, betrayal was not on his mind. With a troubled expression, Hussein revealed the location of a secret grain storage to Viscount Derek. This grain was originally hidden by Hussein during the transportation of royal aid and support from central nobles, intending for his own future use. Now, it served a greater purpose. Derek promptly thanked him and apologized for any previous misunderstandings. Marquis, I will certainly convey your goodwill to His Majesty the King, he said, fully aware that Hussein had ulterior motives, likely seeking favor or ensuring the king knew of his actions. The two then privately discussed strategies to counter the kingdom of St. Cross. After Hussein left, Derek's demeanor changed abruptly, and he urgently ordered his horse to be prepared. I need to see the count. Time is running short. Derek's instincts were on high alert. Hussein's mention of the grain storage held significant meaning. Eager to pledge loyalty to the king, Derek sensed that someone was plotting to manipulate the grain issue. If the southern nobles allied with Hussein, more extreme measures could follow, and previous preparations might prove inadequate. Derek rode through the night to Pran City for a secret meeting with Count Perez. The old count, though reluctant to believe Hussein and Lovett would betray them, recognized the harsh realities of politics. Derek, I will handle the grain. It will be secretly delivered to you before the kingdom of St. Cross attacks, Count Perez said gravely. But be cautious. If the enemy has a killing move, it won't stop at cutting off grain supplies. If I were them, I would have already colluded with some in the kingdom of St. Cross, preparing to attack your birch fortress. An army surrounding the fortress would immobilize your troops. They wouldn't need to breach the fortress. A siege of 50,000 would leave you helpless. Their forces advancing westward could destroy everything you have. Derek suddenly understood and nodded repeatedly. I get it. I will make the necessary arrangements. If the kingdom of St. Cross thinks I'm an easy target, they are gravely mistaken. Returning to the Augusta territory, Derek immediately launched into a frantic preparation mode. He actively mobilized and trained troops, increased recruitment efforts, even at the expense of spring planting. Birch Fortress's defenses were fortified, supplies were stockpiled, and more soldiers were stationed, ready for a prolonged defense. Simultaneously, he didn't neglect agricultural efforts. The people were encouraged to dig irrigation channels and build reservoirs, preparing for the next year's farming. Outwardly, Derek appeared steadfast in defending Birch Fortress, while the hinterlands were bustling with construction and activity. However, some mocked Derek's perceived naivety. I laugh at Viscount Derek's foolishness, burying himself in hard work. Youngsters don't yet understand how the world operates. With blind courage, he thinks he can change everything. As the sun rose, the chill of winter gradually dissipated, and the earth began to show signs of new green. In the Augusta domain, a large number of conscripted farmers were hard at work, preparing for the upcoming spring plowing. Derek rode his horse along the narrow paths between the fields, observing the progress of the farming activities. He noticed that things were moving faster than expected, and he nodded to himself in approval. Augusta was one of the more affluent areas within the St. Michael province, blessed with ample water sources and fertile land. Derek meticulously checked every detail to ensure everything was proceeding according to plan. After completing his inspection, Derek rode back to Augusta City. The city was beginning to take shape, with the blacksmith's forges burning day and night. He ordered all surplus weapons, including heavy armor, to be sent to the warehouse, mentioning that it included orders from the old count. In reality, these weapons were stored in the military camp's warehouse, as the city didn't yet serve any practical function. Standing on the partially constructed inner walls, Derek surveyed the vast but nearly empty city. Apart from a few commoners and low-level craftsmen, it was eerily quiet. His gaze turned cold as he pondered a question. Is it worth sacrificing for victory? The answer was already forming in his mind. I'm sorry, I can't be a saint, he muttered to himself. Leaving the city walls, Derek headed straight back to the military camp. The entire domain housed a private army of 12,000 men, distributed across several camps for training. The daily expenses were enough to astonish any noble. Even the Perez family couldn't sustain such costs. For Derek, maintaining this army for a year would bankrupt him. If not for the resources he had seized in the St. Michael province, he would already be in financial ruin. The annual payroll alone exceeded 15,000 gold coins, with basic equipment costs adding another 20,000. If it weren't for self-sufficiency, he would be on the brink of bankruptcy. Maintaining such a large army was undoubtedly a heavy burden, but Derek believed that if he could endure, he might be able to afford it. Even if half of them perished, the pressure would lessen. If he couldn't endure, there would be nothing more to say. Despite this, Derek's actions were considered mad in this world. Including the overstaffed St. Michael Legion, Derek controlled a third of the province's forces. However, it still wasn't enough. Increased training intensity, increased recruitment. I need more soldiers, more elite troops. Derek's orders even pressured the knights. However, his personal prestige was enough to silence any opposition, at least until he failed. In reality, the entire St. Michael province was fervently training, recruiting, and fortifying defenses. Years without major wars meant that the Holy Cross Kingdom had the capability to launch a large-scale campaign. The pressure now fell on St. Michael Province. Domestic support, for various reasons, would be slow, a widely accepted fact. Additionally, the potential actions of barbarians required significant manpower to guard against. The northern nobles were far more powerful than they appeared. The entire northern province and its surrounding areas were part of the northern noble circle. This was evident not just in military strength. When Count Perez called for a secret operation among several great nobles, Derek witnessed their influence firsthand. Large quantities of grain were swiftly transported to St. Michael Province through channels controlled by the northern nobles. As local powers, they easily evaded outsiders' scrutiny. From Bandit Royd's territory to other bandit gangs' areas, significant amounts of grain were smuggled through. Even if some information leaked, it wouldn't expose the entire operation. Derek realized the immense influence local powers wielded in this era. Everything was being prepared methodically. After the spring rains, the river's shallow flow rose slightly. Messages from the Holy Cross Kingdom began to arrive. The king's brother, Grand Duke Sebastian Bruno Fernandez, personally led the Western campaign. The cardinal of the Holy Cross Church served as the army's chaplain. The Sword of God, Count Conrad, was the deputy commander, leading an army of 200,000 westward. Years of recuperation had brought the Holy Cross Kingdom to the peak of its power, allowing them to launch this offensive. If not for the barbarians' sudden attack, both nations might have moved north to reclaim lost lands, creating a two-front war. Hundreds of thousands of troops could have crushed the nascent barbarian regime. Now, the conflict had shifted. St. Michael Province once again disrupted the 30-year peace between the two nations. This news stirred the St. Michael Province. Numerous residual forces began to cause trouble. Such a large-scale war hadn't occurred since the Holy United Kingdom split. The Holy Cross Kingdom's Western Expedition Army wasn't a monolith. Of the 200,000 troops, 150,000 were serfs cobbled together from various regions. The Holy Cross Church played a significant role in this, adept at persuading these low-born individuals. This also alleviated population pressure. To the nobles, serfs were worthless. They needed strong slaves, skilled craftsmen, and military talent. It sounded absurd, but they wouldn't promote talent from among the serfs, preferring to buy expensive, skilled slaves. This was the reality, with bloodline supremacy especially prevalent in the Holy Cross Kingdom. This mindset led to many seemingly irrational social phenomena. Ignorance was relative. Perhaps, in the eyes of the Holy Cross Kingdom's nobles, their beliefs were correct, bloodline supremacy was the truth, and God was everything. Thus, the noble-blooded Grand Duke Fernandez was placed in command. Did he have the authority to command the army? Yes, at least until he failed. His title held sway. Without other challengers, Grand Duke Fernandez's campaign faced no internal resistance. However, the Sword of God, Count Connor, also had noble blood. His devout faith earned the church's support, and years of military service had built his prestige. One failure wouldn't break him. At a meeting, the two clashed. Birch Castle is a tough nut to crack. We need to change direction, insisted Count Connor. Are you scared of the Lock people, Count? I am the commander, retorted Grand Duke Fernandez. I won't agree. I think you've been bribed by that northern knight. The two parted on bad terms, with the cardinal smiling silently throughout. When Grand Duke Fernandez returned to his tent, his furious expression quickly subsided. Yes, his anger was an act. Despite the heated argument, he hadn't revealed his trump card, his connection with Count Lovett. Even without this intelligence, he was confident he could overwhelm the enemy with superior numbers. As long as I don't make mistakes, I've already won. The Grand Duke, commanding an army for the first time, had a clear understanding of himself. Count Connor had the church's support, but did the divine-blooded Grand Duke not? These 150,000 serfs were the result of a deal between the church and the crown. No one, not a single person, expected these serfs to return alive. 150,000 lives would stain the land red, paving the way for Grand Duke Fernandez's new territory. This was the truth. Duke Fernandez stood atop the castle, overlooking the bustling military camp below. Ambition gleamed in his eyes, and a faint smile played on his lips. With the king's trust and the church's concessions, everything was progressing according to his plan. Sometimes, seeing is not believing, he murmured to himself. History can be deceiving too. The Duke turned and walked into the council chamber, where his advisors had been waiting for some time. He had just had a heated dispute with Earl Connor, but had now regained his composure. Your Grace, one of the advisors began, the Lock people are not to be trusted. This might be a trap. Fernandez waved his hand dismissively. I know, but it's more likely they're embroiled in their own infighting. They just want to use me. He pointed to the map. At the very least, the location of their granaries is accurate. The Duke's gaze swept over the names on the map. Birch Castle, Augusta Territory, St. Michael Province, Northern Province. What he sought was not just a duchy, but a true empire. I agreed to the Locke people's proposal for two reasons, Fernandez explained. First, to weaken St. Michael province by exploiting their internal strife. Second, to keep the Northern Knights in check. Only by containing them can I safely advance. The advisors nodded in agreement, but one cautioned, Duke, Earl Connor will certainly oppose your plan. Fernandez was unfazed. No matter. Let him take his self-recruited troops to attack from another direction and keep the other Locke factions occupied for us. Meanwhile, Earl Connor was also in discussion with his family. Rubbing his temples, he spoke with frustration. We have all underestimated Duke Fernandez. His eldest son tried to reassure him. Father, don't worry too much. Fernandez lacks military experience. He'll make a mistake eventually, and you'll have to clean up the mess. Foolish. Earl Connor snapped, then patiently explained, if I were the commander, I would also attack from Birch Castle. The Northern Knights are the greatest threat and must be confronted head-on. Politics can compromise, but war cannot. He sighed, disappointed by his son's lack of strategic insight. He secretly envied the talents of Derek, the new leader of the Northern Knights. At that moment, Derek was personally leading a reconnaissance mission. He moved through the heartlands of the Kingdom of the Holy Cross, bypassing border villages and meticulously observing every terrain feature. The Kingdom of the Holy Cross was already preparing for war. Militias patrolled everywhere, and local officials and nobles were busy gathering supplies. Derek keenly noted that the enemy was likely to advance in several columns, setting up relay stations and granaries along the way. When the vanguard flags of the Kingdom of the Holy Cross appeared at the border, Derek reluctantly returned. Analyzing the map, he said, it seems they are determined to attack from our side. Advancing west from Birch Castle, aiming directly at Augusta territory and Plan City. Derek pointed out that the enemy might also send troops to bypass Marquis Hussein's defense zone, creating a local advantage. Using superior numbers to win steadily, he pondered. This won't be an easy battle. Derek gazed at the map before him, a new version he had meticulously surveyed and corrected himself. The city of Augusta was strategically located on a fertile plain, with a meandering river running through it and surrounded by rich farmlands. However, the burgeoning city had its glaring weaknesses. The defenses were incomplete, especially since the construction of the city was still ongoing. Derek calculated silently. If he could secure a few more years, enough time to complete the fortifications and establish the surrounding castle barriers, he was confident he could defend the city even against an army of 200,000. Unfortunately, the current situation did not allow him the luxury of time. Adrian, Derek turned to his trustworthy aide, take my banner and lead 10,000 men to Birch Fort. Remember, no matter how fierce the enemy's onslaught, even if faced with 200,000 troops, you must not reveal our full strength. Yes, my lord. Adrian accepted the order without hesitation. Though he didn't fully grasp Derek's entire plan, he never questioned his lord's commands and executed them with unwavering determination. Derek then turned his attention to Sheriff. Your task is to lead my livestock, craftsmen, and some special personnel to seek refuge in the northern province. Sheriff was about to object but was silenced by Derek's stern gaze. The unprecedented authority in Derek's eyes made him instinctively agree. Simon, Derek continued his directives, you will be the main force this time. Prepare more banners and arrange the newly recruited militia properly. Be ready for a large-scale retreat. Remember, do not give the enemy any leverage. Simon accepted the order but had doubts. Viscount, why disperse our forces? If we concentrate all our troops, even if we can't win, we can at least retreat in an orderly manner. To save the people and lose the land is still to have a future. Don't ask more. I have my plans, Derek interrupted. Although there had been no similar cases in this world, he dared not underestimate the local strategists. Many facts had proven that although these old foxes had limited vision, their cunning was not inferior. As Derek finalized his arrangements, the messenger from Count Connor finally arrived. As expected, the Holy Cross Kingdom's main attack direction was Birch Fort. Grand Duke Fernandez was employing a three-pronged strategy, 2 diversionary attacks and 1 main assault. Their plan was to first capture Augusta, then concentrate their forces to overwhelm the defenders. This methodical strategy wouldn't yield quick results but was hard to fail. However, Derek knew that strategic plans often diverged from actual command. On the battlefield, an army didn't always move as intended, and the commander's intentions might not be fully executed. The enemy wouldn't sit idly by, allowing their opponent to achieve their goals easily. As information continued to flow in, the hesitant Marquis Hussein finally showed a clear inclination. While the southern nobles could ignore the fate of the St. Michael province, he couldn't. Both the promises of the southern nobles and the king's demands compelled him to defend St. Michael. However, the Holy Cross Kingdom's deployment of 200,000 troops was intimidating. Marquis Hussein realized that now was not the time to calculate against Derek. A slight misstep, and he could find himself in peril. In fact, he was already ensnared. The southern nobles had long schemed, designing a trap for him from the beginning. Damn love it, Hussein cursed silently. He planned to trap me from the start. Worse yet, he couldn't completely clear himself of suspicion. Reluctantly, Marquis Hussein wrote a subtle letter to Derek, reminding him to be mindful of the grain supply. He also disclosed all the grain transfer points he controlled, hoping it would help. When Derek received the letter, the latest intelligence showed that Grand Duke Fernandez had already reached the front lines. See, Derek handed Marquis Hussein's letter to his knights for them to read. Those southern bastards plan to cut off our grain supply. Although the Augusta family had anticipated this, the reality was still infuriating. Outrageous! One knight exclaimed indignantly. Once we repel the Holy Cross Kingdom zealots, we should wipe out those southern scum. Derek was less agitated. His anger had long been tempered by foresight. He replied to Marquis Hussein, expressing confidence in repelling the Holy Cross Kingdom's forces, but suggested establishing a grain depot at a specific location as a precaution. The spot he pointed out on the map was on the edge of Augusta, a low-lying area geographically. Marquis Hussein, receiving the reply, executed Derek's suggestion without suspicion. Gathering some grain near Augusta seemed perfectly reasonable to him. Derek claimed he could hold off the Holy Cross forces, and Hussein was willing to believe him. At this moment, he not only prayed for Derek's success, but also cursed love it. Meanwhile, Grand Duke Fernandez finally arrived before Birchfort. Despite being mentally prepared for challenges, the actual difficulties exceeded his expectations. From splitting forces and setting up camp to the basics of cooking, every task was a lesson. Without a group of experienced aides and officers, the massive army might have already collapsed. Even so, over 10,000 soldiers had either fled, died, or gone missing along the way. Fortunately, the Holy Cross Kingdom had no shortage of commoners. Despite the high number of deserters, more conscripts were captured along the way. To make up for losses, officers forcibly recruited from roadside farmers to village men, resulting in the army being overstaffed upon reaching Birchfort. To an outsider, it might appear that the local populace was enthusiastically supporting the westward campaign. The march gave Grand Duke Fernandez a preliminary grasp of the army. Standing outside Birchfort, he sighed with emotion. It has been incredibly difficult. Initially confident that a methodical approach with 200,000 troops would guarantee victory, he no longer dared to speak so lightly. I heard Count Connor always personally surveys the terrain before each battle, the Duke suddenly asked. Indeed, a nearby aide responded. Only by thoroughly understanding the terrain can one accurately maneuver the troops and avoid elementary mistakes. Grand Duke Fernandez became interested. Let's go. We'll scout the terrain ourselves. The others didn't dare delay, quickly arranging a support team and choosing a distant high ground. From this vantage point, the reinforced walls of Birchfort were clearly visible, with the twin dragon banners fluttering in the wind, signifying the presence of the northern Viscount. Grand Duke Fernandez stood at the observation point meticulously chosen by his subordinates, whipping his hand towards Birch Castle. Having recently crammed a wealth of military knowledge, he now exuded a commanding presence. This place is about 500 paces from the city walls, just beyond the range of the best archers. We've also positioned cavalry for support and infantry phalanxes on standby, so there's no fear of a sudden attack. What's your opinion? The Grand Duke asked confidently. The accompanying generals praised him enthusiastically. Your Grace, you are wise. These military tactics come from experience. After a few more battles, you'll surely grasp the bigger picture. Grand Duke Fernandez waved off the compliments with a smile. No need to flatter, I still have a long way to go. Despite his modesty, he felt a sense of pride, knowing his hard study hadn't been in vain. Meanwhile, atop Birch Castle, Adrian's keen eyes spotted Grand Duke Fernandez and his entourage in the distance. He thought to himself, that must be a big fish, perhaps even the Grand Duke himself. The commanders of the Holy Cross Kingdom had indeed laid out their plans meticulously. Based on past experience, this distance was quite safe. The best knights in Birch Castle could only shoot up to 420 paces. However, a faint smile appeared on Adrian's lips. He had a 100-man crossbow unit at his disposal, with bolts that could reach 700 paces, far exceeding conventional bows. This kind of weapon was still new to this world, and the enemy was completely unprepared. Aim for Grand Duke Fernandez, Adrian instructed his crossbowmen. If you can kill him, I'll personally ensure you are rewarded. A knightly fiefdom is not out of the question. Tempted by the promise of land, the crossbowman excitedly took aim. Grand Duke Fernandez remained oblivious, his banner fluttering in the wind as if beckoning death. The activity on the castle walls caused some unease among the officers, but no one took it seriously. Who would have thought the lock people could shoot from such a distance? It wasn't until the crossbowman took aim that someone sensed trouble. But it was too late. The whistling bolts were already in flight. Get down! A quick-thinking knight dove at Grand Duke Fernandez, drawing his arm shield to protect him. Arrows rained down. accompanied by the sounds of impacts and cries of pain. The unarmored aides suffered the most. Wave after wave of lock arrows fell, and the surviving knights seized a moment to drag Grand Duke Fernandez to safety. The cavalry in the rear noticed the commotion and rode in to assist. Your Grace! Your Grace! The crowd was in chaos. Where are the shield bearers? Flags toppled, and everyone panicked. If Grand Duke Fernandez were to die here, everyone present would likely have to prepare for exile. Fortunately, the worst did not happen. Though terrified, Grand Duke Fernandez escaped with only minor injuries and no arrows. Thanks to the swift reaction of his guard, a disaster was averted. However, a dozen knights and aides lay dead. Having just tasted blood on the battlefield, Grand Duke Fernandez felt as if the god of war was warning him not to underestimate his enemy. This game could devour any participant at any moment. Under the crossbow, all were equal. With his hands still stained with the blood of his knights, Grand Duke Fernandez forced himself to calm down. Despite his racing heart, he knew he couldn't lose his composure in front of his frightened men. I'm fine, he said steadily. Thanks to the brave knights, I will reward you all. Now, let's set up camp. The northern knights are indeed formidable. Viscount Derek has taught me a lesson. Haha. Grand Duke Fernandez even laughed a few times before continuing. Rest for 3 days. Send someone to contact Viscount Derek of the North. If he is willing to become my vassal, I will make him an earl and grant him land and people. Originally, Grand Duke Fernandez hadn't considered directly recruiting nobles from the Lock Kingdom due to the high cost. But after this brush with death, he realized the value of an excellent commander. This was not a skill one could master through mere study. Only the strong were worth recruiting. Of course, no one held much hope for the Grand Duke's offer. As expected, the envoy returned quickly, and the Viscount flatly refused the proposal. Go again. Grand Duke Fernandez, regaining his stately demeanor, instructed, tell him my offer stands indefinitely. He thought to himself, perhaps the Viscount would change his mind once the army advanced deep into his territory. Adrian refused the envoy again, though he felt some hesitation. If the offer had been for him personally, he wasn't sure he could resist such temptation. I hope the Viscount won't kill me for this, Adrian joked to those around him. An earldom, and a real one at that. Someone marveled. How many such high nobles are there in the whole kingdom? If agreed, the Augusta family could join the top ranks of the southern nobles. As long as they don't mess it up, they could maintain their status for centuries. Adrian felt that just by representing Viscount Derek and refusing this offer, he had something to brag about for life. Grand Duke Fernandez was not angered by the refusal. After resting for 3 days, he launched a few probing attacks. As expected, Birch Castle's ability to block Count Connor's westward advance was not without reason. Finding no breakthrough after several attempts, the Grand Duke decided to halt the attacks. He ordered the construction of a camp around the castle, encircling it with wooden walls and watchtowers. We have the numbers, he said. Birch Castle looks like it holds only a few thousand men. I'll station 10 times that number around you. Let's see if you can break out. Being able to trap Viscount Derek of the Northern Knights with several thousand men, Grand Duke Fernandez found it a worthwhile strategy. Grand Duke Fernandez reorganized his troops under the Birch Castle, setting up secret outposts and constructing backup granaries along the way. He dispatched forces to sweep through nearby villages and towns, proclaiming his rule. The nobles from the former province of Saint Malor, desperate to redeem themselves, worked tirelessly. After half a month, ensuring that Birch Castle was under tight surveillance, he sent one army to slowly advance towards Plan City, while he, supported by his generals, marched towards Augusta. Occupying this area meant gaining 200,000 new subjects, from whom tens of thousands could be conscripted as cannon fodder. Fernandez was indifferent to the losses. Survivors could be recruited on the spot, and the population would be replenished by the church. As a royal bloodline, he naturally lacked compassion for the lower classes, viewing them as mere tools to adorn his great achievements. When the first town appeared before them, Fernandez's generals captured over 2,000 civilians from nearby villages. Under the watchful eyes of the army, these sinners were forced to climb the city walls. Cries, shouts, and pleas filled the air, but the soldiers mercilessly drove them forward with swords and knives. Fernandez stood on a specially designed war chariot, shielded by wooden panels against arrows, coldly observing the path of flesh and blood forming before him. Subsequently, more peasant soldiers, incited by clerics shouting, "God's glory," charged at the city walls in waves. Although the noble officers of the Holy Cross Kingdom had some military knowledge, the poorly trained peasant soldiers performed amateurishly, with their attacks sometimes congested and sluggish, and at other times sparse, wasting opportunities. However, thanks to their sheer numbers, they managed to capture the small town within half a day. Upon occupying the town, Fernandez dispatched small contingents to eliminate surrounding resistance forces as per his orders. He insisted on a steady and cautious approach, avoiding reckless advances, believing that with numerical superiority, they could overwhelm the enemy defend against attacks, and eventually drive out the lock people. Upon learning of the atrocities committed by the Holy Cross Kingdom, Simon was furious and vowed to hang them all. Though equally enraged, Derek remained calm and devised a strict response strategy. Everyone, strictly follow orders, no victories allowed. He recognized the lack of experience in Fernandez's army and decided to exploit this weakness. Derek believed that despite Fernandez having experienced generals, he lacked qualified frontline officers. He planned to let the enemy suffer a few setbacks, forcing Fernandez to change his multi-pronged attack strategy, thereby creating opportunities for their side. A Holy Cross army, bearing the Baron's banner, was advancing slowly, numbering around 500 to 600. This size was sufficient for independent missions, and they could hold out for a while if ambushed. Within a 10-mile radius, there were other friendly forces. Close observation revealed the swallowtail of the triangular flag was not cut, indicating this was a group led by court nobles eager to make a name for themselves. Soon, they encountered a village. A fierce battle ensued between the two sides. Although the village militia was trained and armed, their numbers were too few. Ultimately, the Holy Cross troops won due to their numerical superiority. A group of routed soldiers fled in disarray, dragging their weapons. The noble officers of the Holy Cross Kingdom hesitated momentarily before deciding to pursue, aiming to earn more merits. Similar scenes played out repeatedly. These lightly trained militia forces were scattered across various locations, and their performance did not arouse the Holy Cross Kingdom's suspicion. Each time the Holy Cross troops considered retreating, they were lured by the fleeing soldiers at the right moment. Along the way, they encountered friendly forces, causing the originally dispersed army to gather continuously. With increased numbers, they became bolder and less fearful. Derek observed from the shadows. When the Holy Cross troops had gathered into 4 or 5 waves, he ordered the heavy cavalry to attack. He judged that the enemy's numbers were sufficient. Any more would make it difficult to annihilate them completely. Moreover, the enemy was beginning to catch on, and the command might soon order the troops to disperse. Derek understood that this strategy would only work a few times, so he decided to reap the maximum results in one decisive strike. It was dusk, and the blood-red sunset cast a piercing glare over the battlefield. The routed lock soldiers, in a desperate scramble, were driven into a corner by the encircling Holy Cross troops. The cool breeze of spring carried a slight chill, rustling the tattered triangular flags of the lock forces. The clanging of armor mingled with the soldiers' labored breathing. A noble officer on horseback found a vantage point to survey the scene. He estimated that at least 1,000 to 2,000 lock soldiers were surrounded, which would be a significant achievement. However, he felt a tinge of regret, knowing he couldn't claim this glory alone. The Holy Cross troops outnumbered the lock soldiers 2 to 1. Nearby, his comrades impatiently beat the war drums. The relentless drumming was grating. Several knights on horseback shouted orders, urging the soldiers forward. Though the soldiers were weary from running all day, the imminent victory and the promise of extra rations from their officers bolstered their spirits. Not wanting to be left behind, the noble officer ordered his knights to beat their drums as well. In an instant, the commanders of several units eagerly pushed their troops forward. However, under the cover of the twilight, a small cavalry unit was making final preparations in the woods behind the routed soldiers. With the Holy Cross Kingdom's tight blockade, a large-scale ambush was impossible. Duke Fernandez was no fool and could easily detect troop movements. Yet, a small elite force of several hundred knights could silently slip through the blockade, evading scouts. The knights donned their gear with the help of their squires. A layer of thin undergarments, a layer of inner armor, and finally, a layer of pitch-black heavy armor. Even the warhorses were clad in thick barding. The red sunlight filtering through the leaves created dazzling reflections on the armor. The elite knights lowered their visors and mounted their horses. The heavily armored knights led the charge, followed by other knights and their squires. The burly knight gruffly reassured the young Virat, "Don't be nervous. Just follow me and don't be afraid." It was Virat's first time in a cavalry charge, and his nerves were understandable. The knights began to pick up speed, with the warhorses stretching their muscles. Muscle memory from countless drills guided them to move as one. The iron hooves of the armored warhorses beat the ground with a sound more resonant than war drums, more urgent than raindrops. The advancing Holy Cross troops initially mistook the thunderous hoofbeats for intense drumming. It wasn't until they faced the blinding sunset and saw the glaring reflections that they realized the truth. The noble officer stood stunned for a full 7 or 8 seconds, his face turning pale as he comprehended the chilling reality. He screamed, his voice breaking, "Knights! Knights, charge!" The heavily armored knights thundered into the ranks, gripping their solid iron lances. A single lance could impale 3 to 5 men like skewered gourds. As the knights pierced through the formation, the Holy Cross troops crumbled. The path left by the hooves was a trail of crimson, as if trampled by a monstrous beast. Virat followed the charge, mechanically swinging his weapon. Under the urging of the heavily armored knights, He helped clear the surrounding enemies. The knights issued a cold command: no prisoners. Whether noble or soldier, behead them all. They sought the heads and blood of the Holy Cross soldiers to fuel their own ferocity. Participating so closely in combat for the first time, Virat's gaze grew sharper from the intense experience. Though his back was no longer as straight, his entire demeanor had transformed. The same was true for the other squires. Having faced battle firsthand, they were changed. A heavily armored knight loudly proclaimed, "From this day forth, we reclaim the glory of the Northern Knights." Blood, valor, and the fear of their enemies were the cornerstones of the Northern Knights' renown. The soldiers who had been defeated under Locke's command hadn't completely lost their structure, thanks to the Knights' organization. Amid the battlefield chaos, Virat and his knight attendants once again acted as executioners, mercilessly dealing with the surviving Holy Cross soldiers. They pinned them to the ground and executed them in rows. With time on their side, the soldiers even chopped down trees to crudely fashion crosses. When the captured nobles were dragged before these makeshift crucifixes, they screamed in terror. "What are you doing? I am a baron. I demand noble treatment. Let me see your commander." A richly dressed man shouted desperately. "A noble? I've killed plenty of nobles." A northern knight sneered in response. "String him up. Madman, aren't you afraid of being captured? You'll be hanged too," the baron threatened in despair. "Captured?" Another knight scoffed. "Northern knights are no cowards. Either kill me on the battlefield, or I'll hang you myself." The knights of the Augusta family perfectly executed Derek's orders. Every noble from the Holy Cross Kingdom was hanged on the crosses without exception. Compared to the piles of bodies beneath them, these nobles indeed received special treatment. After dealing with the battlefield, the Knight Order took a significant amount of loot. By then, the Holy Cross forces should have realized that staying any longer might lead to pursuit. When Grand Duke Fernandez's troops arrived, they were met with a gruesome scene. In the dark, the first soldier with a torch to discover the execution site was petrified. The noble in charge of the search couldn't help but vomit at the sight. "Locke's men, just you wait," they said through gritted teeth. When the bodies of the hanged nobles were taken down, their anger and fear only grew. Following this battle, the Holy Cross Kingdom's army became exceedingly cautious. They didn't dare to pursue recklessly and advanced with great care. The nobles feared not defeat, but the prospect of being hanged. In their eyes, the common soldiers who died in battle were nothing compared to their own noble lives. As a result, the Holy Cross Kingdom's advance slowed. Locke's strategy was simple: delay. They were waiting for reinforcements from home, which would turn the tide. Grand Duke Fernandez's advisor analyzed, "Locke's reinforcements won't arrive quickly. The barbarians aren't mindless fools." Grand Duke Fernandez saw clearly that the barbarians had orchestrated this grand spectacle not to play the good guys. Both the Holy Cross Kingdom and Locke's men were their targets. For now, Locke's forces appeared too strong and needed to be weakened. Only by maintaining a fragile balance between the two kingdoms could the barbarians profit. The Duke stood up, gazed at the sparse rain outside the window, and said, "Let it drag on. The stronger Locke's forces appear, the more vigilant I must be. Spring planting is imminent. They are more anxious than I am." He cared little for some casualties, focusing solely on ultimate victory. A month passed quickly. Intermittent spring rains delayed at least half of the spring planting in the St. Michael province. Even with rushed planting in summer, a significant reduction in yield was inevitable. Although the Holy Cross Kingdom's army suffered continuous losses in small skirmishes, losing thousands within a month, their advance remained steady. Half of the Augusta territory was occupied, with Augusta City within sight. Meanwhile, Locke's attacks grew increasingly feeble. Their losses were equally severe, with an estimated 3,000 to 5,000 men killed. It was speculated that Viscount Derek's forces had suffered at least 20 casualties, even higher if those trapped in White Birch Fort were included. Despite looking worn out, Grand Duke Fernandez's extensive experience in commanding tens of thousands of troops had honed his skills rapidly. He could now effortlessly lead an army of 10,000. The entire Holy Cross Kingdom's military coordination also became more orderly. The other military fronts progressed smoothly. Despite some back and forth, the overwhelming numbers of the Holy Cross Kingdom allowed them to reclaim half of the St. Michael province. However, for the farmers living on this land, life became even harder after the kingdom's recapture. After a few more light rains, the unfinished Augusta city was finally breached. Grand Duke Fernandez entered the incomplete city, noting from the existing buildings that Viscount Derek had grand ambitions. "Haha, once we take the St. Michael province, I'll make this city my capital." The Grand Duke laughed triumphantly. "What good is Derek's genius in warfare? This world is about power. Even a genius must bow down." He had completely forgotten his previous desire to recruit Derek. What excited him even more was the large amount of supplies left in Augusta City, including dozens of sets of heavy armor that hadn't been taken away. Locke's forces had retreated so hastily that they left behind such crucial supplies. Your Grace, something feels off, a general expressed unease. Locke's forces should have been prepared. How could they forget this batch of heavy armor? It seems like a deliberate attempt to mislead us. Grand Duke Fernandez dismissed the concern, viewing it as a simple mistake made by Locke's forces in their panic. Under such immense pressure, errors were inevitable. However, outwardly, he accepted the suggestion. You make a good point. Increase our scouts' efforts. Send more men to investigate. Any plot will show some signs. As long as we don't make mistakes, we will win. Yet, the scouts found nothing suspicious. Instead, they noted that Viscount Derek's territory was well developed. Fortunately, a period of clear weather followed the rainy season. Grand Duke Fernandez took the opportunity to tour the area with nobles from the original St. Michael province. The Grand Duke Fernandez traveled with great pomp, escorted by tens of thousands of troops. This time, he learned from past mistakes and ensured his enemies had no chance to target him. Although the province of Saint Emile had not yet been fully conquered, he began appointing officials and nobles to govern the lands, signaling both a political maneuver and a declaration of control over the reclaimed territories. As the grand army marched, silence reigned along the path. Seated comfortably in a grand open carriage drawn by 8 magnificent horses, Fernandez engaged in amiable conversations with the nobles surrounding him. I've heard the current commander of Augusta is a commoner named Simon, the Grand Duke asked nonchalantly. A noble promptly replied, yes, he was a freeman from Viscount Derek's territory, earned some minor merits, and was appointed as an officer. Viscount Derek is besieged in Birch Castle, and the nearby troops are under Simon's command. Leaning back against the plush cushions, Fernandez watched as the nobles around him instinctively gave him more space. With disdain, he remarked, brave but foolish. Simon may have caused me some trouble, but he is like a caged bird, unable to truly soar. Noble blood has its merits, something mere commoners cannot challenge by sheer luck. As a beneficiary of aristocratic lineage, Fernandez had been immersed in such an environment since childhood, inevitably influenced by it. However, his wisdom far exceeded that of ordinary men, and this journey had a deeper purpose. The Grand Duke's carriage crossed the tacit boundary between the two sides, and as expected, the Rock Riders followed. Despite this, their forces were insignificant compared to the Grand Army. Suddenly, Fernandez stood up and, with the assistance of the nobles, climbed to the high platform atop the carriage. The banner symbolizing his authority flapped in the wind as he gazed at the distant black dots. He ordered, send men to drive away those pesky flies. We will camp here today. The nobles were alarmed. Your Grace, this is the front line. It's too dangerous. But Fernandez firmly responded, this is the territory of the Holy Cross Kingdom. I am the Grand Duke of the Holy Light. There is no place I cannot stop. Reluctantly, the nobles arranged the camp and set up defenses, their hearts filled with regret. Had they known the Grand Duke would be so bold, they would never have agreed to accompany him. But it was too late now, and none could sway Fernandez's decision. Fernandez's actions immediately provoked a strong response from the Rock people. Soon, a Rock army set up camp on a nearby hill. Attempts by the Holy Cross troops to drive them away were met with severe resistance. Fernandez, however, remained ambiguous, holding his position as if waiting for the enemy to gather their forces. Speculation arose that the Grand Duke might be preparing for a decisive battle to crush the Rock resistance. Yet with only about 50,000 troops stationed, victory was not guaranteed. Reinforcements would only lead to a prolonged standoff, something the Rock people would avoid if they had any sense. Indeed, when the Rock forces gathered around 20,000 troops, including many newly trained soldiers, they stood their ground. Fernandez maintained his position, while the enemy grew bolder, sending out challenges. Days passed, and the Holy Cross troops grew restless, eager for battle. From a temporary watchtower, Fernandez and a group of officers and nobles observed the provocations. Seeing the knight Simon with his square banner, Fernandez frowned. Where are my knights? The nobles quickly sent men to respond, but the results were disheartening. 3 knights were unseated by Simon in quick succession, prompting cheers from the Rock people and deepening Fernandez's scowl. In a hasty move, a battalion of 1,000 was dispatched, matched by an equal force from the Rock side. Barbarians. Brutes. A bunch of fools. Fernandez cursed, the last remark unclear whom it was directed at. The nobles remained silent, not daring to breathe loudly. Regaining his composure, Fernandez forced a smile. This Simon is indeed of lowly birth, lacking in strategy. They may have 2,000 troops, appearing formidable, but how much more do they have? They've likely mustered all local militias. One decisive battle and we'll crush them, claiming the lands east of Plan City. Though confident, a silent question lingered in the minds of those present. Can we truly defeat them? Since entering Saint Emile, small skirmishes had rarely been victorious. Land was reclaimed through sheer numbers, and a mere Teuton advantage was hardly a guarantee of success, especially against Simon's formidable prowess. Despite this, Fernandez's overall command in recent months had been commendable. While small battles were lost, strategic victories were achieved, evidenced by the reclaimed territories. Thus, the nobles remained willing to follow his lead. Realizing he couldn't win in direct combat, Fernandez remained in seclusion, ignoring the rock provocations. The rock people grew bolder, challenging by day and causing ruckus by night, leaving the Holy Cross troops exhausted. What was Fernandez waiting for? The answer lay in verifying intelligence from an ally. The information from Count Lovett was his secret weapon. When scouts returned with exhilarating news, Fernandez was overjoyed. Excellent. Count Lovett did not deceive me. Though the rock people's unity was questionable, Fernandez cautiously sought personal verification. With their main forces before him, their vital resources must be vulnerable, presenting a prime opportunity for a surprise attack. Fernandez thought to himself, after this battle, my name will resound across the southern kingdoms. Archduke Fernandez meticulously planned a surprise attack. He selected 2,000 noble private soldiers and trusted knights. On a moonlit night, guided by local nobles from the province of St. Michael, they bypassed the rock people's camp and launched a raid on the enemy's granary. This light-armed force encountered no resistance and reached their target within a day. The granary was guarded by southern nobles who had an understanding with them. However, upon storming the granary, they found it defended by a group of heavily armed elderly, sick, and disabled individuals. The leading officer did not hesitate and ordered an attack. The soldiers easily broke through the weak defenses, drove away the guards, and set fire to the stored grain and oil. The blaze quickly lit up half the sky. However, this seemingly perfect raid had a hidden agenda. Nearby on a hill, Derek observed the entire process through a homemade monocular telescope. He sneered and said to Virat beside him, "These guys are putting on quite a show. The dead are real, the burned grain is real, and the southern nobles' losses are enough to bankrupt a count." Virat excitedly took the telescope, marveling at the invention. Seeing this, Derek promised to gift him one if he performed well. Overjoyed, Virat immediately led a team to deal with these rats. Meanwhile, Archduke Fernandez was overjoyed upon hearing of the successful raid in the camp. He believed this action not only disrupted the enemy's supplies, but also would demoralize them. In his excitement, the Archduke decided to launch an offensive, only to face another setback. Nonetheless, his good mood remained unaffected. As news spread, nobles praised Archduke Fernandez's wise decision. Although somewhat flattered, the Archduke remained slightly cautious, instructing his subordinates to closely monitor the enemy. For the next 3 days, the rock people behaved unusually aggressively, frequently provoking and launching night raids. Despite their numerical superiority, the Holy Cross Kingdom's army remained on the defensive. Everyone believed this was the enemy's last desperate attempt before running out of supplies, which boosted their morale even more. However, on the 4th night, scouts noticed some unusual signs, suggesting that some rock people might be fleeing. The next morning, Archduke Fernandez observed sparse smoke from the enemy camp and suddenly realized something was amiss. He recalled how Earl Connor had once retreated due to exposed stoves, and alarm bells rang in his mind. The Archduke immediately ordered a probe into the enemy's situation, secretly wondering, could the rock people have already retreated? The Holy Cross troops quickly sensed something was off. The Lock soldiers seemed weakened, and their forces were effortlessly scattered. However, when they attempted to storm the Lock encampment, what they saw left them all in shock. Duke Fernandez personally inspected the Lock camp, examining every detail. The camp was impeccably set up and of high quality, but it was completely deserted. Only a group of goats, tied to large drums, were rhythmically striking the drumheads with their hind legs, producing familiar sounds. Furious, the Duke roared, "Where are they? Are my soldiers, scouts, and generals blind? How did so many Lock soldiers escape?" In recent days, the number of scouts had been increased several-fold to prevent the Lock soldiers from fleeing. Although a few Lock soldiers were spotted leaving, it was inconceivable that the entire army could vanish. Clearly, this was a ruse by the Lock soldiers, and everyone present had fallen for it. What enraged Duke Fernandez even more was that failing to annihilate the Lock army meant his plans were half ruined. As long as this army existed, it posed a significant threat, preventing him from moving forward. Additionally, supplying food for his vast army was a heavy burden, one that even the entire nation's resources could hardly sustain in the long term. "Chase them. I want to know where the Lock soldiers are," the Duke ordered in a fit of rage, "and kill these damn goats." He glared at the stupid animals, almost hearing the silent mockery of the Lock soldiers. The Holy Cross Kingdom's army sprang into action, their primary goal being to recapture the scattered rearguard units. As for how the Lock soldiers managed to slip away under their noses, the truth was they had begun retreating quietly every night even before the Holy Cross troops attacked their granaries. Recently, Those slipping away under heavy surveillance were merely the last batch. The rear guard left behind were hastily conscripted kingdom militiamen. At this moment, Derek was waiting for the Holy Cross soldiers to take the bait. In their eagerness to pursue, the Holy Cross army split into multiple disorderly groups, searching in all directions. Most officers believed this was an easy victory, unaware of the looming danger. They were more concerned about how to earn merit in front of Duke Fernandez. The fleeing Locke soldiers appeared genuinely desperate, with no sign of their officers, only some temporarily promoted civilian officers. The fastest pursuing Holy Cross soldiers made constant gains, even discovering abandoned supplies, treasures, and weapons along the way. These spoils excited the troops, who stopped to loot, completely ignoring the absurdity of the situation. While the Holy Cross soldiers reveled in their newfound wealth, Derek and his heavily armored cavalry were ready. The scattered Holy Cross soldiers soon encountered the main Locke forces, and before they could react, they were swiftly dealt with by the mounted troops. Even if a few managed to escape and report back, no one would believe them. They would be assumed to be hoarding the spoils for themselves. Finally, Derek spotted a somewhat organized Holy Cross unit. "Knights, the prey has taken the bait," he murmured. The supposed food shortage and low morale were all a facade. In reality, the Locke soldiers had ample supplies and high spirits. Derek lowered his visor, and his knights prepared themselves. Battle-hungry warriors like Simon were already wearing cruel smiles. "Charge!" With a thunderous command, the assault began. The bewildered Holy Cross soldiers barely had time to react before the heavy cavalry was upon them. Many realized too late that they were holding gold chains and silver bars instead of weapons. Against the fierce northern heavy cavalry, they stood no chance. Derek's heavy cavalry sliced through the enemy lines like a knife through butter, while the infantry followed, reaping lives. Mounted troops spread out, sealing off the battlefield. This was just the beginning. Wave after wave of Holy Cross soldiers rushed to their deaths against the Locke soldiers' spears. By the time the rear units sensed something was wrong, the Locke soldiers were already upon them. Duke Fernandez had not even left the Locke camp when he received the dreadful news. The enraged Duke Fernandez, upon hearing the bad news, surprisingly calmed down. He surveyed his surroundings, calculating his remaining forces. Less than 10,000 men. Could they hold the camp? While he wanted to say yes, as a noble of the Holy Cross, he maintained a clear judgment. They couldn't. Fernandez had yet to realize that his entire plan had collapsed. He thought it was merely a setback. In his view, the fact that the Rock people were still short on supplies was indisputable. He closed his eyes, adjusted his mindset, and decisively ordered, "We retreat first." Who is willing to stay behind and hold off the Rock people? This decision might mean losing 50,000 troops, but would save rations to some extent. As long as they could regroup, they still had the means to fight again. However, faced with this near-suicide mission, no one dared to respond. After a long silence, a baron finally stepped forward. "Your Grace, I am willing to stay and hold off the Rock people." "Good, I will remember you," Fernandez replied with few words. Whether the man survived or not, Fernandez would ensure he was acknowledged. Meanwhile, Derek had already crushed the last organized unit of the Holy Cross Kingdom's army. He dismounted and looked at the group of noble officers kneeling before him. At some point, a gold chain had found its way onto his armor. He casually took it off and played with it in his hand. The fleeing nobles kept their heads down, not daring to meet Derek's gaze. The Augusta family's reputation was too overwhelming. Some had even wet themselves in fear. Derek sneered, "Look, this gold chain is back in my hands. Laying down your sword for it just means someone else will take it from you. Hold your sword tight, and these things will eventually return." Why can't some people see that? No one responded, and Derek found it dull. He had no interest in further killing. Each of his killings had a purpose. Keeping these nobles alive was more useful than killing them outright. Now was the time to think about the next steps, not boosting morale. After tidying up the battlefield, Derek returned to the camps facing off against each other. The goat being roasted hadn't finished cooking yet, so he directly invited his officers and the captured nobles to an open-air barbecue. "It's a pity Duke Fernandez didn't get to enjoy the gift I left for him," Derek suddenly chuckled. "Ha ha ha, once we capture his grace, you can invite him to a meal," Simon said arrogantly, waving a lamb leg, drawing the noble's attention. But he didn't care and took out a small knife to start carving the meat and feasting. By now, the captured nobles had realized Derek's identity. Everyone thought he was in Birchwood Castle, as the banners raised by Adrian were all his. No one had expected Derek to switch places and appear here. In that case, it was understandable why they lost. However, with the granary burned, capturing Duke Fernandez seemed far-fetched. Although they didn't dare say it out loud, the captured nobles were skeptical. Even though they had won this battle, the main force of the Holy Cross Kingdom's army was still intact and not easily defeated. Derek saw through their thoughts immediately. From a practical standpoint, they were right. Even if the few thousand men in front of him held their ground, it would be troublesome to deal with them. However, his trump card had yet to be revealed. Spring planting is almost over. Are there any nobles from the St. Milos province? Derek suddenly asked. He didn't need the person to admit it. The other's glances gave him away. Derek tossed him a small rib and asked, "Tell me, what's the weather like next?" The named noble looked bewildered, but having lived in St. Milos province for generations, the question was easy to answer. The rainy season is coming. After the spring planting comes the rainy season. Of course, the rainy season in St. Milos province wasn't severe enough to cause floods, at least not in the past decade. But that was under normal circumstances. Derek laughed. Though a bit cruel, the timing was perfect. My opportunity is also coming, he said. Why choose this area for a stalemate, and why guide Fernandez to camp here? Simple, the terrain is high enough. Boom. As if responding to Derek's words, a sudden thunderclap echoed, and dark clouds quickly rolled in. Derek's expression grew serious, and the atmosphere turned somber with the weather. Fernandez, in his madness, after losing the decisive battle, has dug up the riverbank, attempting to stop our pursuit. With the spring floods, the western part of St. Milos province will be flooded, causing massive casualties. Fernandez will reap what he sows, Derek said gravely. I, Derek, commander of the St. Milos Legion, Baron of Augusta, and Knight of the North, swear to hang the criminals of the Bruno family in St. Milos province, making them atone for the innocent lives lost. Crack. A bolt of lightning flashed, and everyone stared at Derek in shock. His cold expression terrified many. No one had ever played this way, but upon deeper thought, it was chilling. How ruthless. How vicious. And the key was, the truth wouldn't be cleared just by Fernandez proclaiming his innocence. Derek turned around, and the purpose of keeping these nobles alive became clear. Will you testify against Fernandez's crimes? Everyone understood now. Public opinion wasn't in the hands of the million commoners of St. Milos province. It was in the hands of the participants in this war, the nobles of both countries. The Rock people wouldn't undermine themselves, at least not openly. If some Holy Cross nobles also turned against Fernandez, could he clear his name? Could the Bruno royal family clear theirs? As for whether the nobles were coerced into testifying, would the commoners care? Would anyone care? They just needed a scapegoat. If not Derek, then it would be Duke Fernandez. Even within the Holy Cross Kingdom, there are many who wish for his downfall. Isn't that right, Count Connor of the Sword of God? Derek said meaningfully. No one dared to speak for a long time. The cost of betrayal was too high. Their roots were all in the kingdom, and while the Bruno family couldn't deal with Derek, they could easily crush these minor nobles. As they hesitated, Simon slammed the lamb leg on the ground, picked up a rope, and then dragged the most handsome noble. He skillfully looped the rope around the man's neck twice and, ignoring his pleas and cries, single-handedly hung him on a flagpole. Seeing their companion's legs dangle limply, the others no longer needed to consider. I will testify. Duke Fernandez? No, that criminal Fernandez committed heinous crimes, disregarding the million commoners of St. Milos province. He deserves to die, to be hanged. A noble trembled as he spoke. With the first, the rest was easy. The stubborn ones were hung up. Viscount Derek was very democratic. The heavy rain arrived right on schedule, just in time. Even the rearguard of the Holy Cross Kingdom, who had been preparing for the worst, felt a glimmer of hope. Duke Fernandez had to abandon his beloved open carriage and return to Augusta in a disheveled state. With the ground turned to mud, everyone was covered in dirt, and some had already started sneezing. The wind and rain had clearly taken a toll on them. The Duke immediately ordered fires to be lit and lamb soup to be prepared. He mustered his strength to arrange accommodations for the nobles who had followed him. This significant defeat dealt a blow to Fernandez's prestige. Fortunately, his previous decision to burn the granaries salvaged the situation somewhat, but he knew he couldn't afford to be complacent and needed to quickly calm the troops. This failure shattered his previous arrogance, and though he was reluctant to admit it, he had to face reality. Being defeated by someone he considered a peasant named Simon was humiliating for Fernandez. He still believed it was the knight Simon he had faced, which provided him some small comfort. As the bonfires blazed, the nobles and knights changed into clean clothes and gathered around the fires. The hot lamb soup was quickly served, helping to restore some calm to the shaken nobles. Fernandez looked out at the pouring rain, regretting that if they had waited just half a day longer, they might have held off the Lockians. Indeed, a sudden downpour could have halved the attacking force's strength, giving them a good chance to hold their ground. But he quickly dismissed the thought, realizing that under such circumstances, they could have been completely overrun by the Lockians. Turning his gaze back to the expectant faces around him, Fernandez spoke earnestly, "The defeat in this battle is my fault. I underestimated the cunning of the Lockians, the strength of the Northern Knights, and the abilities of Knight Simon." Despite his disdain for Simon, he appeared sincere. There was an immediate chorus of agreement. Someone said, Your Grace, every great general makes mistakes. The Northern Knights are renowned, and a small defeat can be seen as gaining experience. The others echoed that a minor loss was not a true defeat. Fernandez was almost moved to tears and passionately vowed, "Gentlemen, I swear on the honor of the Bruno family, once I regroup my forces, I will avenge this humiliation against the Lockians. Their current arrogance will fade once their supplies run out. I ask for your support in driving the Lockians out of the St. Michael province." The Duke personally served soup to the nobles nearby, showing great humility. Whether genuine or not, his attitude was impeccable. The nobles stood up excitedly, pledging their loyalty. Some vowed to capture Simon with their private soldiers. Others declared they would breach Birch Castle and hang Derek from its walls. Many professed their lifelong loyalty to the Duke. Fernandez took all their words at face value. Meanwhile, on Derek's side, things were far from idle. The reservoir they had prepared earlier was now coming into play. After 5 days of continuous rain, the reservoir was full, and the river had risen to a high level. Derek ordered a group of Holy Cross Kingdom noble captives to the dam, forcing them to carry shovels. He even invited several artists to create 2 masterpieces. "Let's call it Duke Fernandez Digs the Dam," Derek said with a smile. "One for my private collection, showing all of you digging with the Duke. The other for public display, showing the Duke digging alone despite opposition. Oh, and those who hang themselves will be there with the Duke. What do you think?" The captured nobles, with grim faces, symbolically swung their shovels a couple of times before being warmly invited to rest in a pavilion by enthusiastic soldiers. Outside, the drizzle continued, but inside the pavilion, it was warm enough to make one want to take off their clothes. The artists were busy with their brushes, and curious nobles who peeked at the paintings couldn't help but grimace. The artistic skills were poor, but the figures wielding shovels were very prominent on the canvas. In the distance, a group of captives was digging at the riverbank. As time passed, water began to seep through. The slaves dropped their tools and ran, and the overseers were nowhere to be found. Suddenly, with a thunderous roar, the riverbank burst open, and water surged through like a raging dragon. Derek couldn't help but stand up. Despite having envisioned this moment countless times, witnessing it firsthand still shook him. He turned his back to the crowd, closed his eyes, and muttered, "All of this will be on Fernandez's head. I'm sorry, I was selfish." After a long pause, Derek turned to face the crowd, his eyes devoid of any extra emotions. He calmly said, "Ladies and gentlemen, Fernandez's days are numbered. I hope you make the right choice." The nobles of the Holy Cross Kingdom bowed deeply, avoiding Derek's gaze. In front of them, a flood affecting hundreds of thousands roared. Had they not been on high ground, they would likely be struggling in the water. The floodwaters easily engulfed farmlands, villages, and everything in their path. Meanwhile, Duke Fernandez was mobilizing new troops during the rainy season, preparing to fight the Lockians again once the rain ceased. However, on that very day, as the rain began to abate, a loud explosion was heard. As he donned his armor to inspect the situation, floodwaters had already inundated his residence. A panicked knight rushed in to report, "Your Grace, the city walls have collapsed. The riverbank has breached, and the floodwaters are here." A breach? Fernandez understood the concept, but couldn't associate it with the St. Michael province. Before he could inquire further, worse news followed. The camp outside the city has been destroyed by the flood. The Lockians' former camp was right by the riverbank, and our army's camp was the first to be hit by the floodwaters. Duke Fernandez staggered, almost unable to stand. "It's over," he thought. "Why is there a flood at this time?" The rainfall over the past few days wasn't excessive. According to the local nobles, it was only moderate compared to previous years. Even the nobles patrolling the riverbanks hadn't issued any warnings. In the next second, he realized the far more terrifying consequences. In Augusta, the worst had finally happened. The water levels continued to rise, and soon the entire city was submerged. The esteemed Duke had to board an open boat, while many others were forced to cling to rooftops, soaked in the raging floodwaters. Cries for help echoed everywhere, but the Duke ignored them, hastily rescuing a group of nobles and beginning a new round of escape. Anyone could predict what would happen once the floodwaters receded. The Lockians would never miss such a golden opportunity. However, before the Duke's party could leave Augusta, the water levels surged again. The surface was littered with bodies, and the air was filled with wails and cries for help. Duke Fernandez sat in the boat, his face ashen. He couldn't comprehend how the situation had deteriorated so rapidly in just a few days. His ambitious dreams of restoring glory and establishing a duchy now seemed like a shattered illusion. Everything had happened too quickly, like a nightmare. The other nobles were too exhausted to blame the Duke. They were all simply relieved to have survived. In contrast, the military faced a much harsher fate. The roaring waves, 2 meters high, instantly obliterated the sturdy camps. Soldiers were engulfed by the flood before they could react. Camps that housed tens of thousands of troops vanished in an instant, leaving scattered corpses across the land. The survivors were nearly broken. In just 2 days, everything familiar had disappeared, leaving only bodies and the stench of decay. When Derek returned to Augusta, the mud underfoot had not yet dried, and the air was thick with a nauseating odor. The rearguard troops of the Holy Cross Kingdom had already collapsed and surrendered on the first day of the flood. Derek quickly assigned the task of clearing and burying the bodies before leading his troops forward. By this time, Duke Fernandez had fled to Birch Castle, where 4,000 to 5,000 troops of the Holy Cross Kingdom were stationed. Although this force was insufficient to fend off the Lockians, it provided a semblance of security. However, Duke Fernandez had no desire to stay even for a moment. The recent events were a complete nightmare for him. He immediately urged his troops to retreat from the Lockian territory, feeling unsafe even with the 5,000 soldiers by his side. Seeing the Holy Cross troops begin to retreat, Adrian, who had been trapped in the city for months, realized his chance had come. He shouted to his soldiers, "Brothers, today is our day to make a name for ourselves. Whoever captures the Duke of the Bruno family, I will ensure his glory." The soldiers, caged for months, charged like tigers released, while the Holy Cross troops, demoralized by news of the frontline defeats, quickly crumbled. When tens of thousands of elite soldiers stormed out of Birch Castle, the rearguard troops tried to resist but soon collapsed. Once morale broke, no number of troops could hold the line. Moreover, the number of troops inside Birch Castle far exceeded expectations. Perhaps with preparation, they could have held out longer, but now, fleeing became the only option. Duke Fernandez had barely settled when he received a series of bad news. He had thought leading an army was straightforward and that he could maintain order, but suddenly, unexpected events overwhelmed him, and his army collapsed in an instant. At this point, he couldn't even think of how to control the situation or who to assign to regroup the troops. "Derek, are you my nemesis?" Duke Fernandez sat on his horse, tears streaming down his face. Losing an army of 200,000 in the blink of an eye was beyond belief, even to him. He even considered death but lacked the courage. His knights dared not let him come to harm. So, they drifted with the current, leaving future matters for another day. With the commander in such a state, the collapse of the army was inevitable. Adrian had waited months for this decisive victory. After the initial charges, it felt more like a victory parade, with no difficulty at all. By the time Derek arrived at Birch Castle, Adrian had already pushed into the Holy Cross Kingdom. Derek ordered the advance without hesitation. Now was the Holy Cross Kingdom's weakest moment. The St. Peter province, serving as a temporary frontline logistics hub, was stocked with supplies, and countless nobles and serfs supported Duke Fernandez's army. This bounty lay before him, and Derek couldn't resist taking it. When the Lockian forces arrived, the St. Peter province was still basking in the glow of victory. The latest news was of Duke Fernandez's surprise attack on the Lockian granary, securing a crucial win. Many nobles had already packed for St. Michael province, preparing to greet the soon-to-be and Feft Duke. The political landscape of the Eastern Holy Cross Kingdom seemed poised for a major shift. But then came the scattered, fleeing soldiers, followed by the Lockian army. Derek led a swift cavalry charge, accompanied by Holy Cross nobles willing to defect. He announced to his captives, "Swear loyalty to me, submit, and I will pardon your crimes." With evidence of their misdeeds and a blade to their throats, they had no choice. Should they die as loyalists to the Bruno family or live as vassals to the Augusta family? It wasn't an easy choice. For mid- and lower-tier nobles, loyalty was their greatest political asset, and many chose to remain steadfast. Of course, some readily switched allegiance, guiding and helping to govern the newly occupied lands. Derek didn't push further but halted after occupying over a third of St. Peter province. It wasn't that he didn't want to advance. He was constrained by a lack of manpower, and beyond the new territories lay open plains with no natural defenses. Key castles connecting to the heart of the Holy Cross Kingdom were now in Augusta's hands. Still, many unconquered lands remained. Some local nobles pledged loyalty to their new rulers, while others resisted, trying to expel the invaders. Derek had to turn back, beginning the grim task of rooting out loyalists to the Bruno family. The shadow of war again loomed over this land, already ravaged by floods. In the dimly lit castle, the air was thick with the acrid smell of low-quality oil burning. Occasionally, the crackling sound broke the oppressive silence. The oil paintings that once adorned the walls had been taken down, leaving behind mottled traces. The clanking of armor echoed through the halls as knights and soldiers moved about, replacing the once familiar figures of servants. The shadow of war loomed over this once peaceful fortress. As nobles of the province of St. Peter, the Halai family's castle was located inland, bordering the province of St. Michael to the east and far from the national border. For many years, the castle seemed to have lost its purpose. However, due to its owner's unwavering maintenance, it had now become a bastion of resistance once more. In the dimly lit and enclosed council hall of the castle, Baron Tahar el-Halai was donning his battle armor with the help of a knight. This scarred armor symbolized the family's honor more than its practical use. Yet, Baron Halai chose to wear it, as if the spirits of his ancestors were with him at that moment. My knights, Baron Halai said solemnly, the Locke have set foot on the land blessed by the Lord, and the double-head dragon banner of Augusta flies on King Bruno's soil. Those traitors have forgotten the loyalty and honor of knights, but the Halai family never will. If anyone wishes to leave, now is the time. I, Tahar el-Halai, swear by the name of my ancestors that I will fight the Locke to the death. The knights on either side of the long table stood up in unison, responding with solemn expressions, by the honor of knights, we will always follow you. This oath was as binding as the one they took during their knighthood ceremony, committing to their duty and loyalty, even in the face of the ruthless Locke. Baron Halai managed a faint smile, comforting them. The Lord's glory protects loyal knights. Let us show the Locke with our blood that the Knights of the Holy Cross are not extinct. Soon, the Locke army arrived outside the castle. As a noble of resistance, Baron Halai had abandoned all his lands, holding fast to the castle. Derek stood before the castle, scrutinizing this long-standing structure. Despite its weathered exterior and somewhat outdated design, it remained a formidable fortress. The Halai family? Is he the one who killed my envoy? Derek asked. Standing beside him, Viscount Larry Yanes respectfully answered, Yes, my lord. Baron Halai is a devout believer and a staunch supporter of the Bruno family. It was he who defied your orders and killed your envoy. Viscount Yanes represented the nobles of St. Peter province who had surrendered. For the sake of their family's survival, these nobles, unable to escape in time, chose to submit to Derek. Derek knew well that this submission was only superficial, far from the solid bond of liege and vassal. But for now, as long as there was strong authority, they dared not act rashly. Derek understood that these surrendering nobles, though seemingly trustworthy, could not be fully trusted. If he showed any weakness, they would surely seize the opportunity to betray him. Just like Viscount Larry Yanes before him, the more humble he appeared now, the more vigilant Derek became. Suddenly, Derek interrupted Yanes' thoughts. Valu, at your service, my lord. Valu stood straight, wearing a double-head dragon knight's medal personally bestowed by Derek. Although his status did not require it, he chose to pledge loyalty to Derek. Derek gave a concise order, my knight. I want to have lunch inside the castle. Valu responded confidently, perhaps you'll need a northern chef, otherwise, lunch might not be satisfying enough. Stop the witty remarks and get going. Derek laughed and scolded, and Valu immediately turned and left. The surrounding surrendering nobles were in an uproar. A castle determined to hold out didn't seem like it could be taken in half a day. Though Derek had created many legends, reality followed its own rules. Normally, even without counting the cost, taking a castle would require several days. Everyone was waiting to see Derek make a fool of himself, wondering if victory had gone to his head. However, Viscount Yanes felt that Derek was not acting recklessly. He just didn't know what Derek had in mind. Derek knew well that most of these nobles were turncoats. From their demeanor, it was clear they couldn't even manage basic obedience. Some might be genuinely loyal, but their allegiance was not to him. To Derek, those who didn't submit to him were all turncoats. As for how difficult it was to breach a castle, Derek was well aware. But after spending 2.5 years in this world, he had accumulated some resources. Cannon fodder came in grades. Using peasant soldiers or private noble armies would indeed make it difficult to take this strong fortress quickly. But what if it was a group of elite soldiers? Although the losses would be significant and painful for Derek, elite soldiers were no longer a rare commodity. Time, which Derek now had some to spare, was on his side. Valu is currently mobilizing for war, and his noble background makes him more suitable for the task than Simon. As the legitimate son of a baron, he naturally possesses a higher resilience, allowing him to face the sacrifices of ordinary soldiers with a cooler demeanor. Upon integrating into the Augusta family, Valu uncovered many hidden secrets. Standing before him was one of these secrets, a formidable unit of elite infantry. Each soldier was the best of the best, with some even rivaling titled knights. In small-scale battles, this force could undoubtedly tip the scales. Valu surveyed his surroundings, observing the infantry clad in iron armor, unflinching in the face of the impending siege. Even the least equipped soldier wore leather armor capable of deflecting ordinary arrows. Taking a deep breath, he shouted, "For the glory of Augusta!" As if triggered by some primal memory, the soldiers roared in unison, "For the glory of Augusta!" The chant acted as a powerful stimulant, instantly igniting their fighting spirit. Valu nodded in satisfaction, thinking that such an army was every commander's dream. Though only 400 strong, they would become the sharp blade in the 1,000-strong attacking force. With the sound of war drums filling the air, the siege began. A handful of archers took positions in the watchtowers, starting their assault. The elite infantry raised their shields, protecting their vital points as they advanced. Baron Harley himself appeared on the city walls, directing the defense, employing every possible measure. However, the Augusta infantry advanced with relentless force, quickly scaling the walls. "Slay these lock dogs," a knight from the Harley family roared, brandishing his knight's sword to fend off the few infantrymen. Yet, after a deafening clash, the knight staggered back. "A titled knight?" he exclaimed. "Could it be that a titled knight has infiltrated the walls?" The knight hastily called for soldiers to surround and eliminate the threat. But even after they managed to kill one enemy, more lock soldiers surged forward. The knight soon realized that there were multiple enemies with the strength of titled knights. Confounded by the situation, he fell into a pool of blood. As the first infantryman climbed the wall, the battle was already decided. A group of elites, equivalent to titled knights, wreaked havoc in close quarters, effectively overpowering the defenders. Baron Harley exerted all his efforts to turn the tide, but the strength of the lock forces was beyond his comprehension. By midday, the entire castle had fallen. After ensuring the area was secure, Valou ordered the cooks to prepare meals. Soldiers were busy clearing bodies and organizing the spoils of war. When Derek entered the castle, the bloodstains had just been washed away, and the sound of his deerskin shoes echoed on the damp stone floor. Many nobles were now disheveled, their clothes stained with mud. Baron Harley was held down in the mud, still cursing, "Lock scum, traitors, you'll all die miserable deaths." Upon seeing Derek, he struggled violently. If not for the immense strength of the soldiers holding him, he might have broken free. Valou hurried over and reported in a low voice, "The Harley family has lost many members. Most of his offspring fled beforehand." Derek was not surprised. While Baron Harley was prepared to sacrifice himself, he would not forget the importance of his family's legacy. As long as the Holy Cross Kingdom existed, the king would have to consider the fate of the Harley lineage. Derek approached Baron Harley, looking down at him, and said, "I admire your loyalty, but you are my enemy. The greatest respect I can offer is to send your entire family to join you. I may not live to see the end of your Holy Cross Kingdom, but rest assured, within a year, whether through assassins or bribed officials, I will ensure your whole family follows you. May the Harley family remain loyal even in the afterlife." Baron Harley was stunned, seemingly not expecting Derek to say such things. He tried to speak, but Derek had already signaled Valou to proceed. Valou stepped forward and, with a single stroke, beheaded Baron Harley, blood splattering at Derek's feet. Facing the nobles who had surrendered, Derek flashed a cold smile. "I apologize, but the highest respect I have for my enemies is total annihilation. Betrayal? Rebellion? Treachery? No problem. If you think you can withstand the retribution, then by all means, try." Viscount Yanes trembled. He was adept at scheming, but real combat made him fearful. He had thought he could switch sides at any moment, but with Baron Harley's body still warm, he lost his courage. Perhaps, true submission wasn't so bad after all. Derek looked at the panel, noting the addition of several new avatars. The chef Valou brought from the barracks was predictably mediocre. The table was piled high with large roasted meats, filling the air with a rich aroma. Everyone served themselves, creating a scene that was both rough and hearty. Derek wasted no time grabbing a piece of meat and devouring it, his savage eating habits drawing the attention of everyone present. As a noble, Viscount Yanes would never normally dine with such crude company, often referring to them disdainfully as barbarians. Yet, at this moment, he mimicked Derek, tearing into the meat with gusto and even giving a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Northern flavors, very impressive." Though the others internally looked down on the barbaric ways of the Lock people, survival compelled them to follow suit. Just then, Valou spoke up in a calm tone, "This chef is from the province of Saint Malay." The statement was like a cold bucket of water, instantly plunging the room into silence. Even Viscount Yanes was at a loss for words. Fortunately, Derek broke the awkward tension by setting down his utensils and wiping his mouth with a napkin. He scanned the room, his voice steady but imposing, "Ladies and gentlemen, Baron Harley has already pledged his allegiance to the Bruno family from below ground. But on my land, there are still many loyal subjects. Will you help me maintain order?" The meaning was unmistakable. Once you commit, there's no turning back. Perhaps Viscount Yanes and the others had been hoping to wait and see, but with Baron Harley's body barely cold, who would dare utter a word of dissent? Yet, handing over this pledge of loyalty meant there was no retreat. Traitors are despised more than enemies. This is a universal truth. Under Derek's intense gaze, Viscount Yanes hesitated briefly before finally speaking with a bitter smile. "Sir Derek, we will clear the secular obstacles for you." "Time frame?" Derek pressed, his tone brooking no argument. Viscount Yanes gritted his teeth. 80% in a month, and all of it in 3 months. "Good," Derek nodded. "If you meet the deadline, we are family. If not, I can't guarantee that some territories won't face bandit troubles. The blatant threat sent a chill through everyone present. Even with the king's endorsement, Derek's rule was backed by the strongest fist in the land. The king might pardon your crimes, but Viscount Derek could easily take your life. No one was naive enough to believe that the king's orders were the ultimate authority. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a thing as powerful nobles or local lords. Most of these pledges of loyalty were made out of necessity. After all, the Augusta family's soldiers had arrived too quickly, leaving no time to escape. Now that they were on the pirate ship, getting off was no easy task. Reflecting on this, the group couldn't help but curse Duke Fernandez. 20,000 troops defeated in a matter of days, unable to even buy time, leaving them caught off guard and swept up by the Locke people. If not for this, they wouldn't have been in such a humiliating position. Viscount Yanes finally relinquished all resistance. My promise is my loyalty. You will see the sincerity of the Yanes family. The foolish acts of King Bruno, including favoring his useless brother, had led to this situation. With the Locke people now in charge, Derek seemed like a capable leader. Surrendering and loyal service seemed the best option. As long as the title and power remained, the Yanes family would continue to be one of the land's rulers. This shift in mindset brought Yanes some relief, prompting him to remind, Sir Derek, we can handle secular troubles for you, but we cannot interfere with the church's influence. You will need to address that personally. The church? Derek frowned. In the Kingdom of Locke, though churches and monasteries existed, their influence was minimal. Nobles, while believing in God, suppressed God's servants with mutual understanding. However, in the Holy Cross Kingdom, the church's power was enormous, practically sharing dominion with the monarchy. The church's influence permeated not only the nobility but also the common folk. Though Derek now controlled vast lands, a church-incited rebellion could quickly ignite widespread chaos. The power of faith sometimes surpasses all else. A recent example was the Split War 30 years ago, where the mighty Holy United Kingdom fractured into three, with some territories even occupied by barbarians. Only recently had they begun to recover. Derek's expression subtly shifted. As a time traveler, he shouldn't believe in such things, yet he couldn't dismiss them either. Even if he believed in God, he wouldn't trust the church. If there was a divine representative, it should be him. Derek was convinced of this. Therefore, the church should be the one to bow to Viscount Derek. Dismissing this tempting thought, he instead asked, who is the most influential clergyman here? Yanes replied, Archbishop John Hadley. He is the head of this diocese, a true servant of the Lord, and a man of high moral standing. If you gain his approval, it will ease many troubles. It was hard to imagine someone like Yanes showing such a sincere expression. None of the other nobles displayed any different reactions, indicating that Archbishop John indeed commanded universal respect. Derek suddenly inquired, how many troops does the church have? What? Viscount Yanes was momentarily taken aback. Derek stood up, his tone firm. I asked, how many fully armored knights does Archbishop John have? I will visit him, and he will recognize me. In reality, he wanted to ask, how many legions does God have? But in this religiously charged world, it was best not to court death. However, questioning Archbishop John posed no problem. Yanes understood Derek's intent, looking at him as if he were mad. He even began to doubt his own choice. But Derek didn't give him a chance, deciding right away to visit the Archbishop. St. Peter's Basilica, the legendary residence of St. Peter. Archbishop John Hadley stood within this magnificent structure, his weathered face etched with worry. Known nationwide for his piety and his steadfast adherence to classical doctrines, John was a revered cleric. He championed a life of simplicity and tradition, earning the respect of even the most cunning nobles for his devoutness. However, the kingdom was overshadowed by the looming threat of war. The invasion by the Locke people had left this fragile feudal society teetering on the brink of collapse. Archbishop John tirelessly worked to aid the refugees and curb the nobles' exploitation of the common folk. He still harbored a sliver of hope, believing he might persuade the Locke general to abandon this unjust war. On this particular day, news arrived. Viscount Derek the Conqueror was coming to visit. Despite his rigid demeanor, John understood the gravity of this meeting. He knew that a single decision from Derek could alter the fate of countless lives. Thus, he cleared his schedule and waited for the visitor's arrival. As the church bells rang punctually, John couldn't help but stand. Tardiness was not a good omen, he thought. Soon, however, the clanging of armor interrupted his thoughts. A fully armed squad of soldiers burst into the basilica. Who are you? This is the Lord's sanctuary. You cannot be so disrespectful. The priests tried to block the soldiers, insisting that war should not encroach upon this sacred place. But the soldiers, with their formidable physiques, easily pushed past the priests, quickly filling the basilica. Following them was a troop of elite knights clad in full plate armor. Their armor was so heavy it could crush an ordinary person, and each step they took echoed ominously. The massive knightly swords dragged on the floor, producing a grating sound. These knights resembled moving iron cans, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression and the stench of blood. Even the loudest priests fell silent when they saw the icy eyes peering through the knights' visors. The knights stood in strict formation, 3 paces apart, facing the central aisle. They planted their swords heavily into the ground, causing small cracks to appear in the stone floor. A red carpet stretched from the entrance to the interior of the basilica. Archbishop John watched in stunned silence. Just then, sunlight streamed in from the doorway, and a tall figure slowly approached. It wasn't until the figure stood before him that John recognized the visitor's face. At that moment, the 9th bell tolled. Boom! Archbishop John, von Augusta Derek greets you. Greetings, Viscount, John replied, suppressing his unease. Though he didn't know Derek's full history, he had heard of the noble's formidable reputation. Derek's 2 fierce campaigns, one of fire and one of water, were widely known. His brilliance was blinding, enough to dazzle anyone who looked directly at it. Derek waved his hand, and the knights turned in unison, creating space for the two to converse. Archbishop, you must understand why I am here, Derek began directly. Yes, you are a conqueror. Your ambition is palpable even within the church, John tried to reason. But the Lord has taught me to show compassion and treat his people kindly. Derek interrupted him. Archbishop, you misunderstand the Lord's message. His people are my people, and I will treat them well. War has never ceased. Only through slaughter can we prevent future slaughter. What I am doing now is preventing future bloodshed. Absurd. Archbishop John could not accept such reasoning, his deeply ingrained beliefs unyielding. Derek smirked at the agitated archbishop. Why don't we make a wager? If you win, I will withdraw from the Holy Cross Kingdom and never set foot on this land again. How about that? Though John knew Derek had ulterior motives, he couldn't resist such a tempting offer. Stopping a war genius like Derek would be a great act of merit. So he asked, if I lose, what do you want? I must tell you, I will never use the Lord's glory as a wager. No, I don't need any promises from you, Derek replied. When I win, I believe you will kneel before me and proclaim me as Saint Derek. Arrogant. Archbishop John was livid. How dare a mortal call himself a saint? This is blasphemy, a betrayal of the Lord. All I need you to do is follow my orders, wholeheartedly, for a certain period. How about that? Derek continued. Archbishop John looked at Derek with disdain, but decided to endure for the greater good. I agree, but you cannot make me do anything against the Lord's will. And I need a time limit. 3 months, just 3 months. Derek glanced at a panel, surprised to see the Archbishop's name already on it. It seemed the Archbishop was indeed a man of his word. For now, just continue doing what you should be doing. That's all. That's all. Derek walked to the statue of God and closed his eyes in prayer. If it is you who sent me, let your servant cooperate with me. If not, consider this a wasted prayer. With that, he turned and left, leaving a group of puzzled priests behind. A priest asked Archbishop John, did that executioner threaten you? To them, the lock people were butchers, and Derek was the chief executioner. His visit to the basilica could only mean one thing, coercion. Although Archbishop John detested Derek's arrogance, he remained silent. In 3 months, you will understand, was all he said. Derek stepped out into the sunlight, thinking to himself, Father told us to use magic to defeat magic. Talking sense to someone like Archbishop John is futile. He has his own deeply entrenched worldview and values. Let him witness a miracle and see what a saint walking among mortals looks like. In some ways, those saints might not even be as capable as I am. I kill, I burn. I want to be king, but I am a saint, Derek laughed. History will be written to tell others what I want them to know. Because the victor is never wrong, and a great king is always wise. If there is a mistake, it must be history that is mistaken. The wager was over as soon as John's name appeared on the panel. Of course, if Archbishop John proved unworthy of his reputation, Derek had ways to make him submit. After all, under the knight's sword, none could refuse. Derek's meeting with Archbishop John was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, sparking a frenzy of rumors about his flooding of the 7 armies. Although the southern nobles and the capital's aristocracy were reluctant to believe it, they had no choice but to accept the astonishing reality after witnessing the scene themselves. Upon hearing the news, Earl Lovett sat in his study all day without eating a single meal. Meanwhile, Marquis Hussein was both shocked and delighted, secretly relieved that although he had once conspired with Lovett, there was no evidence against him. He frequently boasted to others, I always knew Viscount Derek was extraordinary. I played a part in defeating the Holy Cross as well. Though his words were somewhat exaggerated, he did indeed inform Derek about the southern nobles' granaries. Among the northern nobles, Earl Perez immediately canceled the planned engagement ceremony and instead sent envoys to negotiate a marriage with the Ferreira family. However, The shock in the Kingdom of Locke was nothing compared to the Holy Cross Kingdom's intense reaction. Earl Connor fled overnight, deliberately avoiding the St. Peter province in his hasty escape. To him, this defeat might actually be a blessing in disguise, at least compared to the last time when he barely saved his entire army. The one truly shaken was King Bruno. Overnight, the joy of victory turned to ashes. Not only had he lost the recently reclaimed territories, but parts of the St. Peter province had also fallen into enemy hands. 200,000 troops were obliterated, and a vast amount of supplies were seized. This was no minor setback. Even with the entire nation's resources, it would be difficult to recover quickly. The king convened his court to discuss countermeasures. However, most of those present were court nobles more interested in securing fiefs from the king than in serving the country. They could only offer superficial suggestions. Your Majesty, the immediate priority is to stabilize the situation and prevent further deterioration. Please order Earl Connor to temporarily command the frontline troops and summon neighboring nobles to respond to the call, stopping the Locke forces from advancing westward. The king accepted this suggestion and promptly sent a messenger to find Earl Connor. He then inquired about reclaiming the lost territories. Someone proposed punishing Grand Duke Fernandez by stripping him of his title. King Bruno hesitated, as Fernandez was his beloved brother, but ultimately agreed to have Fernandez return to face punishment. As for dealing with the Locke forces, the courtiers proposed 3 strategies. First, to recruit Viscount Derek. Second, to enlist barbarians to harass the northern and St. Michael provinces. And third, to prepare the army to reclaim the lost territories in St. Peter province after the autumn harvest. Though the king was somewhat disappointed, he had no choice but to accept this plan. In contrast to King Bruno's gloom, King Louis was elated. Although he had to grant Derek a title and land, what he gained far outweighed what he lost. The distant northern territories were difficult to manage, and temporarily leaving them to local nobles was more practical. Even if Derek's power grew, the royal family's influence could stabilize in the north within a decade. Derek was undoubtedly the biggest winner. After flooding Augusta, his position was firmly established, with both internal morale and external perceptions undergoing a dramatic shift. Even Earl Perez found it hard to challenge his standing. The younger generation of northern nobles had effectively become independent, with the new power firmly in Derek's hands. The new nobles emerging from the war had territories and influence rivaling the northern aristocracy. Many of these new nobles were heirs or offspring of established families, needing only time to solidify their positions. Derek himself was extremely busy. On one hand, viscounts like Yanis were eager to pledge their loyalty. On the other hand, he initiated a new round of land acquisitions. The first batch of Northern Knights heirs had matured through their experiences and were ready to inherit titles or take up official positions in the kingdom. Derek wrote several recommendation letters daily, securing positions in the 2 provinces. Simultaneously, he managed the seized grain to provide disaster relief, relocate populations, and establish a stable rule. It wasn't until Earl Perez personally arrived to urge the marriage that Derek managed to pull himself away from his hectic work. Derek, you're not planning to back out of the marriage, are you? Earl Perez dismounted, casually tossing his whip aside. Of course not. Tiona and I get along very well. I've just been extremely busy lately, Derek quickly explained. To him, the Earl's daughter was the best match. While marrying a king's or duke's daughter would offer higher status, the support of the Perez family was crucial for his ambitions. Earl Perez was reassured and brought the latest news from the capital. Your territory in Augusta is expanding, and the king will bestow upon you the title of Earl of Augusta. It's best to complete the marriage before the envoy arrives. No problem. I just need to handle one last matter before heading back, Derek readily agreed. Earl Perez didn't inquire further about the matter. His visit was half personal and half official. Although Derek's rapid rise had the king's tacit approval, it needed to be kept in check. Earl Perez's arrival with troops was to play that role. More people would follow in succession. The final matter Derek needed to address was crucial. Inside Halley Castle, he had his first face-to-face meeting with Earl Connor, the Sword of God. As Earl Connor stepped into the grand hall of Halley Castle, an eerie tension filled the air. This place was meant to be a battleground where opposing forces clashed, not a venue for peaceful negotiations. Yet, the Earl had taken a tremendous risk, venturing deep into the heart of the Locke territory, just to have a face-to-face conversation with Viscount Derek. The 2 men sat across a long table, their eyes meeting in a moment of mutual understanding, each wearing a knowing smile. This is our first meeting, Viscount Derek, Earl Connor broke the silence. And I believe it won't be our last, Earl, Derek replied, his tone carrying a hint of camaraderie. No further words were needed. Earl Connor's presence here spoke volumes. It was clear he was neither a loyal pawn of the Bruno family nor a tool sent by the king to undermine them. Notably, just beyond the province of St. Peter lay Earl Connor's fief. This geographical detail would prove crucial in the upcoming negotiations. Derek spread out a detailed map on the table and gestured invitingly. Earl, I believe I can fulfill my promise in advance. Despite the changing circumstances and the potential for delay, Derek chose to honor his word. Earl Connor's eyes roamed over the map, searching for the barony promised as his reward. A territory with a population exceeding 10,000 would be a significant prize for any noble. Ironically, these lands had recently belonged to the Holy Cross Kingdom, now up for redistribution. However, as Earl Connor scrutinized the map, he noticed something amiss. This is wilderness, the land of savages, he murmured, his brow furrowing. This was no mistake. It was a deliberate move by Derek. A myriad of thoughts raced through Earl Connor's mind. Derek waited patiently for his reaction. This was both a test and an opportunity. If Connor chose a territory within St. Peter's province, their cooperation would end there. But Earl Connor was not like others. He had climbed from the rank of a mere knight to his current position through sheer courage and ambition. After careful consideration, he made his decision. Here, reserve a place for me. A barony is too small. Let's revisit this in 10 years. His finger pointed to the savage wilderness. Hearing this, Derek stood up and extended his hand. Trust me, I will keep my promise. I believe you, Earl Connor replied, shaking Derek's hand and visibly relaxing. After resuming their seats, Earl Connor proposed, we need regular communication, a secure method. He then began to detail the Bruno family's plans, providing Derek with valuable intelligence. In return, Derek shared his own strategies. With a larger buffer zone, he had shifted from a defensive to an offensive stance. By training elite warriors, he could not only win against greater numbers but also accomplish more complex tasks. A force composed of elite soldiers and high-ranking regular troops could effectively combat enemies 10 times their size. Soon, the Holy Cross Kingdom would realize that they were the ones who needed to be on guard. As for casualties, Derek saw them as unavoidable. Elite soldiers, no matter how precious, were born to fight. When they became less rare, their use became more pragmatic. This was not cruelty but the harsh reality of war. After Earl Connor left, Derek immediately deployed several small elite units to launch proactive attacks. These forces, ranging from a few hundred to several hundred men, could inflict significant damage while keeping losses manageable. Derek himself set off on a return journey. He needed a marriage to eliminate any lingering risks. War could take everything, but it could not sustain governance. Ultimately, winning hearts and minds was the hardest battle. Even with external support, maintaining loyalty among his followers was crucial. Back in Augusta, the scars of war were still evident. New fortifications were being built, knights rode back and forth, and farmers had already planted a season's crops. On the surface, everything seemed normal, but a closer look revealed new faces with foreign accents replacing familiar ones. Derek conducted a brief inspection of his domain, personally meeting all senior officials and officers. He silently noted those who remained loyal and those who had disappeared from his roster. Whether they had been swayed or had developed ulterior motives, their numbers were significant. Loyalty was rare, and its praise was well-deserved. As Derek was feeling downcast, relatives from the Ferreira family began to arrive. As the first member of the family to ascend to a high noble rank, Derek's marriage was a significant event. Many came seeking opportunities. Even Baron and Baroness Ferreira temporarily left their own lands to visit their son. Derek settled them in the comfortable surroundings of Augusta. Meanwhile, the Perez family was increasingly insistent on the marriage. They wanted the wedding to take place before Derek's elevation to avoid any potential complications. With both parties satisfied, the marriage arrangements progressed swiftly. This union was not just a marriage between two individuals but a crucial alliance between two Earl families, ensuring the rise of the northern nobles. When the three northern Earl families stood united, even the king would have to make concessions. As northern nobles gained more territories, the pressure they faced also increased. All northern nobles hoped this politically significant marriage would proceed smoothly, as it was pivotal to their shared future. Count Perez generously offered a castle as dowry, along with the surrounding lands and population. This dowry far exceeded the previously agreed amount, as marrying a count with actual holdings was significantly different from marrying a baron. Not to be outdone, Derek reciprocated by gifting a full set of knightly heavy armor, enough for Count Perez to form a heavy cavalry regiment. The wedding took place as scheduled at Tiona's Swan Castle. Despite the short notice, the nobles demonstrated impressive efficiency. Derek meticulously followed every step of the ceremony, as if it were a carefully orchestrated play. Meanwhile, the first group of graduates from the northern aristocracy had begun to make their mark. The war had accelerated their rise, cutting down the time needed for promotion by 10 or even 20 years. They quickly occupied positions as sheriffs, city guard officers, officers within the St. Michael Legion, and officers in the private armies of various nobles. This new aristocracy quietly formed a substantial Augusta faction. The emergence of new interest groups with new territories was anticipated by everyone. Moreover, half of these new nobles were Derek's descendants or relatives, so there was no opposition. People couldn't help but marvel at Viscount Derek's maneuvering. The day after the wedding, Derek was once again busy. Count Perez brought some troubling news. The king had appointed a new governor. The old count's expression showed no surprise. After all, it would be more shocking if the king did nothing. He was merely concerned that the younger generation might feel slighted and cause trouble. However, Derek's reaction was unexpectedly calm. He said, "The kingdom of Locke belongs to the Lewis family. The king's right to expansion is inviolable." The old count looked at Derek meaningfully and suddenly said, "Thank you for the heavy armor, but the Perez family doesn't need to maintain a heavy cavalry regiment. It's too costly." Derek responded, "Perhaps it will be needed soon. Hope I live to see that day." The old count chuckled. He knew well that the Perez family's loyalty was merely due to insufficient power. They were not the king's slaves but minor shareholders in the kingdom. Every inch of their land was bought with blood. The old count had argued with the previous king, and he had yet to pledge allegiance to the new one. Of course, the old count wouldn't reveal everything to Derek. The risks were too great. The kingdom of Locke, though not large, was still a formidable force for any noble. Derek suddenly remembered a loophole. Didn't the king promise not to appoint a governor within 3 years? Yes, but that was for the St. Michael province. St. Peter province isn't included. Besides, a new legion is likely to be established. The St. Peter Legion? Derek sneered. Typical noble tradition having it both ways. The new governor and legion commander would clearly be no match for the local faction. The recently war-hardened local nobles were at the peak of their power and influence. But time is the most effective weapon. In 5 or 10 years, governors and legion commanders with legitimate authority could gradually build their own power structures. Frankly, at least half of the sheriffs appointed by Derek would be replaced within 10 years. Seeing that Derek understood the situation well, Count Perez offered some seasoned advice. It's okay to throw a fit now and then. The king won't get mad. From Derek's perspective, the king had gained benefits for free, disregarding the king's efforts, which aligned with human nature. The wise King Louis would surely consider Derek's and the northern nobles' thoughts. After all, letting a loyal subject vent a little after gaining substantial rewards wouldn't hurt. Thus, the new governor's job was challenging, not only balancing the northern nobles and war heroes, but also avoiding actual conflict while maintaining a subservient attitude. Such a position was hard to fill, and anyone taking it should expect some grievances. At worst, they could vent their frustrations on some commoners. No one would blame a governor for that. Derek understood that being overly accommodating would only invite more trouble. He needed to show some defiance to reassure the king. A cunning, submissive military noble was not what the king wanted to see. A brash, arrogant military noble fit the public image better. As Derek and Count Perez discussed the incoming governor, the new governor's convoy arrived sooner than expected. Guarded by a team of elite soldiers, the governor finally reached the St. Michael province, though he missed Derek's wedding. Of course, he wasn't just eager to give gifts. He wanted to arrive before the wedding to avoid Derek's intentional provocations. Count Ronald Farquhar had already prepared himself for difficulties. Coming from a declining noble family, he gained the king's trust through the court and defeated several competitors to become the new governor of the St. Peter province. This arduous journey was unimaginable to outsiders, but it was the best way to restore his family's honor. At least as governor, he would wield power comparable to a count with actual holdings. If he could acquire some land, it would truly restore his family's glory. Derek's reputation, however, was not favorable. The casualties among soldiers and nobles in the St. Michael province spoke volumes. No one believed the official narrative. The rumors were more widely accepted. Count Ronald Farquhar also believed the rumors, especially given the reputation of northern knights, best left unsaid. "Hopefully, that Viscount Derek is reasonable," Ronald muttered, lifting the carriage's curtain, deep in thought. Remembering the king's orders only increased his anxiety. Damn connections, he cursed. He had wanted to be a legion commander but was afraid of the northern knight's reputation, so he was sent to pave the way. Imagining himself as a governor picking up the pieces and recruiting soldiers for an outsider, Ronald could already foresee the hostile reception. His worry peaked upon entering the St. Michael province, where a row of crucified, desiccated bodies swayed in the wind by the roadside. Governor Ronald had yet to experience the customs of the northern lands, but the sight of mummified corpses drifting before him was all too real. These blackened, desiccated, and twisted bodies barely resembled humans at first glance. It took Ronald a moment to comprehend that he was looking at dried corpses, and their sheer number was staggering. In the war-torn province of St. Milieu, such scenes were not uncommon. However, the governor's troubles were far from over. At a bend in the road, the convoy suddenly encountered a squad of soldiers lying in wait. "Stop! Submit to inspection." The soldiers quickly surrounded the convoy. Several mounted officers approached leisurely. The governor's guards immediately drew their weapons, shouting angrily, "Open your eyes and see who we are." "Who are you? You look like bandits." Get down and submit to inspection, one officer sneered. The insignia of the Lewis family means nothing here. This is the governor. Are you sure you want to conduct an inspection? The guard captain retorted with a cold smile. Before he could finish speaking, a whip lashed out. Enough talk. Even if the king were here, he'd have to get down for inspection. The guard captain, enraged, started to draw his sword, but the officer was quicker. With a swift kick to the sword hilt, the officer drew his knight's blade, scabbard and all, and knocked the guard captain to the ground in one fluid motion. Know your place. This is the province of Saint Milieu. Your guard's authority means nothing here. Governor Ronald understood then that this was a deliberate provocation. With a sigh, he stepped out of the carriage and said, Sir Knight, if there's an issue, just say it. There's no need to trouble them. I'm just performing my duty, ensuring no unlawful activities. I understand. Just tell Lord Derek that I have no intention of causing trouble. Ha, you can tell him yourself. Search them. This show of force was clearly not going to end easily. Governor Ronald was subjected to a thorough body search. This wasn't personal. It was a burden he bore on behalf of the Lewis family. The journey continued with repeated inspections, driving everyone to the brink of madness. Finally, they reached Swan Castle, only to be informed that Viscount Derek had left. After visiting Count Perez, the inspections ceased, but Augusta City was deserted as well, forcing Ronald to press on. Meanwhile, Derek bid farewell to his new wife, for the March appointment had arrived. He returned to the church, where the sight of the Iron Knight no longer surprised anyone. Archbishop John greeted him with a confident smile, seemingly certain of his victory. Viscount, you've lost your wager, Archbishop John declared, believing that ending the war this way was ideal. Even if Derek broke his promise, the church was not to be trifled with. Derek also smiled, looking at the more dazzling sunlight than 3 months ago. Archbishop, the time isn't up yet. Very well, I'll wait a little longer. Archbishop John was patient, convinced that nothing would change at the last moment. During this time, Derek hadn't instructed him to do anything. Although the efforts of the Loke people prevented large-scale death and famine in the occupied territories, the power transition was inevitably bloody. Archbishop John did his best to maintain order, but remained dissatisfied with the situation. If Derek hoped to impress him with his actions, it was a futile effort. As for threats of force, Archbishop John was among the few unafraid of death. In this tense atmosphere, Derek suddenly stepped forward, placing his left hand on Archbishop John's shoulder. John Hadley, do you believe in the Lord? I do. I believe in the merciful Lord. Do you believe in miracles? Life itself is a miracle of the Lord. Have you ever witnessed a miracle? This world, its normal functioning, the rule of kings and nobles, all are manifestations of the divine will. If you consider that a miracle, then perhaps I can show you something. But what I'm talking about is a true miracle. Archbishop John fell silent. In their understanding, miracles were not limited to supernatural phenomena. Life, society, and the world itself could be seen as miracles. Extending this, the rule of a divine king and the conquest of heroes were also manifestations of miracles. Seeing this, Derek opened a panel. Name, John Hadley. Occupation, elite cleric, level 5, 82,100. Experience pool, 27100. Over 3 months, the accumulated experience was minimal. However, Archbishop John was the highest level human Derek had encountered, a testament to his reputation. But advancing further seemed nearly impossible, unless points were added. This is a miracle bestowed upon you by Saint Derek. Before Archbishop John could speak, a flood of insights surged into his mind. As a cleric, his growth wasn't about physical strength but understanding the divine. At this moment, he felt unprecedentedly close to the divine, as if the Lord were right before him. This sudden elevation far surpassed the gradual progress of daily devotion. Lord, I feel it. Archbishop John wept with joy, never having felt the Lord's presence so clearly. Derek withdrew his hand, waiting quietly for John's reaction. After a moment, Archbishop John recovered from his shock, looking at Derek with fervent eyes. So, saints truly exist. Honorable Saint Derek, he murmured. He had always thought saint was merely a title unreachable by mortals. But now, a living saint stood before him, shattering his previous beliefs. Has a divine saint descended to end the division of faith? Was my persistence wrong? Regardless, the truth was undeniable. Archbishop John fervently knelt, disregarding his dignity. Saint, I will follow your miracles, fulfill the great divine mission, and proclaim your name, so it echoes across the land. Ding! The church bells chimed as expected, and today's sunlight was exceptionally brilliant. Derek reached out to help Archbishop John to his feet, feeling a deep admiration for this pure religious leader. Though such individuals were rare in the church, Derek didn't care about their level of piety. He only cared about their purity. Archbishop John, every person is born with a different mission, And perhaps our meeting is also arranged by God. Derek candidly expressed his ambition. Let's join forces and create something grand. As someone who had already attained the rank of count, Derek knew he had reached the ceiling within the kingdom's system. At most, he might become a governor of some remote province, enjoying the taste of being a local ruler. Becoming a duke? Nearly impossible. Unless he could save a collapsing empire, establish his own domain, or suddenly die. With his current achievements, if he were to die suddenly, King Louis would certainly laugh and posthumously grant him the title of duke, perhaps even write his biography. Since the conventional route was blocked, Derek decided to take bold steps. Even if the king knew of his ambitious rhetoric, he wouldn't act rashly. When the time was right, by then, who would fear whom was uncertain. Therefore, Derek hoped to attract more people like Archbishop John to build momentum and win hearts. No matter how strong his golden touch, he needed the support of the people. A reasonable title could support the position of a duke. Archbishop John had no objections to Derek's ambition. In his view, acting in the name of the holy was always right. If Derek claimed that King Bruno was a heretic and must be eliminated, he might hesitate. But if Derek wanted to become a duke, that seemed entirely reasonable, and he even wished for King Bruno to personally bestow the title upon Derek. At this moment, Archbishop John felt his life had truly begun. He believed he carried God's mission, waiting to meet a saint and create a great undertaking. He immediately said, "Your Holiness, I will gather devout clerics to serve you immediately." Derek humbly declined, "I don't need those empty titles." Then, he shifted his tone. "I came to the mortal world to establish a divine kingdom, free from famine, war, and disease. Now, I need more lambs to bask in God's glory. Go and find devout followers for me." In reality, Derek knew well that a group of clerics could not do much. They couldn't fight better than his knights, nor collect taxes as effectively as tax collectors. The real reason for recruiting them was to utilize their skills, to persuade nobles and talents to join him, and to convince commoners to pay taxes and fight for him. Population was the resource Derek needed most. Law could exist at the edge of a sword. Archbishop John had no objections. It was a priest's duty to let more of God's lambs bask in glory. This further made him see Derek's uniqueness. Others thought about exploitation, but only the saint considered how to let the lambs bask in glory. The meeting between Derek and Archbishop John meant that Derek's prestige in the St. Peter province and beyond would rise further. A new governor? Only with the support of the nobles could one be considered a true governor. Otherwise, he was just a puppet. As Derek passed Birch Castle, the dust-covered new governor Ronald finally met him. The royal guards had long lost their initial arrogance upon arriving in the north. A series of setbacks made them realize that the title of royal guard meant nothing here. What frustrated them even more was that the northern knights were indeed as formidable as rumors suggested. Even a small-town sheriff could rival their centurions, hardly like ordinary people. Facing Derek's knights, the royal guards were more obedient than ever. Governor Ronald, seeing the soldiers' behavior, couldn't help but sigh, feeling deeply disappointed. Could this group really wrest military power from the northern knights? Thinking about the slow-moving connections, he felt it was an impossible task. Although His Majesty's intentions were good, the situation in the north was more complicated than anyone imagined. The northern knights, already known for their ferocity, had been limited by economic strength and land but now had 2.5 provinces and millions of people. How terrifying could the northern knights become? Ronald even regretted coming into this mess. However, standing on the outskirts of the Augusta Knights, regret was too late. As a dignified governor, his current plight was truly miserable. Soon, a knight approached, and Ronald felt a rare sense of courtesy. "Governor, my lord the Viscount invites you." All right, Ronald instinctively bowed. The knight's politeness made him uncomfortable. Struggling to stand straight, he adjusted his coat and regained some of his dignity. "Please, lead the way." The knightly order had temporarily halted their advance due to the guest's arrival, seemingly planning to camp. Although Birch Castle was nearby, the environment inside might not be as comfortable as camping outside. The knights dismounted and rested, dragging their pack horses with armor and busy squires, everything operating in a special, orderly manner. As they approached, Ronald truly felt the invisible pressure. Though no one made any special movements, he felt an unprecedented weight, something he had never experienced even in the royal guard. When they reached the banners, the knights were fully armored, seemingly never having taken it off during the march. Several robust warhorses were tethered nearby, each several times larger than the knights. The heavily armored knights leaning on their swords exuded a strong aura, comparable to the royal guard. Ronald instinctively stopped, and the leading knight looked back in confusion. "Governor?" Feeling embarrassed, Ronald tried to cover it up. "Don't you need to check my belongings?" As soon as he spoke, he felt even more embarrassed. He had been checked so much lately that it had become a reflex. The knight gave a reserved smile. "If you can draw your sword in front of the Viscount, please go ahead." not to mention the elite knights watching closely. Even the Viscount himself was formidable. If a lone assassin succeeded, they would deserve to die. Ronald felt the knights' deep-rooted pride. Although polite, they exuded an arrogance that looked down on everything. It was as if, in their eyes, nothing in the world was stronger than the Northern Knights. This task was challenging. Ronald had imagined countless scenarios of meeting Derek. He envisioned a knight from the Northlands galloping on horseback, a stern noble sitting with authority, or even a tyrant whipping slaves. However, the reality of their first encounter was quite different. Derek was dressed in casual attire, seated on a massive open carriage that had been partially dismantled, leaving visible marks. Shields stood around the carriage like a wall, and in the center was a table piled with parchment documents. The infamous Viscount was buried in paperwork, barely glancing up as he said, "Governor, please wait a moment while I finish these documents." Ronald watched in astonishment as Derek swiftly went through the documents and signed them. He realized that managing such a vast territory was far from a life of leisure. Skipping governance for a day or two might be manageable, but neglecting it for 5 or 6 days could lead to chaos, and a month of neglect could incite a rebellion. After a while, Derek stretched and finally turned his attention to Ronald. He was surprised to see Ronald still standing and quickly said, "Governor, why are you still standing? Please, have a seat." Ronald sat down awkwardly, unsure if Derek was genuinely diligent or just putting on a show. Derek warmly shook Ronald's hand and sincerely said, "Governor, you arrived just in time. My territory is vast, and I also have to manage the occupied areas. It's been overwhelming. Now that you're here, I'll transfer the administration of St. Peter's to you as soon as possible. By the way, I heard a new legion is being formed in St. Peter's. Where is the commander? The Holy Cross people have been harassing us incessantly, and it's driving me crazy." Ronald forced a stiff smile, trying to retract his hand from Derek's firm grip. He thought to himself that this Viscount was indeed cunning. The so-called transfer of St. Peter's administration was actually a way to draw a clear boundary, subtly hinting that Ronald should not interfere with St. Malor's affairs. Compared to St. Malor, St. Peter's was insignificant. The king, bound by previous commitments, couldn't directly appoint a governor for St. Malor. Instead, he used the title of St. Peter's governor to reclaim some authority. This was because the Knights of the Northlands were too powerful. They not only defended St. Malor but also conquered more lands, making even the king reconsider his stance. What complicated matters further was that the newly occupied St. Peter's province was situated between St. Malor and the Holy Cross Kingdom, serving as a buffer zone. If Derek chose to retreat and focus on St. Malor, the new commander of St. Peter's Legion would face a dilemma. Holding the ground would be expected, but suffering heavy losses would make it hard to seek support. Failing to hold it would be seen as incompetence, leaving the king unable to intervene. Ronald realized that the king's intention was to use St. Peter's as a pretext to meddle in St. Malor's affairs. However, this underhanded approach would never be openly acknowledged unless recognized by the Northland Knights. Ronald had initially thought the king's prestige would make the knights yield, but now he realized. Ronald's smile grew even stiffer, and the pain in his hand made him unwilling to argue further. He shook his hand and took out the decree from his pocket, saying, "Viscount, I have another task on this trip. In recognition of your achievements, His Majesty the King has decided to elevate you to the rank of Count of Augusta, bestowing new lands and some blank decrees. These rewards were well-deserved by the Northland Knights. If the king didn't give them, they wouldn't let it go." The blank decrees were both a favor and a tacit approval for them to reward themselves from the Holy Cross Kingdom. Clearly, King Louis understood the nobility's behavior well. Sending Ronald to announce this was also meant to foster goodwill. Derek was supposed to kneel on one knee to express his gratitude. However, he merely took the decree and casually placed it on the table, asking, "Is there anything else His Majesty wishes to convey?" Ronald replied, "The king hopes that once the situation in the Northland stabilizes, you and the new nobles will come to the capital to complete the investiture ceremony. If not for the ongoing war, they should have met the king long ago." Ronald observed Derek's expression closely, noting that he looked serious and not at all dismissive. Derek solemnly said, "I will do so as soon as possible. Once the Northlands are secure, I will personally go to the capital to meet our great king. My family has been loyal to the crown for generations. I, Derek, am absolutely loyal to His Majesty." For a moment, Ronald almost believed that this newly minted Count of Augusta was truly loyal to the kingdom. After all, defending against foreign invaders and expanding territories were acts of loyalty, weren't they? But his rational mind reminded him that Derek was not as simple as he appeared. Whether or not he was a loyalist, he was undoubtedly a power player. The mild-mannered young Derek before him was hard to reconcile with the ruthless and arrogant figure from the rumors. The two continued their conversation, with Ronald trying to learn more about the Northlands and garner Derek's support. However, Derek was slippery, appearing enthusiastic but making no commitments. Eventually, Virat quietly approached and whispered, "Viscount, it's time for your training, and lunch is almost ready." Derek immediately stood up and said to Ronald, "Governor, how about you join me off the carriage? The knights of the Northlands are not like the nobles of the capital. Our martial skills are our lifeline, and we can't neglect them no matter how busy we are. It's a good opportunity for you to witness our prowess." Ronald readily agreed, eager to see the true strength of the Northland knights. Once off the carriage, he was astonished to find that during their conversation, the knights had silently set up a temporary camp and even leveled a training ground. The efficiency was truly impressive. Derek naturally donned his armor and beckoned to the leading knight, "Virat, come spar with me." Virat's face immediately fell. While he enjoyed training, he didn't relish the idea of getting beaten up. But as a Northland knight, he couldn't refuse. "Count, can we change partners next time?" Virat said, his face a picture of resignation as he quickly donned his armor and addressed Derek as Count. "Absolutely not," Derek replied firmly. "You still need more practice, and I need to train you myself." He then turned to Ronald, "Governor, please feel free to offer any pointers." Ronald's pupils contracted, and the muscles hidden under his robe tensed instantly. Derek flashed a mysterious smile and said meaningfully, "Some things can be hidden, but others cannot. A hand that has long wielded a sword is quite different from that of an ordinary person. A disciplined knight is the foundation of true strength." Virat's earlier words had not escaped Derek's notice. If this Governor Ronald were to truly engage, it might be a rare opportunity to witness his swordsmanship. Ronald forced a stiff smile, pretending he hadn't understood Derek's words. He knew well that any rash attempt to assassinate Derek would not only lead to his own execution by the king, but might also implicate his entire family. The king would never tolerate Derek's death in such a manner. Ronald pondered silently. His martial skills and military prowess were his trump cards. If he could get others to underestimate him, he might actually have a chance to raise a decent army. This was how he had stood out among many competitors. However, at this moment, that dream was shattered. Suppressing his complex emotions, Ronald tried to focus on the training in front of him. When he saw the heavy training armor, he couldn't help but frown. What surprised him even more was that Virat began removing several bags of iron sand from his arms and legs. No wonder Virat's movements had seemed so heavy earlier. He had been carrying extra weight all along. Virat complained loudly, but his eyes grew sharp. How could someone who had honed their martial skills day after day truly lack determination? Complaining was just a way to build rapport. When it came to actual training, he would never slack off. Boom! Virat launched the first attack. He knew that if he didn't take the initiative, he would lose the upper hand. The dull sounds of their clashes filled the air, causing Ronald's face to change repeatedly. Only then did he notice that the two fighters on the field were much less formal than during his usual training. Ronald watched the intense hand-to-hand combat without blinking, deeply impressed. The fight grew fiercer. Derek swung a blunt knight's sword, striking Virat's chest armor with a loud thud. Although the sword was unsharpened, its weight made it a formidable blunt weapon. A weaker person might have been spitting blood by now. Ronald glanced around and saw the other knights looking as if this was a routine sight, clearly indicating this wasn't their first intense training session. He was secretly alarmed. Virat was at least a titled knight, and among the most physically robust ones. Though Ronald prided himself on his martial prowess and had reached the level of a titled knight, he couldn't match Virat's physical strength. The burly knights around them were clearly more than just for show. In fact, Virat's talent was extraordinary. According to Derek, even without the rigors of war, Virat could become a skilled titled knight through regular training in peacetime. Thus, his progress was far faster than ordinary knights, and his physical prowess had significantly advanced. Among elite knights of the same rank, few could compare to his physique. Derek continued to push Virat to his limits until the latter began to plead for mercy. Only then did Derek, somewhat reluctantly, toss the now bent knight's sword to the ground. "All of you, join in," Derek ordered. The surrounding knights, chuckling, donned their heavy armor and closed in. Derek didn't forget to nudge the seemingly lifeless Virat on the ground with his foot. Virat exaggeratedly yelped and then sprang to his feet. This atmosphere was something Ronald had never experienced in the court. Although King Louis II claimed to be a knight, his combat skills were mediocre at best. Any titled knight in the court could easily subdue his majesty. Furthermore, the court knight's training was more like a game, following strict protocols and lacking this kind of fervor. Heavy armored knights naturally moved less nimbly, and Derek treated them as moving targets. After a long while, Ronald even noticed some dents on the surface of the armor. Only then did Derek relent. The attendants quickly set up a circle of canvas screens to block the wind. Derek removed his training armor, and a cloud of steam rose as sweat streamed down his body. Once his body adjusted to the environment, Derek didn't bother washing up and immediately began eating. Lunch was equally rough and hearty. A whole roasted lamb was placed on the table, accompanied by various sauces, vegetables, and fruits. Though not refined, it was quite expensive. Ordinary nobles could hardly afford such lavish meals daily. Derek enthusiastically sliced a piece of lamb and placed it on Ronald's plate. "Ronald, today there are no counts or governors here, just friends having a simple lunch. Please enjoy." He pulled up his small table, sitting right next to Ronald. Despite Derek's strong smell of sweat, Ronald surprisingly didn't find it off-putting. Perhaps he was influenced by Derek's straightforwardness and enthusiasm, or maybe there was another reason. "The situation in the north is different from the capital. You need to adapt," Derek said while eating. "In official matters, I might cause you some trouble because I represent more than just myself. The North's knights, the nobles of the capital, and even the king. You should understand this. Ronald, I hope we can become friends. The North is vast, with few nobles, and there are many undeveloped lands. I believe the future of the Fakwa family lies in the North." Derek spoke candidly, as if confiding in an old friend, analyzing the situation for Ronald. His words were honest yet slightly presumptuous. However, he made a valid point. Instead of clashing Hedon with the local powers, why not join their ranks? Ronald didn't immediately respond but realized that his power was a form of capital. It could be used to either oppose the northern nobles or exchange for what he wanted. What he might lose were the king's interests and authority, but who really cared? Ronald's silence itself was a stance. Derek didn't press further, knowing that Ronald was, after all, a court earl, the governor of St. Peter's province, and a trusted confidant of the king. Convincing him with a few words would be underestimating the king's charm and Ronald's acumen. Besides, capable people have their pride. Forcing him to submit was unreasonable. However, Derek believed that once Ronald saw the reality, they would eventually become friends. When the time was right, today's conversation would be like a seed growing into a towering tree. After the meal, Derek personally escorted Ronald out. Only then did Ronald realize he hadn't gained any tangible benefits. What a cunning Count Augusta! But making a friend isn't bad either, Ronald thought to himself. Political opponents aren't necessarily real-life enemies. After all, they hadn't reached a point of no return. In fact, they could become political allies after a few turns. Of course, Ronald was prepared for the fact that Derek wouldn't show mercy. But how could he be content without trying? If Derek wanted him to submit, he'd have to show some real skill. What he had seen so far was far from enough. Returning to his troops, Ronald quickly encountered his first problem. While he had indulged himself, his personal guards had been left to fend for themselves. The northern knights looked down on the noble soldiers from the capital. Worse, Derek's affectionate farewell had made it seem like the two had a special relationship. Although the guards were there to protect Ronald, they were also tasked with monitoring him. The king would never place his complete trust in anyone. Ronald realized it was a trap, and soon more troubles came his way. Just after taking office, sheriffs from various regions came knocking, demanding payment for overdue military expenses. The sight of these officials, with their double-head dragon insignias, asking for money made Ronald feel dizzy. Although he managed to deal with the situation temporarily, reclaiming power was far more difficult than he had anticipated. He thought he could easily win over the surrendering nobles, but personal visits revealed it wasn't so simple. To his confusion, the local church was even proclaiming Derek as a saint. Ronald was baffled. Had these crusaders really been completely won over by Derek? With doubts in his mind, he decided to try his own methods. Meanwhile, Derek's convoy was passing through Birch Castle, traveling through the newly claimed Augusta territory. The traces of past floods had almost vanished, and time had mercilessly erased everything. The land was revitalized, with young crops in the fields growing robustly. Derek stopped by a farm and ordered, "Don't trample the seedlings. Go find some elders. I need to ask them some questions." The Augusta knights carefully navigated the narrow rows. In the distance, a chubby official hurried over, his face lighting up with a fawning smile as he saw the knight's insignias. "Sir, which esteemed guest has arrived, and what can I do to assist?" the official asked obsequiously. The knight commanded coldly, "Bring some elderly farmers here. The count wants to speak with them." Upon hearing the word count, the official remembered recent rumors and bowed even lower, nodding repeatedly in agreement. Soon, several farmers around 40 years old were brought before Derek. For these lower-class farmers, 40 was considered old. Faced with a count, they prostrated themselves humbly, unable to comprehend his true power. Despite being capable of breaching dikes and executing prisoners, Derek still retained a shred of kindness compared to other nobles of his time. Seeing the farmer's humility, he spoke as gently as he could. "Sit down. Bring some stools." The attendants quickly brought over some log-like stools, and the farmers, exchanging uneasy glances, hesitated to sit. Derek personally helped one of them up and took a seat on a stool himself. "Sit down. We are all children of God. There's no difference between us," he said, not believing it himself but managing to ease the farmer's anxiety slightly. They sat down nervously, their faces flushed with excitement. Derek began his inquiries. How are the replanted wheat crops? Talking about farming, the farmers perked up a bit. Very good. Although we planted a month late, the wheat is growing well, and the impact might not be significant. Thank God. Thank you, my lord. What about the flood's impact? It was severe. My house was flooded. My second son drowned. The farmers answered one after another. Derek asked about taxes, security, and living conditions. Through these farmers, he learned the true situation in Augusta. The flood's impact was indeed significant, mainly in terms of property and population loss. This year's grain harvest might be slightly reduced, but improved production techniques had helped greatly. Corruption among lower-level officials existed, but hadn't reached a critical level. After the questioning, Derek had the farmers escorted away, each receiving a silver coin as a reward. He then made a few more inspections and found similar conditions before returning to Augusta City. The Crusaders' brief stay had caused considerable damage to the city, but focused development had not only restored Augusta but also advanced its construction. Notably, items taken by the Crusaders, including Duke Fernandez's cherished knight's armor, had been returned. Tiona Perez Augusta, the Lady of Swan Castle, also arrived in Augusta. As the wife of a northern knight and the mistress of the Augusta estate, her status was enviable among most noble women. Tiona was very content and wisely focused on her duties upon arriving in Augusta. As agreed before, she only required a bit of respect and didn't meddle in other matters. The vast count's mansion was complex, with various servants, social interactions, and daily operations being extremely intricate. The capable might not have the right status, while those with the right status often lack the ability. Derek's knights couldn't help in these matters, but Tiona filled this gap admirably. Having grown up in a count's family and skilled in noble social etiquette, Tiona was highly competent. While Derek was away, she managed the household meticulously and even took the initiative to oversee some trading caravans, bringing considerable profit to the family. Returning home, Derek noticed a significant difference. The servants were orderly, the guards were well-organized and vigilant, and the entire mansion had a warm atmosphere. Tiona personally helped Derek remove his outer robe, hanging it up while softly reporting on household affairs and the caravan status. By the way, she added, some northern tribesmen have come to trade warhorses. Philip at the stables is quite capable and has bred some good horses. I've taken his daughter into the household to ensure his continued diligence. Once she's well trained, we'll find her a knight to marry. What do you think, my lord? Handle it as you see fit, Derek agreed. Philip has indeed done a good job. We'll also contribute to her dowry when the time comes. After a bath, attended by the countess, Derek sat at the dining table, experiencing the true life of a noble for the first time. After years of constant travel, Derek finally enjoyed a period of leisure. As the Count of Augusta, his position on this land was unrivaled. With a well-structured private army, control over the St. Michael Legion, and local security forces, he was practically a king without a crown. Even if the king himself were to visit, he would feel uneasy without a massive army at his side. During this rare downtime, Derek decided to utilize his panel to integrate his human resources. He lay in the greenhouse, surrounded by maidservants and attendants meticulously trained by Tiona. Exquisite snacks and drinks were laid out on a small table, while Tiona lounged gracefully on the other side, exuding charm. Suppressing the heat in his heart, Derek focused on the specific number displayed on the panel 594-949. This represented the number of people who obeyed him and the range of influence the panel could exert. The panel's functionality far exceeded his initial expectations, allowing simple searches based on his thoughts. For example, typing farmer would bring up a long list of names, sorted by their level of obedience. He began cautiously allocating experience points to different groups, adding only 10 or so at a time to avoid suspicion. The fact that this year's raison wheat did not significantly decrease in yield was partly due to the farmer's average level increasing. Derek understood that in this world, the panel was the true miracle. However, maintaining people's loyalty was crucial. This was why Derek constantly sought legitimacy. He knew that openly rebelling now could drastically reduce the number of names on the panel. Even the mighty Han dynasty relied on its name for years during its decline. Derek's idol, Chancellor Cao Cao, never declared himself emperor until his death. Considering that the kingdom of Locke had been fragmented for 30 years and the Lewis family had ruled this land for a century, there was undoubtedly a faction of die-hard loyalists. Raising the flag of rebellion would not only attract covetous eyes, but also scatter the people's hearts. Knowing that a steady approach would win everything, Derek was unwilling to risk an armed parade, which would turn a safe investment into a dangerous gamble. After working on the panel for a while, Derek could no longer resist and picked up the writhing Tiona. In the days that followed, his life was fulfilling and routine. Training in the morning, reviewing documents in the afternoon, and spending intimate evenings with his wife. As time passed, Augusta City became increasingly well-developed and renowned. Beyond the Count's prestige, the safety and skilled artisans here were major attractions. The influx of merchants invigorated the economy of the entire territory. Derek could skillfully control the market by issuing purchase orders, even drawing resources from surrounding areas. Through this strategic maneuvering, the business scale of the Count's domain far exceeded the imagination of contemporary nobles. During the autumn harvest, the Rezone wheat not only avoided a reduction in yield, but also saw a slight increase. Derek set out on a new round of inspections, departing from Augusta City and planning to spend autumn at Swan Castle. According to plan, the Countess had already led a large contingent to Swan Castle ahead of time. Knights who had rested for half a year gathered from their respective fiefs, their various banners fluttering outside Swan Castle. This grand vacation activity intimidated the thieves throughout the St. Michael province, causing them to disappear. In fact, most of the thieves here had intricate ties with the Count of Augusta, with real bandits only existing in areas beyond noble control. However, this vacation was not truly leisurely for Derek. With Tiona's help, he donned armor and a cloak, disguising himself as an ordinary Augusta family knight. Despite Tiona's worried inquiries about the necessity of personally going, Derek insisted on seeing the situation for himself. He reassured his anxious wife, promising to return safely as soon as possible. Then, Derek took the whip handed to him by Simon and joined the elite knight squad that had been waiting for some time. This iron cavalry soon crossed Swan Castle, entering the barbarian wilderness. The term barbarian wilderness is merely a conventional name. This vast expanse of land, comparable in size to the combined Northern Province and St. Malo Province, remains beyond the reach of the Kingdom of Locke's influence due to its scattered deserts and the presence of nomadic barbarians. Derek rode through this desolate region, his eyes scanning the rocky wasteland. He knew well that with proper cultivation, this land could easily support 40 to 50,000 people. However, its geographical isolation was the fundamental reason for its desolation. The scouts accompanying Derek reported their findings from the past year and a half. Various small barbarian tribes were scattered across this not-so-prosperous land, living in a manner even more primitive than the barbarian kingdom. Derek nodded thoughtfully, realizing that the reforms of the barbarian kingdom had seemingly not affected this area. During their ride, Derek occasionally encountered barbarians herding livestock. At the sight of the fully armed knights, these barbarians often turned and fled in fear. Sometimes, they came across small tribes and even signs of cultivation. These details gave Derek a deeper understanding of the barbarian wilderness. A sudden storm interrupted the knights' journey. After the wind and rain subsided, Derek discovered that a batch of valuable war horses had gone missing. Each of these horses was worth 100 gold coins, serving as the knights' second lifeline. Soon, the scouts brought good news. The horses had been found. However, when Derek arrived at the scene, he found a more complex situation. A small barbarian tribe was being surrounded by a few knights, with tension running high on both sides. Derek scrutinized the group of barbarians. Their skin tone was closer to that of the Locke people, and many had black eyes, indicating mixed heritage. The tribal leader, Gully, stepped forward nervously, explaining in broken sacred tongue that they were merely temporarily looking after the lost horses. Considering the situation, Derek weighed his options. He knew that the noble's temperament could easily lead to the execution of all these barbarians. But as a visionary leader, he chose a wiser course of action. Derek dismounted and walked toward Gully with a smile. "What's meat without wine?" he said loudly. "Thank you for finding my lost horses. Let me treat you to a drink." He then turned and instructed his knights to bring out the wine, preparing to share a drink with the barbarians. This gesture not only defused the tense situation, but also sowed the seeds of goodwill in this unknown land. Derek understood that to leave his mark on the barbarian wilderness, he couldn't resort to brute force. This decision might just be the first step in his conquest of this land. Derek sat by the fire with an imposing air, like the master of this untamed land. The ground was still damp from the recent heavy rain, but the warmth from the bonfire drove away the chill, making it particularly comfortable to sit nearby. "Come, sit by me." Derek motioned to the barbarian leader, Gully, who hesitantly took his place. Derek then began to command the barbarians around without any hesitation. Soon, some hastily prepared horse meat was roasting over the fire, filling the air with a mouth-watering aroma. Gully sat uneasily, inwardly displeased. If not for the watchful eyes of the surrounding knights, he would have acted out long ago. But seeing their gleaming armor and Simon's bulging muscles, Gully wisely chose to hold his tongue. The knights brought out bags of wine. Derek uncorked one, took a hearty swig, and then handed it to Gully. "Take a sip, warm yourself up." Gully stiffly accepted the wineskin and took a gulp. Derek casually took it back and drank again. "Ah, nothing like a drink in this weather. I wouldn't trade it for a piece of gold." The barbarians echoed their agreement. The knights distributed the wine among them, ensuring everyone got at least a taste. As the fat sizzled and crackled in the fire, the tension among the barbarians began to ease. Derek didn't touch on any serious matters, instead engaging in small talk. After they had eaten and drunk their fill, he patted his belly and led the knights away. Gully stood at the tribe's gate, watching the departing knights, finally letting out a sigh of relief. Just then, a sneaky barbarian approached Gully and pulled out a finely crafted badge from his pocket. "Chieftain, I found this." Gully took it and saw that it bore the emblem of a double-head dragon, with the word Augusta engraved on the back in lock script. Gully instantly felt a weight lifted off his shoulders. He had meticulously studied the name Augusta, knowing that for survival, barbarians living on the lock border had to recognize this powerful lord. Now, that knowledge was proving useful. Despite being in the field for only 2.5 years, Derek had already earned a formidable reputation. He had burned barbarian villages, flooded 7 armies, and hanged nobles whose dried corpses still adorned the borders. The skull pyramids he built with barbarian heads were still on display. Under the relentless pressure from the Augusta family knights, the barbarians had to acknowledge the harsh realities of their world. Swords and warhorses were the calling cards of the Augusta family. When Gully saw the elite knights, he had guessed their identity. He just hadn't expected that today's visitor was a general from the Augusta family. Gully couldn't imagine the esteemed Count Augusta sitting and drinking with him. In barbarian legends, Derek was either a 3-headed, 6-armed giant or a blue-faced, fanged demon, anything but human. Derek began his return journey, the heavy rain having only delayed him by a day. Back at Swan Castle, everything resumed as usual, and no one knew about his unauthorized excursion. Visitors turned away, assumed the Count and his wife were simply enjoying their holiday together. After a 2-day rest, Derek threw himself back into his busy administrative work. Has the Legion commander arrived? He arrived a month ago with over 100 riders. Derek smiled. Bringing over 100 riders to his post, he must be quite wealthy. How is Governor Ronald faring lately? He's having a tough time. We've reclaimed half of the grain and pay, but he still managed to recruit and train 2,000 new soldiers fairly well. Derek silently admired Ronald's capabilities. Despite the challenging circumstances, this adept governor had managed to form a new army. Though of limited use, it at least ensured some degree of influence. In a border city, a governor without military power was essentially powerless. Derek paid only slight attention to the king's maneuvers. On the surface, the Augusta faction caused Ronald significant trouble, but privately, they maintained contact. Among Ronald's 2,000 new soldiers, at least 500 were armed by the Augusta family. Reality can indeed be stranger than fiction. However, Derek did not plan to force Ronald into a choice just yet. The governor of St. Peter had not yet reached his maximum potential. In another year, the king's promises would expire, and the province of St. Milra would see its first lock governor. Ronald, with his impressive performance, was the prime candidate. For now, let the situation simmer a bit longer. What is the reaction from the Holy Cross Kingdom? Logically, the Holy Cross Kingdom should be making moves during the autumn harvest. Even if they couldn't reclaim lost territory, they should at least harass the locks to prevent them from getting too comfortable. But unexpected events are always inevitable. The elite knights from the Augusta family had cast a long shadow over the border towns and nobles of the Holy Cross Kingdom. These agile and flexible squads would avoid strong enemies and attack the weak, draining the kingdom's manpower and resources. Though they had managed to track down a few squads, they could never fully eliminate the threat. This was also due to the actions of Count Connor, the commander of the anti-bandit forces. He hadn't forgotten his agreement with Derek. If the nobles of the Holy Cross Kingdom knew that their highest commander was the traitor, they would probably be devastated. Now, they had no time to trouble the locks. Instead, they had to pray that the locks wouldn't bring trouble to them. It seemed this year would witness an unexpectedly peaceful new year. At that moment, a servant suddenly reported, "Archbishop John requests an audience." Derek put down his pen, slightly surprised. As a fervent follower of the Saint cult, Archbishop John rarely sought him out. In fact, John was purely a devotee of faith and had no dealings with Derek regarding power, money, or other worldly matters. Though they often exchanged letters, they seldom met in person. "Let him in," Derek said, then reconsidered and stood up. "Actually, I'll go greet him." He took a few steps, removed his shoes, then turned back and put them on again. "I'm losing it." Derek chuckled to himself and strode out to greet his guest. There was no need to play games with an ally, especially when overused tactics lose their impact. However, Archbishop John was even more urgent, bursting in before Derek could reach the door. "Your Grace," Archbishop John said, his face unusually agitated. "What happened?" Derek asked, genuinely curious. Since he began praising Derek, Archbishop John had faced much criticism. Minority views are always sidelined by the mainstream. The struggle for faith is far more brutal than the quest for power. Derek understood this deeply, having witnessed the storm that erupted after Archbishop John publicly endorsed him. The Archbishop called him a living saint, instantly enraging various factions within and outside the church. The church hierarchy felt threatened by the idea of a living saint, fearing he might covet the papal throne. The saintly families didn't want another person to share their power. Fanatics saw it as a desecration of their faith. If not for the protection of the Augusta family's knights, Derek might have met his end long ago. Public opinion turned against him, he was excommunicated by the church, and even his stronghold in the St. Peter province faced significant opposition. Archbishop John remained silent about the backlash. Derek was curious about John's sudden visit. The archbishop got straight to the point. The American monastery wielded significant influence, and they needed to win more clergy support. Derek immediately grasped the importance. Although the monasteries in the Kingdom of Locke nominally followed the Pope, they were essentially autonomous. Gaining their approval would greatly benefit Derek's cause. What do you need me to do? Derek asked without hesitation. I need your power, the power of miracles, Archbishop John said solemnly. This is the power of a saint, enough to sway those stubborn traditionalists. Derek nodded in agreement, but had his own thoughts. The monasteries in the Kingdom of Locke may not be as devout as you think. In this country with a relatively weak religious atmosphere, monasteries act more like political entities. He suggested offering other forms of power in addition to miracles. It just so happened that Archbishop John had already received an invitation from the American monastery, giving them a legitimate reason to visit. Derek immediately summoned Virat and ordered the knights to prepare for departure. He explained to Archbishop John, if miracles can't convince them, perhaps my knights can make them reconsider. Though devout, Archbishop John was not stubborn. He agreed with Derek's idea. If the clergy were not devout enough, a saint delivering divine punishment on behalf of God was more than fitting. The two reached a consensus and began to prepare for the journey. Derek remembered that his younger sister, Elfie, seemed to be at the American monastery and decided to visit her along the way. News spread like wildfire. The nobility saw it as gossip, while religious figures felt as if an earthquake had struck. From the day Archbishop John betrayed the church to support Derek, this moment was inevitable. In the Kingdom of Locke, being excommunicated by the church wasn't a big deal. Independent monasteries always did as they pleased, and Archbishop John was seen as a new branch of the church at most. If Derek were not alive, the opposition he faced might have been smaller. Now, this small church faction began its journey. Even if they couldn't gain much support from the American monastery, surviving the ordeal would signal their independence. The alliance between a powerful earl and an archbishop foretold the coming storm. The entire Augusta Knight Order assembled, a massive force of over 1,500 men representing the mightiest power in the north. Derek set out under the guise of an armed pilgrimage, responding to the monastery's invitation while ensuring his own safety. Unless the entire province's army attacked, no mishaps were expected. Thus, under the astonished gazes of many, the Augusta Knight Order left the St. Milion province, crossed the northern province, and embarked on their journey into the Kingdom of Locke. In the provinces of St. Michael and the northern province, the banner of Augusta served as a universal pass. Knights passing through drew nothing more than curious glances. Derek's knightly order marched proudly through these regions, receiving visits from nobles and knights alike, who revered the newly minted hero of the north as if on a pilgrimage. However, once they crossed the towering fortress into the Monta province, the atmosphere changed abruptly. Watchful eyes replaced the reverence, and a subtle tension filled the air. Although there were some supporters of the northern nobility here, they were few and far between. The further south they went, the more pronounced this became. At the edge of Monta province lay the Melgen Monastery, a stronghold of the church's influence. In this rare church-friendly area of the Kingdom of Locke, Derek's arrival was akin to dropping a bomb. The appearance of a large contingent of knights sparked panic, with fears of imminent conflict. Yet, the Augusta Knights were astonishingly disciplined. Not a single knight acted on their own, let alone caused any scandal. Derek felt a quiet pride. This elite force was his creation. Most of the knights were commoners, with a few being younger sons of nobles or from minor noble families. Each had been rigorously selected, boasting top-tier loyalty and combat prowess. Melgen Monastery had been forewarned and had invited Archbishop John to bolster their ranks and hopefully persuade this emerging power. The monastery had been striving to expand its influence, particularly favoring northern nobles. Derek's younger sister, Ethel Ferreira, was a nun here. The monastery had considered various possibilities, including Derek visiting with his troops. Armed pilgrimages were not unheard of. King Louis I had done something similar, leading to the famous War of the Split. But they never expected Derek to bring an entire regiment of Northern Knights. In recent years, Northern Knights had regained their honor through battles against the barbarians in the Holy Cross Kingdom. Melgen Monastery had to admit they felt unprecedented pressure. As Derek approached the monastery, a fully armed contingent of church knights was ready. The monastery's knights were renowned for their excellence, selecting the most devout noble knights and equipping them with the finest arms and armor. When Derek met the commander of the monastery's knightly order, Burdett Cutts, The first thing that caught his eye was the gleaming silver of the monastery knights. They stood tall, full of resolve, showing no fear of the Augusta knights, who had emerged from countless bloody battles. Burdett also scrutinized the Augusta knights. Clad in heavy black armor, they appeared indifferent, as if nothing around them mattered. This aloofness exerted immense pressure on Burdett. Count Augusta, Archbishop John, I am Burdett Cutts, commander of the monastery's knightly order. Greetings to you, Burdett said respectfully. Derek pointed his whip towards the distant ranks of the monastery knights, his tone mocking. Knight Burdett, is this the monastery's welcome ceremony? Burdett bowed his head, his demeanor humble. My lord, please forgive our timidity. It is your and the Northern Knights' renown that has unsettled some Northern nobles, which is why I am here to welcome you. Faced with such humility, Derek found it hard to lash out. He retorted sharply, the Augusta Knights are not to be compared with those pampered knights. Burdett finally looked up, speaking each word with conviction. My lord, I respect your achievements, but the honor of the monastery knights must not be sullied. Derek stared at Burdett, thinking he was indeed a competent knight, better than most. But, sullied? I like that word, and I like a bit of defiance. Derek suddenly lowered his visor and clenched his left fist. Simon, Archbishop John is yours. Understood, my lord. Simon swiftly pulled Archbishop John onto his horse, the frail bishop looking especially small in the burly knight's arms. Derek swung his left hand down and shouted, Charge, knights! The Augusta knights moved as one, thundering forward. The sound of hooves was deafening. They bypassed Burdett and his attendants, reforming into a wave that surged towards the monastery knights. My lord, what are you doing? Burdett watched in horror, his body cold. He had come to intimidate the Northern Knights, not to start a war. No one had imagined Derek would be so brazen. Attacking the monastery knights now was sheer madness. What could be gained? Burdett had 1,000 reasons to believe Derek wouldn't do something so reckless, but reality slapped him hard. In contrast, the monastery knights were unprepared. Everyone had said this was just an armed parade, not a battle. They wanted to intimidate the Northern Knights and showcase the monastery's prowess. Shiny armor, high spirits, everything seemed perfect. But they were gravely mistaken. The perfect performance was destroyed by the thunderous iron hooves. The violent display of the king of land battles was a crushing blow to all who dared resist. Derek led the Augusta Knights like a black torrent, charging irresistibly towards the monastery knights. The refined monastery knights had never encountered such brutality. Their formation was instantly shattered. With their commander absent, they were leaderless, exacerbating the chaos. Some knights tried to control their steeds to avoid the charge, while others attempted to stop their comrades from launching reckless counterattacks. However, they overestimated their coordination. The monastery knights fell into disarray, far from showing their full strength, but exposing their true capabilities. Derek, at the forefront, saw the panic-stricken faces of the opposing knights up close. He wasn't reckless. He knew that destroying the Melgen monastery would have severe consequences. Louis II would seize the opportunity to launch a crusade, and independent monasteries would collectively resist, causing him to lose the church's support. This was merely a show of force. At about 50 meters from the monastery knights, Derek began to change direction. Within 10 meters, his horse arced towards the monastery. The knights behind him skillfully split to the sides, leaving a cloud of dust in their wake. Burdett chased frantically, but could only watch the backs of the retreating Augusta knights. Although the worst-case scenario was avoided, the monastery knights were in complete disarray and would struggle to restore order in the short term. Suddenly, Burdett realized Derek's sinister intentions. Without their strongest armed force, the monastery's leaders would be left defenseless against the Augusta knights and the Count. As for the monastery-trained foot soldiers, Burdett considered them insignificant. This was Derek's plan all along. Since the monastery intended to intimidate him, he would destroy their reliance and demonstrate the might of the Northern Knights and Augusta. The Melgen monastery was nestled on the mountainside, divided into male and female sections. In the middle stood a castle that combined beauty and defense, the core of the monastery, influencing the Church's power in several surrounding provinces. As a sacred place that nurtured countless monks and nuns, the Melgen monastery held a revered status. Today, the castle gates were wide open, the roads lined with flowers, creating a festive atmosphere. The monastery warriors donned half-armor and new surcoats, while monks and nuns stood in orderly lines. 2 abbots and 12 steward monks awaited the Count's arrival. Despite their intention to intimidate, they showed due respect. As a Northern Knight, Count of Augusta, and an unofficial saint, Derek's status warranted such meticulous reception from the Melgen monastery. Each section of the monastery had its own abbot. Massimo Volta and Rosanara Chaudhry sat in a small room by the entrance, enjoying tea and snacks, ready to greet the Count immediately. Ordinary monks, however, stood outside in the heat. Abbot Rosanara was anxious, her female intuition warning her of impending trouble. In contrast, Abbot Massimo appeared calm and confident, his experience giving him faith in Burdett. Suddenly, the teacups on the table trembled slightly as distant hoofbeats rumbled. Abbot Massimo stood confidently, inviting Rosanara to join him in greeting the guests. The hoofbeats roused the sleepy monks. With the appearance of the senior monks, everyone perked up, eagerly looking into the distance. The reputation of the Augusta Knights and the Count's legendary stories filled them with curiosity. Black-armored knights galloped from afar, their horses moving with the grace of artworks. However, Abbot Massimo realized something was amiss. The monastery knight's armor should be silver. Could it be that Captain Burdett hadn't encountered the Augusta Count? The thought was absurd. As he pondered, the black-armored knights were already upon them. The lead knight's horse reared, and the knight dismounted gracefully, the clinking of his metal armor pleasing to the ear. Abbot Massimo, ignoring the spectacle, searched in vain for his knights. Only when Derek stood before him did he realize that his proud knights were nowhere to be seen. Dean Massimo stood at the front gates of the monastery castle, slightly bowing to welcome the guests. Dean Rosanara pulled him gently, and they both stepped forward together, respectfully saying, "Count Augusta, welcome to our monastery." Derek remained confidently seated on his horse, graciously accepting the greeting. Dean Massimo's movement was a tad delayed, seemingly expecting Derek to dismount. As the head of the monastery, his status was theoretically below that of a landed count, but as a servant of God, he usually commanded a certain level of respect. Nobles typically dismounted to receive such greetings. Only Derek remained so haughty. Derek noticed Dean Massimo's displeasure and understood that the dean still held out hope. He lightly jumped off his horse, pretending to look back, and regretfully said, "Captain Burdett is an excellent knight, but the monastery's knight order still lacks something. Deans, next time, why not let me take the knight order to the barbarians? After experiencing the baptism of blood, they will surely become stronger." Dean Massimo finally realized that the knight order hadn't missed the count by accident, but had been intentionally left behind. He instinctively lowered his gaze, no longer daring to look Derek in the eye. At that moment, he deeply understood that true status comes from strength. Dean Rosanara quickly gestured invitingly and curiously asked, "Count, please follow me. Where is Archbishop John?" At that moment, Archbishop John was vomiting violently while still on horseback. Knight Simon's riding skills might be excellent, but the wild ride was unbearable. He vomited the remnants of his breakfast, wiped his mouth with a handkerchief, glared at Knight Simon and gasped, "Next time, I'll ride my own horse." Archbishop John shakily dismounted, walking as if on clouds. However, by the time he reached Derek, he had regained his composure, though his face still looked pale. The two deans paid close attention to their colleague. They had heard that Archbishop John was a paragon of devout faith, a pure believer in God. Such individuals typically remain steadfast in their faith for life, making it hard to imagine him changing his stance suddenly. Thus, when he praised Derek as a saint, many clergymen believed him. However, the mainstream opinion was that Derek had deceived Archbishop John. Although the Melgon Monastery also worshipped God, it leaned more toward using faith as a political tool. This was due to the national context. While there might be devout believers among the lower ranks, the two deans were far from purely devout themselves. They judged others by their own standards, naturally harboring doubts about Archbishop John. Suppressing their doubts, the deans smiled and led Derek on a tour of the monastery castle. They continuously recounted the monastery's 200 years of glorious history, from the earliest kingdom expansion wars to the split wars 30 years ago, when the Knight Order had been renowned on the front lines. Derek listened quietly, but his mind was elsewhere. These past glories indeed deserved respect, but the monastery had strayed from its original mission. The Knight Order hadn't seen battle for 30 years, and the monks had achieved nothing significant. Clear evidence of their decline. When the group reached the central cathedral of the castle, Derek noticed remnants of old walls on the outskirts. The dilapidated bricks silently spoke of past history. Dean Massimo proudly introduced, "These are the earliest walls. When the monastery was founded, this place was still barbarian territory. At the most dangerous time, the war had reached our very footsteps. Under God's protection, our predecessors repelled the barbarians and established Melgon Monastery." Derek remained silent, merely observing the towering 3-meter statue of God before him. The statue, made of ordinary stone, was a 200-year-old creation, simple and ancient in style. God's face was indistinct, with the left hand holding a book-like object and the right hand pointing forward. Dean Massimo began fervently expounding on the teachings, and the previously silent Archbishop John joined the debate. Dean Rosanara occasionally interjected, and the three of them quoted scriptures and argued passionately. However, none could convince the others, each steadfast in their own logical framework. Dean Massimo initially aimed to persuade Archbishop John through theological arguments, but, realizing it was futile, turned his focus to Derek, loudly questioning, "Count Augusta, why do you not bow before God?" Derek had been merely observing from the sidelines, not expecting to be drawn into the debate. He looked up at the so-called statue of God, then around the room, a faint smile on his lips. "Where is God?" he asked in return. "In front of you, within our hearts, and in the faith of the people. All I see is a stone statue, our mortal shells, and the world's hunger, war, and disease. Tell me where God is, and I will ask him myself. If he has such power, why doesn't he save us?" "Blasphemy!" Dean Massimo retorted sharply. "Human hearts are corrupt, hence the disasters. It is not God's fault. God saves the faithful, not the unbelievers." Unwilling to waste more words on such politically minded clerics, Derek suddenly drew his sword, its tip pointing directly at Dean Massimo's throat. Smiling, he asked, "Dean Massimo, you must be devout. Do you think God will come to save you?" The sudden move stunned everyone. Dean Massimo trembled, cold sweat streaming down his face, but he still managed to maintain a defiant front. "Sacrilege! This is sacrilege. Count Augusta, God will punish you. Calamity will befall your bloodline. Enough of your nonsense. My sword is closer to your neck than God ever will be," Derek said coldly, the sharp blade pressing against Massimo's throat. "And even if God himself came down, he wouldn't dare ask me to worship him." Derek's overwhelming confidence silenced Massimo's cries. Even Archbishop John didn't voice any objections. The air was thick with tension, and everyone held their breath. A year ago, if Derek had dared to be this arrogant, Archbishop John would have fought him to the death. But now, things were different. The saint was right in front of them. Who would dare to question him? God was too distant, but the threat before them was very real. Even if God himself appeared, he would have to seek the approval of the Knights of Augusta first. Seeing the situation deteriorate, Abbess Rosanara quickly stepped in to mediate. "Count, joking about God's faith is not appropriate. Let's not make jokes about such matters." She tried to gently steer the conversation away from the sensitive topic. Derek lowered his sword, his gaze piercing. "You all know why I'm here today, so there's no need to hide it. If you were truly fanatics, you'd be fighting me to the death right now. Since you're still alive, there's room for discussion." Simon, quick on his feet, brought over a chair for Derek to sit. Though Massimo was no longer under the immediate threat of the sword, he still tried to maintain his composure. "Count of Augusta, you overestimate yourself. The Melgen Monastery has hosted counts and dukes, even kings have visited. Every year, devout nobles come here. You, a northerner, can't threaten us." What he didn't say was that the Melgen Monastery was a significant power in its own right and not easily bought. While a sharp sword could solve many problems, Derek's sword wasn't sharp enough for this. Derek sneered. "Who told you I came as the Count of Augusta? Dean Massimo, do I need to remind you that I was invited here as the Count of Augusta, the Saint Derek?" Massimo's expression turned complex. A saint? Wasn't that just a title John had fabricated? Although the excuse for inviting Derek was to discern the authenticity of the saint, they would never admit that. As Massimo was still doubting Derek's claim, Derek snapped his fingers. Archbishop John solemnly walked in. "Dean Massimo, Abbess Rosanara, I swear by my faith that the Count of Augusta is indeed the saint, an infinitely great being." Massimo still didn't believe it, thinking Archbishop John's guarantee was worthless. John, however, continued fervently, "A saint must possess divine power and perform miracles. I have personally witnessed it, and you will too." Abbess Rosanara, though not entirely convinced, believed Archbishop John wouldn't fake it in front of his peers. She respectfully bowed to Derek, as if before a true saint. "Count, please demonstrate your divine power." At that moment, Commander Burdett rushed in, looking worried. "Dean Massimo, Abbess Rosanara, are you all right?" Derek seized the opportunity, pointing at Burdett. "My divine power is called baptism. Only those with faith and in the name of the saint can witness the miracle. Shall we have Burdett try?" Burdett looked bewildered, unaware of what was happening. Dean Massimo and Abbess Rosanara exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. They trusted Burdett's faith. He was the most devout knight of God. However, Derek didn't immediately perform a miracle. Instead, he stated that he needed to stay at the monastery for a while before demonstrating his power. Using divine power consumes a lot of energy. "I need some time to recuperate." Hearing this excuse, Dean Massimo's hope rekindled. He began to plot how to expose this charade. Despite the earlier tense confrontation, both sides now pretended nothing had happened. Derek settled into the Melgen Monastery. This wasn't unusual. Nobles often visited and stayed for extended periods. At the welcoming banquet for Derek, he met nobles from various regions, even some from the south. To his surprise, he encountered his younger sister, Elfie. Dressed in a nun's habit, she looked more mature and poised than he remembered. As a nun of noble birth, Elfie had a relatively good life at the monastery. The Ferreira family's rising fame had earned her some respect, even from Abbess Rosanara. The siblings quickly reconnected. Elfie shared some of the monastery's secrets with Derek. It had both holy and corrupt sides, coexisting in a strange balance. When no one was around, Elfie even whispered a sarcastic remark. "Brother, do you believe that tonight Abbess Rosanara will send a nun to your bed? I remember there are twins in the monastery, probably prepared just for you." Alfie's sharp criticism hit the mark, as Dean Rosanara indeed sent the twins to Derek's bed. This so-called saint ultimately couldn't resist the allure of beauty. The twins came with devout faith, offering themselves to God. In their eyes, serving the saint was even seen as an honor. As for the specific brainwashing process, Derek wasn't clear. He only knew that the twins were both pure and irresistibly tempting. The next day, a refreshed Derek began his leisurely life at the monastery. Burdett led a group of monastery knights following him, their faces showing displeasure, but still dutifully carrying out this sacred mission. Clearly, Burdett didn't believe Derek was a true saint. If not for his faith, he would never have accepted this task. Derek's schedule was filled with training, socializing, and nighttime activities. The training sessions were the most recognized by Burdett and the other monastery knights, as the prowess of the Northern Knights was indeed undeniable. Even titled knights found it hard to suppress their strength. However, for Derek, training was not the most important part. The monastery frequently hosted nobles from all over the kingdom, including long-term residents, especially those from the Monte province. As a count with actual land, Derek's status was undoubtedly the highest. Out of courtesy and curiosity, these nobles came to visit. In a short period, Derek had acquainted himself with many local dignitaries. During his leisure time, he played chess with the nobles and accompanied the ladies on horseback rides, quickly building a network and improving his previously strange image caused by various rumors. Time flew by, and as the first wave of attacks against the barbarians approached, Derek realized he couldn't delay any longer and needed the monastery's support. The cathedral was once again sealed, guarded tightly by knights from both the Augusta Knights and the monastery knights, with only core members allowed to participate. The sensitivity of the monastery's political monks, like Dean Massimo and Dean Rosanara, far surpassed that of Archbishop John. Burdett and the other knights knelt on one knee, fully armed. Though he still didn't believe Derek was a saint, he had become convinced of his strength. The combat prowess displayed by the Augusta Knights was something every knight aspired to, including the monastery knights. After all, God's knights were still knights. Ultimately, only 3 knights from this group appeared on the panel, and they were about to receive unimaginable rewards. Dean Massimo and Dean Rosanara stood to one side, their expressions complex, while the confident Archbishop John stood on the other. They didn't believe in the so-called saint, and were just waiting for this farce to end. Now that they had acknowledged Derek's strength, cooperation could begin. Derek, simply draped in a cleric's robe, noticed the sky was overcast and filled with dark clouds. Seeing that the monks had no intention of hosting the ceremony, Archbishop John stepped forward. He turned to Burdett and asked, "Knight Burdett Cutts, faithful servant of God, do you pledge your allegiance to Saint Derek?" Burdett's expression was serious, and he didn't immediately agree. "When I see a miracle, I will pledge my allegiance. If not, then forget it. No matter how powerful you are, Count of Augusta, you are not God, and the monastery knights will not pledge allegiance to you." Archbishop John remained unfazed, turned to Derek, and bowed slightly. "Saint Derek, please demonstrate your holy power." After long and arduous efforts, Derek finally had the strength to protect himself, at least no longer worrying about being burned at the stake for deception. Of course, if the Pope learned of his true intentions, it might spark another religious war. Derek pondered briefly and walked up to Burdett. On the panel, Burdett's attributes were clearly visible. Burdett Cutts. Profession: Elite Monastery Knight Level 3. 48100 Experience Pool: 54100. In pure combat power, monastery knights were slightly inferior to knights of the same level, but in specific situations, their fighting spirit was more resolute. Their understanding of religion also far surpassed that of ordinary knights. This was a unique class. Derek placed his hand on Burdett's shoulder, showing a standard smile. "In the name of the saint, I grant you baptism, bestowing upon you the divine radiance. May you fight and walk in the name of the saint. After death, I shall guide you to the highest heaven in the name of the saint." The words themselves had no inherent effect, but Burdett immediately felt a powerful force arise from nowhere. It was strength, a profound understanding of God, a brand new sensation. Strength and knowledge surged, as if in that moment, he touched upon the truth, bringing about a transformative change. This was indeed a baptism. Tears welled up in Burdett's eyes. The God he had worshipped his entire life finally showed him divine favor. "Thank God. Thank you, Saint Derek." In just a second, Burdett's mindset underwent a complete transformation. He finally understood why Saint Derek was so powerful. why the Augusta Knights were so formidable, and why the saint could accomplish legendary feats. He even came to terms with Derek's nighttime teachings to the twin nuns, realizing his own thoughts had been too impure, causing a misunderstanding. Burdett knelt on both knees, fervently pledging his allegiance. In the name of the saint, I, Burdett, will follow Saint Derek for eternity, unwavering until death. This man's promise made Derek somewhat uncomfortable, but the baptism continued. The other two monastery knights soon experienced the power of the saint. For religious followers who had never witnessed God's might and had only convinced themselves with vague feelings, this was a paradigm shift. All doubts and suspicions vanished in an instant, and their lifelong devout faith erupted. They finally believed that those who worshipped God would encounter miracles. All past trials were tests from God. Now that the tests were over and the saint had descended, they naturally dedicated themselves wholeheartedly. After standing up, Burdett even pushed Simon aside to stand behind Derek, looking like a loyal retainer. His stance seemed to say that anyone who dared to question the saint would face his sword. Dean Massimo was bewildered. He didn't believe in any baptism. Having never seen God manifest in his entire career, and having forged miracles without divine retribution, he would only believe it if he were a fool. He couldn't help but question Burdett. Are you playing a trick on me? Dean Massimo stood atop the high tower of the monastery, gazing down at the bustling knights below. His brow was furrowed, and he struggled internally to accept the reality before him. Burdett, the knight commander who had grown up in the monastery, had always been considered the most devout knight of God. Massimo had believed that faith was his most powerful tool to control the knights. However, he had never imagined that faith could one day turn against him. If Burdett was possibly pretending, what about the other monastery knights? The collective defection of 3 knights made Massimo realize the gravity of the situation. His legs grew weak, and he had to lean against the stone wall of the tower for support. The existence of God was, after all, a proposition that could never be definitively proven or disproven. Massimo began to count the ways he had violated the tenets of faith over the years, growing more alarmed with each transgression. It's over, he muttered to himself. I've lost count. If I really face God after death, I'm truly done for. Massimo looked around and noticed that the expressions of those present had also changed. Clearly, similar thoughts were swirling in their minds. Finally, Massimo took a deep breath and turned to Derek. Derek, Sir Saint Derek, we need to have a serious talk. His tone carried a clear note of concession. The power of authority was ultimately secondary. After all, bowing to a saint seemed like an acceptable compromise. Derek nodded in agreement. Yes, we do need to talk. He had no reason to refuse this opportunity. In fact, it was the perfect moment. Derek believed that once Massimo calmed down, he would likely make a rational decision. However, Derek knew that merely displaying divine miracles would not be enough to make everyone fall to their knees. This tactic worked on fanatical believers like Burdett, but it might not be effective on someone like Massimo. Even if God himself appeared, if it threatened Massimo's interests, he would dare to accuse God of being a devil in disguise. Derek understood that if he truly caught the church's attention, he would not be hailed as a saint, but rather face the church's crusade against heresy. Baptismal miracles could be seen as God's grace, or as the devil's temptation. This flexibility was precisely what made the church so formidable. Despite this, Derek was undoubtedly in control at the moment. The Melgen monastery had invited him because they valued the power of Augusta. Their cooperation could change the political landscape of the kingdom. They could still collaborate, but now Derek would be in the driver's seat. In his mind, Derek envisioned a grand blueprint. Using Augusta as a link to connect the 3 northern earldoms, the northern nobility, and the pro-church nobles of the Monte province. The united nobility of these 3 provinces would form a formidable force capable of making the king bow. The Melgen monastery's beautiful plan had ultimately become a stepping stone for Derek. In the negotiations that followed, Dean Massimo continuously struggled to retain more benefits for the monastery. But Derek was no pushover. From personal connections to basic material support and even population support, he held the upper hand in all aspects. Finally, Derek revealed his ultimate goal. I need to expand new territories in the name of God, and my target is the barbarian kingdom. Upon hearing this, Dean Massimo sprang to his feet, his expression agitated as he questioned, "What are you trying to do? Do you want to be king?" He quickly analyzed the situation. Launching a conquest in the name of the kingdom requires the king's consent, and the acquired land would belong to the kingdom. At best, you get a larger but barren fief, possibly worse than your current one. That's why the great nobles are not interested in expansion wars. Derek remained calm, even pushing Massimo back into his seat. Don't get excited. I don't want to be king. I just want to restore the honor of my ancestors and the dignity that a duke should have. Becoming a king without sufficient power is just asking for trouble. He continued. You say the Ferreira family has never produced a duke? Think bigger. Trace back 10 or 8 generations. If there's none on the father's side, there might be on the mother's side. As long as we find an empty ducal title, I'm sure other heirs would be happy to relinquish it. Massimo finally understood Derek's plan. Theoretically, it was indeed feasible. The Melgen monastery had the right to act independently, and launching a crusade against the barbarians in the name of God was not out of the question. If Derek could claim a territory and populate it, he could quickly become a true duke. Even if the king wanted to punish him, he would have to consider the northern nobility's stance. Furthermore, if Derek could take control of the northern province, the St. Michael province, and even the Monta province, establishing a new state was not impossible. Realizing the enormous potential benefits, Massimo saw an opportunity. Although he had no children of his own, he had a few promising young protégés. If Derek could truly establish a new state, securing titles for these young men would not be a problem. Of course, if Derek had not demonstrated his divine power, Massimo would never have entertained such ambitious thoughts. But now, with shared interests, many things could be negotiated. In the following days, both parties agreed on various details, formally announcing their alliance. This news was to remain confidential, and there would be no rumors about territorial expansion until Derek entered the barbarian kingdom. Having secured the support of the Melgen monastery, Derek had to head back. He needed to achieve his basic strategic goals before winter set in. As he departed, half of the monastery's knights followed him. The Melgen monastery had paid a high price, but it was foreseeable that they would continue to provide Derek with a steady stream of talent. Count Augusta returned to the St. Michael province and began meeting frequently with northern nobles. This was followed by significant movements of food supplies and troops, causing unrest among various factions. What is he planning? This question spread among the different forces. Although the kingdom's presence in the north was currently very subdued, it could not be ignored. The newly formed legion in the St. Peter province, the southern nobles' troops, and even Marquis Hussein's forces collectively numbered about 70 to 80,000. Including local security forces, the numbers were even higher. For this reason, Derek dared not march north directly, as that would be suicidal and give others an excuse to intervene. However, his current troop movements were already alarming these sensitive factions. The southern nobles, in particular, reacted strongly. Although they had gained some benefits from the war, it was far from their expectations. Derek was undoubtedly aware of Count Lovett's previous actions. Given the existing tensions between them, it was impossible not to be on edge at this time. Count Rowett traveled tirelessly, visiting local nobles in an attempt to uncover the truth behind Derek's unusual actions. He even went to Swan Castle, but failed to meet Derek in person. Just then, a bombshell of a news arrived. At a lavish banquet, as Count Rowett raised his glass for a toast, he suddenly heard that the Melgen monastery had declared Count Augusta as the Sword of God, tasked with subjugating the barbarian kingdom. The news struck him like a hammer, shattering the glass in his hand. Glancing around, he noticed the other nobles were equally shocked, including Marquis Hussein, who had a decent relationship with Derek. This is betrayal. Count Rowett roared, his face flushing with anger as he shook his fist. This is a betrayal of His Majesty the King. The church is no longer allowed to issue religious decrees. Does Derek intend to become king? His words echoed the sentiments of most present. Marquis Hussein set his glass down with a grim expression and promised publicly, I will personally intervene in this matter. Count Augusta must stop this madness. The nobles' opinions on Count Augusta varied, and their expressions reflected that. However, Count Perez intervened calmly. It is legal. The Melgen monastery has the right to wage war against heretics, in accordance with religious law. Yes, it's legal, Marquis Hussein replied with a tone filled with sarcasm. But the unwritten rule is that religious matters stay within the church, and noble matters stay with the nobles. That's the rule of the Kingdom of Locke. For once, Marquis Hussein abandoned his usual restraint, glaring at Count Perez. You are first and foremost vassals of the king, then followers of God. Augusta is digging his own grave with this. Count Perez shrugged nonchalantly and smiled. I never swore allegiance to the king. Perhaps you can have His Majesty Louis I come discuss this with me? As a survivor of the War of Division, he had pledged loyalty to the previous king and had not sworn allegiance to the current one. Marquis Hussein was speechless, but he insisted, Derek is not like you. Count Augusta is a vassal of the king. He is also a child of God, and everything is lawful, Count Perez countered. You know what I mean. Marquis Hussein glared at the old count. No, I don't, Count Perez replied, meeting his gaze without backing down. This argument highlighted the fundamental conflict between the royalist and northern factions. Northern nobles felt they bled and sacrificed in wars, but received too little in return, while the royalist nobles controlled most of the kingdom's political resources and were reluctant to share. You will regret this, I swear in the name of God, Marquis Hussein said angrily. As a vassal of the king, he could tolerate Derek's minor maneuvers, but only within the political rules of the Kingdom of Locke. Count Perez paid no heed to this outsider's threat, instead joking with the surrounding nobles. Look, even Marquis Hussein is a believer, yet he thinks fighting heretics is wrong. Quite ironic, isn't it? The two parted on bad terms, leaving Count Rowett as a mere spectator to their dispute. After the banquet, Marquis Hussein immediately took action. He wrote an urgent letter to Louis II, contacted Ronald, the governor of St. Peter province, mobilized his troops, and began to court the southern nobles. Meanwhile, Count Rowett's brother, Tamir Rowett, arrived by ship in St. Peter province. This territory, seized from the Holy Cross Kingdom, provided the northern nobles with an excellent port, opening up sea routes between the north and south. Tamir reported Count Augusta's proposal to his brother, hinting at a potential alliance between their families. Count Rowett found himself in a dilemma. An alliance with Augusta could bring significant benefits but could also be a trap. After careful consideration, he made his decision. Tamir, make sure the returning ships to the north are loaded with grain. That's our gesture of goodwill. Tamir left, elated, ready to deliver the good news to Count Augusta. Watching his brother's departing figure, Count Rowett sighed inwardly. My foolish brother, don't get sold out and end up counting their money for them. He then wrote a letter and handed it to a trusted knight. Deliver this to Marquis Hussein. In this intricate political game, Count Rowett chose a strategy of tightrope walking, aiming for a delicate balance. Let him die. Marquis Hussein's words cut through the tense air like a sharp blade. It wasn't just his sentiment. It echoed the thoughts of many. In recent years, Augusta had been on the rise, with many reaping substantial benefits from his success. However, some walked away empty-handed or felt their gains were insignificant. Jealousy simmered in the shadows, fueling the changing tides. Augusta had his supporters, but there were plenty who wished for his downfall. Now, these people finally saw their chance. Derek was fully aware of this. He glanced over the intelligence reports coldly and tossed them aside. A bunch of clowns, he mused. Derek knew that those who don't attract hatred are usually mediocre. His success had garnered much hostility. While he heard flattering words to his face, he knew many secretly hoped for his failure. Yet, Derek was confident. He had the means to keep everyone envious. Next, Baron Tamir came to pay his respects. Despite past conflicts between the Lovett family and Derek, interest took precedence over grievances. At least, that's how Derek saw it. Count, the Lovett family is willing to show goodwill. The southern nobles will not be an obstacle for you. On the contrary, our fleet will bring you more grain, Tamir said respectfully. Derek nodded slightly, accepting Tamir's goodwill. He knew that achieving success would be difficult without alliances. Thank you, Lord Lovett, and for your generosity, Derek replied. I assure you, you will be well rewarded. Tamir, excited by Derek's response, immediately presented the gifts he had brought. The grain and military supplies from the southern nobles demonstrated their sincerity. After sending Tamir off, Derek met with other nobles, promising them a share of the benefits. He understood that to successfully campaign against the barbarians, he needed a stable rear. Two other northern counts were preoccupied. One was on his honeymoon after a recent marriage, and the other owed Derek a favor. Neither could refuse his request. Their task was simple: keep an eye on the capital's nobles and mitigate some of the pressure from the king. Most northern nobles chose to remain neutral. They supported Derek but couldn't openly defy the king's will. However, some families decided to increase their involvement, ready to stand with the Augusta family, including Derek's father-in-law, Baron Palmer. Everything was in place, and as winter approached, Derek decided to act. Such a significant movement wouldn't go unnoticed by the barbarian kingdom. Derek aimed to capture key strategic points before the barbarians could fully mobilize. At this moment, Derek received a handwritten letter from King Louis II. The king had never ignored the North's movements, but without being there in person, his information was often delayed and inaccurate. This time, his response to Derek's actions was a bit late. Derek read the king's letter carefully. It contained promises, even suggesting that Derek could campaign against the barbarians under the kingdom's expansion decree. This was the king's last-ditch effort. The outcome would be different if the campaign was under religious or royal auspices. This essentially allowed Derek to continue expanding his influence. However, having come this far, Derek had no intention of stopping. What the king can give, I can take myself, he thought, his gaze sweeping over the assembled troops, full of vigor. Rows of knights and infantry formed Derek's backbone, gathering over 30,000 troops on his own, though not as grand as the Holy Cross Kingdom, was still impressive. Additionally, 20,000 troops were needed to guard various regions and prevent uprisings. The St. Michael Corps, though nominally still part of the kingdom, couldn't be mobilized at this moment. But this elite force of 30,000 was enough. In direct combat, they could overwhelm a noble army of over 100,000. Among them were elite knights and infantry capable of forming 1,000-man units. Derek was confident that the barbarians were no match and that the entire barbarian wilderness would become his new territory. When the troops bearing the Augusta family crest marched into the barbarian wilderness and the monastery knights shouted for St. Derek on the battlefield, Everyone was astonished by the Augusta family's strength. This 2-year-old rising family seemed truly capable of waging a war. With meticulous preparation and scouts leading the way, the divided army quickly crushed several barbarian tribes. The iron hooves of the knights thundered across the wilderness, catching the slow-reacting barbarian tribes off guard. It wasn't until Derek had been in the wilderness for half a month that a proper cavalry force finally appeared. At this point, only about 10,000 of Derek's troops remained, with few cavalry left, but he showed no fear. Although the opposing cavalry numbered 3,000 and appeared formidable, in this era, it was the last significant resistance in the entire barbarian wilderness. With a population of only hundreds of thousands, they couldn't muster a larger army. Who will bring me their leader? Derek pointed. Before he finished speaking, Simon jumped out. As a war fanatic, he loved such moments. "They'll go. It's been a while since I've chopped down some barbarians," Simon said excitedly. Seeing this, Derek entrusted the task to Simon. Soon, the main force of the Augusta Knights began to move, leaving the monastery knights and some attendants to guard Derek. The iron hooves of the war horses thundered, and the Augusta Knights, clad in fine armor and riding well-trained horses, stood in stark contrast to the barbarians' crude equipment. Despite their pessimism, the barbarians had no choice but to fight to the death with their homes at their backs. Simon, bearing the double-head dragon banner, charged at the forefront with a wild yell. For those nobles who earned their glory from horseback, continuing to fight on horseback was only natural. "Burdett, how long do you think it will take Simon to break the enemy?" Derek asked Burdett beside him. After a moment of thought, Burdett gave a seemingly reliable answer. 1 hour. An hour had passed. The cavalry unit led by Simon had become Derek's trump card. The seemingly fierce barbarian cavalry quickly crumbled in close combat, scattering like sand and proving no match for his forces. Derek felt a surge of joy. The elite unit he had painstakingly built over the years had finally met his expectations. "Advance!" Derek shouted. "Capture the key positions and block the barbarian kingdom's army beyond the wilderness." The cavalry charged forward like arrows shot from a bow. Within just a week, they reached their destination, Yinla Mountain. This strategic location was crucial for controlling the passage. The barbarian kingdom had long fortified it. North of Yinla Mountain lay the core territory of the barbarians, while the south was inhabited mainly by descendants of smaller tribes. Although the barbarians had ambitions to rule this land, their sparse population and internal chaos hindered their efforts. For 30 years, 2 successive barbarian kings had barely managed to organize their internal systems and assimilate most of the occupied territories. They had originally planned to turn the barbarian wilderness into a stronghold, but Derek's sudden rise thwarted their plans. If the population raids from years ago had succeeded, this area would have become a significant domain for the barbarian kings. Despite the failed assimilation, the region served as a buffer zone. In the Yinla Mountain area, the barbarians had established a city and 4 fortresses, with about 70 to 80,000 barbarians living there and over 10,000 troops stationed in the narrow Yinla Mountain corridor. Derek's goal was clear: take over some of the fortresses and Yinla City to cut off this vital passage. "Simon," Derek ordered, "I want to see the double-head dragon flag flying over Yinla City within 3 days." Simon solemnly accepted the mission, knowing time was of the essence and that he could only achieve it by sacrificing soldiers' lives. A fierce siege began. Augusta's soldiers charged with bloodshot eyes, led by junior officers who personally carried ladders up the walls. The southern 2 fortresses fell within half a day, exposing Yinla City to the Augusta army. Simon showed his ruthless side, continuing the assault regardless of casualties. He even carried a ladder himself, only stopping when he was slightly injured. This scene terrified the uninitiated knights of the monastery. Junior officers fought as fiercely as titled knights, leading the charge up the ladders and treating their lives as expendable. In just half a day, 7 centurion-level officers were killed in action, and flag captains immediately took over their duties to continue the assault. As night fell, soldiers lit torches to fight on. Derek, unfazed and without food or water, watched his soldiers eat dry rations and fight tirelessly by lamplight. The harsh training and resilient spirit had forged Augusta's army into a formidable force. Inside the city, the barbarians were driven to madness. Although the combined defenders and mobilized civilians numbered about 10,000, matching the attackers, their casualties far exceeded those of the opposition. Had they not been defending a city, their army would have already collapsed. In fact, officers noticed the soldiers were beginning to fear battle, barely hanging on by a thread. "Where is Commander Wilson?" The city's commanding officer was on the brink of collapse, frantically urging the royal envoy, "Forget holding out for 3 days. I can't last a single day. How can we head south when these Lochlanders are so formidable? Are we marching to our deaths?" He felt deceived, finally understanding why the previous southern expeditions had suffered heavy losses. The double-head dragon flag had become a haunting symbol in his mind. The royal envoy was equally bewildered. He had participated in the Southern War 2 years ago, where the Lochlanders had responded sluggishly, and the Northern Knights had performed mediocrely. If not for Derek's unexpected rise, the King's will would have long prevailed over the wilderness. But today's Lochlanders seemed like a completely different army, leaving him perplexed. The barbarians had always closely monitored the Augusta family's strength, even overestimating their combat capabilities. But now, it seemed they had underestimated them. The envoy felt a chill run down his spine and tightly gripped the commander's arm. Hold on, you must hold on. Duke Wilson will arrive soon. He couldn't imagine the trouble that would ensue for Duke Wilson if the city fell. Before he could finish speaking, a cheer erupted. The Lochlanders had captured a section of the city wall. The barbarians' carelessness and unfamiliarity with night fighting had given Augusta's knights the opportunity. Once they secured a foothold, waves of soldiers poured onto the walls, invigorated as if with newfound strength. Kill. Cut off the barbarians' heads for the Earl's reward. The shouts of battle echoed. The disciplined Augusta soldiers proved even more formidable. Someone hoisted up a squad of heavy infantry's armor with ropes, and once equipped, they held the breach, making it impenetrable. The barbarian commander, despite his bloodthirsty nature, knew fleeing now was as good as dying. He donned his armor and wielded his sword, shouting, "Follow me." The royal envoy felt a sense of relief, seeing that these unruly tribal leaders could be relied upon in critical moments. However, the next moment, he witnessed the commander being cleaved in half by a heavy infantryman. The barbarians had never encountered true heavy infantry, mistaking them for ordinary armored soldiers. But one clash revealed their folly. Their attacks were ineffective, and a single counterstrike from the enemy would split them in two. Useless. The royal envoy couldn't help but curse. But taking command himself was out of the question. As one of the few noble adapted barbarians, he wouldn't sacrifice his life here. He reassured himself that Duke Wilson's army was already in position, and that finding the Duke would turn the tide. Soon after, the royal envoy quietly slipped out of the city. However, his escape route was not northward but in the opposite direction. As Derek stood atop Yenla City, in the southern wilderness, troops were gathering. Barbarians hid in remote places, even in the mountains, with many men and horses concealed. Augusta's army, pressed for time, couldn't conduct thorough searches. As long as they had prepared supplies, hiding wasn't difficult. Among them was the head wolf, Enrique. Facing the humiliating defeat by Derek, his position had been severely challenged. Thanks to the king's olive branch and his ruthless nature, he managed to stabilize his status. Despite Derek's growing fame easing his situation, the old enmity was hard to forget. In the darkness, Enrique sharpened his blade with a determined focus. His gaze pierced through the night, settling on the distant city of Yenla, a cruel smile spreading across his face. Though he had secured his position by pledging allegiance to the king, even earning the title of Viscount, these honors meant less to a barbarian than a single sheep. Once a local lord with the power over life and death, he now felt like livestock under the king's control. This dual blow of humiliation and loss deepened Enrique's hatred for Derek. Duke Wilson of the Barbarians had been plotting for 2 years, and finally saw his opportunity. It was no secret that the Augusta family scouts roamed the barbarian wilderness. Even with Derek's boldness, the Lokians could not remain oblivious. When an insider from the Lokians tipped them off, the time for action had arrived. Enrique led a well-equipped army to join forces with Duke Wilson. Despite the army's allegiance to the barbarian kingdom, many of its officers were tribal leaders who preferred to call Wilson Chief rather than Duke. Chief, I request to lead the vanguard. Let me personally take Derek's head to avenge my past disgrace. Enrique eagerly volunteered. However, as a defeated general, his request was met with scorn from others. A defeated general like you shouldn't embarrass us, a barbarian officer mocked. Otherwise, the Lokians might think we lack real warriors. Chief, I will lead the vanguard, said Harold, heir to a major tribe, stepping forward. I will personally take the head of that Augusta count and present it to you. Duke Wilson pondered briefly before nodding in agreement. Present it to His Majesty the King, Harold. I appoint you as the vanguard leader. Lead our light infantry in a swift attack. The Augusta count is likely dawdling near Yenla City. You will attack from the rear. I entrust all our cavalry to you. Do not disappoint me. Harold, brimming with confidence, shot Enrique a smug glance. I won't be like some people who lose men in battles. In truth, he believed the Lokians might not have captured a single castle, making this mission an easy victory. As Harold departed, Duke Wilson continued his orders. Enrique, block the main routes and ensure no Lokians escape. The rest of you, follow me. We must ensure the Augusta count never leaves barbarian land. Reflecting on the audacious Lokian who had thwarted their plans before, Wilson knew that capturing Derek was a rare chance. Such a brilliant commander would be a perpetual threat to the kingdom if not eliminated. Driven by both fear and hatred, Wilson was determined to ensure Derek's demise. To this end, Wilson mobilized nearly 80,000 troops from the border kingdoms, almost exhausting their resources. Failure to capture Derek would be inexcusable. The barbarians lacked the deep reserves of the three great kingdoms, and their king's power was comparatively weaker. This massive army represented a significant force, and any misstep could incite unrest among the tribal armies. As one of the king's most trusted generals, Wilson had to consider all angles. After a final review, Wilson was certain of their success. With a pincer attack, not even the wings of the Augusta Count could save him from Wilson's grasp. Derek was abruptly awakened in the middle of the night by his attendant's urgent call. "Count, Sir Simon has an urgent battle report." Still groggy, Derek glanced at the dark sky outside, realizing that Simon's visit at this hour meant trouble. "Let him in." Derek donned his coat and moved to the outer room. Simon burst in, his expression instantly sobering Derek. "What is it?" Derek asked gravely. Simon's face was tense, his voice edged with panic. "Count, barbarians have appeared to our south." "South?" Derek was instantly alert. Barbarians appearing behind them could only mean one thing. It's a trap. Someone has colluded with the barbarians. Derek quickly assessed the situation. Being surrounded wasn't the only issue. The enemy's confidence in laying a trap meant they were certain he wouldn't escape. Hussein and Ravid. Derek quickly identified the culprits. Only Hussein, acting in the king's name, could orchestrate this. The king's power alone wasn't enough. Southern nobles had to be involved too. To trap him, they needed to immobilize the Augusta army and northern nobles, requiring cooperation from the king, capital nobles, southern nobles, and even some northern nobles. Derek realized he had been complacent. A smooth career had made him overlook potential dangers, believing that interest could bind everyone. He had underestimated human complexity. Over the years, many had likely wished for his downfall. However, there was no time for regret. Derek quickly calmed down, formulating a plan. He still had 8,000 men, including 5,000 cavalry. In the barbarian wilderness, he had 20,000 infantry. If he could break the siege, he still had a fighting chance. "Simon, inform the troops to eat and prepare to move out," Derek commanded decisively. "Set Yenla City on fire. Bring me my armor. Summon Burdett and the monastery knights. The infantry will follow the cavalry and cover the retreat." Derek's calm and precise orders were a testament to the rigorous training they had undergone, making the coordination swift and efficient. Meanwhile, Harold had just engaged the Augusta troops and, unsurprisingly, suffered minor setbacks. The Lokians' response had been quicker than expected, and cavalry couldn't breach the city. As he waited in frustration for the main army, he saw thick smoke rising from Yenla City. What are the Lokians doing? Are they mad? Harold was utterly baffled. Instead of defending, they were setting the city ablaze. The attendants helped Derek don his armor, the clinking metal echoing crisply. A magnificent warhorse was brought forward, and as Derek mounted it, his armor gleamed under the sun. Inside Yenla City, soldiers were busy preparing kindling, the air thick with tension. Despite the looming threat of a potential ambush, there was little negativity among the troops. Continuous victories had forged their spirit, instilling a pride incomprehensible to ordinary armies. Moreover, Yenla City had already fallen. They were merely preparing for a field battle in advance. Derek scanned his surroundings, a confident smile on his face. He addressed the officers around him. "Today, we will crush the enemy and show them that Augusta is invincible." Seeing their commander so composed, the previously anxious officers regained their composure. Simon let out a roar, filled with battle fervor. "Let's crush them. I've killed plenty of barbarians. Let them try to take my head." Other officers who had followed Derek from the beginning echoed his sentiment, recalling their own experiences of slaying barbarians. The officers' spirits were roused, and they began to clamor, eager to charge and engage the enemy. Derek lowered his visor, his expression turning serious. He shouted, "Set fire." In an instant, countless torches were hurled, setting Yenla City ablaze. Augusta's army retreated calmly, stepping through the flames. As Harold saw the distant firelight, Augusta's cavalry was already closing in. The scouts at the front lines had already engaged. Clad in fine leather armor and riding superior warhorses, Augusta's scouts descended like reapers in the night, presenting an unprecedented challenge to the self-proclaimed fierce barbarian scouts. A group of barbarian scouts on the perimeter suddenly heard approaching hoofbeats. They shouted warily, "Lock dogs! Be careful!" The barbarian scouts quickly readied themselves for battle, with two archers knocking their arrows. However, they were stunned to see the lock riders draw a small weapon from their horses' sides. The sound of a mechanism follow at it was the latest 5-shot crossbow. Made of steel and wood, with premium sinew for the string and even a sight, it could fire 5 bolts in rapid succession. Despite occasional jamming and cumbersome reloading, it was a game-changer in skirmishes. With a whoosh, 10 men fired simultaneously, a rain of bolts descending. The barbarian archers were turned into pincushions before they could release their arrows. The surviving barbarian scouts were terrified, having never encountered such a fearsome weapon. In the ensuing chaos, they could only put up a hasty resistance. After a fierce skirmish, Augusta's scouts, with minimal losses, annihilated the barbarian group. They collected the enemy's heads and secured the captured horses. The scout leader spat on the barbarian corpses and began inspecting and reloading the 5-shot crossbows. As a scout, riddled with 7 or 8 arrows, staggered before Harold, Augusta's cavalry was already approaching. Though Harold had connections, he was a capable barbarian commander. Seeing the scout's dire state, he immediately grasped the severity of the danger. Personal guards, move out. Assess the situation around us. No sooner had Harold given the order than he felt the ground tremble. The resting barbarian cavalry instantly understood what was happening and mounted up to face the enemy. However, the reality was worse than imagined. Sweat beaded on Harold's forehead. He had never faced such a perilous situation. He tried to rally his troops. Don't panic. The Lock troops aren't more numerous than us. Form up. We can win. But the thunderous hoofbeats shattered his illusion. The hastily assembled cavalry was routed in a single charge. Commanding in the dark was nearly impossible, relying solely on the competence and fighting spirit of lower-level officers. In this, the barbarians were utterly outmatched. Harold was swept away like flotsam in a flood, losing all control. His orders became ineffective. At this point, individual leadership was irrelevant. Even divine intervention couldn't salvage the situation. Fortunately, the Lock troops didn't linger, charging through after breaking the cavalry. By dawn, Harold might be able to regroup 3 or 4/10 of his forces, and in a few days, perhaps 7 or 8/10. Actual casualties might only be 1 or 2/10, but the rout was overwhelming, leaving individuals powerless. Derek's true target wasn't minor figures like Harold, but the main barbarian army ahead. Harold's defeat was so swift that he had no time to warn the rear forces. However, Duke Wilson, having learned his lesson, had already prepared for the worst. After a brief rest, Derek faced a well-prepared barbarian formation. In the narrow Yinla Mountain corridor, there was no option to bypass with a large army. Ahead lay the main barbarian force. Behind were their fortresses. Though Yinla City and nearby fortresses had been destroyed, reinforcements could arrive within days. Even the routed barbarian cavalry might regroup. Derek knew that if caught between these forces, facing enemies tens of times their number, they would be doomed. He had to win decisively before reinforcements arrived. Wilson, the battle-hardened barbarian general, stood on high ground, surveying his 70,000-strong army. His gaze swept over the ranks of soldiers, aligned like chains and densely packed like fish scales. Memories of countless battles flashed through his mind. Numerous barbarian civil wars, dozens of internal kingdom suppressions, and that notorious southern raid. Derek, Wilson muttered. This name had occupied his thoughts more than the Duchess's name ever had. Facing this brilliant strategist, Wilson knew he had to proceed cautiously and leverage his numerical advantage. He turned to his tribal leaders and issued commands. Rotate rest, rotate forward, give them no chance. Even if it means piling up bodies, kill Count Augusta. Losing all 70,000 here is not a concern. Meanwhile, Derek observed the barbarian formations through his telescope. He was acutely aware of the deadly trap set by some factions within the barbarian union. If not for the rapid fall of Yinla City, their situation would have been utterly hopeless. Even now, survival seemed a distant prospect. Derek's eyes scanned his knights, calculating. This force could endure 30, 40, even 50% casualties, but any more would break them. Time was not in their favor. Quick, we must be quick, Derek urged himself. Breaking their formation is the only hope. At that moment, Simon volunteered. Count, let me lead the charge. He understood the gravity of the situation and was willing to repay Derek's years of mentorship with his life. However, Burdett of the monastic knights suddenly spoke up. Let me lead the charge. His voice, echoing through his helmet, carried an unusual determination. Simon immediately objected. No, the charge is for Augusta Knights. It's our honor. Burdett replied calmly, his eyes burning with fervor. The Augusta Knights are formidable, but God's knights never fear death. To fight for the holy, to die for the holy, the monastic knights will fight to the last man. Derek looked into Burdett's eyes and saw his resolve. His gaze shifted to Wilson's distant banner, eyes narrowing slightly. Let's do it, Derek decided. Burdett, I promise you by the holy name, my kingdom will always welcome you. If angels cannot guide you, the spirits of Augusta will. Burdett's eyes seemed to ignite. Duke Wilson and his barbarian horde mean nothing. Let them send me to God's kingdom. Derek pointed to Wilson's banner and gave his final order. Burdett, I need you to charge there. Keep advancing until the last man falls. The monastic knights sang hymns, draped their banners over their shoulders, and exuded a fearsome religious aura. They accepted the suicide mission without hesitation, mounted their horses, and charged with unwavering resolve. "Madmen," Simon remarked, unable to fathom such fanaticism. From afar, Duke Wilson watched the charging monastic knights and sneered. A bunch of lunatics, overestimating themselves. He clearly had never truly understood the power of religious conviction. Duke Wilson, a battle-hardened veteran, was well aware of the impact a knight's charge could have. He calmly observed the battlefield, calculating his response. Even though the monastery knights were not heavy cavalry, his arrangements could still wear down their momentum. Strike while the iron is hot, but the second and third attempts will weaken, he thought. Heavy cavalry charges needed to be used wisely. Derek held his position, watching the monastery knights initiate their charge. In the morning light, their silver armor gleamed with a golden hue, and the knights, shouting their battle cries, advanced with unstoppable force. The first phalanx was easily breached, sending the barbarian soldiers into disarray. The second phalanx also failed to halt the knights' assault, but the continuous charges had begun to slow their speed. Some knights dismounted to fight on foot, with Burdett leading the charge towards Duke Wilson's banner. In the distance, the flag continued to wave, signaling that the barbarian army, though scattered, was not in complete chaos. The retreating soldiers regrouped through the gaps between the phalanxes, gradually re-establishing order under the officers' commands. The sound of war drums was relentless. The resting phalanxes in the rear stood up and moved forward slowly under command. The main banner remained steadfast, and the army's movements shifted with the knights' advances. Duke Wilson, standing on an elevated chariot, had a clear view of the battlefield. Initially, he dismissed the knights' actions as suicidal, but seeing their unwavering morale and effective combat skills even on foot, he began to develop a newfound respect for them. Wilson inquired about the identity of the knights. Some speculated that they were from the Melgin Monastery, recognized by their bright silver armor and recent appearances in the north. Although Wilson had little interest in God, he had to acknowledge the prowess of this knightly order. "The warriors of the Rock people are numerous," he sighed, "truly formidable. But this is nothing more than heroic folly." Derek, with sharp insight, spotted an opportunity. "Simon, there's a gap on the left flank. Tear it apart," he ordered, having noticed a minor mistake through his telescope that could turn the tide of battle. Simon obeyed, leading 1,000 men to penetrate the breach. Wilson noticed the commotion but did not grasp the severity of the situation until Simon's troops exploited the gap, disrupting the left flank's movements and plunging the battle into chaos. Wilson hastily ordered a faster rotation, but the sudden change in pace only created more vulnerabilities. Seizing the moment, Derek commanded the bull unit to scatter a phalanx rotating to the front. The domino effect took hold, bringing the monastery knights closer to Wilson. Feeling the pressure ease, Burdett launched another charge. Wilson's expression darkened as he struggled to regain control, even deploying his reserves. However, Derek's tactics were like a precise scalpel, continuously severing the barbarian army's sinews. Each 1,000-man unit struck weak points with pinpoint accuracy, causing the massive formation to grind to a halt. Finally, the decisive moment arrived. Derek ordered his forces to split and encircle, isolating Duke Wilson from his main army. At this critical juncture, he was ready to deploy his final trump card, the silent, black-armored heavy cavalry that had remained motionless until now. Derek lowered his visor, the cold touch of steel bringing a moment of clarity. Logic told him that leading the charge himself wasn't wise. Failure was acceptable. Survival meant a chance to rise again. Yet, the burning anger in his chest refused to be quelled. "I've never been a rational man," Derek thought with a bitter smile. "Pure logic isn't human." Over the years, Derek had learned the dirty games of politics and mastered the art of social maneuvering. But at certain moments, even knowing he shouldn't, he still chose to follow his impulses. The brown warhorse beneath him seemed to sense its master's turmoil, pacing restlessly. Through the narrow slit of his visor, Derek took one last look at the battlefield. The barbarian leader's flag flapped fiercely in the wind, surrounded by a sea of colorful banners. He knew that once he joined the fray, there would be no chance to adjust tactics. But Derek believed in himself and in the knights behind him. This elite force of black-armored cavalry was the pinnacle of the era's military might and a perfect embodiment of chivalric spirit. Boom! Hundreds of iron hooves struck the ground simultaneously, creating a thunderous roar like war drums. The horses' pace quickened, turning into a blur. The battlefield's clamor seemed to be suppressed by this momentum, with the heavy cavalry becoming the sole focus. Duke Wilson immediately noticed this unique cavalry unit. Leaning forward, he gripped the railing tightly, watching the approaching tide of steel with growing tension. He was powerless to adjust his tactics. Every strike from the enemy hit the weakest points of his formation. The flaws of a large army were now glaringly evident, unable to address the finer details. Wilson knew that if he could buy some time, His numerically superior forces might turn the tide and achieve a glorious victory. Unfortunately, the enemy wouldn't give him that chance. The heavy cavalry pierced the barbarian ranks like a sharp blade, unstoppable. The monastic knights had cleared the way, paving the path for the main force. Charge! Derek roared, his lance impaling multiple enemies before he had to discard it. His vision was filled with foes, threats from all directions. Yet the heavy cavalry pressed on, their speed being their lifeline. Duke Wilson's expression grew darker as the heavy cavalry closed in, steadily weakening his seemingly solid formation. The once proud tribal warriors now seemed like lambs to the slaughter, trampled by the Rocklanders. Their so-called bravery had become a mockery. The suffocating pressure made Wilson consider fleeing, but his experience told him that dying in battle was preferable to retreating. If the central banner wavered, it could lead to a catastrophic collapse. Soldiers on the battlefield couldn't see their commander. They saw only the banner representing his authority. The banner was not just a tool for conveying orders, but a key to maintaining morale. If the banner advanced, the army advanced. If it retreated, the army would crumble. Wilson drew his sword and looked around, noticing the fear in many of his men. The ferocity of the Rocklanders had exceeded expectations, leaving a bitter memory. Anyone who retreats will be executed, Wilson shouted fiercely. If a Decurion retreats, the soldiers will kill him. If a Centurion retreats, the Decurions will kill him. If a Chiliarch retreats, the Centurions will kill him. If I retreat, you may kill me. With that, he struck the railing with his sword, emanating a murderous aura. The commander's resolve quickly influenced those around him. Though the situation was dire, it wasn't hopeless. In front of the central forces, there were still 2,000-man formations, and hundreds of guards surrounded the Duke. The enemy's heavy cavalry charge was also slowing under the weight of casualties. Derek cut down several barbarian soldiers and swiftly dismounted. "Fight on foot," he shouted. Though many knights didn't hear his command, they followed his lead upon seeing him dismount. Without the advantage of speed, fighting on foot was more effective. The Knights of Augusta were formidable in both mounted and foot combat. Derek swung his knight's sword, cleaving through the enemies in his path. Blades struck at him, but his heavy armor deflected them all. Soon, they broke through the formation, closing in on the barbarian commander. "Lancers, to the front!" The barbarian officer shouted urgently. If the Rocklanders broke through to the central banner, it would be an unbearable disgrace. The Lancers raised their weapons, aiming not to kill but to halt Derek's advance. Feeling the resistance, Derek roared and pressed forward, forcing several Lancers to stagger back as if confronted by a raging beast. Is he even human? The barbarian officer wondered. If not for the battlefield, he would have sought to verify it. But now, he could only keep shouting, "Hold the line! Don't let him through!" This seemingly desperate tactic worked surprisingly well, temporarily halting the heavy cavalry. Derek, frustrated, severed a lance with his sword. But the overall resistance was too much for one man to change. Just then, the bloodied Bandit charged forth. "Saint, I'm here." Every monastic knight fought wounded, yet their spirits remained high. "Kill these heretics." The monastic knights, disregarding their own lives, carved a path for Derek. They were willing to die as the king's vanguard. With united effort, the pace of the attack quickened. They soon broke through the final formation. Derek even spotted Duke Wilson standing on a high platform, their gazes locking. Honestly, Derek didn't feel tired. Waves of strength surged through him. He knew this was not the time to rest. Stopping now would mean losing momentum. Charge! The central banner was within reach. Any enemy felled could be a significant target. Seeing the approaching heavy cavalry, Duke Wilson faced his worst fear. His guards and noble officers took up arms, joining the fight. Wilson himself gripped his weapon, ready to face his fate. The barbarian guards and noble officers were generally competent fighters. Against ordinary enemies, they were formidable. But this time, they faced elite warriors and madmen. Bandit tackled an officer, the two armored figures rolling on the ground. Finally, he drew a dagger and stabbed through a gap in the armor. This was just one scene on the battlefield. The frenzied monastic knights and terrifying heavy cavalry were writing the barbarian's requiem. Under the protection of his knights, Derek reached the central flagpole. He chopped it down and trampled the banner. Then, he climbed the platform, standing before Duke Wilson. Though Duke Wilson held his sword, it offered no comfort. He stood frozen, awaiting his fate. At the critical moment, Duke Wilson found himself alone. His personal guards had long been dispatched to fend off the Lock forces and were likely cold corpses by now. In his youth, Wilson was renowned for his formidable combat skills, earning the title of Knight among the 3 southern kingdoms. However, time spares no one. His swordsmanship now retained only 70 to 80% of its former glory, and his strength was less than half of what it once was. Facing Derek, who was clearly exhausted, Wilson still had no assurance of victory. He smiled bitterly and threw his sword to the ground, saying, "Knight, I demand honorable treatment. The Kingdom of Locke has acknowledged our nation, and I should be afforded the same noble status." Wilson thought that even if he fell into enemy hands, his ducal rank would at most subject him to some humiliation, but he would eventually make a comeback. The worst-case scenario would be returning to his territory to continue his rule. Seeing Wilson surrender his weapon, Derek knew the battle was over. Yet, he did not relax. Instead, he smirked, removed his helmet and said, "Wilson, Supreme Commander, I'm afraid your ducal title was never recognized, and the barbarian kingdom was never acknowledged." Wilson was taken aback and retorted with a grim face, "2 years ago, your king personally acknowledged it. Are you going to overturn the king's decision?" Derek sneered. "So what if he did? Noble privileges are merely unwritten rules. Our countries don't even have permanent envoys. Do you really think anyone takes your barbarian kingdom seriously? Killing you would likely be a cause for celebration for many." Wilson panicked. These Locke people were so unruly. He hastily asked, "Who are you?" "I demand to see Count Augusta." "You have no authority to deal with me." "I am Count Augusta," Derek calmly replied. Wilson immediately changed his tone. "Count Augusta, I am willing to offer ransom and land, a great deal of wealth, in exchange for your mercy." At this life-and-death moment, his heroic demeanor vanished. Derek did not respond immediately. The wealth a barbarian duke could offer was indeed a huge temptation. But as he surveyed the battlefield, seeing the central banner fallen, command in disarray, the barbarian army collapsing, and Augusta knights launching a counterattack, his resolve hardened. "Sorry, but what I want, I will take by myself. My sword, my horse, my knights will secure everything for me. Even the barbarian king will one day serve me." Derek's eyes gleamed with ambition. Wilson realized that once such a person made up his mind, he would not waver easily. In desperation, he used his foot to flick his sword, attempting one last struggle. This move showcased the skills he had honed in his youth. Unfortunately, age catches up with everyone. Derek kicked away the duke's sword and struck him hard in the abdomen with the hilt. "Dying won't be that easy," he said coldly, and then ordered the knights who had caught up, "Tie him up." Soon, Wilson was firmly bound. Derek took over the enemy's command platform and hoisted the double-head dragon banner high, visible across the entire battlefield. Just as the sun was rising, its rays shone brilliantly. As the drums sounded, various banners took their positions, and the knights swiftly adjusted their formations, tightly guarding the central command. Derek stood on the high platform, overseeing the entire battlefield. In contrast, the barbarian command had collapsed, and their soldiers could only see the local skirmishes, surrounded by Locke's cavalry. Small-scale retreats could not be prevented, but any large-scale counterattacks would be quickly suppressed by Derek. What was once a trap set by the barbarians to bury Derek had now become their own place of despair. Behind them lay the barbarian wilderness, with the Augusta family's army already gathering upon receiving the news. Ahead was the Knight Order that had just defeated them. Tens of thousands were trapped in the narrow Yinla mountain corridor, with no escape except to ascend to the heavens or descend into the earth. "Prisoners, clean up the battlefield," Derek commanded, refraining from further pursuit and letting the enemy scatter. In reality, he was in no position to chase them, having suffered significant losses. Had the barbarian command not collapsed, the outcome would still be uncertain. Capturing the leader first had indeed been crucial. This time, Derek suppressed his urge to kill all the prisoners. First, he needed a gentle approach to govern the barbarians in the future. Second, he needed these prisoners to make up for the losses. Although Yinla City was destroyed, a stronghold would still be needed in the future to separate the interior from the exterior. As for how long these barbarians would survive, it would depend on their fortune. Of course, Derek would show no mercy to noble officers and tribal leaders. He needed obedient barbarian commoners, not rebellious ones. The battlefield was brutal, and Derek decided to set up camp on the spot. During this time, scouts from the barbarian kingdom tried to enter the battlefield but were driven back by Augusta family scouts. By the time the main infantry arrived, the battle had already been settled. With the army in hand, Derek's confidence was restored. From this day forward, the wildlands of the barbarians will be renamed the province of Mergen and become a territory of the Papal State. Derek stood on the newly conquered land, his eyes sweeping over the desolate fields, a slight smile playing on his lips. He murmured to himself, "The Pope is far away. I'll take care of things for him in the meantime." Immediately, Derek ordered a proclamation throughout the province. "All barbarian tribes, this land has a new master. I don't care about your customs." Within 15 days, all tribal leaders must report here to receive their titles. Otherwise, prepare to be annihilated by the armies of the barbarian kingdom. One order after another, the structure of the province of Mergen gradually took shape. Barbarian captives were sent to labor on construction sites, sweating as they built the Yinla fortress and the branch of the Mergen monastery. Derek personally selected a group of willing slave soldiers, marking their arms with special insignia before integrating them into a new battalion. Go to the capital, Derek told his adjutant, and inform them that I intend to claim the title of Duke of Leopold. According to the established plan, new towns sprang up, troops were stationed, and settlers began to arrive. Although the province of Mergen had a scattered population of 2 to 300,000 barbarians, their dispersed distribution posed no real threat. This played right into Derek's hands. The barbarian kingdom's negligence worked to his advantage. As for the title of Duke of Leopold, it came from a maternal ancestor 6 generations back. This nominal title from the Lewis royal family offered nothing more than an annual pension of a few dozen gold coins, making it no different from being a commoner. Derek was far down the line of succession, but that did not hinder his ambition. The Duke of Leopold will soon have an unfortunate accident, Derek said with a cold smile, and the other heirs have already signed waivers of succession. As for those who refused, I've already had a word with death. Following the initial occupation of the province of Mergen, there was a mountain of affairs to handle. Fortunately, Duke Wilson had withdrawn the border troops, giving Derek valuable time. As days went by, although bandits and roaming barbarians still lingered in the wild, the framework of governance was being established. To Derek's surprise, the barbarian leaders actually reported to the military camp obediently. This was not due to cowardice, but because Derek's notorious reputation in the north had spread far and wide. The bloodthirsty and brutal tales about him had been exaggerated to the point where they could scare children into silence. While the barbarians were proud and untamed, they had to bow to someone who was genuinely deadly. On the appointed day, a large number of barbarian leaders gathered at the outdoor temporary venue. When the fully armed knights entered, the noisy crowd fell silent instantly. To intimidate these barbarian leaders, Derek had arranged a grand scene. Elite knights in armor surrounded the venue. Their armor still bore the scars of recent battles, with some joints even seeping dark red blood. This tattered sight did not diminish their intimidation. Instead, it added an aura of deadly menace. Many previously defiant barbarian leaders now looked like captured criminals, heads bowed, avoiding eye contact with the knights. When Derek appeared, the scene was silent. Dressed in military attire, his presence, although not fitting the barbarian's image of a ruler, exuded a chilling authority. Gentlemen, Derek began bluntly, the wildlands of the barbarians will now be called the province of Mergen, nominally a direct territory of the Pope. But let's not beat around the bush. From now on, there is only one master here, and that is Augusta. This straightforward and domineering declaration earned the barbarians' respect. Derek continued, in my territory, you have only one identity, and that is a subject of Augusta. I won't interfere in your tribal affairs, but you must fulfill your obligations. For every 100 people, 3 must join my army, and another 7 must move to nearby villages and become my property. Derek's demands were unexpected. The barbarians had anticipated taxes or the direct annexation of their tribes. Despite this, some were still dissatisfied with the terms. One leader cautiously asked, Your Excellency, could the number of people you require be reduced? Derek glanced at him and replied gently, Sure, your tribe doesn't need to contribute. The surrounding barbarian leaders stirred, thinking they had encountered a lenient ruler. However, Derek's next words shattered their illusions. Simon, he said to his adjutant, take men and conquer this leader's tribe. Tribes that do not submit to me should not exist in the province of Mergen. According to the rules, all their people will be confiscated. The leader was about to protest loudly when 2 knights grabbed him and threw him out of the venue. Simon did not forget to explain to the other barbarians, Don't worry, I will let him go back, then capture him again to build the castle for the count. All guests attending the meeting, your safety is guaranteed by Augusta. Simon looked around and asked insincerely, Does anyone else have a different opinion? No one dared to make a sound. In such circumstances, who would dare to dissent? Everyone understood that in this land, only Derek's sword was the sharpest, and his word was law. The exiled chieftain mounted his horse and furiously galloped back towards the tribe. Derek's words hung over him like a sword, ready to drop at any moment. Behind him, a few cavalrymen followed at a distance, unintentionally guiding his way. The chieftain rode non-stop, racing back to the tribe. Open the gates. Open the gates, he rasped. When the gates finally opened, he was too exhausted and fell off his horse. Chieftain! The tribesmen rushed to help him up, their voices filled with concern. What happened? Summoning his last bit of strength, the chieftain rose, his face contorted with fear. He shouted, We need to move. Pack up, we're leaving immediately. But why? The tribesmen were bewildered. Hurry, the Lock people are coming, the chieftain panted urgently. The once peaceful tribe erupted into chaos. Despite not understanding the full situation, the chieftain's orders were absolute, and everyone scrambled to gather their belongings. The chieftain took a brief rest, regaining some strength, but his inner turmoil grew with each passing second. The terrifying tales of Augusta haunted him, offering no solace. Sure enough, before they could evacuate, the distant sound of thundering hooves reached them. From the watchtower, a barbarian shouted in terror, "The Lock cavalry is here." The chieftain sprang to his feet, veins bulging as he gripped his sword. "Prepare for battle," he growled through gritted teeth, realizing he was now at the mercy of fate, with no choice but to fight to the death. Several knights from the Augusta family rode forward, lassoing the wooden palisade and yanking it down in one powerful pull. The warhorses surged, and with a loud crash, a section of the palisade fell. Tribal warriors tried to resist but were driven back by a dozen mounted knights wielding crossbows. A knight officer led the charge into the tribe, loudly proclaiming, "Rebellious nomads, defying the great Count Augusta, you shall be slain." Ironclad cavalry flooded into the barbarian tribe, their eyes cold and emotionless, executing orders with mechanical precision. The moral implications were left to their superiors. Their duty was to obey. A barbarian warrior swung a light scimitar, striking a knight's chest plate, but the blade shattered instantly. The knight remained unfazed, countering with a sword thrust that pierced the warrior's abdomen. As blood sprayed, the knight kicked the corpse aside and continued the slaughter. The overwhelming disparity in strength and equipment turned the fight into a one-sided massacre. In such small-scale skirmishes, individual combat prowess was magnified. The chieftain roared, trying to halt these demons of Locke, but could only watch helplessly as his people fell one by one. The agony was enough to drive him mad. "Die! All of you! Die!" he screamed, only to be pinned to the ground by a knight. Even then, he refused to relent, cursing, "This is barbarian land. Augusta will never conquer us. The barbarian curse will haunt you forever, demons." The knight officer walked through the blood-soaked ground to the chieftain, looking down at his defiant opponent. The chieftain's impotent rage bored him. Being called a demon didn't bother him. He was a butcher, not a hypocrite. However, the chieftain's yells were irritating. The knight officer pressed his iron boot on the chieftain's head, gripping his sword tightly, the tip aimed downward. "Silence, O merciful chieftain," he said coldly. "I haven't heard you plead for your people even once. So, we're all demons." The sword plunged through the chieftain's skull, silencing him instantly. Leaving the sword embedded, the knight officer looked up, watching his men clear the battlefield. Having seen this many times, he understood the minds of such chieftains. They loved power, not their people. Without external threats, they treated their tribesmen like slaves, committing atrocities that could make one's skin crawl. Even in council, their objections were for personal gain. Otherwise, the barbarian kingdom would have united long ago and invaded the south. The knights executed the "leave no one alive" order flawlessly. The tribe was left devoid of life. They gathered the spoils and left the rest in place. Soon, countless barbarians would come to witness this lesson. Anger, hatred, and resentment would arise, but so would profound fear and awe. Augusta came to this land to rule. Submission or death, there was no other choice. Clearly, most chose the former. Following Derek's plan, construction began on several towns, and barbarians from various tribes started to arrive. The first northern settlers from nearby regions began to make their homes. Even a barbarian army was formed, numbering over 6,000. Derek appointed knights as officers and elite veterans as sergeants, easily controlling the new force. As long as the Augusta family maintained its strength, the barbarian army's combat effectiveness would be assured. News from the Melgen province triggered a wave of reactions. Northern nobles scrambled to follow Count Augusta's lead. Resources and people began to migrate on a large scale across the northern provinces. Even the Melgen Abbey got involved, urging its followers to move to the new lands. With the occupation of Melgen province, Derek's previous arrangements began to bear fruit. Of course, migration and construction would be a long process. For now, the most critical factor was the reaction of the three southern kingdoms. The Griffin Kingdom, not bordering the north, could be temporarily disregarded. The attitudes of the Holy Cross Kingdom and the Lock Kingdom were crucial. However, the stances of the two kings would take time to become clear. More pressing matters demanded attention. Seeing the situation stabilize, Derek left most of the army and returned to the Saint Michel province with the knights. At the border, the Saint Michel Legion was on high alert. As a kingdom unit, they couldn't easily cross the border, and Derek wouldn't give the king such an obvious pretext for conflict. But within the Saint Michel province, they had free reign. Officers from the Augusta Knights firmly controlled this army, cutting off any tentative interference from the kingdom. When the knights arrived, the officers gathered around, their eyes burning with the desire for revenge. "Count," they said in unison, "what are your orders?" Everyone understood the barbarian ambush, naturally wanting to avenge their fallen comrades. As Derek looked around at these loyal warriors, a plan began to form in his mind. The morale was intact. This was Derek's feeling. The sensation of being stabbed in the back was anything but pleasant. He frowned in thought, a glint of coldness in his eyes. The situation was far more complicated than it appeared. Everyone knew that it was Marquis Hussein and Count Lovett behind this, but where was the evidence? If they dared to act, they surely wouldn't leave any traces. Derek calmly analyzed the situation. The opponents were high-ranking nobles with significant roles in the kingdom. Killing them rashly would undoubtedly cause an uproar. Having just secured the province of Mergen, it was a vulnerable time, and he couldn't afford to give others an opportunity. However, swallowing this insult would only embolden his enemies. When is the next Lovett family fleet arriving? Derek suddenly asked, a sharp glint in his eyes. Upon learning it would be in about half a month, he immediately ordered, send someone to intercept them. I don't want to see that fleet enter my port. And make sure Tamir Lovett disappears. A baron disappearing at sea was within the rules of the noble games. A knight took the order and left. Derek continued, take some healing balm to Royd and tell him I don't want to see any smugglers from the capital. This is an affront to the king's interests and cannot be tolerated. A commoner knight took the order and left. This smuggling route was deeply intertwined and highly profitable. With Royd taking action, everyone would understand who was behind it. The nobles in the capital, far away, could do nothing to Derek but take it out on those who angered him. Derek sneered and led his knights directly into Marquis Hussein's territory. This land was allocated to the capital's nobles and was under their own supervision. The arrival of the St. Myler Legion caught the attention of the patrols. However, more striking than the kingdom's flag was the double-head dragon banner. Derek's renown making the soldiers hesitant to act rashly. The army marched straight to the camp, where Hussein and his entourage, having received the news, waited nervously. The camp's defenses were quite formidable, especially the stone wall, which at least provided some sense of security. Marquis, what does Count Augusta intend to do? Surely he doesn't plan to kill us all? A trembling noble from the capital asked, his legs weak. Marquis Hussein was also tense. He had personally experienced the brutality of the Northern Knights. He believed Derek, this madman, was capable of anything, but it was too late to regret now. He had no choice but to face it head-on. A knight called out from below the wall, Marquis Hussein, my lord the Count requests your presence. There was a moment of silence on the wall. Hussein wavered, uncertain if Derek would lure him out to kill him, but he quickly made a decision. If he kills me, the king won't miss this opportunity. Mergen province will become new royal territory. The king won't forget my sacrifice, and my entire family will rise because of it. Gritting his teeth, he ordered his men to open the camp and led a squad of personal guards to meet Derek. On the wall, other nobles immediately ordered their soldiers to lower their bows, fearing any misunderstanding. Hussein walked through the army with its fluttering banners, under many cold stares, to the center. Derek sat high on his horse, looking down at him, with no intention of dismounting. Suppressing his discomfort, Hussein greeted stiffly, Count Augusta, congratulations on your victory over the heretics. What brings you here today? Bring him up, Derek commanded, and Duke Wilson was brought forward. Seeing Hussein's puzzled expression, Derek explained, this is the barbarian Duke Wilson. Hussein's heart tightened, but he quickly realized this couldn't serve as evidence. Forcing a smile, he said, so it's Duke Wilson. Are you presenting him to the king? No, Derek replied coldly. I just want you to see how we execute this barbarian. Hussein was startled and instinctively said, but he's a duke. No, he's a barbarian. Derek's tone was unequivocal. Hussein instantly understood Derek's message. The king's acknowledgement meant nothing to him. If he could kill a duke, he could certainly kill a marquis. This was a blatant threat. Fearful and abandoning any thoughts of Derek's vulnerability, Hussein knew there was no room for negotiation. Derek gave him no chance to plead, signaling his knights to proceed. With a swift motion, the duke's head fell to the ground. This scene, as routine as buying groceries, sent shivers down the spines of the gathered nobles. Duke Wilson, a renowned barbarian hero, met his end in an instant, leaving the onlookers both shocked and terrified. This act not only stunned them but also evoked a sense of dread, akin to the fear of shared fate. Those in power fear rule breakers the most. According to the established order, high-ranking nobles were supposed to be untouchable. But the grim fate of this barbarian duke shattered that notion. Marquis Hussein's face darkened, a mix of fear and anger brewing within him. Derek spoke calmly, Marquis, please take the barbarian's head as a gift to his majesty. An attendant brought out a wooden box, lined with silk and thickly covered with lime. When the wooden box was handed to Marquis Hussein, he adjusted his expression and forced a smile. I thank you on behalf of his majesty. I'm sure he will appreciate the gift. Derek observed him closely, catching the deep-seated fear in Hussein's eyes. He knew this intimidation wouldn't make the Marquis submit immediately, but it was sufficient for now. In Derek's view, as long as he operated within the rules, the king wasn't truly threatening. As a beneficiary of the rules, the king lacked the courage to break them. Therefore, Derek felt both wary and indifferent towards King Louis II. His strategy was to avoid giving the king any leverage against him and to execute his plans unimpeded. Derek thought of old Count Perez. Since Louis II's ascension, Perez had maintained his countship without showing much concern for the king. Many influential figures criticized the king, yet none lost their territories because of it. Marquis Hussein asked to leave, and Derek did not stop him, silently watching his departure. Simon made a throat-slitting gesture and asked grimly, "Count, should we make him disappear?" Derek shook his head. "We must adhere to the rules, at least until we have the power to overturn them. Don't worry, I've already sent him a gift. Let's hope it doesn't sadden him too much." The scene shifts to Dagon Port in St. Peter Province. As the only excellent port controlled by the Augusta family, it had undergone multiple expansions over the past year. Despite ongoing local conflicts, the maritime trade routes remained bustling. More and more merchants sought fortune through this new sea route. Today, one side of the port was cordoned off. In the distance, ships bearing the Lovett family flag entered a new berth. Baron Tamir personally oversaw the operation, placing great importance on this transaction with the Augusta family. However, he remained ignorant of Count Lovett's true plans, nor did he need to know. As a high-ranking pawn, his role was to follow orders. Tamir descended the temporary gangway without suspicion, warmly embracing his old friend, Sir Raymond. "Sir Raymond, it's good to see you. I brought some southern wine. We'll share a drink later." Sir Raymond, a wounded knight who had lost 2 fingers on his left hand and could no longer serve on the front lines, was more than capable as the port's sheriff. Having met Baron Tamir several times, they were acquainted. Without any unforeseen events, they might have forged a solid friendship over time. Sir Raymond, with a stern expression, accepted Tamir's embrace. Leaning close to his ear, he whispered, "I'm sorry." Before Tamir could react, a sharp pain pierced his chest. Blood gushed from the dagger's groove, and his strength quickly faded. "Why?" Tamir asked in confusion, having come with genuine intent. Raymond replied coldly, "Blame your brother." He stepped back, his chest inevitably stained with blood. If circumstances were different, they might have become friends. Unfortunately, they were now enemies. Prepared soldiers stormed the deck, leaving the docked ships with no escape. In the water, small boats with nets prevented anyone from fleeing. Soon, all that remained was a faint red hue on the water's surface, which would soon disappear. Raymond ordered Tamir's body to be weighed down with stones and thrown into the sea to feed the fish. The Lovett family fleet did not arrive as scheduled. They must have met some misfortune. "Inform the Count that the gift for Count Lovett is ready." The scene shifts again to the capital. Recent military victories had invigorated the city. Within the kingdom, King Louis II had been somewhat effective, suppressing bandits and holding most nobles in check. The well-equipped and well-trained royal guard maintained a degree of deterrence. This was a new era for the Kingdom of Locke, seemingly prosperous and free of visible darkness. Marquis Hussein's family, bolstered by his rise, had gained some prominence. This small noble family, previously unremarkable during his tenure as a court official, had become influential since he became the commander of the Northern Legion. His sons held mid-level positions in the kingdom, and some relatives had also secured roles. Even some traditional noble families were willing to marry into this newly prominent family. In the capital, Marquis Hussein was not the most elite, but he held a certain standing. Such a noble family was naturally untouchable. His 5th son, Guido Hussein, was equally unguarded. After completing his training at a certain count's castle, it was his monthly day off, and Guido, accompanied by a few attendants, prepared to return home. Unbeknownst to him, he was being watched the moment he left the castle. A shabby carriage parked by the roadside revealed some goods. No one paid attention, assuming it belonged to a fallen noble using their carriage for transport to make ends meet. Even the crest had been removed, and the horse pulling it was old and weak. This scenario was common, as some nobles tried to maintain appearances while facing financial difficulties. However, behind the goods, there was unexpected space. 2 strong men held a young man captive. "Is it confirmed to be Guido Hussein?" "Yes, I recognize him." "It's definitely him." "Good. You'll receive your reward if you're not lying. Just give it to me. I can make a comeback. Try in your next life." One of the men sneered, twisting the informant's neck with a crack. Then he extended his hand, thumb pointing downward. Several pedestrians on the street simultaneously noticed the thumb protruding from the carriage. A down-and-out mercenary slung his pack over his shoulder and staggered away. Nearby, a blacksmith selling miscellaneous farm tools quickly wrapped his stall in burlap, preparing to head home. Meanwhile, a few dilapidated wagons slowly started up. Gato was completely unaware of these changes behind him. He lay comfortably in the newly acquired luxurious carriage of his family, stretching out his body. "Any news from my father lately?" he asked nonchalantly. "Young master, the Marquis is doing well, The servant replied respectfully. I heard that the Count of the North recently went to crusade against the heretics. The battle's outcome is still unknown. Gato's interest was piqued. Any latest news? The barbarians have already been defeated by Count Augusta, and the barbarian wilderness has been renamed the province of Melgen. Gato was instantly excited. Does my father have a chance to obtain a fief? He calculated in his heart. His father's venture to the desolate northern lands was to secure a fief. Otherwise, the family's glory would only last for a while, and as the fifth son, he would gain little benefit. The servant smiled wryly, knowing it was not his place to say more. Suddenly, the carriage jolted violently, bumping a few times. The coachman struggled to control the carriage, while the walking servants shouted angrily, "Where did these lowlifes come from? This is the Marquis's carriage. Are you looking to cause trouble?" Gato lifted the curtain and saw a ramshackle wagon colliding head-on with them. Yellow-white grease spilled from the wooden barrels on the wagon, emitting a rancid smell. "Deal with it quickly," Gato ordered with a frown. "I need to get back for lunch. Mother is waiting for me." At that moment, several broken-down wagons appeared at both ends of the road, completely blocking it. Two modified carriages also approached the scene. The wagon driver kept apologizing, infuriating the servants who shouted and kicked, "Get out of the way! You're delaying the young master's journey. Move your wagon, or I'll dismantle it." Gato lowered the curtain, finding the outside too noisy. He was not concerned about the consequences for a lowlife offending him. He was only worried about missing lunch. Suddenly, several burly men jumped off the approaching wagons. "What are you doing, blocking the road?" The servants habitually shouted, not noticing the unusual situation. The burly men approached with cold smiles. "We've arrived." Before the words were finished, a series of screams erupted, and the servants were subdued without resistance. Gato impatiently lifted the curtain again, only to see the coachman being dragged off the carriage, with a burly man half inside. His attendant sensed danger and reached for his sword, but was knocked down with a punch. The burly man grabbed Gato by the collar and pulled him out of the carriage. Others worked in coordination, disposing of the bodies and emptying the grease from the carriage. It was only then that Gato realized he was the target. "My father is Marquis Hussein. I am a knight. You are committing a crime. Release me, and I can pay you ransom." Gato tried to negotiate. The burly men ignored him, quickly setting up a cross by the roadside. "What are you planning?" "I demand noble treatment," Gato shouted. "Shut him up." A heavy punch knocked out several of Gato's teeth, finally silencing him. A fire was quickly lit, and the two carriages were set ablaze. A python skin rope and several bone-handled knives were taken out. "Such a waste of good items," one of the burly men complained. Before Gato could react, the python skin rope was looped around his neck, and he was hung on the cross. He struggled to grasp his neck, but was pulled away, with his limbs nailed to the wood. As Gato drew his last breath, the burly men swiftly destroyed evidence and retreated. The broken wagons were repaired and turned around. Soon after, passers-by discovered the gruesome scene, and the local sheriff quickly arrived. Seeing the emblem on Gato's body, the sheriff panicked. "We're in deep trouble now." Soon, the local count's family, the city guard, and even the king's envoys arrived at the scene. By nightfall, a crowd had gathered under Gato's corpse, but no one dared to act. The king's envoy finally broke the silence. "You've been the sheriff for a long time. Tell me what happened, or how will I report to His Majesty?" Seeing that no one wanted to speak, the envoy pointed at an unlucky sheriff. "Each person will provide a clue. You start, and no one else will escape." The named sheriff had no choice but to speak. The perpetrators were professionals. Their actions were swift, and there were hardly any signs of resistance. "Next, continue," the envoy commanded. Most clues were destroyed, burned. It must have been premeditated. After a round of questioning, everyone said what they could. It was the first unlucky sheriff's turn again, and he gritted his teeth. The rope used to hang Knight Gato Hussein was made of python skin, a type of snake only found in the north. With the first person speaking, the pressure eased for others. The knives used to pin his limbs were of barbarian style, likely from the barbarian kingdom. The perpetrators were probably a group of knights. Look at the precise nails on the cross. One strike drove them in perfectly. Some things were completely erased, while others were intentionally left behind. What was erased were the real clues. What was left cannot be used for conviction, deliberately revealing the perpetrators' identities. A group of sheriffs exchanged clues and then fell silent. The secrets of Rock Kingdom were no longer secrets, and the tales of Count Augusta's antics were widely known even in the capital. Conspiracy theories were rampant. People could craft detailed analyses despite lacking concrete evidence. Now, the son of Marquis Hussein had been murdered, with numerous telltale items left at the scene. Everyone knew who was responsible, yet no one could find definitive proof. No one wanted to get involved. Bullying commoners or minor nobles was one thing, but angering a powerful noble with military clout could lead to one's sudden and mysterious suicide. The king's envoy, seeing through the sheriff's reluctance, took his time before suggesting, "Please prepare the case files and notify the security team to track down the murderer." It was only then that they remembered to pursue the culprit, who had likely fled long ago. Yet, no one questioned the procedure. It was just a bit slow. Once the sheriffs had prepared the case files, the envoy collected them with satisfaction. Just before boarding his carriage, he turned back and said, "Oh, and informed the Hussein family that they must invite me to the funeral. After all, he was my junior." As the carriage door closed, the envoy allowed himself a moment of satisfaction. The Northern Knight's reputation was well-deserved. This situation delighted him. Hussein had climbed to power by stepping over others, seizing the northern opportunity, only to now find himself mired in trouble. As a rival, seeing Hussein's misfortune was more satisfying than personal gain. Upon returning to the palace, the envoy was granted an audience with the king. Louis II was practicing swordplay in the garden, fully armored and executing precise movements. His sparring partner, a knight, only let himself be disarmed when he saw the envoy approach. The envoy flattered, "Your Majesty, your swordsmanship has improved." The king tossed aside his gloves and laughed. "Don't think I don't know you're all going easy on me. If the kingdom's knights can't even best me, we're doomed." "So, how's the investigation? Was it the northern noble?" The envoy, masking his earlier schadenfreude, replied somberly, "There's insufficient evidence, but I privately suspect so." He handed over the case files, which Louis II couldn't be bothered to read. "All the usual rhetoric gives me a headache. What's your take?" The envoy straightened up, ready with his response. "We must punish Count Augusta. This is a challenge to the kingdom's authority." "Evidence? On what grounds?" "We don't need evidence. He did it. But the kingdom needs evidence," Louis II scoffed. "No one can break the rules. Otherwise, today it would be Hussein who is dead. As long as we operate within political boundaries, I'm not afraid of Count Augusta causing upheaval. The king, despite any constraints, remains the king." The envoy feigned contemplation. Both knew this was a charade, but rules were rules, and even a farce had to be played out convincingly. The king continued, "Summon Count Augusta to the capital for his investiture, and send a fine of 1,000 gold coins directly to Hussein, saying I'll compensate him. A subordinate who suffers while serving the leader must be appeased. Otherwise, who would serve in the future?" Louis II didn't mind this small expense. He was contemplating how to resolve the situation in the Melgen province. Have the crown prince personally visit the abbots of the Melgen monastery to express the royal family's sincerity. He believed he could offer more than Count Augusta. The religious hold had been tight for years. Loosening it might help secure control over Melgen province. Count Augusta thought he had won, not realizing the land's control could shift. Unaware of the capital's power plays, Derek received news that the gifts were ready a few days later. He selected a barbarian slave to deliver the good news to Marquis Hussein. Hussein, on edge recently, was wary of retaliation from the Augusta family. Although there had been minor skirmishes, nothing serious had occurred. Suddenly, news arrived that Baron Tamir, a disciple of Count Ravat, had gone missing, presumed lost at sea. Hussein's unease spiked. Realizing the source of his anxiety, the capital. He thought the Augusta influence was weak there, but northern nobles also held power in the capital, making home not necessarily safe. He sent a warning home just as Augusta's messenger arrived. Seeing the barbarian, Hussein nearly fainted from anxiety. The barbarian slave, excited about his impending freedom, sorrowfully relayed Count Augusta's condolences. "Honorable Marquis, the Count expresses his deep apologies and concern for the capital's security. He suggests sending your offspring to the north, where he will ensure their safety. Also, the Count has sent you a gift." Hussein took the inspected box, finding a single copper coin on expensive silk, a mocking gesture from Augusta. "Get out." Hussein finally snapped, drawing his sword but striking the chair's armrest in the end. He knew killing the messenger would only bring more trouble. "Augusta, don't you have any kin?" Hussein growled through gritted teeth. "Relatives?" Derek chuckled nonchalantly, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes as he spoke with the aristocratic arrogance. "Technically, the Augusta family consists of just two people. My wife and me," he said, slowly tapping the armrest of his chair. "The Ferreira family is the Ferreira family, and the Augusta family is the Augusta family." He wouldn't dare break the rules. Derek continued. "This is the game of the nobility, and assassination is part of it. But there are limits. Besides, this is the Northlands. A city dweller causing trouble here? If Hussein is foolish enough to try something, the northern nobles will arrange a bathtub accident for him before I even lift a finger." The envoy of King Louis II stood awkwardly by, listening to the Earl's unrestrained and humiliating remarks. He wished he could be deaf, or better yet, blind. As Derek tossed aside his knight's sword and turned to him, asking, I hear His Majesty is quite skilled with the sword? The envoy instinctively replied, yes, His Majesty's swordsmanship is unmatched by ordinary knights. This lie, repeated often enough, almost felt true. A sly glint appeared in Derek's eyes. Then when I visit the capital, I must seek some pointers from His Majesty. The envoy regretted his words instantly, wishing he could slap himself. He knew full well the king's actual skill level. Given Derek's display during training, he could probably defeat the king single-handedly. If a fiasco occurred, he, the instigator, would be doomed. Nearly in tears, the envoy looked at Derek pleadingly. My lord, please, don't toy with me. Boring. Derek snapped his fingers, and a tray of gold coins was promptly brought to him. The king's punishment isn't severe. 1,000 gold coins can last me for years. The envoy didn't dare say a word, didn't even count the coins, and hurriedly took his leave. Simon, nearby, watched enviously, unable to take his eyes off the envoy's retreating figure. For Derek, 1,000 gold coins were nothing. The so-called punishment was thus resolved. This was Louis II's response. Derek thought, can Louis II escape responsibility for what Hussein did? He couldn't retaliate against the king, but this was the price Louis II had to pay. Hussein lost a son, so the king had to bleed a little. Derek would remember this debt and repay the dear king in the future. The scene shifted to Melgen Abbey, where royal guests were arriving. Abbots Massimo and Rosanara awaited their arrival. Since Derek's conquest of the Melgen province, they had anticipated this day. They come with ill intent, Abbot Massimo sighed, fully aware of the royal agenda. Theoretically, Melgen Abbey could control Derek, playing both sides. But now, looking at the knights around him, Massimo felt a chill. The battle for Melgen province had severely depleted the abbey's knights, with many killed and only a few injured and retired. These knights were carefully nurtured, many from noble families around the Monte province. They had hoped such heavy losses would deter the ambitions of the Earl of Augusta, but the returning knights, claiming to have witnessed saints and felt divine power, came back stronger. Massimo was already hesitant. The abbey's knights represented its military power, leaving him no room to rebel. Melgen Abbey wielded significant influence due to these noble knights, who also restrained it. He had no doubt that if he sided with the royal family, the fanatical knights would burn him at the stake. All ambitions vanished before the threat of the pyre. Abbot Rosanara, however, had simpler thoughts. The Earl of Augusta was closer than the king, and the Augusta family offered more benefits than the royal family. Why rebel? When the Grand Prince stepped onto the red carpet from his carriage, both abbots had already made up their minds. Melgen Abbey. The Grand Prince had recently brushed up on its history and felt a sense of reverence. The knight's performance in the recent battle had exceeded expectations. He recalled his advisors dismissing the abbey's knights as showpieces, barely capable fighters. He wished he could throw the battle reports in their faces to show them what real fighting power was. The Grand Prince paid special attention to the knights on duty. They stood tall and looked spirited. However, he was displeased by their calm gazes, as if he were just an ordinary person. If he could win over the abbey's knights, he would gain more leverage. The Grand Prince, smiling, waited for the abbey's welcome. Abbot Massimo stepped forward, showing his respect. Your Grace, welcome. Abbot Massimo, no need for formalities, the Grand Prince said. I've come to commend the abbey's knights for their bravery in the fight against heretics. Indeed, the knights have upheld God's glory. Praise be to God, the Grand Prince continued. My father intends to grant lands and medals to the outstanding knights. Could you provide a list? The Grand Prince's smile suggested the king was a devout believer, willing to reward the knights. In reality, if Melgen Abbey accepted, how would they divide the newly conquered lands? No need for lands. God's knights require no earthly possessions. Abbot Massimo refused without hesitation. The abbey's knights traditionally did not accept land grants, mainly because there was none to give. He saw through the king's malicious intent. Even if they were to receive grants, it wouldn't be from the king, as Melgen province had plenty of land. The Grand Prince, though refused, wasn't upset. If they had agreed, it would have been a pleasant surprise. Their refusal was expected. God's knights are indeed admirably devout, but the medals must be accepted. Logically, Abbot Massimo had no reason to refuse. Monte province was part of the kingdom, and showing some courtesy was appropriate. Even if they didn't side with the royal family, there was no reason to refuse. After a moment's hesitation, he reluctantly agreed. The Grand Prince was satisfied. This was just a pretext for further communication. The Crown Prince's devout demeanor during his visit to Melgen Monastery starkly contrasted with Derek's perfunctory attitude. He paused before each statue, sincerely paying his respects, which undoubtedly earned him the monastery's favor. However, the atmosphere turned tense when he mentioned the Melgen province. The Crown Prince straightforwardly proposed a deal. If the monastery supported the royal family's rule over Melgen province, The royal family would allow them to build monasteries nationwide and even support the establishment of a new church. He subtly hinted that he could grant the title of count to candidates recommended by the two abbots. Though his words were diplomatic, they clearly conveyed the royal family's intentions and bargaining chips. Abbot Massimo was tempted, as the offer was indeed better than Count Augusta's proposal. However, he ultimately refused with righteous indignation. "I'm sorry, Your Highness, but Melgen province is God's domain, and we have no right to dispose of it." The crown prince, incredulous, tried to sweeten the deal. "No one can offer more than the royal family. Our promises are the most valuable and secure." Abbot Rosanara suddenly interrupted sternly. "Enough! Do not taint our faith. Secular, filthy deals will never have a place in Melgen Monastery." The firm stance of the two abbots left the crown prince bewildered. He had to admit his mistake. "I apologize for my ignorance, attempting to taint pure faith with secular power," but he maintained the royal family's position. On this earth, royal power is supreme. The royal family will not relinquish its legitimate claim to the land. "Please understand," Abbot Massimo replied, "what is secular belongs to the secular, and what is God's belongs to God. We only recognize Count Augusta. We do not meddle in worldly disputes." Nearby, Burdett quietly released his grip on his sword. Abbot Massimo noticed this subtle action and realized he had narrowly avoided danger. He silently thanked his decision not to capitulate easily. After all, the king was far away, but the monastery knights' swords were right there. The crown prince left disappointed, but remained convinced that the royal family would not easily abandon its claim. Meanwhile, Derek was busy training the barbarian soldiers. These men, from various tribes, displayed a raw savagery that was even harder to control than the farmers of the Lock Kingdom. Derek had to personally lead the knights to barely keep these unruly barbarians in check. Virat, serving as an instructor, was deeply worried about the situation. Dozens of barbarians have already been executed for escaping or resisting. "I think this will lead to more trouble if it continues. Should we lower our standards? These barbarians can't possibly become excellent soldiers or officers." Derek remained adamant. "No, I need a group of barbarian officers, even barbarian nobles. This is non-negotiable. I'll handle the morale issues." With that, he ordered the drum to be sounded, summoning the troops. Under the knight's supervision, the barbarians reluctantly formed ranks, but many had defiant glints in their eyes. The knights, too, complained incessantly, clearly dissatisfied with the barbarians' performance. Standing on the platform, Derek keenly sensed the oppressive tension in the air, realizing that the situation was on the brink of eruption. "My soldiers, the rule of Augusta will become the sole voice on this land, and the barbarians, they too will be subjects of Augusta." Count Derek stood in the center of the training grounds, his gaze sweeping over the neatly lined-up barbarian soldiers before him. The winter wind tugged at his cloak, but his voice remained firm and resonant. "Serving Augusta is the duty of every barbarian." He paused for a moment, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "But on this first day of winter, in the spirit of Augusta's mercy, I grant you a reward. You may return home with your weapons for a period of 2 months." The herald immediately ran across the training grounds, repeatedly conveying the count's orders. Initially sporadic cheers gradually grew into a cohesive wave, a testament to the 2 months of training. Derek turned to his officer, Virat, who wore a worried expression. "Count, you can't let them go. They'll all flee," Virat said urgently. "I've seen too many soldiers desert. It's almost a hallmark of this era." Derek shook his head and replied confidently, "Trust me, they will return. These barbarian soldiers are different from regular conscripts. Even if they didn't join voluntarily, they still answer to their tribal leaders. If they desert, it won't be me who panics first." Seeing that Virat was still uneasy, Derek added, "We control the Yinel mountain corridor. Where could these barbarians run? Southward into our hands, or into the mountains to become wild men?" He turned back to the barbarian soldiers and announced loudly, "Plant my banner here. I, Count of Augusta, pledge that we shall reunite here in 2 months." Another surge of cheers erupted like a tide. Derek leaned over to his scribe and whispered, "Note this down. It will be one of the Augusta family's most popular acts." The scribe immediately prostrated himself on the ground, pulling out his ink and writing fervently. As the hastily prepared linen and copper coins were distributed, the barbarian soldiers set off for home. They were permitted to carry simple weapons for self-defense. Among them was Daegu, a mixed-blood barbarian soldier. He and 6 comrades from the same tribe trekked for half a month before finally seeing the outline of their homeland. From a distance, they noticed several new towers, and the wooden palisade had been reinforced into thick wooden walls. A patrol of tribesmen spotted the approaching Daegu and his group, cautiously advancing with weapons raised. Once they recognized each other, they embraced joyfully. "Daegu!" the patrol leader exclaimed. But then his face turned anxious. "Have you deserted?" Daegu quickly unwrapped the linen on his back, explaining to everyone, I didn't desert. This is a reward from the Count. He allowed us to come home for the new year. The other soldiers held up their rewards as proof. The patrol leader sighed in relief and explained, Daegu, don't take it personally. The nearby Quan tribe offended the Count and were punished with 50 slaves. Another defiant tribe was wiped out entirely. Daegu nodded in understanding, still shaken. Yes, the Count's knights are incredibly powerful. He recalled those knights who were formidable even without their iron armor, feeling a lingering fear. Daegu and his companions eagerly shared their experiences in the camp. The mighty knights, the invincible armor, the imposing Count. These tales gave their tribesmen a new perspective. By the way, the patrol leader suddenly asked, I heard from the chieftain that the Count is the same knight who once gifted us strong liquor. Is that true? Did you meet the Count? No, there were too many people in the camp. I didn't see the Count, Daegu replied. But from the silhouette, it looked very similar. The patrol leader marveled. Then Chief Gully must be right. Truly a merciful Count. It would be wonderful to see the Count again. Daegu suddenly suggested, Leader, why don't you join the army? I've heard that the strongest warriors can become the Count's knights. Then you could see the Count again. This suggestion made the patrol leader ponder. Serving the Rock people was not dishonorable, and serving a powerful knight like the Count of Augusta was a matter of pride. Let me think about it, the patrol leader murmured, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. The return of Daegu and his companions caused quite a stir in the small tribe. People swarmed around them, their faces filled with surprise and curiosity. This tribe, near the northern province, was formed by people marginalized by the barbarians, and the shadows of history had left them particularly impoverished. They had almost nothing except their lives. To the barbarians, serving the Earl's military was akin to a death sentence. Few soldiers summoned by the Great Lord in previous years ever returned. Even those who did come back brought tales of oppression and misery. However, Daegu and his group not only returned unharmed, but also brought back a bundle of linen and a pouch of copper coins. The tribe was ecstatic. People pushed forward, bombarding them with questions. Daegu, did you meet the Earl? Curious voices asked. That sword looks really sturdy. Envious eyes lingered on the sword at Daegu's waist. Someone even shouted, Daegu, give me the linen, and I'll marry my daughter to you. Surrounded like a star, Daegu experienced such a warm welcome for the first time. He repeatedly recounted his experiences to his tribesmen, his words full of pride. The Earl is very generous, and the knights are strong, he said, seemingly forgetting his previous grievances. Amid the crowd's adulation, Daegu stood tall, feeling proud to have served the Earl. Suddenly, the crowd parted. Chief Gully emerged, solemnly scanning the returning soldiers. He noticed the linen, the copper coins, and the sword at Daegu's waist. More importantly, these young men appeared much stronger and more spirited. Confirming they were not deserters, the usually stern Gully smiled. Well done, you've grown stronger, Gully said. Come to my place tonight for a drink and tell me about the Earl. As a half-blood, Gully was particularly curious about Earl Augustus. With the wilderness's dynamics about to change, he was considering how to respond. Seeing the crowd still lingering, Gully helped disperse them. What are you all staring at? Next time the Earl recruits, I'll send you all. Hearing this, the crowd quickly scattered, allowing Daegu to finally return home. That evening, Chief Gully roasted 2 lamb legs and hosted a feast for the returning soldiers. He inquired in detail about their return, and after hearing their story, he sighed, Indeed, Earl Augustus stands out. His demeanor is unmatched by the great lords. In his heart, Gully thought that with the strength and tactics displayed by Earl Augustus, the barbarian lords would likely struggle to contend. After learning about the barbarian army's situation, Gully's resolve grew stronger. The next day, while Daegu and his companions were still resting at home, Gully set out with a few slaves. Their destination was Wangbei Town, the first stop in the Meljin province. As a crucial supply line node, Wangbei Town had gathered nearly 1,000 barbarians, over 2,000 immigrants, and numerous merchants, quickly becoming a bustling hub. Gully had secretly visited a few times before, witnessing the rapid changes in Wangbei Town each time. Although he still felt some fear, thinking of Earl Augustus and the news brought back by Daegu, he mustered the courage to seek out Administrator William. William, a distant relative of the Ferreira family, welcomed Chief Gully warmly. For William, the advantages of his bloodline had reached their limit. To rise further, he needed tangible achievements. Taming the barbarians would undoubtedly be a significant one. Honored Chief Gully, what brings you here? William asked. Gully was straightforward. I want to buy a shop and start a business, just like the merchants. Hearing that Gully intended to integrate into Wangbei Town, William was thrilled. He readily agreed. No problem. I'll find you the best located shop at the best price. By the way, what business do you plan to do? Choosing the right goods is crucial. The administrator's enthusiasm boosted Gully's confidence. He took out a sack and said, I plan to sell these minerals, furs, and some livestock. I know the nearby tribes well and can get the cheapest goods. As a local, whether half-blood or marginalized by the barbarians, Gully had an unmatched advantage over the rock people. Hearing this, William saw great potential in the business. He immediately offered warm hospitality, personally selecting a shop at the town's entrance and helping set up shelves and counters, teaching the clumsy barbarians how to do business step by step. Meanwhile, the news of the barbarians leaving their tribe was reported. Derek saw this news first, which was exactly what he wanted to see. The barbarian and half-blood population was at least 1 or 2 million, comparable to a small kingdom. In Meljan province alone, there were 2 to 300,000 people. Utilizing them was crucial. Population equates to productivity, which was no empty statement. With the barbarians taking the first step, Derek couldn't let the effort go to waste. He personally approved, prioritized material procurement from Chief Gully. Administrators, sheriffs, and tax officers provide support. This was a political task, overriding economic interests. Derek also planned, we'll definitely spend the new year in Meljan province this year. On the way back, I can visit and see for myself. Currently, Derek was at Swan Castle, receiving visiting northern nobles. This time, not only northern nobles, but also some from the Holy Cross Kingdom, the capital, and the south had started visiting. Despite fierce conflicts of interest, this didn't prevent lower-ranking nobles from interacting with the Augustus family. In fact, with the rising influence of the Augustus family, more people wanted to connect with them. For instance, the noble waiting eagerly to meet Derek right now. Neuschwanstein Castle stands majestically, designed more for comfort than for defense. Its surroundings are dotted with watchtowers, giving guards a broad view of the area. On the open-air balcony, elegant tables and chairs await distinguished guests, making it an ideal place for social gatherings. Viscount Angelo Chavez stepped onto the balcony. Hailing from the south, his family might not hold a prestigious title, but through a network of kinship and alliances, they represented the interests of many nobles. These nobles managed vast farmlands and estates, producing abundant goods. In the past, trade barriers limited their market access, and high taxes often inflated the prices of goods tenfold from production to market. However, the situation was changing. The Augusta family had taken control of the St. Peter province and seized Deegan Port. The Rowett family had opened a new sea route, giving southern nobles access to the expansive market of the Holy Cross Kingdom, including the provinces of St. Michael, the northern provinces, and even the Barbarian Kingdom. Such immense commercial opportunities were highly tempting. This was why Angelo discreetly visited Neuschwanstein Castle, bypassing Count Rowett and the Southern Nobles Alliance. Their demands were straightforward: profit. As long as they could make money, it didn't matter who held power. They had no interest in competing with the Augusta family. Some might ask, wasn't Deeganport already there before the Augusta family arrived? Why couldn't they do business then? Such thinking is naive. At that time, Deeganport was deep within the Holy Cross Kingdom, and southern nobles venturing in would likely face significant risks. Even local nobles would create obstacles to make it difficult for outsiders. Even now, entering this market required the approval of local powers, along with conceding substantial profits. This was precisely Angelo's mission. Count Augusta, Angelo spoke earnestly, we are willing to compromise and let your guild handle some of our goods. We might even gradually reduce our support for Count Rowett. Believe me, not all Southerners wish to oppose you. Derek pondered. Cooperation was beneficial. At least it could divide the formidable Southern faction. But agreeing too readily would seem hasty. After careful consideration, he responded, Viscount Chavez, I have always supported free trade. You can investigate. Augusta has never hindered trade. Viscount Chavez agreed. Compared to other nobles of the time, Count Augusta was almost saintly in this regard. Derek continued, therefore, I won't excessively interfere with your business activities. Ships docking at Deeganport will be taxed based on their cargo, and some goods might even be exempt from taxes or receive subsidies. I guarantee, under the Augusta family's honor, that there will be no double taxation in my territory. Viscount Chavez, excited by these words, stood up abruptly, accidentally knocking over the coffee table and spilling coffee everywhere. Apologies for my rudeness, he quickly apologized. Count, are you serious? Of course, Derek added, the tax rates can be negotiated with my tax officials. They won't be unreasonable. Additionally, on a personal note, I hope you can help bring in some special goods. Despite sensing something amiss, Viscount Chavez found the terms too good to pass up and agreed readily. Thank you for your generosity. I assure you, the Augusta family will be my closest ally. The two finalized the broad terms, leaving the details to their subordinates. Viscount Chavez departed joyfully with a knight's sword gifted by Derek, promptly relaying the news to the commercial alliance nobles. These business elites convened immediately, trying to uncover any hidden traps. However, unless Count Augusta planned a robbery, they couldn't find any issues. Given Count Augusta's reputation and status, he wouldn't stoop to such dishonorable acts. The truth seemed clear. This count truly supported free trade and genuinely wanted to do business. Count Augusta is a saint, someone exclaimed. We shouldn't take advantage without reciprocating, another noble suggested. Count Augusta has shown sincerity. We should return the favor. Rohit is pressing us to deliver a batch of weapons and armor. Let's have some bandits intercept them and give them to Count Augusta. Let's use Royd the Wolf. We've dealt with him before. A batch of weapons and armor was insignificant to both parties but showed valuable goodwill. This was far from the end. As their business grew, siding with the Augusta family might become a real possibility. Derek had his own plans. He summoned his uncle Andrew, the tax official of Augusta City, a position of considerable importance. Uncle, I need to reassign your duties, Derek said directly. Andrew, though surprised, didn't hesitate. No problem. Where do you need me? Deeganport, Derek revealed, explaining the agreement with the southern nobles. You will be responsible for collecting tariffs and negotiating tax rates. It's okay to offer some concessions. As an experienced tax official, Andrew quickly saw the implications. This is too generous. Even if you want to win over the southern nobles, there's no need for such large concessions. Allowing them to trade is already a significant favor. There's no need to be so lenient. Derek didn't elaborate, simply stating, if we're going to win them over, let's do it thoroughly. Don't worry, we'll still profit. Besides collecting taxes, I'll give you a list of items we lack, and you'll need to adjust tariffs accordingly. That's easy, no problem. Leave it to me, Andrew assured confidently. Of course, he didn't know that by manipulating tariffs, one could control the market and even influence the political and economic leanings of the southern nobles. Derek, on the other hand, was fully aware of this. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.